Jiangxing, Crystal Knight International Hotel, 78th floor. A man around 20 years old stood before the massive glass window, quietly gazing at Jiangxing's bustling nightscape. The man was tall and lean with a face like white jade, eyes as dazzling as obsidian, bearing an aristocratic temperament, exuding an innate aura of superiority. Behind him, a girl in a black dress stood quietly as well. "Young master, what are you looking at?" the girl couldn't help asking. Hearing this, the man slowly turned around and glanced at the black-dressed girl. The girl's face was exquisite, like a doll, with light blue eyes and hair like dark jade cascading over her shoulders. Her skin was as delicate as fine porcelain, fairer than snow, shimmering with dazzling silver light under the moonlight, like a celestial maiden descending from heaven. But her true identity was the first-generation experiment subject No. 1 of the Dongdu Research Institute. In recent years, many in the Empire's dark web had given her the title Blood Moon. The man before the girl had an even more formidable identity. His name was Shen Chen, the son of Shen Fei, the Grand Elder of the Empire's Pivot Bureau. It was known that the Empire's Pivot Bureau was the top power organ of the Empire, and Shen Fei was implicitly its leader. The Shen family was also the most prominent aristocratic clan since the Empire's founding. As the legitimate eldest son of the Shen family, Shen Chen's status in the Empire was almost equivalent to that of a crown prince. Of course, in the Empire that had abolished the imperial system, Shen Chen was only a citizen in name. Lan Shi, look at the night view of Jiangxing. Isn't it beautiful? Shen Chen said with a faint smile. Beautiful, Lan Shi replied. Indeed, the nightscape of Jiangxing had a unique charm, with lights twinkling and neon signs everywhere. Countless wealthy young men were enjoying life in various clubs amid the glittering lights and revelry. There were also countless workers staying up late to overtime in the huge city just to carve out a place for themselves. This was the Empire today. Almost all channels of upward mobility were controlled by the powerful elite, making it extremely difficult for ordinary people to rise. Of course, Shen Chen didn't see anything wrong with it. After all, his Shen family was the greatest power in the Empire, a behemoth that countless noble families looked up to, with its roots deeply entrenched in the Empire. Pity that soon all of this will change, Shen Chen murmured. Yet Lan's eyes expression turned unusual as she looked at Shen Chen. Young master, could it be? Are those rumors in the family all true? Shen Chen looked at the bustling nightscape of Jiangxing, raised a glass of red wine, and took a gentle sip. It's true, and far more terrifying than anyone could imagine. After receiving Shen Chen's affirmative reply, even though Lan Shi was not an ordinary person, her face turned slightly pale. It must be known that the rumors circulating within the family spoke of a global collapse in the near future, with demonic beasts flooding and turning the world into a hell. It was an apocalypse in the truest sense. But Lan Shi was momentarily at a loss, not knowing how to speak. Shen Chen turned his head and looked at Lan Shi's face, which was beautiful enough to bring downfall to the world, then gently caressed her cheek with his hand. Don't worry, Lan Shi. The family has prepared everything. The information we possess is far more than what any other noble clan in the Empire knows. This coming apocalypse, for ordinary people it's a calamity of inferno, for ordinary clans it's unpredictable fortune or disaster, but for our family, Shen Chen revealed a warm smile. It's an opportunity, a chance to completely dominate the Empire. Looking into Shen Chen's ambitious eyes, Lan Shi was momentarily mesmerized. Young master, she whispered. Lan Shi will forever obey you. Shen Chen continued to appreciate the night view of Jiangxing, faintly hearing the noisy clamor from outside. Even late at night, as a first-tier city of the Empire, Jiangxing remained bustling, with countless people hurrying about. Shen Chen looked at his own reflection in the glass and slowly took a sip of red wine. Even after 4 years had passed, Shen Chen still felt a sense of wonder. He had actually been reborn. That's right, in his previous life. Soon after this moment, the apocalypse would descend, with endless demonic beasts and zombies surging into the planet from black mist. The human world would be reduced to ruins in an extremely short time. Although the Shen family had learned some information before the apocalypse erupted, they were still caught off guard by the sudden onset of the end times. They could only, while missiles and tanks were still functioning, hastily clear the demonic beasts within Dongdu and establish the first great city upon the ruins. Other noble clans, some perished in the apocalypse, some luckily established shelters and became local tyrants. When the apocalypse fell, human morality and virtue were completely destroyed. Apart from the Shen family in Dongdu managing to barely maintain order, other places truly displayed the worst of human nature. For a piece of bread, for food resources, for a sip of fresh water, countless people slaughtered each other like primitive beasts. As if overnight, all the beastly instincts in their hearts were unleashed. Women, food, guns, all became resources to be exchanged and enjoyed. Some people hated the end times while others loved it dearly. And the Shen family had become the most powerful force after the empire fell apart. In the human world of the apocalypse, only a handful of forces could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Shen family of Dongdu. They built a great apocalyptic city in Dongdu named the Free City. In later generations, it was called the Light of Humanity by countless people because the Free City was the only majestic metropolis within the empire where traces of the old empire could still be glimpsed. It possessed a considerable level of order, tens of thousands of troops, and a formidable arsenal of weapons. Countless nobles in later generations yearned for a place in the free city because in this city, you could freely enjoy cigarettes, beer, and other luxury resources that were only seen in the old empire. Its formidable strength also gave them a sense of security with no need to worry about zombies or demonic beasts breaching the city walls and threatening their lives. Also within the free city, you could find some entertainment facilities from the old empire, such as casinos, clubs, and karaoke halls. There were even museums, stadiums, cinemas, and theaters. This was the reason countless people chose to live decadently in the free city. Here they could immerse themselves in the bubble of the old empire's dream and glimpse its shadow. And as the light of humanity, the free city still preserved a portion of ordinary people's rights and dignity as much as possible. Although it was nothing compared to the old empire times, compared to the slaves in the shelters or dilapidated camps outside the free city, with no human rights at all, these people could at least survive with difficulty. As the actual ruler of the free city, the Shen family was akin to royalty, and Shen Chen was the supreme ruler of the free city. A single word from him could decide the fate and life or death of countless human survivors across the apocalyptic land. But this was not enough. Far from enough. A man's horizon is determined by his station. Like countless ordinary people struggling to survive on the post-apocalyptic wasteland, their lifelong dream is merely to obtain a residence permit for the city of freedom. But where does Shen Chen cast his gaze? Upon the entire empire and even the whole human world. Although the city of freedom was universally acknowledged as the largest megacity and foremost power after the empire fractured, many other major factions within the empire imitated it and established their own cities. Among them were even a few whose strength, while not equal to the Shen family, was not far inferior. In the end, under the immense pressure exerted by the Shen family, those few powers formed a mutual offense and defense alliance, calling themselves the Southwestern United Council. At that time, the Shen family was preoccupied with clearing the monsters and zombies surrounding the city of freedom and had no energy to concern themselves with this council. By the time the Shen family had fully secured the city of freedom, the Southwestern United Council had already taken shape. 5 large city-state powers joined by more than a dozen medium and small city factions. This also served as a lesson for the Shen family. Had they dispatched troops swiftly before the council matured, how could they have allowed it to grow strong and stand across the southwestern region, confronting the city of freedom from afar? Moreover, aside from the empire overseas, and even on another continent, countless post-apocalyptic cities had been founded. In North America, Europe, and other regions, there were 1 or 2 colossal powers no weaker than the city of freedom. Before Shen Chen's rebirth, the global situation was far from satisfactory in the eyes of the Shen family. During that period, they had already been researching monsters and certain ruins, achieving remarkable progress, and had begun to slowly scheme toward the grand design of unifying the apocalypse. Shen Chen simply had not expected that he would actually be reborn to several years before Doomsday descended. Back then, he had nearly burst out laughing. In his previous life, it was precisely due to a lack of information that they wasted so much time settling the city of freedom. In this life, with his intervention, the Shen family was destined to become the overlord of this era. He knew that in the apocalypse, those who came to Blue Star were not only monsters and zombies, but also countless secret realms and ancient sites. Some humans even became awakened in the midst of Doomsday, gaining extraordinary abilities. And Shen Chen possessed knowledge of all the key information from the period when the apocalypse first erupted. In this life, he would no longer allow any force to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Shen family. After his rebirth, he secretly guided the Shen family's research institutes and accidentally uncovered the secret of the apocalypse. This discovery came far earlier than in his previous life. Armed with this secret, the Shen family, the largest aristocratic clan of power within the empire, began operating from the shadows ahead of time. His father Shen Fei secretly transferred all his trusted subordinates to Dongdu over the span of a few years, and all valuable Shen family assets outside were likewise moved quietly to Dongdu. In their previous life, after Doomsday broke out, the Shen family had been forced to cut off countless resources and properties outside Dongdu, focusing wholeheartedly on developing the city of freedom. It was not until 2 or 3 years later that they had the energy to reclaim them, yet by then more than 70% of their resources had been lost. Now Dongdu appeared no different from before, still the empire's second largest metropolis after the imperial capital, thriving and bustling with countless people pouring in daily to struggle for a future. Yet only the garrison military in Dongdu could faintly sense the murderous aura seeping through the city's undercurrents. What grand move was the Shen family plotting? As the foremost aristocratic clan of the empire, every action the Shen family took tugged at the hearts of innumerable other houses. Shen Fei's maneuvers could not escape the eyes of those veteran politicians with razor-sharp instincts for the political arena. Yet Shen Fei did not care. After all, once Doomsday descended, none of those politicians still active on the political stage would be able to stand as his equal. The massive infrastructure plan in Dongdu that had recently shaken the empire was proposed under Shen Fei's leadership. Anyone who dug deeper would be shocked to discover that the chief director and all core staff of the project bore the surname Shen. The infrastructure plan was merely a smokescreen. Its true purpose was to funnel the empire's remaining resources into Dongdu to build more military factories, civilian textile mills, and various machinery plants, and to further reinforce several layers of defenses around the future council hall of their city of freedom. Shen Chen's arrival in Jiangqing now was likewise a part of the Shen family's grand plan. Father, I have arrived in Jiangqing. Shen Chen connected to a call from Shen Fei. He Chainer, I already called Su Mingxua a week ago. I believe he will come to pick you up very soon. Shen Chen smiled faintly as well. With the conditions we have offered, the Su family will never refuse. Hearing Shen Chen's confident and composed tone, Shen Fei felt even more satisfied. Chainer, the wisdom and ability you have displayed over these 2 years have left countless people in the clan in awe. I fear your prestige within the family is about to surpass that of this old man. Father, it seems the family has already made all the necessary preparations. Shen Chen's mood relaxed. Chainer, everything is in order on our side. Once you complete your mission and return, we must be ready to face the new era. Rest assured, Father. In this era, our Shen family will stand ahead of every other clan. Listening to Shen Chen's calm, yet confident words, Shen Fei smiled knowingly, his voice gentle. Indeed. Since this great era cannot be changed, then we can only. His voice paused faintly, carrying a chill that made one's heart tremble. Ride its tide upward. After exchanging a few more courtesies with his father, Shen Chen hung up. This trip to Jiangqing was one of the plans formulated within the Shen family under Shen Chen's leadership. Its purpose was to form an alliance with Jiangqing's local tyrant, Governor Su Mingxua of Jiangqing. In his previous life, the City of Freedom had suffered from several issues during its early development. The City of Freedom was far too arrogant, though immensely powerful, it had no allies. Had it not been under the control of the Shen family, developing rapidly with overwhelming strength, such a solitary power would long ago have been coveted and devoured by others. Not to mention the Southwestern United Council that had given the Shen family so many headaches in their previous life. In this life, he would shatter them all. In the previous life, the Su family had also been extremely formidable during the early apocalypse. Su Mingxua was a man of ruthless ambition. He decisively gathered the army and purged most of the monsters and zombies within Jiangqing. He seized control of the majority of Jiangqing's territory and swiftly established rules suited to the apocalypse, encouraging civilians to slay monsters in exchange for supplies. Though crude compared with the City of Freedom, in contrast to those useless forces that could not even establish shelters, the Su family was still one of the most renowned powers in the early days of Doomsday. What tempted Shen Chen even more were certain rumors that had circulated in the southeastern region at the dawn of Doomsday. The reason the Su family developed so rapidly was that Su Mingxua had seized control of a wondrous divine tree capable of continuously producing the noblest and most exalted group among humanity in the apocalypse, the awakened. Although it could not guarantee a 100% success rate of awakening, the Su family had nonetheless soared in power, annexing many factions. Though inferior to the Free City, they were still a preeminent force in the southeastern region. Regrettably, 2 years after the apocalypse erupted, the strange divine tree of Su Mingxua seemed to have awakened its consciousness. It turned out to be a demon tree. Such was its power that even the most seasoned awakeners could not withstand a single blow from it. Moreover, that demon tree had been placed by Su Mingxua at the heart of their Su clan's headquarters, the core of their territory. That battle directly shattered the Su family's foundation. The base that Su Mingxua had painstakingly built was reduced to rubble. The troops and awakeners under his command suffered heavy casualties. Yet this was not the end, for in the apocalypse, the most terrifying were never those fiends. The Su family, possessing the richest resources and lands in the southeastern region, now suffered severe losses and saw its strength drastically diminished. The surrounding major forces then pounced to take a bite. From then on, the Su family utterly declined, never again flaunting the domineering presence they had at the dawn of the apocalypse. Truly lamentable. And Shen Chen's selection of the Su family was by no means arbitrary. Firstly, Su Mingxua was a figure of considerable resourcefulness, not a spineless waste beyond help. Secondly, Jiangqing, situated in the southeast, held an advantageous terrain, easy to defend and hard to attack. Moreover, it was not far from the eastern capital. Subduing the Su family would provide a gatekeeping force in the southeastern region, serving as a buffer zone. Should any blind faction or horde of fiends or zombies attempt to assault the Free City from the southeast, they would have to pass through the gateway of Jiangqing. The Shen family would then have more time to repel the threat from the southeastern region. As for the third reason, if Shen Chen remembered correctly, Su Mingxua had a daughter named Su Mengning, who was the close friend of a woman named Huang Yuehan. And Huang Yuehan, her father, was named Huang Shao. In the current empire, this name barely carried some reputation, far from catching the notice of the elders of the Imperial Cardinal Bureau. Yet in the coming apocalypse, this name would echo throughout the empire. Huang Shao was the de facto ruler of Qingdu, a super-large faction renowned in the southwest region and the initiator of the Southwest United Council, a being at the very apex of the apocalyptic human pyramid. All these factors brought Shen Chen to Jiangqing. In his past life, Su Mingxua declined because of that demon tree. In this life our Shen family will lend him a hand and eliminate the demon tree in advance. With this thought Shen Chen gazed into the distant pitch-black night. He recalled that in his past life at this very same time, he had come to Jiangshang on his father's orders to strike a political alliance with Su Mingxua. Back then their sights were still confined to the small political arena. But in this life, what they conspired was a secret plan that could affect the entire human world. Shen Chen looked eastward where dim yellow lights marked the direction of the Jiangqing governor's mansion. Young master. At that moment Lan Shi embraced him from behind. The moonlight streaming through the glass window fell upon Lan Zi's face, casting a layer of dreamy radiance over her stunningly divine features. Under the moonlight, every strand of her hair seemed to shimmer with a silvery glow utterly captivating. It's late, young master. Shen Chen turned around and caressed her face, gazing at her visage. A face that could make any man in the world utterly enthralled. Such beauty was rarely seen in the world. In her past life, she had been his personal maid serving him with utmost devotion. In the apocalypse possessing such a world-stunning appearance was extremely unfortunate. Yet she was fortunate because she belonged to the Shen family and enjoyed Shen Chen's favor. The Jiangqing governor's mansion. The Su family residence. In a courtyard a young girl woke up abruptly on a purple golden bed. Her face was as pure as an angel's, she wore a pure white dress, her eyes like stars, and moons, her skin as white as snow. In Jiangqing no man would be unfamiliar with her. Su Mengning, the youngest daughter of Su Mingxua, governor of Jiangqing, known as the Pearl of the southeastern region. Kind-hearted, she possessed a breathtaking appearance. The young nobles of Jiangqing, not one of them did not try to court her hoping to win her favor. Not only because her pure beauty could drive men to obsession, but also because of her background, the Su family of Jiangqing. It was one of the largest noble clans in the southeastern region, barely ranking among the top tier, even within the entire empire. Her father Su Mingxua was also the governor of Jiangqing, a major figure in imperial politics. In the Jiangqing area, he was a man who could command the very winds and clouds. Countless people sought to become the Su family's prestigious son-in-law, through Su Mengning thus ascending to the imperial nobility. Unfortunately, though they exhausted every means to win her affection over the years, Su Mengning had never found a person worthy of her heart. But at this moment Su Mengning's face was deathly pale. She hurriedly sat up from the bed. Her glazed-like pupils trembled with panic and terror. As she looked around she was plunged into profound confusion. After a long while she slowly leaned against the bed, eyes tightly shut, complexion pale, and a bitter smile of self-mockery crept onto the corner of her lips. No one knew how chaotic her mind was at that moment, as if her very soul could not help but tremble. Yet it was not a tremor of fear, rather an immense surprise and excitement completely overwhelmed her body and mind. Because, she finally confirmed, she was reborn. Reborn just before the apocalypse. This scene was too incredible, too absurd, yet it nearly made her weep with joy. Heaven had given her a chance to start over. Brought her back to this point in time, the very beginning of the endless regrets of her past life. Su Mengning's entire body trembled. 2 lines of clear tears streamed down her stunning face. Su Qingying. She suddenly whispered this name, her hands unconsciously clenching, letting her nails dig into her flesh, and her eyes revealed a rarely seen expression of resentment. If an outsider had been present, they would have been stunned speechless, for Su Mengning had always been the purest angel. In everyone's eyes she possessed a compassionate heart, an embodiment of dreaminess and innocence. How could she show such an expression toward her elder sister, the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Qing? Indeed, were it always a time of peace, Su Mengning would remain an innocent and kind girl. But 5 years of apocalypse sufficed to turn a person of pure goodness into one with a heart as dead as still water. Not to mention, in her past life, she had fallen into such misery precisely because of the betrayal of her own elder sister, Su Qingying. Su Mengning took a deep breath and suddenly glanced at the time. This point in time, all of a sudden she seemed to realize something. There was still time. He had not yet arrived at the Su residence. Even with the cold and detached state of mind she had developed in her past life, she was so overjoyed that she almost lost her voice. Because she thought of that opportunity, the greatest of her life, the one she had personally abandoned in her past life. Shen Chen. She murmured lowly, her gaze shattered, her voice trembling. In this life, I will never miss you again. Su Mengning leaned against the bedside as memories of her past life involuntarily surfaced in her mind. She was born into a powerful aristocratic family raised amidst boundless affection and adoration. She possessed a face of unparalleled purity, and everyone treated her like a precious gem, tending to her with exquisite care. Even her father could not bear to taint her innocent heart, forbidding her from engaging in politics. This left her with a flawless, artless nature devoid of any cunning. In the year she turned 18, the Su family received a visitor. The guest was of an astonishingly exalted status, the son of Shen Fei, Grand Elder of the Imperial Cardinal Bureau, the legitimate eldest son of the Shen clan, the foremost of the empire's noble houses, Shen Chen. Even the Su family, the overlords of Jiangxing, had to treat him with the utmost deference. Her father resigned from his busy post and personally led the family to welcome him, hosting a grand banquet in his honor. Shen Chen's arrival was said to be part of a secret political alliance with her father, one that would elevate him within the Imperial Cardinal Bureau and bring him into the true heart of imperial power. In her past life, she naturally understood none of these intricacies, only catching whispers at the very end her father had agreed to the alliance and would send her to the imperial capital alongside Shen Chen when he departed. On the surface, she was to attend the imperial capital university, but in truth, she would become one of Shen Chen's close associates, a means to monitor and restrain her father and the necessary price he paid for entering the alliance. Yet could it be said that Su Mingxua heartlessly threw his own daughter into the fire? Absolutely not. Though she would leave the Su family, her future prospects lay in joining the Shen family, becoming a companion to the empire's crown prince Shen Chen. For Su Mengning, it was a meteoric rise. For the Su family, it was climbing to a lofty branch. Countless noble maidens across the empire dreamed of winning Shen Chen's favor and entering the Shen household. Yet it was nothing more than an unattainable delusion. Unfortunately, in her past life, Su Mengning understood none of this. She was pitifully naive. Upon learning that she would soon leave the Su family and follow a stranger to the imperial capital, she was filled with nothing but dread and fear. It was at this moment that her elder sister personally arrived and secretly devised a plan for her to persuade their father to replace Su Mengning with Su Qingying as the one to be sent to Shen Chen. Initially, their father refused, but he eventually yielded under the tearful entreaties of both sisters repeated time and again. In the end, Su Mingxua looked at Su Mengning's side and could only comply. As for Shen Chen, he never cared whether it was the eldest or second daughter of the Su family he took back. He simply needed a daughter of the Su family to bring to the imperial capital, nothing more. In her past life, Su Mengning trusted her sister implicitly and was deeply moved by her sister's self-sacrificing gesture. Little did she know that Su Qingying, upon learning the plan had succeeded, nearly leaped for joy in her room, barely stifling her screams. This very change marked the beginning of Su Mengning's endless regret in her previous life. No one had ever imagined that one day Doomsday would arrive. A true apocalypse instantly shattering the vast empire. The land was reduced to a burning hell, countless people struggling to survive amidst the catastrophe. It was too tragic, too bleak. The mere recollection of the post-apocalyptic scene made her heart chill and her pupils tremble uncontrollably. Her father swiftly established a Doomsday base, transforming Jiangxing into a fortress against the onslaught of zombies and monsters. Yet even so, countless people died every day. Outside Jiangxing, a vast famished tide of humanity set up crude tents, desperately hoping. They yearned for Jiangxing to distribute supplies and allow them inside for shelter. But how could that be? Even the countless armed guards within the city could barely feed themselves. There was no food to give these refugees. Allowing them inside would surely spark an instant riot. Fortunately, her father's capable leadership stabilized the surrounding threats. Though her life had declined considerably, it was still tolerable. Yet what terrified her the most was the accident that shook the southeastern region 2 years into the apocalypse. An event that utterly destroyed the Su family claimed her father's life and left the Su clan reduced to the lowest rung. She finally understood the true desperation and hardship of ordinary people in the apocalypse. It was a living hell, a furnace of suffering. Fortunately, a few of her father's loyal followers stayed by her side, who otherwise, as a woman with a face so radiant it could eclipse the world, she would have endured a fate worse than death in the end times. Back then, the only hope that sustained her was her elder sister, Su Qingying. Unlike the Su family, the Shen household had transformed the eastern capital into a fortress from the very beginning of the apocalypse. The Free City. How dreamlike that name seemed in later days. How sublime. It was the hope of countless ordinary people, the last ember of humanity, the final sanctuary. The city of freedom. The light of humankind. It was said that their common folk need not fear daily humiliation, abuse, or slaughter. Rumors held that one could glimpse the former glory of the old empire within its walls. And Su Qingying, from the start of the apocalypse, had followed Shen Chen to the eastern capital. As the Free City swelled in power and influence, its residency permits were traded on the black market for an astronomical 50,000 crystal sources. Her sister Su Qingying's status had long diverged from hers. They were worlds apart. Shen Chen. He was one of the most powerful awakened beings of the apocalypse, the master of the Free City, and the most exalted pinnacle of humanity, a godlike figure. And her sister Su Qingying was the one who attended Shen Chen. Even as merely a handmaiden, her status far surpassed countless nobles and powerful clans. Within the Free City, no one dared to cross her. Numerous magnates dependent on the city curried favor with her. Because behind her stood Shen Chen, her master, the man who sat atop the summit of humanity. And that position, originally, should have been hers, Su Mengning's. What plunged her deeper into despair was that after enduring countless hardships to finally contact Su Qingying, she had hoped only for a place to call home. But Su Qingying, her own blood sister, cast her directly into the slums. She would never forget the venomous, deranged look in Su Qingying's eyes. Gripping her chin, Su Qingying sneered, "Sister, I know you want to cling to Master Shen Chen." Su Qingying gazed at her face, her expression twisted with jealousy. "Though I have to admit you have the capital, that pure face of yours no man could resist. But do you think I'll let you succeed, you slut?" Only then did Su Mengning realize that from a very early age, Su Qingying had harbored a burning jealousy toward her. Envy for her flawless beauty, envy for their father's favor, envy for everyone revolving around her. Throughout their lives compared with Su Mengning, Su Qingying had won only once, and that time was handed to her by Su Mengning. Yet it cost her sister her life, her chance with Shen Chen, and everything. In the slums she disguised herself as a man, covering her face with dirt, and barely managed to protect herself. But her life was too miserable, too difficult. No words could describe that despair, a gray and cruel existence that only existed in the apocalypse. Bread, tense water resources. Disease, wasteland, acid rain. Zombies, monsters, bloodthirsty, awakened one's cruel compatriots. Everything crushed her. Within 2 years, she died of illness in an abandoned place. No one knew, no one cared. Snapping back to reality, Su Mengning cast aside the distracting thoughts in her heart and stood up. Every breath here was so peaceful and beautiful, moving her heart. Miss? A girl with a beautiful face knocked on the door. "The master requests your immediate presence at the council hall." "Coming," Su Mengning responded, calming her turbulent emotions. Then she walked out slowly. In this life, she still possessed that enviable countenance, a pure, angelic figure. But she was no longer the naive sweetheart of her past life. This time, she would firmly grasp Shen Chen, the man who would stand at the apex of humanity in the later ages. Jiang City Governor's Mansion. Council Hall. Still brightly lit in the middle of the night, over a dozen patrol guards stood watch at various points around the mansion. When Su Mengning arrived, Li Mi, the captain of the patrol team at the gate, bowed to her. "Second miss, the master, and the eldest miss are already waiting inside." Su Mengning nodded slightly, then stepped into the hall. "Ning, come sit quickly." Seated at the head was a middle-aged man with a square face whose demeanor was imposing without being angry, yet now his eyes were full of tenderness. Seeing her father again, Su Mengning's nose tingled. In her past life, no matter how cruel the apocalypse or how chaotic the outside world, as long as her father was there, she was well protected. Whether before the apocalypse or after, her father would never let her suffer the slightest grievance. "Rest assured, father. This life, I will never let such a tragedy happen again." Su Mengning put on an innocent smile, and then sat down on the right side. "Sister, guess why father called us here?" A seductive voice came faintly from beside her. "I heard that a big shot has come to our Jiang City." Su Mengning turned her head and saw a tall, slender woman. Exquisite features, light makeup, slightly wavy chestnut hair, and a hint of crimson in her eyes like a blood-colored jasmine. Her elder sister, Su Qingying. Both she and Su Qingying possessed top-tier beauty unrivaled in the southeastern region, yet their styles were completely different. Her appearance was pure and flawless, with a slightly youthful face that could evoke endless protective instincts in any man, thus, she had many suitors. As for Su Qingying, her looks were exquisitely stunning, and her personality was ruthless. Even if young men desired to conquer her in their hearts, they dared not show it at all. Su Qingying in this life. "You can't. I don't know." Su Mengning shook her head foolishly, completely, like an innocent girl. "All right, everyone is here, so I won't keep you in suspense." Su Mingshua sat upright at the head and spoke slowly. At the long table at this moment, besides Su Mingshua, Su Qingying, and Su Mengning, there were also powerful high-level members of the Su family. For instance, Su Mengning's uncle Su Changsha was deeply trusted by her father and served as the director of the Jiang City Tax Bureau. He was a top-level high official in Jiang City, fawned upon by countless local nobles. And Su Mengning's cousin, Su Xiao, a notorious playboy in Jiang City, spending his days only in eating, drinking, and having fun, cursed by countless resentful youths as a privileged second generation. However, after the apocalypse broke out in his past life, he became one of her father's most loyal right-hand men. "I believe you've all received some news. A noble from the imperial capital has come to our Jiang City." Su Mingshua returned to his usual seriousness and said calmly, "Which big shot is it this time?" Su Changsha paused and asked. Everyone also turned their gaze to Su Mingshua, curiosity showing in their eyes. After all, as a first-tier city of the empire, Jiang City almost periodically received imperial capital's big shots for inspection. Even 2 years ago, a powerful figure from the empire's military department visited Jiang City, and local nobles all came to curry favor, even trembling with fear. But even so, Su Mingshua had never looked as solemn as today, summoning them for a meeting in the middle of the night. "I wonder who it is this time." Yes, could it be a cardinal of the Cardinal Bureau? Speaking of the Cardinal Bureau, everyone's expressions changed slightly. After all, as a noble family, none of them were unfamiliar with this term. The center of the empire's power structure, any decree casually passed within would profoundly affect every aspect of the empire. It could make countless people ride the wave and soar to the sky, and also cause many to fall into the abyss. This was the Imperial Cardinal Bureau, a place that countless careerists dreamed of reaching, and also the ultimate endpoint of the empire's political path. Amid everyone's surprised and suspicious gazes, Su Mingxua slowly shook his head. Then he slowly uttered a single word. Shun. The moment they heard this name, the hall suddenly fell into dead silence. Su Changsha's pupils suddenly dilated and kept trembling. The others were also stunned, their mouths involuntarily wide open. Shun. This surname was practically known to every noble in the empire. The Shen family, an ancient dynasty that had existed before the empire's founding, standing forever at the apex of power since the empire era began. There was once a joke circulating on the dark web: if the Shen family gets into trouble, the empire will follow in turmoil. If the empire had not abolished the monarchy, the Shen family would have already taken the throne. And even now, rumors on the dark web claim that the decline of imperial power and the abolition of the monarchy hundreds of years ago were secretly orchestrated by the Shen family to push the royal bloodline into the abyss. Such a fearsome dynasty, even though their Jiang City Su family had cultivated for many years with considerable foundation and had ascended to a first-rate imperial family, still had to treat it with caution, not daring to overstep a single inch. At the moment when everyone held their breath, Su Mingxua continued. The one who has come this time is still the eldest legitimate son of the Shen family. Shen Chen. Before Su Mingxua finished speaking, a voice had already sounded, and it was none other than Su Qingying. Seeing the gazes cast towards her, she lowered her head and said no more. But deep in her eyes, a wild fervor and morbidly desirous light began to surge maniacally. Shen Chen. Shen Chen. At the same time, the Su family members sitting here were also stirred by stormy waves. The man hailed as the most perfect Prince Charming in the hearts of all women in the empire, possessing a radiant near-perfect appearance and the lineage of the empire's most ancient dynasty, the Shen family. He was the imperial crown prince whose political skill and ability stood out among all the aristocratic youths. He actually came to Jiang City, and he wanted to visit our Su family. Su Mingxua did not pay attention to Su Qingying's unusual behavior, but continued, Shen Chen has now arrived in Jiangqing and will visit our Su family within 2 days. Hearing Su Mingxua's words, everyone nodded stiffly. This news was far too sudden. At this moment, a single thought surged within them, causing their bodies and minds to tremble uncontrollably. If they could forge a connection with the Shen family, or even form an alliance, then the Su family would truly ascend to the heavens in a single step. At this thought, even Su Xiao, a prodigal youth who normally shunned political affairs, widened his pupils and felt an ecstasy within his heart. Cancel tomorrow's routine meeting and send invitations to families like the Lis and Wangs. Prepare a welcome banquet for Shen Chen of the Shen family. Su Mingxua's voice was calm, carrying an indisputable tone. Su Changsha nodded repeatedly by his side, sweat beading on his forehead. Although the routine meeting for tomorrow had been in preparation for 2 months, with numerous important reports on Jiangxing and financial plans to be presented, even many public officials had worked overtime for days and nights, nervously awaiting their appearance at this crucial meeting. Yet some things were simply a matter of Su Mingxua's word, like canceling the meeting to hold a banquet instead. He too saw no impropriety in this, for having reached their position, they could distinguish what was more important. Any movement concerning the Shen family was a matter of utmost urgency for the empire's elite. When Su Qingying first lost her composure and blurted out Shen Chen's name, Su Mengning subtly glanced at her. Su Qingying's obsession with Shen Chen had been laid bare quite clearly. How laughable that in her past life she had been too foolish to notice. But this time, sister, I will not make any more foolish mistakes. After Su Mingxua announced the adjournment, Su Qingying pulled Su Mengning aside. Mengning, it's Shen Chen. It's him, he's actually come to Jiangxing. Su Qingying did not hide her excitement and whispered to Su Mengning with a smile. Su Mengning carefully recalled her past lives' personality before feigning innocence. Shen Chen. I've heard that name somewhere. Who is he? Hearing Su Mengning's ignorant words, a flicker of disdain passed through Su Qingying's eyes, but she still smiled and tapped Su Mengning's head. You should pay more attention to the world outside. He's the eldest young master of the Shen family, the most noble young man in the empire. If you could win his favor, our entire Su family would bask in the glory. Though Su Qingying urged Su Mengning to cling to Shen Chen, she felt no worry in her heart, for she knew her sister's nature all too well. Her nature was pitifully naive, afraid of all things unknown. Even less would a stranger existing only in rumors stir the slightest fondness within her, no matter how extravagantly he was praised. Su Qingying continued to tease. Do you know how handsome Shen Chen is? The so-called young idols of the empire's entertainment circle are mere dust before him. Besides, he's a favored son of the Imperial Capital University, and at such a young age he already holds several billion-dollar companies. There is no more perfect man in the entire empire. A teasing smile curled on Su Qingying's stunning face. I think you and Shen Chen would make a perfect match, Mengning. How about giving it a try? As she gazed at Su Mengning's dreamlike countenance, a face that could drive the empire's men to madness, and recalling how countless men in Jiangxing had pursued her with near fanatical fervor over the years, a flicker of jealousy burned in Su Qingying's eyes. Yet thinking of Su Mengning's almost brainless nature, she felt a measure of relief. But the next moment Su Qingying's mind went blank. for she heard Su Mengning tilt her head as if pondering, and then say seems not bad. When Shen Chen opened his eyes from the bed, he did not see Lan Shi. Rising and lifting his gaze, he found the girl had already changed into a new purple-gold skirt, standing silently before the bed, awaiting his orders. Young master, your commands. Shen Chen looked at the dazzling sunlight streaming through the glass window and raised a hand to shield his eyes. The morning sun had already risen high in the east, and at this early hour Jiangcheng had come alive. Countless office workers rode the subway, stealing a moment's rest. Some white-collar executives drove their private cars to work, chatting and laughing along the way. Everything was so vibrant, filled with brightness and sunshine. Though behind the empire's glamorous facade, darkness and corruption still lurked. The extravagant lives of many nobles were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Yet under the cover of rapidly advancing productivity, the conflicts were not acute. Moreover, over the past century, led by the Shen family's ideology, the empire had bound surrounding small nations with oil and other resources, ceaselessly harvesting their cheap labor to supplement the empire's production. Thus, though the empire's class structure had nearly solidified with the Shen family and other noble clans controlling the vast majority of resources, the lives of ordinary people remained stable and improving. Countless ordinary people still harbored hopes since childhood, striving to enter the empire's top universities and secure high-paying jobs in the empire's top 100 companies. Shen Chen gazed out the window, lost in thought. The last time he came to Jiangxing seemed to be 12 years ago. A serious derailment had occurred on the high-speed rail from Jiangxing to the imperial capital, causing nearly 100 casualties. He happened to be disembarking at a nearby airport with several Shen family elders and witnessed the tragic scene firsthand. The 80-year-old boy, seemingly touched, took candies and snacks from the plane and distributed them one by one to the injured awaiting rescue. This was an unrehearsed incident, yet the Shen family elders behind him seized the opportunity. Countless media outlets rushed over, capturing this most touching scene, which stirred the entire empire and earned the young Shen Chen immense political prestige. To this day, the photograph hangs high on the empire's honor wall. The image's main subject was a calm, handsome boy shot from a low angle that made him appear like a savior deity. The injured were relegated to the corner of the frame, only half a face visible, utterly unmemorable and easily forgotten. Like the accident itself, the empire's attention and sympathy were all for the compassionate noble scion, while the victims quietly licked their wounds in the forgotten corners of the empire. It's already so late. Shen Chen murmured, ignoring the girl before him, whose ears had quietly reddened. Greet Su Mingxua for me. We'll head over soon. Hearing Shen Chen's words, Lan Shi immediately nodded, not asking why they were in such a hurry. Before long, the two had left the most luxurious suite. As they left the hotel, the general manager of Crystal Knight, a rotund businessman, greeted Shen Chen with a fawning smile, oblivious to the shocked stares of the crowd behind him. After all, as the general manager of Crystal Knight, he was a prominent figure in Jiangcheng's business circles, with interests intertwined with many of the city's elite. He was a man of considerable standing, yet he showed such obsequious deference to that young man. It was truly astonishing. Many people turned to look at the departing black car without license plates, speculating once again which young noble of Jiangxing it might be. After Shen Chen and his party had departed, the general manager finally dropped his forced smile and reverted to his usual cold and stern demeanor. Yet even now his heart continued to pound wildly. Or rather, ever since receiving a phone call the previous night, the taut string in his mind had never slackened. That phone call came directly from the Jiangxing governor's mansion. His name was Lu Li. The Lu family behind him had been doing business in Jiangxing for generations. Every merchant who primarily operated in Jiangxing's commercial circles had no choice but to act according to the governor's mansion's whims. For one, the annual business plans issued by the Jiangxing governor's mansion constantly influenced the capital interests of people like them. The reason he steadfastly possessed a top-tier international hotel, even by the empire's standards, Crystal Knight Hotel, was because his family had curried favor with a high-ranking official from the Su family within the Jiangxing governor's mansion, presenting him with costly gifts every year as tribute. Although that Su official remained lukewarm, the few trivial favors and scraps of information he leaked were enough to allow them to reap immense profits. After all, the Su family, they were a renowned noble house throughout the empire. Yet what had set this general manager's heart racing and his cold sweat pouring was not the Su family. It was the young man who had stayed at their hotel the previous night. In his eyes, the Jiangxing Su family was already a behemoth, yet compared to the identity of that young man, it was the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. That was the Shun family of the imperial capital, the most powerful aristocratic clan in the imperial capital circle, the political and economic heart of the empire. He had never imagined that one day he would encounter a member of the Shun family of the imperial capital in such a manner. Upon first hearing this news, a profound sense of unreality and absurdity swept through every cell of his body, causing his blood to involuntarily quicken. General Manager Lu, who exactly is that young man? A fawning voice snapped. General Manager Lu leaped back to reality. He scanned the scene and found that the entrance of Crystal Knight Hotel was already thronged with a dense crowd. A middle-aged man in a suit had inconspicuously approached his side and naturally offered him an expensive cigarette. Countless other onlookers held up their phones, snapping pictures of the dark black sedan that had just departed. Damn, what brand is that car? I've never seen it before. Am I just ignorant? That car looks so cool. I wonder how long I'd have to save on my $3,000 salary to afford that car. Hey, didn't any of you notice? That car didn't have a license plate. Yeah, I thought I was mistaken. Should we report it? I heard there's a 300 reward, right? Lu Li waved his hand and coldly rejected the middle-aged man's gesture of goodwill. The man, however, was not offended and continued smiling at Manager Lu. Seems like a young man. Is it Su Xiao, the eldest son of the Su family? As he said this, though the middle-aged man was testing the waters, he was already convinced in his heart. After all, in Jiangxing territory, if there was any young man who could make business tycoons like them treat him with such caution, it could only be the nephew of Jiangxing Governor Su Mingxia. Only then did Manager Lu look at him, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. Seeing this, the middle-aged man in the suit also grinned mysteriously. But what he failed to notice was the flicker of contempt in Lu Li's eyes. Indeed, these people had such limited vision. After much deliberation, they could only think of that prodigal son of the Su family. If they were to learn that young man came from the Shen family of the imperial capital, their very livers and gallbladders would probably shatter from fright. The surrounding crowd did not disperse, instead their discussions grew more fervent. The shallow, self-important remarks of these ignorant commoners only made Lu Li sneer inwardly. Even though among the crowd there were no shortage of high-level intellectual students from the top-tier, Jiangxing University, or corporate executives, they could only spend their entire lives struggling to crawl within the rules set by top aristocratic clans like the Shen family. Today perhaps was the closest they would ever come to that young master. Hey, why was the picture I posted online deleted? Damn, mine too. The photo I shared in the group is gone. What did you take? I took a picture of that cool black sedan and now my group chat got banned. That's nothing. My mom's account got banned. Young master, I've contacted Su Mingxia. He has expressed a warm welcome for your arrival. On the elongated black sedan, Shen Chen closed his eyes, slightly listening to Lan Zai's report. Do you think Governor Su will accept our terms? Shen Chen asked with a light laugh. Hearing this, Lan she sneered without hesitation. Boarding the Shen family's warship is a blessing that Su Mingxia has cultivated for several lifetimes. If he fails to seize it, he's wasted all his years as Jiangxing governor. In his words, Lan she had already characterized Su Mingxia as reaching above his station. And indeed it was so. On the Shen family strategic plan, a draft was slowly taking shape titled Preliminary Proposal of the Free Parliament Alliance Strategic Resolution. Although it was merely a draft, it would undoubtedly overturn the entire empire situation in the near future, even influencing the global order. The first families qualified to be invited by the Shen family into the Free Parliament Alliance were all the most ancient and top-tier clans in the imperial capital circle, and they had maintained good relations with the Shen family for centuries. Yet, even those ancient aristocratic clans, which were nearly on par with the Shen family, were struck with terror upon secretly receiving the intelligence conveyed by the Shen family, their livers and gallbladders quivering, their hearts spasming. They wished desperately that this was a nightmare from which they could immediately awaken. Doomsday. What a distant and illusory term. Even if the Empire were simultaneously at war with several other superpowers on Blue Star, they could remain aloft and carefree without the slightest worry that their rule would be overturned. Yet overnight they were informed. In the not-so-distant, even imminent future, the entire Blue Star would plunge into the abyss. Doomsday would descend, monsters would surge forth, all order of the world would be upended, and the power structure of Blue Star would be reshuffled. They fervently hoped it was a data error, a mistake by the research institutions. Yet after countless experimental comparisons and precise measurements, every result unequivocally pointed to a conclusion that could not be more correct. Faced with such a terrifying apocalypse, even the deeply entrenched and ancient families fell into panic. For as the uppermost echelon of human society's power structure, they understood all too well, this event would irrevocably alter the course of human history. Its significance was as monumental and irreplaceable as the first fish stepping onto land 350 million years ago. No one knew where humanity's fate would lead, whether it would end in extinction or evolve into a higher form of life. In such a state of utter helplessness, the Shen family naturally became their anchor. After all, the Shen family had been the paramount leader among all noble houses since the empire's inception. Centuries ago, the imperial family, unable to tolerate the monopolization of every aspect of the empire by these powerful houses, had arrogantly attempted to seize their core interests. They even presumed to uproot a terrifying clan like the Shen family at a certain cost, hoping to wipe out all noble houses and through destruction rebuild the empire anew. And the result was, the empire was indeed reborn. Only the imperial family was swept lightly into the dustbin of history by the Shen family. The empire was replaced by a parliamentary system, which continues to this day. The former imperial nobles also transformed into the current conglomerates and oligarchs, living even more dignified lives. So how could anyone not love such a big brother as the Shen family? Even if the sky fell, the tallest Shen family would bear the burden. Thus, without any hesitation or refusal upon receiving invitations from the Shen family's free parliament, they all chose to join. They even felt fortunate in their hearts, grateful to have obtained a ticket and boarded the Shen family's ship. This was the trust bestowed upon the world's foremost clan. Even these families at the pinnacle of the empire's power pyramid had to weep with gratitude for the Shen family's tickets. For a small Jiangxing governor from the Su family, which had only risen to prominence in recent decades, receiving a personally delivered invitation from the Shen family was an unimaginable stroke of luck. That was why Lan Shi dared to assert that Su Mingxua had no reason whatsoever to refuse the Shen family, provided he still possessed normal human intelligence. Shen Chen turned his gaze out the window, offering no response to Lan Shi. He had asked merely out of idle curiosity. The cityscape of Jiangxing filled his view, and no one noticed the darkness flickering deep in his eyes. He was pondering a question. In his previous life, countless people had speculated about the origin of Su Mingshuo's divine tree, but found no answer. Yet he had learned from the intelligence bureau in the Free City that the tree's appearance was inextricably linked to Su Mingshuo's youngest daughter, Su Mengning. Su Mengning, a Jiangxing girl who, aside from her monstrous beauty, was ordinary in every other aspect. Why would she possess such a divine object? The youngest daughter of the Su family. What connection does she truly have with that divine tree? I have brought you a precious gift. Jiangxing, the governor's mansion. As the center of power for this first-tier city, the governor's mansion was located in the central-eastern part of Jiangxing. Unlike the bustling commercial streets lined with skyscrapers, it was surrounded by several serene parks, a top-tier hospital renowned throughout the empire, an elegant theater, and a small, well-equipped armed police post. During the city's planning years, Su Mingxua had personally overseen the relocation of nearby factories, planting precious flowers and trees, and rearing rare birds, beasts, and fish. The surrounding land prices had soared to astonishing levels due to the governor's mansion's presence, yet no businessman had ever dared to speculate on this land. And today, any keen observer would notice, from dawn onward, luxurious, yet understated long cars had been driving toward the governor's mansion. If the observer were knowledgeable, they would gasp in shock, for every single car heading to the mansion was of extraordinary provenance. The Li family of Jiangxing, the Wang family of Jiangxing, the Yu family of Jiangxing, all were illustrious major families within the city noble clans, almost on par with the Su family. Though these clan members were also rushing to the governor's mansion, their hearts were filled with confusion. After all, today was the scheduled day for the Jiangxing regular council meeting. Although to them this so-called regular council meeting, highly valued by countless citizens of Jiangxing, was nothing more than a routine affair, Su Mingshuo's personality would not cancel such a meeting without a sufficiently urgent reason. Yet the news they received was to attend a welcome banquet. The moment they got the news, their first thought was another big shot from the capital circle had come down for an inspection. Anything involving the capital could not be taken lightly. Thus they arrived at the Jiangxing governor's mansion early in their vehicles. For this gathering of high society, the banquet was set in a rear courtyard of the mansion, impeccable in every design aspect. The air was fresh, filled with rare greenery. The surrounding architecture was antique and elegant, evoking the style of an ancient courtyard. Restrained, low-key, yet luxurious. Inside the courtyard, long tables and chairs were set up, laden with wines and snacks prepared by the Su family for guests to enjoy at will. From the cars continuously arriving outside, well-dressed, smiling middle-aged men emerged. Every one of them was a figure fawningly fawned upon by countless people in Jiangxing, either the director of some supervisory bureau or the chairman of some committee. They strode into the courtyard with steady steps, confidently and generously greeting familiar colleagues with raised hands. Director Wang, you're here too. I was stuck in traffic, so I'm a bit late. Thank you for your help last time. No need, no need. You helped me with a small favor last year too. Hey, Section Chiefly. Congratulations, congratulations. I heard you got another promotion. Oh, it's all thanks to others' recommendations, so I don't deserve it. The vast territory of Jiangxing kept many high-ranking officials busy with political affairs, leaving them little opportunity for exchange. Hence, this kind of banquet became a perfect venue for their interactions, and none of them had the mind to enjoy the delicacies. The arriving officials quickly gathered in small groups, chatting about daily anecdotes, occasionally weaving subtle mention of interests understood only by the initiated. The elite from both political and business circles conversed harmoniously, their smiles amiable and infectious. Acquaintances within the same interest circle privately discussed recent developments, while those less familiar but eager to connect probed each other's political leanings and business trends. Even nobles who had secretly clashed in recent days, each harboring unspoken enmity, nodded politely, performing all the necessary social courtesies. Accompanying the high-ranking officials and socialites were their families. The young ladies and gentlemen of aristocratic clans formed their own circle of vanity, seated in their exclusive zones, either savoring delicacies or casting casual, appraising glances at their peers. They all understood. Within this region of Jiangxing, at least, the only youths qualified to stand on equal footing with them were those present. Acquaintances clustered together, chattering about the latest buzz and scandals in Jiangxing and the empire. Unlike their parents, the younger generation's topics were far more thrilling and provocative. The young ladies discussed cosmetics, luxury, fashion, and romantic gossip, while the young men reveled in talk of racing, horseback riding, and beautiful women. Occasionally, a bold one would leave his zone to politely request contact information from a young lattice domain. Out of decorum, such young men rarely left empty-handed. Yet the lattice's subsequent warmth would depend on his looks, his father's rank, his family's influence, and his character and competence. Before long, the mansion's grand doors slowly swung open, and a middle-aged man with a square face emerged. His countenance was calm, yet imposing, exuding an innate aura of authority. He was none other than the governor of Jiangqing, the pivotal figure behind the Su clan's rise in recent decades, Su Mingxua. The moment they saw his face, every high-ranking official present bowed slightly in deference. Your Excellency, the top leader of Jiangqing, a formidable figure with an iron will. Under his tenure, the city's economy had surged, making it the premier metropolis of the southeastern region. These Jiangqing elites had feasted richly under his shadow, naturally holding him in high regard. Su Mingxua waved his hand in acknowledgement, but his face remained serene and stern. On his left stood Su Changsha, director of the Jiangcheng Tax Bureau, whose stature was even more towering and robust. On his right was his eldest son, Su Xiao, a notorious playboy of Jiangqing. Su Mingxua had only 2 daughters, so Su Xiao had been groomed as the clan's heir, fostering his arrogant and domineering ways. No one, not even his own father, could rein him in except Su Mingxua himself. The moment Su Mingxua appeared, every aristocratic youth present instinctively turned their gaze behind him, their eyes glazed with morbid obsession. Indeed, half the reason they had come was for the figure they hoped to see. Some prodigal youths had been carousing in the empire's western reaches just 2 days prior, only to rush back on private jets upon hearing the news. All for a single glimpse of her, Su Mengning, the most radiant jewel of Jiangqing. That girl with an angelic visage. Behind Su Mingxua, Su Mengning stood shoulder to shoulder with Su Qingying. Su Mengning was clad in a white dress, her skin like creamy jade, as if she had gathered all the purity and beauty of the world. Su Qingying, in contrast, wore a black gown, every curve of her figure and feature radiating a fatal allure. Standing together, they were both peerless beauties, yet utterly different in style, leaving the young men present utterly spellbound. Yet most gazes lingered on Su Mengning, occasionally sweeping over Su Qingying. The fleeting infatuation in their eyes gave way to veiled fear. Su Qingying caught this fear and sneered inwardly. A pack of useless, shallow fools. Even standing within 3 feet of her sullied her sight. Only that one man was worth her all-out pursuit. With Su Mingxuo's entrance, the atmosphere reached its peak. Many officials, regardless of rank, approached him to make an impression, showing their respect for Jiangqing's top leader. Meanwhile, as Su Xiao stepped into the long table reserved for aristocratic youths, he was greeted by the flattery of his cronies. Brother Xiao, why didn't you come out last week? You don't know, the car models at that club were so fresh. Exactly, Brother Xiao. A few days ago we raced those guys from Chengdu. Without you to hold the fort, those brats were so cocky. Seeing Su Xiao, several youths in designer clothes dangling brand-name cigarettes immediately flocked around him, forming a protective circle. After all, in the aristocratic youth circle of Jiangqing, Su Xiao was their undisputed leader. Over the years, under his guidance, officials of all ranks had turned a blind eye to their antics. I was busy, Su Xiao replied casually. Su Xiao naturally took the cigarettes offered by his underlings, placed one between his lips, and responded calmly. Hey, Brother Xiao, which big shot came down this time? Yeah, Brother Xiao, from the imperial capital, right? We're not wrong. At the mention of the imperial capital, even these usually arrogant youths lowered their voices. For though they were prodigal, they were not fools. They knew what to provoke and what to avoid. The imperial capital circle was the ultimate social tier beyond their reach. They might be untouchable in Jiangqing, commanding wind and rain, but faced with the imperial capital crowd, they had to tuck their tails and dare not act rashly. Su Xiao merely smiled faintly, saying nothing, as all eyes fixed on him, brimming with anticipation and curiosity. Su Xiao lowered his head and whispered so softly that only the few of them could hear, "Young Master Shen Chen." The words fell and silence suddenly enveloped them. The curious youth's pupils dilated violently, their trembling hands nearly dropping their cigarettes. Shen Chen, who hadn't heard that name? It was a thunderous legend they had grown up with. The son of Shen Fei, Grand Elder of the Empire's pivotal bureau. He was the Empire's most distinguished youth, destined to stand at the pinnacle of power. They couldn't fathom why that young man who commanded wind and rain in the imperial capital circles would deign to come to Jiangqing. Ignoring his underlings' frantic trembling, Su Xiao took a light sip of red wine. Though he himself had been equally stunned upon first hearing the news, he now maintained a composed, leaderly demeanor before his followers. Meanwhile, Su Mingxua had entered and was toasting with his colleagues. But no one dared to pry for information on his side. After all, if the governor of Jiangcheng didn't volunteer, how could they be so tactless as to ask? Su Mengning and Su Qingying had just entered when they were surrounded by familiar friends. Yet no matter how subtly they probed, Su Qingying deftly steered the conversation away, leaving the aristocratic ladies gnashing their teeth in frustration. Su Mengning maintained her usual dazed expression, watching the verbal sparring between Su Qingying and the others, a flicker of an unfathomable emotion passing through her eyes. After a while, amidst the harmonious conversation of the crowd, Su Mingxiu suddenly set down his wine glass and slowly rose. The gazes of the many high-ranking officials suddenly sharpened, involuntarily turning toward the door. For they knew the protagonist of this feast had finally arrived. At the same time, they all wished to know which great figure from the imperial capital could make Su Mingxiu wait like this, postponing the Jiangxing standing meeting and sending out invitations widely. Such a spectacle was rare, even in Jiangxing. As gazes converged, the courtyard gate was slowly pushed open, and a figure slowly walked in from outside. The moment they discerned the person's features, even these powerful officials and nobles accustomed to grand spectacles could not help their hearts pounding wildly, suppressing the shock within. The person walking in was not the imagined white-haired, imposing old master. On the contrary, he was a remarkably handsome and dazzling young man dressed in a deep black shirt with an elegant build. His brows seemed to carry a natural nobility, and the slight curve of his lips gave one a feeling of spring breeze. This appearance the powerful officials of Jiangxing, no, rather the entire empire's noble class, could not be unfamiliar. The eldest legitimate son of the Shen family, Shen Chen. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they would never have imagined it was him appearing here. This imperial crown prince had actually deigned to visit Jiangxing. Instinctively, they sensed a hint of unusual atmosphere. This was the instinct of a political creature. Su Mingxiu had already stepped forward, a cordial smile on his square face. Nephew Shen, you must have been weary from the journey. Thank you for your trouble. My father asked me to convey his regards to you, Your Excellency the Governor. Shen Chen shook hands with Su Mingxiu, slightly bowing with a casual smile. When Shen Fei was mentioned, not only did the officials present feel a shock in their hearts, but even Su Mingxiu's face turned solemn and reverent. Thank Elder Shen Fei for his concern. Then Su Mingxiu cordially patted Shen Chen on the shoulder. Ha, Nephew Shen, just call me Uncle Su. Uncle Su, Shen Chen called out with a faint smile, making Su Mingxiu's eyebrows stretch with delight. Everyone, let me introduce you all. This is the eldest son of Elder Shen Fei from the Cardinal Bureau. Su Mingxiu led Shen Chen to the center of the long table facing everyone's gaze and introduced him with great spirit. Although the name Shen Chen had attracted the attention of all noble classes of the empire since his birth from top to bottom, the status of Shen Chen, the eldest son of the Shen family, was far beyond what they could compare with. But at least on the surface, Shen Chen was just an ordinary citizen of the empire. Just as Shen Chen respectfully called Su Mingxiu Uncle Su, on the surface everyone knew it was merely superficial courtesy. Under the empire's rule, some things were understood by all, yet tacitly never revealed. So they could only, as if meeting Shen Chen for the first time, stand up one by one with beaming smiles to express their surprise and enthusiasm. More than 30 years ago, Su Mingxiu and Shen Chen's father Shen Fei were classmates, graduating in the same year from Imperial University, sharing a schoolmate bond. So today Shen Chen was nominally visiting Su Mingxiu in a private capacity. However, which of the powerful nobles present was not a sensitive old fox? For an empire-level figure like Shen Fei, every move would be magnified and deconstructed by them. To be honest, the moment they saw Shen Chen appear at the Jiangxing governor's mansion, they had already figured out how to align with the Su family in the coming years. After all, if the Su family truly latched onto the Shen family's coattails, their rise in the empire would be unstoppable. Haha, Nephew Shen, have a seat. Su Mingxiu led Shen Chen to sit down and immediately began to drink heartily, his face slightly flushed, looking utterly carefree. If the officials who had been disciplined by Su Mingxiu were to witness this scene, their eyes would likely pop out. How could they have imagined that the iron-blooded, cold-faced governor of Jiangxing could one day show this side? Su Mingxiu chatted about some interesting anecdotes of Jiangxing, causing everyone present to laugh heartily. Shen Chen also smiled in acknowledgement. Facing Shen Chen, these high-ranking officials who were usually aloof before their subordinates, all transformed into talkative and kind elders. All were eager to leave even the slightest impression on Shen Chen. This was not hard to understand. After all, decades later they might still be in their positions, but Shen Chen would surely take over his father's mantle and become one of the decision-makers of imperial power. Unfortunately, they did not know that in the near future, a terrible apocalypse would descend, cleansing the entire human world. At that time, all order and rules would be overturned. Humanity would tear through the protective veneer of civilization and enter a dark era of the survival of the fittest. It's Shen Chen. From the moment Shen Chen appeared, all the young ladies of the noble families involuntarily opened their mouths wide, their heartbeats uncontrollably accelerating. How could they not recognize Shen Chen? Even compared to those young men, their obsession with Shen Chen was undoubtedly the deepest. Since ancient times, the women of the empire had always possessed an ingrained gene of admiring the strong. And Shen Chen of the Shen family was the undisputed #1 among the empire's youth today, although each of them had a large number of suitors. The Shen Chen in the imperial capital, whom they had only seen in photos, was a perfect figure they could only admire from afar. He was the Prince Charming they had all fantasized about, the partner they secretly yearned for, but could not obtain. And now the eldest legitimate son of the Shen family, who had always existed only in rumors, had actually come to Jiangxing in person. The thought of being able to have close contact with him drove them nearly crazy with excitement. They even subconsciously checked their makeup, fantasizing about whether there was any chance, however slim, that Shen Chen might fancy them and take them to the imperial capital, the place they dreamed of reaching. Nephew Shen, this is my nephew. He gives me quite a bit of worry on ordinary days. Su Mingxua chuckled as he introduced to Shen Chen, pointing to a young man with a devilishly handsome face who now showed the most generous and amiable smile of his life. It was none other than Su Xiao. Just 10 breaths earlier, Su Mingxua had given a fleeting glance while pouring wine, and Su Xiao understood and walked to the front of the crowd. However, he is extremely familiar with Jiangxing. If nephew Shen wishes to experience the local customs of Jiangxing, this unworthy nephew of mine can take you around. As Su Mingxua finished speaking, Su Xiao quickly introduced himself. Master Shen, pleased to meet you for the first time. I am Su Xiao. This young master, who usually feared nothing, now bowed his head to appear, even showing a hint of servility. But no one present found it strange. All the high-ranking officials were racking their brains, pondering what deep meaning lay behind Shen Chen's sudden appearance and what changes it would bring to the empire. Had it been with the approval of his father Shen Fei? As for the young noble ladies who came along, they kept stealing glances at Shen Chen, their eyes full of curiosity and nervousness. Shen Chen also chuckled and nodded, acknowledging Su Xiao. Then 2 more figures slowly stepped forward. A dark glint passed through the depths of Shen Chen's eyes, for 2 young maidens so beautiful they seemed otherworldly had come before him. The maid of his past life, Su Qingying, and her younger sister. He had 3 purposes for this trip, 2 of which were inextricably linked to her. I wonder if you have obtained that extraordinary divine treasure by now. Su Mengning. These are my 2 daughters. Su Mingxua pointed at the 2 young girls standing beside Su Xiao and continued, Mengning Qingying. Hello, young master Shen. I'm Su Qingying. Almost as soon as Su Mingxua finished speaking, Su Qingying eagerly introduced herself, a flawless smile blooming on her breathtakingly beautiful face. Shen Chen nodded slightly, and then everyone's gaze converged on the other young girl. Unlike Su Qingying's aggressively captivating beauty, her temperament was purer, like the sweetest morning dew in the world, the bud of all beauty. Her skin was whiter than snow, her eyes like stars, and moon dressed in a silver-white skirt. Every inch of exposed skin seemed to radiate a glow. At this moment, when all eyes gathered on her, the entire courtyard fell silent for a moment. Su Mingxua frowned almost imperceptibly. Because he realized he had overlooked a problem. His daughter Su Mengning did not understand these social intricacies. From childhood to adulthood, she had never interacted with male peers. It was very likely that she might offend Shen Chen here. Seeing Su Mengning's moment of silence, Su Qingying almost burst out laughing. Her silly sister still thought this person was one of her previous simps. No matter how coldly she acted, they would still flock to her just to exchange a few words. Offend young master Shen Chen. Even her face couldn't save her. At the same time, many young ladies from noble families also glanced at Su Mengning, sneering inwardly. Indeed, they had heard that this young daughter of the Su family was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. She never interacted, spoke, or associated with male peers. If it were those young nobles from before, it would be one thing. They were just a bunch of playboys coveting her beauty and the Su family's power. But this one before them was the eldest young master of the Shun family from the imperial capital, someone whom all the nobles of Jiang City had to flatter, and even her father had to treat with utmost respect, afraid of displeasing him. If this Navitothi Pointifoolish second young lady of the Su family remained as cold and disdainful as before, wouldn't that make for a wonderful show? Never underestimate women's jealousy over beauty. Su Mengning had been pursued by countless outstanding men since childhood, and what followed was the infinite inferno of jealousy hidden in the hearts of countless noble young ladies. Why? Why was she born so beautiful, making countless men infatuated with her, crazy for her? So if they could witness Su Mengning making a foolish mistake here, they would be overjoyed. The moment her eyes met Shen Chen's, Su Mengning couldn't help but feel dazed. Those were eyes as deep as the dark night, yet they instantly reminded her of her dark past life. After parting from the Su family, she had only seen Shen Chen once. But it was unforgettable. It was after the apocalypse. After the Su family's foundation was destroyed, and they fell completely. She traveled with several Su family members to many places, eventually arriving at a dark city. If the City of Freedom was a continuation of the old imperial civilization, then these dark cities were the gathering of the apocalypse's darkness. They were perpetually filled with violence, bloodshed, trafficking, life on the edge, and sex trade. She thought she could hide here for a while, but unexpectedly, just a few days later, a fifth-tier, one-eyed demon monster horrifically attacked the city. Fifth tier. That was a number in the apocalypse enough to make people despair and fear. Its destructive level combat power tore apart the rumored mysterious and powerful Dark City Lord in just one encounter. Countless people cried out in despair, and curses, fears spreading continuously. Obviously, such a terrifying demon could only be dealt with by a few transcendent powers like the City of Freedom within the Empire. Su Mengning also closed her eyes silently and sorrowfully awaiting death. Monster attacks on cities were not uncommon in the apocalypse. Everyone who lived by relying on cities had foreseen this day. That was why countless people desperately tried to squeeze into transcendent powers like the City of Freedom. In that pure land, even the lowest and most humble slave did not have to worry about the crisis of monster invasions. After all, that place gathered the top awakeners from several human worlds. If a world-destroying demon capable of overturning the City of Freedom truly appeared, then apocalyptic humanity would probably be on the brink of extinction. However, after a few breaths, the expected death did not come. On the contrary, countless ecstatic screams resounded through the space, almost piercing Su Mengning's eardrums. Looking up, a divine figure shimmering with eternal holy pure white light stood on the clouds. In an instant, the dark world became as bright as day. She strained to see but still couldn't make it out clearly, only hearing the ecstatic shouts of countless apocalyptic humans as if their throats would split. It's the Eternal Divine Lord, Shen Chen of the City of Freedom. Eternal Divine Lord, Shen Chen. We're saved. Ahaha, we're saved. People from the City of Freedom are here. We don't have to die. Hurry, leave this place. While the Eternal Divine Lord is still here. Su Mengning finally saw his appearance clearly. It seemed no different from before the apocalypse. Still so handsome and refined, only now his temperament had become indifferent like a sculpture of an ancient mythological figure. That was Shen Chen, revered by apocalyptic humans as the Eternal Divine Lord, a top-tier awakener and the ruler of the City of Freedom. His aura was so powerful that even the fifth-tier demon trembled uncontrollably. In just a few breaths, the massive one-eyed demon fell from the sky and the dark-patterned crystal core appeared in Shen Chen's hand. Then he transformed into a divine light and streaked across the dark sky, departing. From beginning to end, he never once looked at the dark city below or the countless apocalyptic humans within. Yet the countless apocalyptic humans cheered, celebrating their narrow escape once again. So strong. It feels like the Eternal Divine Lord has broken through again. Why would Shen Chen appear here? A fifth-tier demon shouldn't require his personal intervention. Let's go, let's go. The big shots of the City of Freedom are not for us to speculate. The joy of surviving did not come. Instead, a deep sense of loss and confusion surged in Su Mengning's heart. She certainly knew the reason. Yes, she regretted it. At some point, she had already regretted it. In countless nights, she had felt infinite regret, regretting that she had not seized Shen Chen. But whenever she thought of this, she would sneer at herself. Su Mengning, you brought this upon yourself. The thoughts were but an instant, yet they brought a mist of tears to Su Mengning's eyes. At this moment, all eyes were on her. Her father Su Mingxua, her sister Su Qingying, Su family members, high officials, and celebrities, noble young ladies, aristocratic youths. And also right in front of her, the later Eternal Divine Lord, the most powerful ruler in the apocalypse, a man of supreme excellence, was looking at her with tender eyes. After a moment, Su Mengning raised her eyes, misty like glass water, and met Shen Chen's gaze again. Young Master Shen Chen, my name is Su Mengning. I am very glad to meet you here. The white dress girl before Shen Chen bloomed a beautiful smile that nearly bewitched the young men present. Hello, Miss Su. Shen Chen smiled slightly and greeted her. Yet a trace of doubt arose deep in his heart. This second miss of the Su family, her emotional fluctuations upon seeing me seemed rather unusual. Compared to her past life, she appeared somewhat changed. Seeing this, Su Mingxua also felt relieved and immediately spoke with a smile. Shen Xianji, you are of similar age to them. You can go out and have fun together then. Watching Su Mengning, who was usually aloof and indifferent, behave this way, the other noble ladies curled their lips in disdain. Rumors can't be fully trusted. This second Miss Su is just pretending to be innocent. After all, facing that one who would be foolish enough to miss the opportunity. Watching the interaction between Su Mengning and Shen Chen, Su Qingying suddenly felt a surge of stifling anger. But on the surface, she could only strain to maintain a smile. Her sister, who normally showed no kindness to men, kept casting sidelong glances at Shen Chen. Just thinking about it gave her a feeling of being cuckolded by her sister, even though she currently had absolutely no connection with Shen Chen. No, impossible. How could Su Mengning deserve him? Su Qingying clenched her teeth inwardly, her eyes flickering relentlessly. Almost defensively, she began to secretly observe Su Mengning. After introducing the younger generation of the Su family, everyone gathered together. The central seats naturally belonged to Shen Chen and Su Mingxua, who raised their glasses in casual conversation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, Su Mengning, guided by Su Mingxuo's interjections, struck up a conversation with Shen Chen. Particularly when discussing painting, they seemed to share common interests. Haha, Shen Xianji, my daughter has quite a talent for painting. She once studied under Master Qin of Yinxing for 3 months. Oh, Shen Chen pretended to be interested and looked at Su Mengning. I took elective courses in traditional Chinese painting at Imperial Capital University. I won't boast, but I do have some skill. To have received Master Qin's personal teachings, Miss Su must be extraordinarily accomplished. Su Mengning lowered her head, seeming a little shy at Shen Chen's praise, and said softly, "Young Master Shen, I specialize in ink wash painting. My skill is shallow. I merely imitate threetents of Teacher Qin's form and spirit. With Master Qin's expertise, mastering threetents is enough to be called a prodigy." Su Qingying watched the exchange from the side, biting her lip. She wanted to interject, but dared not act recklessly. She understood that Su Mingxua was deliberately fostering their acquaintance. After all, no matter what, that was Shen Chen's friendship. That old man. Always so biased. Every good thing is always first considered for Su Mingning. Ever since mother died in that accident, he has no longer needed to hide his favoritism. Su Qingying struggled to calm her emotions again. Looking at Su Mengning, who was completely different from her usual self, suspicion suddenly arose in her heart. Having grown up together, she was undoubtedly the one who knew Su Mengning best. Although she disliked her aloof demeanor, she had to admit that even if every girl in the empire admired Shen Chen for the power of the Shen family, Su Mengning would never be among them. Her previously cold attitude toward those suitors was not an act. Why, upon meeting Shen Chen for the first time, was she so friendly and even intimate? Could it be? Su Qingying suddenly thought of a possibility. Her sister had fallen in love with Shen Chen at first sight. Please excuse my joke. My worthless son, in preparation for our Jiangxing Lantern Festival a few days ago, specifically went to Yinqing to buy supplies, but was cheated by a dishonest merchant out of 2 million imperial coins. During the casual conversation, a middle-aged man chuckled and brought up the matter, causing everyone present to laugh. Although 2 million imperial coins might be a fortune that ordinary people could never earn in a lifetime, here it became a joking topic. The most astonishing thing was that no one felt there was anything inappropriate. Lantern Festival? Suddenly Shen Chen asked. Everyone was taken aback, never expecting Shen Chen to be interested in such a thing. Then Su Xiao beside him quickly explained, "Young Master Shen, you may not know, but the Lantern Festival is an annual event in Jiangxing deeply loved by many young people. On that day, countless people will release floating lanterns along the river carrying beautiful wishes." Su Mingxua glanced at Su Xiao and then said to Shen Chen, "The Lantern Festival will be in 2 days. If Shen Xianji is interested, you can go to the riverbank to see." As his words fell, everyone looked at Shen Chen expectantly. Shen Chen sank his gaze for 2 breaths, and then said with a smile, "It sounds quite nice." Seeing Shen Chen agree, Su Xiao was thrilled, and said cheerfully, "Haha, I dare not boast about anything else, but I am good at having fun. I'll lead young Master Shen there. It's always very lively over the years." Everyone understood that this was a golden opportunity to privately connect with Shen Chen and strengthen their friendship. Several steps away, the noble ladies who were ostensibly savoring delicacies, but secretly perking up their ears, heard the news. Their minds began plotting how to exchange a few words with Shen Chen during the Lantern Festival. Even the young ladies who usually looked down on the Lantern Festival considered asking their servants for detailed information when they returned. Su Mingxua took a sip of wine and narrowed his eyes slightly. He was somewhat surprised. Was Shen Chen of the Shen family truly interested in such recreational activities? Su Xiao and the other idle scions could be set aside. But Shen Chen since birth had been groomed as the heir of the Shen family. His vision and insight were far beyond ordinary people. His visit to the Su family this time must have a purpose, and Su Mingxua had already pondered many possibilities. The most likely possibility was that Shen Fei wanted to win over Su Mingxua and form a political alliance within the imperial government. Su Mingxua had been continuously weighing this kind of alliance. After all, once a decision was made, there would be no turning back, and it would determine the future rise or fall of the Su family. Su Mingxua had mentally prepared to play his cards openly with Shen Chen, but who would have thought Shen Chen didn't seem the least bit rushed. He seemed genuinely ready to tour Jiangxing. Compared to the prosperous imperial capital, Jiangxing was merely a slightly larger rustic backwater. What exactly was Shen Chen thinking? Even Su Mingxua couldn't figure it out now. But almost instinctively, he sensed a hint of unease, as if a storm was brewing. He wasn't the only one. Many sharp politicians in the empire could glean something from the Shen family's unusual moves in the past 2 years. And Shen Chen personally visited his Su family at this time. Even Su Mingxua couldn't wait any longer to know what the Shen family was preparing. All these thoughts passed in the blink of a sip of wine. Su Mingxua raised his head again with a beaming smile. But who would have thought? Upon lifting his eyes, he saw Shen Chen and Su Mengning leaning slightly toward each other, as if whispering something. From time to time, his daughter would let out a stifled laugh, the tips of her ears turning red. Shen Chen kept looking at Su Mengning, his gaze open and gentle. Both of them were extraordinarily striking in appearance, and as they talked, they seemed oblivious to everyone else, as if they were exceptionally compatible. There was even a hint of intimacy. Oh, what is this? What is happening? Although Su Mingxua longed for Shen Chen to be on good terms with his younger generation, he had not held much hope. After all, Shen Chen's status was far too noble. Even he had to tread carefully when dealing with him. But he never expected that his innocent and naive youngest daughter would actually have a pleasant conversation with Shen Chen. After a moment of thought, Su Mingxua nearly slapped his thigh in realization. Yes, Although Shen Chen was the heir of the Shen family, he was also young. Still a young and vigorous youth. And his daughter's appearance and temperament. It was no exaggeration to say that no other girl in the entire empire could rival her. Even Shen Chen, it seemed, was not immune to such charms. Yet the thought left him somewhat unsettled. Su Mingshuo was a politician, but he was also a father. Su Mengning's lifelong matter had been on his mind for years without a clear solution. Seeing this scene, he seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. But, Ning the Shen family. That is not a place where just anyone can thrive. Moreover, Su Mingshuo's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. How could Shen Fei's son truly be as gentle and refined as he appeared on the surface? Miss Su, have you ever been to the Lantern Festival before? Hearing Shen Chen's question, Su Mengning looked into his eyes and replied. Yes, young master Shen Chen, I have been a few times. As her words fell before Shen Chen could speak, a voice of surprise rang out. Mengning, you've been. Su Qingying looked puzzled and turned to Su Mengning. I remember you always stayed at home during every Lantern Festival. As Su Qingying's voice faded, everyone present tactfully fell silent. Su Xiao's face darkened, his brows twisted fiercely. Even Su Mingshuo's smile faded slightly, because anyone with eyes could see that this was undermining. Yes, and in the presence of an honored guest. Even many young ladies from noble families were almost dumbfounded. Had she been driven mad by jealousy, undermining her own family before Shen Chen? And indeed, Su Qingying was nearly losing her mind, especially after seeing Shen Chen and Su Mengning conversing so intimately. She had schemed and calculated, never expecting that Su Mengning, who usually disdained men, would fall for Shen Chen at first sight. And the top noble scion of the imperial capital, Shen Chen, happened to take a keen interest in her. At this rate, what room was left for Su Qingying? Overwhelmed by immense jealousy, she forgot her identity as a member of the Su family and only wanted Su Mengning to disgrace herself before Shen Chen. That's right, sister, never let me go out during the Lantern Festival. Su Mengning pouted and cast a guilty glance at Su Qingying. With her breathtakingly beautiful face, this expression nearly melted the hearts of all the young men present. But I always sneaked out. Su Mengning continued, flashing a proud smile like a blooming snow-white lotus. Oh, why wouldn't she let you go? Because every time such a festival occurs, once I appear, there will be quite a few. Rather fervent suitors who pester me. It gets troublesome. As Su Mengning spoke with a troubled tone, several young men present almost wanted to bury their heads in the ground. For they were precisely among those fervent suitors she mentioned. Calling them fervent was even giving them too much credit. To be accurate, they were like stubborn plasters, shamelessly clinging on, impossible to shake off. Hearing Su Mengning's explanation, Shen Chen simply chuckled. Given your looks, it's not surprising. For the first time, Shen Chen openly praised Su Mengning's beauty, shattering the hearts of all the young men and women present. The young nobleman felt a pang of anguish. Was the most radiant gem of their southeastern region about to be claimed by Shen Chen of the Shen family? Against Shen Chen, they harbored not the slightest desire to compete. As for the young ladies from noble families witnessing this, their hearts also sank halfway. Then, looking at Su Mengning's light and graceful figure like a white butterfly and her star-like countenance, the other half of their hearts sank as well. Even they had to admit that no man in the world could resist such a girl. All they could do was curse the heavens. Why were they not blessed with such a face? Jiangqing, Yinshao Mountain. Misty clouds wrapped around it, cool in summer and warm in winter. As a 4-level tourist attraction certified by the Imperial Cultural Tourism Committee, the foot of the mountain was always bustling with visitors. Countless shrewd merchants set up stalls here, creating a lively scene that lasted all year round. This month being the peak tourist season, the visitor flow at Yunshao Mountain reached its annual high, making the tourism bureau behind its operation grin from ear to ear. At the foot of the mountain, beside a vendor selling trinkets, suddenly a heart-wrenching scream erupted. Despite the constant shouts and clamor in the area, it still drew significant attention. Many passers-by stopped to watch, their eyes burning with gossip. A young man in his 20s, dressed in a branded shirt and wearing an expensive gold watch, was clutching his cheek. On his cheek was a bright red palm print, even oozing traces of blood, showing the force behind the slap. His eyes held a mix of 30% bewilderment and 30% fury, because he had never imagined that at this small foot of Yunshao Mountain, he, Li Hui, son of Li Qingshan, director of the Jiangxing Regulatory Bureau, had been slapped. Li Hui stared incredulously ahead, his chest heaving with rage. In front of him stood a young man with a clean-cut appearance, wearing a shabby Taoist robe, his expression smug. He looked at Li Hui with contempt, as if such wealthy, second-generation wastrels were beneath his notice. You. Li Hui covered his face with one hand and pointed at the young Taoist with the other, his voice trembling. You dare hit me? You deserve a beating. The young Taoist raised his voice and lifted his chin. In broad daylight, a prodigal rich brat like you dares to be so arrogant, snatching things from others. I, Chu Qingyang, despise nothing more than bullies who oppress weak women. The young Taoist named Chu Qingyang shouted with a burst of righteous indignation. Then he looked at the pretty girl standing dumbfounded by the shop. She wore a miniskirt revealing 2 fair long legs, carried a designer handbag, wore lipstick, and had done her nails. Chu Qingyang swallowed, quietly, forcibly shifting his gaze from the girl's thighs to her eyes adorned with contact lenses. Miss, rest assured, as long as Chu Qingyang is here, no vile scoundrel shall have his way. As his words fell, he stood tall with righteousness, expecting applause from the crowd. Instead, he heard murmurs of discussion. What crew is this? Filming a short drama. I don't see any cameras. A young Taoist coming down the mountain to show off and slap faces. The plot is a bit cliché. Is it cosplay? The costume is too shabby. Even the pretty girl in the miniskirt snapped out of her daze at that moment, staring at the young Taoist's inexplicable actions and words, her head spinning. What the hell, this Taoist is insane. It was no wonder she was so furious, for that Taoist priest had completely ruined her plans. She had come to the Yunshao mountain with her best friend for a trip, and coincidentally, all the chain stores in Jiangsheng were running a promotion. To celebrate the upcoming Jiangxing Lantern Festival, one could win exquisite non-sale lanterns, dolls, or figurines through ring-tossing lucky draws or raffles. Neither of them trusted their luck in the lottery, so they spent several hundred imperial coins in total, finally managing to ring the most exquisite and adorable doll. Before they could even rejoice, a man decked out in designer brands and exuding arrogance stepped out of a nearby car. He cast a commanding glance at them and barked, "That doll I wanted." Ridiculous. After all their hard work, how could they possibly hand it over? The words of refusal rose to her throat, but were quickly swallowed. Because they saw the chauffeur counting money, stacks and stacks of imperial coins. At that moment she could only think, he sure knows how to spot a good deal. Just as she was about to greet him with a smile, the unexpected happened. A shabby Taoist priest appeared out of nowhere, muttering about how the world had come to this, and struck out with a lightning-fast palm. He slapped the wealthy young master so hard that the man was left dizzy, the sight of it painful to behold. Not to mention that rich brat, she herself was stunned for a long, while vaguely catching the Taoist priest mumbling to himself. Coming to her senses, she saw Chu Qingyang in his tattered robe, completely lost in his own world. Fearing she had encountered a lunatic, she quickly grabbed her friend and made to leave. "Hey, miss." Chu Qingyang was about to accept the pretty girl's thanks, only to see her turn and flee without a word. Miss, don't go. No need to fear that bully. With me here, what have you to fear? Hey, at least leave your contact info before you go, miss, or how will I find you later? As Chu Qingyang spoke, he watched the girl disappear into the crowd, utterly dumbfounded. Were all the girls in town so lacking in manners? Pretty she may be, but utterly ungrateful. I helped her out of a tight spot, didn't I? Chu Qingyang muttered, feeling disheartened. Hey, you damned priest. Did you forget something? Watching the young Taoist act as if no one else existed, Li Hui nearly went mad with rage. He had never imagined that one day in a place like this he would be slapped in the face by some nobody. Even his father had never struck him like that. You damned priest, you're not leaving today. Li Hui roared, and three burly men in black suits immediately emerged from beside the car. Though they had failed to react when Li Hui was hit, they now put on fierce, menacing expressions. Facing such imposing men, most people would have turned pale with fear, but the young Taoist remained as calm and composed as ever. As if he were always adhering to the principle of being cool. I want to fight. You'll regret it. At the tense moment, a voice called out from afar, and the onlookers instinctively made way. Calm down, Master Li. What has angered you? An old man came trotting over with a fawning smile, a sheen of cold sweat on his forehead. Heaven knows how shocked he was when he heard that the eldest son of the Li family had been beaten on his turf. After all, involving the Li family of Jiangxing, if not handled properly, would mean the end of his position as the head of Yunshao Mountain. Old Li, you've come just in time. It's this beast. He slapped me for no reason. Li Hu's voice grew more agitated, finally turning vicious. He'll cripple him. The old man, surnamed Lu, chuckled soothingly, calming Li Hui down before turning his gaze to Chu Qingyang. On seeing his shabby Taoist robe, he narrowed his eyes slightly. But in an instant he turned back, his face full of smiles. Rest assured, Master Li'll deal with him properly. Then with a wave of his hand, several guards in uniform appeared beside him. Causing trouble. Take him to the guard station first. The guards rushed forward, but strangely, the young Taoist who had been so loud earlier offered no resistance this time. Li Hu's expression darkened. He wanted to teach the damned priest a lesson right then and there. But as the eldest son of the Li family, he had to consider public opinion. Many tourists had already pulled out their phones to record videos and take photos, some had even uploaded them online. If any negative publicity affected his family's business interests, that was unacceptable. So for now he could only watch as Chu Qingyang was taken away by procedure. But he sneered inwardly. Once inside the guard station, that damned priest would be at his mercy. He would make him pay. Otherwise, if his pack of friends found out, he'd be laughed at for ages. Just as Li Hui was lost in his vengeful fantasies, a phone suddenly rang. A single glance at the screen made him straighten up, ignoring even old Liu's flattery. He hurried into his car, shutting out the noise. Hello, father. Li Hui answered, his expression serious. If there was anyone this young master feared most, it was his father. The top high official of Jiangxing, director of the Jiangxing Supervisory Bureau, Li Qingshan. Where are you? A dignified, calm voice came through the phone. Li Hui dared not utter a single lie. I'm at Yunshao Mountain. Next week. No. He'll be back the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow. Li Hui swallowed hard, forcing a smile, and said, "All right, I'll prepare right away." And Li Qingshan's voice suddenly hardened, making Li Hui's heart skip a beat. 2 weeks ago did you go horseback riding with Su Xiao and the others again? Hearing this, Li Hui's heart turned cold, his limbs weak, but he dared not lie. "Father," he insisted on dragging me along. "I promise next time he asks me to race I won't go." Li Hui was a spoiled rich kid fond of pleasure, and as the eldest son of the Li family, he naturally kept company with Su Xiao, the ringleader of the idle rich. To be precise, they had known each other for years, from mountain climbing to horse racing, from diving to skydiving. They were sworn brothers through thick and thin. However, his father Li Qingshan was not as open-minded as Su Mingsha. Li Qingshan didn't object to him befriending Su Xiao, but he deeply resented their daily gatherings for fun and idleness. For this, he had been punished by his father more than once. "Really, father, you have to believe me. He'll come back and manage the business properly, and I won't wander around with Su Xiao all day. Honestly, I never really wanted to go mountain climbing or anything since I was a kid. It's just that Su Xiao keeps dragging me along, and I can't say no." "Enough." Li Qingshan coldly cut him off. Then his next words made Li Hui almost doubt his own ears. "In a couple of days there's a lantern festival in Jiangxing. Go with Su Xiao to the riverbank and have a good time." Jiangxing, the Yunshao mountain security substation. "You? Why have you come down the mountain?" An old man frowned deeply, looking at the young man sitting lazily on a chair in shabby Taoist robes, speaking slowly. What concern is it of yours whether I come down or not?" Chu Qingyang shot a sidelong glance at the old man, surnamed Lu, not giving him a friendly face. He seemed quite indignant at how the man had just been fawning obsequiously over a wealthy dandy. "Where is your master?" Facing the old man's question, Chu Qingyang made no response, merely rising indifferently. He swaggered away amidst the widening eyes of the security guards and the old man's barely suppressed fury. As he walked out of the substation, a lazy, nonchalant voice drifted in from outside. "The old master has ridden the crane to the west." Although the empire now embraced science, there were still many folk prodigies with genuine abilities hidden in the world, not to mention the Lu family. Even some aristocratic circles did their best to befriend rather than antagonize them. Decades ago, when the Lu family developed Yunshao, although the empire now embraced science, there were still many folk prodigies with genuine abilities hidden in the world, not to mention the Lu family. Even some aristocratic circles did their best to befriend rather than antagonize them. Decades ago, when the Lu family developed Yunshao Mountain, they had encountered that old immortal. Although the empire now embraced science, there were still many folk prodigies with genuine abilities hidden in the world, not to mention the Lu family. Even some aristocratic circles did their best to befriend rather than antagonize them. Decades ago, the old man pondered only for a moment before deciding not to meddle further. Having just come down the mountain and already provoked the eldest young master of the Li family, this person's recklessness was evident. Even if he had some skill, he was not worth befriending. Moreover, the empire now was vastly different from before. If centuries ago, when the imperial house still existed, those peculiar individuals were treated with some favor, today the empire was completely dominated by powerful aristocratic clans. Not to mention a petty Taoist priest. Even if that old immortal came down personally, even a dragon or tiger would have to bow. And still they try to rely on individual martial prowess to defy the law. "Sir, the times have changed. Chief Steward Lu, are you just letting that kid walk away like that?" A guard couldn't help speaking up. The old man shot him a glance, slowly walked over, and pulled out the security baton from his waist. With 2 sharp smacks, he struck the guard to the ground, his face swollen and bruised. "What do you mean, let him go?" "He forcefully broke free, attacked you all, and then fled." "Understood." Yes. The group nodded quickly. The old man left satisfied, already beginning to think. The surroundings of that Taoist temple deep in Yunshao Mountain were quite scenic. He wondered when he could tear down that dilapidated temple and turn it into a famous tourist check-in spot. Chu Qingyang walked halfway around the foot of the mountain, but saw no trace of that pretty girl from before. This made him deeply distressed. He had finally come down the mountain and found someone who stirred his heart. And she made me lose so thoroughly. Fortunately, there were plenty of pretty girls traveling here in summer. After wandering around, Chu Qingyang spotted no fewer than 5 heartthrobs. But unfortunately, every time he approached to chat, the pretty girls would hurry away after exchanging a few words. Chu Qingyang had exceptionally sharp hearing and could clearly hear what the girls whispered into their phones after walking away. Phrases like, "My people who understands this. How strange. So I forget it." Chu Qingyang sighed inwardly, then turned his gaze to the distance. Maybe he should follow his master's advice. Go to the Su family first. Chu Qingyang had been raised since childhood by Xuanzhen Taoist on Yunshao Mountain. Xuanzhen Taoist, his master, was the 229th generation successor of the Qinglian sect on Yunshao Mountain. He used to boast that during its heyday their temple was the foremost great sect of the empire, even with imperial family members once having studied there. But later the imperial house suddenly vanished for unknown reasons, and their temple declined until now only the master and his disciple remained. Oh no, now it should be just him alone. His chief master had also kicked the bucket one night a week ago, having lived for over 120 years. Before dying, he handed a jade pendant and a black wooden case to him. The former was the sect's token, and the latter was the treasure passed down through generations. His master gripped his hand tightly, and revealed many secrets that he had previously kept from him. For instance, the decline of the Qinglian sect and the imperial house was not due to natural historical changes. Rather, at their peak, they were swept away in a single night by an ancient and powerful family. The reason was merely a conflict of ideals. Furthermore, 20 years ago, his master had traveled down the mountain and once saved a man's wife. It seemed that man had now become a governor or some other great figure. So he told Chu Qingyang that after descending he should go to the Su family and rely on this jade pendant to seek a livelihood. He also specifically instructed him that soon the world would undergo a great upheaval. Heaven and earth would fall into chaos, calamities would come, and staying on Yunshao Mountain would lead only to death. Taking refuge with the Su family offered a glimmer of hope. He also said that he must stockpile grain and water in advance and remind the governor of Jiangxing to strengthen security and investigate suspicious people and things. He spoke in a confusing, muddled manner, and his voice carried such an accent that Chu Qingyang found it very hard to follow. When he finally wanted to ask more, his master had completely kicked the bucket. However, Chu Qingyang was somewhat dismissive inside. He simply thought his master had grown senile and was talking nonsense. After all, he had practiced with his master for many years and only learned some basic martial arts. The so-called abilities of flying through the sky and burrowing into the earth described in books simply didn't exist, so how could there be monsters or calamities, right? We need to be scientific. However, he had long wanted to come down the mountain. He hastily buried his master in a pit, observed mourning for the required days, and then eagerly ran down the mountain. He had to say, it was much more fun and lively down here. So many pretty girls, and plenty of delicious food and drinks. And this was just in the suburbs of Jiangxing. If he were in the city center, who knows how much fun it would be, right? The Su family head go to the Su family first. The governor of Jiangxing was a big shot after all. With his master's favor, he certainly wouldn't be treated poorly. Then he would have whatever he wanted. Chu Qingyang thought, so a sly smile spreading across his face as if he could already imagine himself living a life of luxury. Masterly, what's wrong? Are you leaving today? Li Hui was hurriedly packing his luggage, completely ignoring the hotel manager's question. Seeing the insolent manager still blocking the doorway, Li Hui bellowed, "Get out." Yes. Shoving the manager aside, Li Hui quickly took his servants into the car and left without a moment's pause. He was so fast that even the Li family's driver and security were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why their young master, who had been fine just a moment ago, was now rushing back to Jiangxing as if attending a funeral. Li Hui sat in the back seat, closing his eyes to rest, but his heart was still pounding wildly. Because he had received astonishing news from his father. Shen Chen, the legitimate eldest son of the Shun family in the imperial capital, had actually come to Jiangxing, and he had arranged to meet with many young men of Jiangxing for the Lantern Festival. How could Li Hui possibly miss such an event? That was a golden opportunity to get acquainted with Shen Chen and possibly gain his friendship. This was a chance that countless nobles of the empire yearned for, but could not obtain. No wonder his usually indifferent father had urged him to return quickly, because that was Shen Chen. His surname was Shun, and that was enough. At 6 in the morning, in Jiangxing City, at Liaojiang Park, a high-end apartment building, Sun Yin, the person in charge of the park, and also the team leader of the Jiangxing Sanitation Bureau, received a phone call from his direct superior early in the morning, frightening him so much that he almost rushed out without even putting on his pants. After opening his door, he was almost shocked to the point of his eyes bulging out. He saw his usually negligent, credit-claiming, blame-shifting, benevolent leader standing upright downstairs in formal attire, staring in his direction. Just this scene alone nearly made him panic into confessing about the unauthorized reimbursement for his new car last month. Fortunately, his leader did not seem to be here to interrogate him today. The middle-aged man waved at him kindly. "Xiao Sun, as I recall, you have been in charge of the Jiangxing Lantern Festival for years, haven't you?" An hour later, Sun Yun and his leader had already taken a private car and arrived inside Liaojiang Park. Jiangxing City was built along a great river that traversed the southeastern region of the empire. Liaojiang Park was the best district in Jiangxing City, adjacent to the Liao River. Its prosperity was second only to the golden commercial centers of Jiangxing. Sun Yun, becoming the person in charge of this treasure park at such a young age, would earn praises of boundless future prospects from ordinary people. However, few knew that it was due to mismanagement over a decade ago, which caused a serious social incident, that he was demoted several ranks and became a mere team leader. Sun Yun got out of the car. The cold wind from the riverside in the early morning cleared his mind slightly, but he was still somewhat dazed. According to his leader, his opportunity had arrived. A figure of immense importance was about to visit Liaojiang Park. If he served well, his future would be worry-free. Sun Yun shook his head as if to shake off his confusion and bewilderment. He immediately quickened his pace to the entrance of Liaojiang Park. Though it was early morning, it was already bustling. Countless citizens of Jiangxing had formed long queues waiting to enter the park half an hour later. Liaojiang Park, nestled beside the Liao River with picturesque scenery, was deeply loved by countless young people in Jiangxing. Moreover, with the annual Lantern Festival approaching, countless young people came here to check in and take photos. They were all fashionably dressed in groups of 2s and 3s rushing over from nearby hotels before dawn. Even so, they still had to wait in long lines for the staff to let them in. Seeing everyone equally queuing, they would at most grumble a couple of words. When Sun Yun arrived in plain clothes, he was still instantly recognized by the staff. A few of them immediately came up ingratiatingly. Team Leader Sun, are you here for an inspection? Haha, sit here. Team Leader Sun, have some tea. Sun Yun nodded lightly. For some reason, although he smiled like a grandson before his leader, he didn't want to give his subordinates too many smiles. He beckoned them to gather around, pointing at another unopened entrance, and said, "Now open that entrance." At the Liaojiang Park entrance, the staff's actions quickly drew the attention of the people in line. They worked together to open a gate on the other side. Liaojiang Park originally had 3 entrances, but the staff knew. Actually, a 4th entrance had been built during construction. However, this entrance had never been opened even during the park's busiest times. It was only opened when important figures came for inspection. The opening of this entrance naturally drew sidelong glances from many. Hey, it seems another entrance has been opened over there. It should have been opened long ago. Can't you see how long the queue is here? Let's go over there. It's too crowded here. Many murmured. A few were eager to move, but most were still watching. Huh. Brother Yang, I used your information to enter the lottery for the Lantern Festival. Maybe you'll actually win. In the middle of the queue, a short young man who looked like a college student laughed, speaking to a pockmarked-faced guy behind him. Can't you stop being so naive? If the winners of this kind of event aren't predetermined, you'll eat shit. Seeing his lack of interest, the short young man pouted, then seemed to notice the commotion ahead. Hey, Brother Yang, that door is open. How about we go over now? We'll get in right away. Don't even think about it, Air. The pockmarked-faced guy smiled mysteriously. It's just like that crap lottery you just entered. Ordinary people don't even have the qualification to covet it. Saying this, the pockmarked-faced guy crossed his arms, watching a few people tentatively walk toward that direction. Just watch, Air, they'll come back with their tails between their legs soon. The short young man looked at him doubtfully, then his eyes suddenly widened. Because those who went over seemed to have a standoff with the staff, and eventually came back to this side angrily. Really? Who is that entrance for? The short young man turned and pushed the pockmarked-faced guy's shoulder, his voice full of surprise. Haha. The pockmarked-faced guy smiled profoundly. Air, you're still too naive. You don't know the dark side of this world. Just look at how sycophantic those people are. You can tell a big shot is coming soon. Do you think those top streamers, A-list actors, or dominating business tycoons are all that glamorous? But to put it bluntly, those people can never truly make it. In front of the true imperial aristocracy, they are merely entertainers. Hearing the pockmarked-faced guy's words, the short young man's eyes trembled, as if a new world had opened to him. It was as if he had been a frog at the bottom of a well, completely unaware of the true structure of the empire. Other things are too much for you to understand. Let's just talk about one close to us. You know our Jiangxing governor Su Mingshu, right? The Su family of Jiangxing, where he belongs, controls almost every industry in Jiangxing, including medical care and education. Every citizen of Jiangxing depends on their whims. If even one Su family is like this, how much more so the imperial capital's aristocratic clans? The pockmarked-faced guy suddenly stopped talking, as if there was some taboo. The short young man, however, looked dazed. He was only a sophomore with excellent grades, yearning to achieve fame and success, to soar to the peak of life. But at that moment, he seemed to suddenly realize that some heights were unreachable even after a lifetime of effort. Suddenly at this moment, a black sedan drove over from the distance. Under the gaze of countless people, it stopped at the park entrance. Several staff members immediately went up to greet it, with extremely warm smiles. In full view of everyone, a middle-aged man in formal attire got out of the car with graying temples and an imposing presence without being angry. Sun Yun stepped forward swiftly, putting on a smile. Director Su Changsha, why have you come as well? See, that middle-aged man is named Su Changsha, a figure that countless influential people in Jiangxing look up to. The pockmarked-faced guy gestured with his eyes, speaking softly. Air, you have good grades, but even the most outstanding student in our university could never climb to that position in a lifetime. That kind of power is the most coveted thing for a man, and that middle-aged man you see is power. Suddenly, the pockmarked-faced guy's voice seemed choked, unable to utter another word. His eyes widened for the first time, filled with shock. Because the middle-aged man he had been boasting about, upon getting out of the car, immediately walked to the side and slowly opened the car door. With kind and affable eyes and a sycophantic smile, from the black sedan, another man stepped out. With handsome features, a tall and slender build, and a noble demeanor, he turned out to be a young man about their age. The key point was, such a young man could make the previously all-powerful middle-aged man display such a fawning attitude. Master Shen, let's go inside. Su Changsha, with his imposing figure slightly bent forward, a genial smile on his face. Miss Su. Shen Chen leaned toward the car and called out. Then a young girl in a white dress slowly descended from the vehicle. The moment she appeared, it was as if the world itself brightened. Many young people in line stared blankly at the girl, their gazes suddenly losing focus. So beautiful. How could there be such a beautiful girl? Even the young men with their girlfriends beside them had their eyes glued to the girl. Su Mengning was highly sought after among the young elites. The lethality of her features needed no elaboration. Even less so for ordinary people accustomed to heavily filtered makeup and plastic surgery. That kind of pure natural divine beauty was irresistible to any man. Let's go. Shen Chen and Su Mengning slowly walked through the gate, ignoring the many stairs behind them. Although Su Mengning had rarely appeared in public before she had experienced the apocalypse, many things could no longer stir her emotions. As for Shen Chen, needless to say, he had grown up in the spotlight since childhood. His psychological fortitude and personal refinement had long surpassed those of his peers. Master Shen, Miss Su. Sun Yun approached with a smile, personally guiding the way for Shen Chen. The Liaojiang Garden is very scenic in the early morning. I wish you a pleasant time. After Shen Chen and Su Mengning had walked away, Sun Yun chuckled and consulted Su Changsha. Director Su, should we temporarily close the Liaojiang Garden to let Master Shen and Miss Su enjoy peace and quiet? Besides, once the garden opens, the crowd would be quite large. No need. Su Changsha surveyed the surroundings, then turned his gaze to Sun Yun. Check for safety hazards. Don't let anything go wrong. Yes. Sun Yun nodded repeatedly, unconsciously tense. Watching the departing figures of Shen Chen and Su Mengning, his heartbeat quickened. Although he had been told by his superiors that a VIP was arriving, he didn't know who it was. He didn't recognize that Master Shen, but just the surname alone was enough to spark wild speculations. Shen. If he remembered correctly, the Grand Elder of the Imperial Capital's Pivot Bureau. His name was Shen Fei. Who is that guy in? And that beautiful girl? I don't know. That seems to be the Su family's car. At the entrance, many people were whispering, their faces filled with astonishment. A mysterious young man, a stunningly beautiful girl, and military guards in uniform standing alert around them. Just this scene was enough to evoke endless fantasies. It was like a scene from a novel come to life. That pimple-faced college student was also standing there, dumbfounded, with his roommate. For a moment, they seemed to have locked eyes with that dignified young man for a brief instant. But of the same age, also a college student standing in the same place, he had the illusion that they were forever in different worlds. This is the Qingshanmu tree, unique to Jiangqing, isn't it? It grows along the banks of the Liaojiang River and loves sunlight, right, Miss Su? Yes. Su Mengning responded, then lowered her head, the tips of her ears slightly reddening. Actually, Master Shen Chen, you don't have to call me Miss Su. You can call me Mengning. Shen Chen was stunned for a moment, then smiled. All right, Mengning. Su Mengning. Truly strange. An undeniable astonishment had arisen in Shen Chen's heart. It was mainly Su Mengning's attitude toward him, so different from his past life. In his previous life, they had very little contact, but Shen Chen was an excellent judge of character, enough to perceive her aloof nature. But in this life she was so obedient and affectionate toward him. Even in her speech there was a hint of deference. Shen Chen refused to believe this was mere illusion. Mengning, do you like willow trees? Shen Chen asked casually. I noticed that Uncle Su planted many willow trees around the governor's mansion, making the air there much fresher. Willow trees. Su Mengning was taken aback upon hearing the word willow. Suddenly she remembered. In her past life, that nightmare-like accident. The origin of that accident was a willow tree that she herself had given to her father. Instantly, Su Mengning's face turned slightly pale, an uncontrollable fear rising within her. No. What's wrong, Mengning? Are you feeling unwell? Shen Chen frowned slightly, as if noticing the change in her expression. No. Su Mengning suddenly smiled sweetly and blinked at Shen Chen. I mean, my father likes willow trees, but I don't really like them. I see. Shen Chen's eyes nodded, and continued to admire the scenery around them. After Shen Chen's gaze moved away, Su Mengning secretly watched him. Shen Chen. In her past life, she never had contact with him. Only in this life did she realize how flawless he was. Though possessing the most exalted status and position in the world, he never bullied others or flaunted his power. Instead, he was as mild as jade, graceful and refined. His appearance, status, and character were all supremely excellent. After the apocalypse, he became the most powerful awakened among humanity. He built the City of Freedom, preserving the last remnants of civilization and order amid the brutal apocalypse. For all ordinary people struggling to survive in the end times, he provided a paradise-like pure land. Compared to the humans in the apocalypse who slaughtered each other, even more beastly than beasts, he appeared so noble. Ridiculous that in her past life, she thought so highly of herself and foolishly missed the chance to know him. Since heaven had granted her a chance to make amends, she would seize it firmly this time. Not only that, Shen Chen could surely save the Su family. There was also, apparently, every moment she met Shen Chen's gaze, a never-before-experienced flutter stirred in her heart. Jiangqing Governor's Mansion. Su Xiao, what are you doing? How dare you stop me? A sharp female voice rang out instantly, making the gardeners pruning flowers outside tremble involuntarily. The eldest miss should stay here for a while. A sinisterly handsome smile curled on Su Xiao's face, completely unafraid of Su Qingying's threat. You, Su Qingying's face flushed red with rage, her chest heaving, her finger pointing at Su Xiao. She never imagined that she, the dignified eldest daughter of the Su family, would one day be grounded. The Lantern Festival was approaching. Countless young elites were rushing to the Liaojiang riverfront just to get more contact with Shen Chen of the Shen family. Yet she could only stay at the Su residence. Get out of my way, I want to go out. I want to see Shen Chen. Su Qingying's seductive eyes glared at Su Xiao, emitting an extremely dangerous signal. Although her beauty was no less than Su Mengning's, she was rarely pursued in Jiangcheng because of her extreme arrogance. She would belittle and humiliate any man. Su Mengning was merely aloof, but she was ruthless and vicious. Seeing the eldest miss of the Su family in such a state would make any member of the Su family tremble with fear. However, Su Xiao was not easily intimidated. He still stood with arms crossed unhurriedly. Enough, Su Qingying. You know the reason yourself, so just behave. Su Qingying's face changed colors, her fingers involuntarily curling. Of course she knew the reason. It was all because of the unkind words she had spoken at the banquet. Moreover, she knew that Su Xiao alone did not have the audacity to stop her. Surely it was instigated by that old fox, Su Mingxuo. Su Qingying practically gnashed her teeth as she uttered the words. You're nothing but uncle's nephew. How dare you speak to me like that? I am father's own daughter. As her venting words fell, Su Xiao's face instantly darkened. His tone turned harsh. Are you using uncle to threaten me? Let me tell you the reason. Su Xiao stepped forward 2 paces, his sneer making even Su Qingying tremble. Because you are a woman. Su Xiao let out a cold laugh. Women can only stay in their boudoirs playing with rouge and powder. What contribution can they make to the family except through marriage? Don't blame uncle and me for being partial. If young Master Shen had chosen you, I would naturally treat you with the utmost respect. At this, Su Xiao gave a cold snort. Pity. You have a nice face, but your temper is strange and wild, so naturally you're not as attractive as the obedient and lovely second miss. For so many years few men in Jiangcheng have dared to express admiration for you. Haven't you found that strange? Su Qingying's breath was ragged, but her eyes remained cold. What do I care? Those lowly, despicable men. I find them dirty just by approaching me. Right, I'll admit that. The men here really aren't worthy of you. Su Xiao clapped and laughed, then his tone changed. But what about you? Are you worthy of young Master Shen? Young Master Shen sees you just as you see those dogs and chickens. Finally, he pulled open the door and sneered out his last words. While second miss relationship with young Master Shen is warming up, if your jealousy spoils the good thing, do you think uncle will let you off? Do you think the Su family will let you off? Snap. The door slammed shut, leaving Su Qingying alone in the vast room. Her pupils trembled, her chest heaved, and madness and chaos brewed in her eyes. Then her breath gradually calmed, and when she raised her eyes again, a strange, charming smile curled on her lips. I will be worthy of Shen Chen. I will make him notice me. Liaojiang Park. As the park opened, more and more people flooded in. Some vendors took the opportunity to set up stalls in the park, waiting for young customers to come. The sounds of hawking and laughter filled the air, a lively and jubilant scene. Shen Chen and Su Mengning walked in the park intending to experience such a life, but the effect wasn't great. Because the rate of turning heads was simply too high. Their appearances were truly dazzling. If not for their aloof temperament and the fact that they looked like a couple, there would have been an endless stream of suitors. Still, many young people secretly took photos looking excited. But soon this behavior vanished without a trace. Because Su Xiao brought a group of wealthy young men, all dressed in finery and wearing luxury watches. Many pedestrians quickly made way. Many recognized the rascal Su Xiao, the wealthy playboy of Jiangcheng. No one dared to provoke him. Su Xiao saw the pair and strode over cheerfully. He also introduced the people around him to Shen Chen. Young Master Shen, this is Li Hui, my buddy. As he spoke, a young man wearing a gold watch beamed at Shen Chen. Young Master Shen, I've long admired your name. Today I finally meet you in person, truly worthy of being the most handsome gentleman in the capital. He looked as humble as could be. The other wealthy young men stood behind Su Xiao, not daring to speak to Shen Chen without permission, but each wore the most gracious smile of their lives. Many onlookers were stunned by the scene. Isn't that Su Xiao and his bunch of shady friends? Are those the same arrogant, domineering playboys of Jiangcheng? Why are they all acting like they've seen their own fathers? This time many people looked at Shen Chen again with a different gaze. Earlier they were merely amazed by his appearance, but now it seemed his status was terrifyingly high. With Su Xiao and the others following, even the earlier whispering and murmuring ceased. Except when being respectful to Shen Chen, Su Xiao displayed an arrogant attitude toward anyone else. The group walked along the bank of the Liao River, chatting and laughing all the way. Su Xiao walked at the front with Li Hui by his side. He muttered inwardly, deliberately taking so long to come. I wonder how far Su Mengning and young Master Shen have gotten. If this really worked out. He had already started imagining himself, Su Xiao, dominating the capital. With young Master Shen as his brother-in-law, he could walk sideways across the entire empire. Suddenly, Li Hui's footsteps halted beside him. What's wrong? Su Xiao asked. Li Hui was staring ahead, gritting his teeth slightly. Su Xiao followed his gaze and saw a young man in a shabby Taoist robe standing by the riverbank. The man looked sideways, chin raised towards Su Xiao. I heard someone say you're from the Su family. Su Xiao frowned, not answering, but looked at Li Hui and asked, you know this guy? Know him? Of course he did. When Head heard that this guy had escaped from the security station, if he hadn't been in a hurry to return to Jiangxing, he would have made that old Lu answer for it. Who knew they'd run into him here? A reckless beast. Li Hui sneered, and Su Xiao understood instantly. Young Master Shen is still here. Deal with it later. Su Xiao said quietly in a voice only the two of them could hear. Li Hui nodded slightly. Although he really wanted to teach that guy a lesson, he could still tell what was more important. If he displeased young Master Shen, the loss would outweigh the gain. But just as Su Xiao was about to let the matter go for now, the Taoist suddenly spoke again. What's going on? Why aren't you talking? Aren't you Su Xiao? Isn't Su Mingshua your father? As soon as the words fell, the whole place fell into dead silence. This guy directly addressed Governor Su by his name, right in front of his nephew Su Xiao. Su Xiao's eyes turned cold as he stared straight at the Taoist youth. He could say that if Shen Chen weren't present today, that guy would have been dealt with the moment. He spoke insolently. Haha. Su Xiao gave two cold laughs. I am from the Su family. And you are? Suppressing his rage, Su Xiao said each word deliberately. Those who knew him would recognize the dangerous signal in his voice. That's good. The Taoist youth clapped his hands and exclaimed. I was on my way to visit Su Mingshua at the Su residence. Please trouble yourself to lead the way. But before the Taoist youth could finish, his words caught in his throat. His eyes fixed straight on the stunningly beautiful girl in a white dress behind Su Xiao. Chu Qingyang could swear, in this life. No. Even if he added up his past life, this life, and all future lives. He had never seen such a beautiful girl. Such a lovely fairy existed in the mortal world. Just then a figure stepped forward, blocking his lecherous gaze. Chu Qingyang came to his senses and looked at the young man standing in front of the girl in white. At the first glance, he couldn't help frowning. This man was simply too handsome. Even he, a world-class handsome man, fell slightly short in comparison. At the second glance, Chu Qingyang's eyelids began to twitch involuntarily. Because he, a peerless genius who had never met an opponent among his peers since he began cultivation, could faintly sense a hint of danger from this man. Shen Chen chuckled lightly. May I ask, little Taoist, what business do you have with Governor Su? I am a disciple of the Qingyun sect. Before my master, the Taoist Xuanzhen, ascended to immortality, he instructed me to descend the mountain and seek a man named Su Mingming at the Su family estate. Chu Qingyang waved his sleeve, explaining. What nonsense about a Taoist Xuanzhen? Never heard of him. What toad from some forgotten crevice are you daring to demand an audience with my uncle? Su Xiao sneered, his voice laced with anger. This fellow before him actually had the audacity to ask for directions. Truly laughable. You are ignorant. I won't bother with you. Chu Qingyang bellowed, then pulled a jade pendant from his bosom and raised it high. Do you see this? What is it? The pendant was engraved with dragons, phoenixes, and strange beasts, its patterns exquisite and mysterious. But Chu Qingyang, who had expected to astound everyone present, was dumbfounded. The crowd burst into jeers. I thought he'd pull out something impressive. A jade pendant, and he's strutting around. How ridiculous. What a bumpkin. I have 1,000 of these pendants at home, if not 500. Where did this country mouse come from talking such nonsense and polluting our ears? Behind Su Xiao stood the sons of nobles. Such a pendant was beneath their notice. This is the token of the Qingyun sect. Chu Qingyang's face flushed crimson, his breath ragged with fury. He never imagined that the emblem of his sect would be so insulted. Su Xiao, enraged to the point of laughter, was about to wave his hand to have the man taken away when he noticed Shen Chen raise his hand. Since this little Taoist insists so strongly, what harm is there in letting him meet Uncle Su? At Shen Chen's words, none dared to object. Some sneered, this lunatic spouting nonsense got lucky. Others subtly flattered Shen Chen. Young Master Shen is truly merciful and broad-minded. Any ordinary person would have reported such a madman to the guard station. Shen Chen watched Chu Qingyang with a smile in his eyes. It was not out of mercy or a whim. He recognized that token, the Qingyun sect, a name both unfamiliar and familiar. A relic that our Shen family along with the imperial court had swept into the trash heap back then. To think I'd encounter it here. Of course that alone wouldn't have piqued his interest. But the Qingyun sect had once been closely tied to the imperial family, aiding each other. He wondered if this disciple knew where those remnants of the royal family were hiding now. Shen Chen was deeply intrigued. Moreover, his past life had taught him that after the apocalypse descended, those reclusive sects now fallen under the oppression of noble families held many enticing opportunities. He had never heard of the Qingyun sect before, but several renowned mountain sects had produced powerful awakened beings. One of them, the most gifted, had even been listed alongside him among humanity's top 10 awakened beings. Her strength was such that 4 years into the apocalypse, she had carved through a demonic ruin, slain 3 corpse kings single-handedly, and held back a super horde of the undead on her own. She had won widespread acclaim. Unfortunately, in his past life, she refused to pledge allegiance to any faction her will too strong for anyone to suppress. At the thought, Shen Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. But no matter, his plans for her should already be in motion. Facing the apocalypse in his past life, the Shen family had already turned in an excellent report card. But in this life, forgive him, Shen Chen could only say, a perfect score was just the basics. Perhaps, he might even uncover the mysterious examiner behind it all. Heh! You insolent fool. Since young Master Shen has spoken, Su Xiao sneered, he'll let you see my uncle. Though this man was arrogant and ignorant, Su Xiao didn't think he was entirely raving. Perhaps this Taoist Xuanzhen did know his uncle. He had merely been testing the man out of habit. Umph! Chu Qingyang shot a sidelong glance at Su Xiao, then, as if struck by a thought, swallowed and rolled his eyes. He shuffled slowly to the left until Su Mengning's figure reappeared in his line of sight. I wonder, could I make the acquaintance of this fairy sister? The crowd erupted in fury at the Taoist's lecherous expression. Su Mengning was the girl of their dreams. They could tolerate a top-tier noble like Shen Chen approaching her, but not the profane gaze of such a lowborn. Su Xiao frowned, his anger mounting, and stole a glance at Shen Chen from the corner of his eye. Seeing him still calm and unruffled with not a hint of jealousy or annoyance, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Just as many were about to hurl insults, Su Mengning turned her head away. I do not wish to. Her cold, distant words stunned everyone present. They had expected Su Xiao, Su Mengning's suitors, or even Shen Chen to speak. But never did they imagine Su Mengning herself would break her silence. In the past, no matter the approach, she had always remained aloof like a flower on a high peak. Except for her recent unusual behavior around young Master Shen. Yet they never dreamed that Su Mengning, so indifferent to all things, would now reveal such undisguised disgust. After a brief pause, the crowd found their voices. Where did this toad come from? How laughable. He wants to meet Miss Mengning. Look at yourself. Crawl back to your mountain. Mocked by the crowd, Chu Qingyang felt a surge of anger, but more than that, it was Su Mengning's rejection that stung. Why, he roared. What are you yelling about? You scared me, you damn toad. You sure can croak. Why, you ask? Are you deaf? Miss Mengning doesn't want to know you. As he questioned, the jeers grew sharper. Chu Qingyang trembled with rage, but forced himself to stay calm, thinking only. Mengning, so your name is Mengning. Is it Su Mengning? It doesn't matter. You don't know my skills yet. One day you will admire me. I'm certain of it. Since Mengning is unwilling, why force the issue, sir? The Su residence lies to the east. Please. Shen Chen stepped forward and smiled gently at Chu Qingyang. The crowd sighed in admiration. Truly the grace of young Master Shen of the Shen family. Chu Qingyang flicked his sleeve and strode eastward. As he passed closest to Su Mengning, he slowed, turning his head for a lingering glance. The crowd's eyes were filled with contempt and disgust. None noticed that Su Mengning, standing beside Shen Chen, trembled slightly and unconsciously edged closer to him. Chu Qingyang. He has come after all. Su Mengning murmured inwardly, a deep dread and chill seizing her body and soul. What should she do? He must still have that thing. The thought of it made her soul quake uncontrollably. In both her past and present life, she was an ordinary person, blessed only with exquisite features, but with the most common of vision, temperament, and wisdom. Even reborn, she harbored no grand ambitions. Her greatest change was a determination not to miss Shen Chen again. Perhaps one day she would warn her father about the coming apocalypse. But the moment she saw Chu Qingyang again, fear gripped her. Fear that she could change nothing, that the Su family would repeat its tragic fate. No, there was still. If anyone could easily stop all this. Su Mengning turned her head, her gaze fixed on that tall, noble figure. Shen Chen, Jiangqing Governor's Mansion. In the main hall, Su Mingxua sat in the highest seat, gazing at the man in Taoist robes, standing in the center of the hall, a flicker of surprise and doubt in his eyes. You say, your master is Xuanzhen Taoist. Although Su Xiao detested the Taoist, since Shen Chen had arranged for him to meet Su Mingxua, he naturally would not refuse. As dusk fell, the group had to return to the Su residence to rest. However, Su Xiao deliberately delayed, Chu Qingyang forcing him to find his own transportation. Upon arriving at the Su household, Su Xiao informed Su Mingxua of the matter. To his surprise, as soon as Su Mingxua heard the name Xuanzhen Taoist, he immediately rose to his feet. Taking Su Xiao to the main hall to await Chu Qingyang's arrival, his expression was solemn. Su Xiao, observing this, grumbled inwardly. Could it be that the fellow actually had some background and ability? As soon as Su Mingxua uttered these words, Chu Qingyang raised that jade pendant once again. That's right. My master instructed me to come down the mountain to seek Governor Su Mingxua, but I never expected. Chu Qingyang cast a glance at Su Xiao, whose face was dark with rage. I never expected to be repeatedly harassed and verbally insulted by this young Master Su. You're just... Shut up. Su Xiao had barely uttered a word when Su Mingxua cut him off sternly. Then Su Mingxua slowly descended the steps, walked up to Chu Qingyang, and with a smile on his face asked, May I ask how to address you? My name is Chu Qingyang, and my Taoist title is Yiming. Brother Chu, please do not take offense. My nephew is naturally unruly. If he has offended you, I beg your pardon. Su Mingxua chuckled, amiably resembling a kind elder. Is Xuanzhen Taoist still well now? Seeing Su Mingxua's favorable attitude, Chu Qingyang's expression softened slightly. He cupped his hands in a respectful bow and said, "My master has already ascended on a crane to the immortal realm." In that instant the smile on Su Mingshuo's lips faded and a faint crease appeared at the corner of his brow. Dead. Then he quickly regained his composure and let out a sigh. Xuanzhen Taoist was kind-hearted, spending his life healing the world. Who could have thought he would depart like this? Then Su Mingshuo turned to Su Xiao with a stern face. "Do not trouble Brother Chu anymore. Xuanzhen Taoist once did me a great kindness. Now his disciple has descended the mountain to visit our Su family. If he were to be mistreated, would it not bring ridicule upon us?" His words were chilling, as if genuinely carrying anger. Behind him, Chu Qingyang's lips curled up high, and as he watched Su Xiao bowing his head in reprimand, a glint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Su Xiao nodded as if reluctantly, but his heart was utterly calm, completely indifferent, because he understood that this was all part of the tacit understanding between him and his uncle. Over the years they had played the roles of the good cop and bad cop countless times. Ordinary people only knew Su Xiao of the Su family as notoriously unruly, but they did not know that he was actually as meticulous as silk and had been groomed as an heir by Su Mingshuo since childhood. "Brother Chu, do not take him to heart." Su Mingshuo then handed Chu Qingyang a phone number with a sincere expression. "From now on, if you encounter any trouble in Jiangqing, you can call my number." Seeing Su Mingshuo's friendly attitude, Chu Qingyang relaxed. He thought to himself that Governor Su was indeed a decent man. It seemed his master's favor would allow him to live comfortably for quite a while. After a moment, several more people entered the hall. They were high-ranking officials of the Su family along with Shen Chen and Su Mengning. Su Mingshuo immediately introduced Chu Qingyang to everyone with a light laugh. However, aside from Shen Chen, who smiled and offered a greeting to Chu Qingyang, the other Su family officials reacted indifferently, quite coldly. Su Mengning even turned her head away with an aloof expression. Su Mingshuo did not mind, for Xuanzhen Taoist had done him a favor and he had done enough to maintain appearances. But the moment Chu Qingyang caught sight of Su Mengning, an uncontrollable heat surged in his heart. He had never seen such a beautiful girl before. If, a wild and audacious thought suddenly emerged in Chu Qingyang's mind, ceaselessly tempting him. "Governor Su." Chu Qingyang bowed deeply to Su Mingshuo, a hint of nervousness flashing across his lowered face. "Oh, what is it?" "My master had a final wish before he passed away." Chu Qingyang swallowed his saliva, paused, and said, "My master feared I would be left alone and helpless, so he hoped I could come down the mountain." "Well, I could marry into the Su family." Su Mingshuo, the Su family members. As the words fell, an awkward silence descended upon the hall. Su Xiao's face stiffened as he stared blankly at Chu Qingyang's excited expression. How dare he? How dare he utter such words? Marry into the Su family. Marry the eldest daughter or the second daughter. How dare he even think of it? Moreover, thinking that young Master Shen was still present, Su Xiao's face turned green. If young Master Shen harbored any resentment because of this dog Taoist would be unforgivable, even if he died 10,000 deaths. After a long silence, Su Mingshuo let out a dry laugh. "It is still too early to discuss this matter." His refusal was evident in his words. With that he chuckled and left the hall. A flicker of anger flashed deep in his eyes. He did not believe that Xuanzhen Taoist would leave such an absurd final wish. It could only be that this surnamed Chu Taoist had been moved by lust and had deliberately lied. Thinking this, he could not help but snort coldly. Xuanzhen Taoist was an upright man with extraordinary abilities. Who would have thought the disciple he taught would be so disgraceful? He only hoped that Shen Chen would not take it to heart. At the thought of Shen Chen, his heart grew even more complicated. Over the past 2 days, he had witnessed the closeness between his daughters Su Mengning and Shen Chen. The two were so well matched that they had inspired envy among countless noble families. For the Su family, this was undoubtedly a tremendous boon. Yet he was also a father. If Shen Chen truly cared for his daughter, he would naturally be overjoyed. His fear was that Shen Chen merely craved Ning'er's body for a time and would coldly abandon her once he grew tired. How could his innocent young daughter endure such a blow? Moreover, the schemes and intrigues of the imperial capital were far beyond what a place like Jiangqing could compare with. Shen Fei, Shen Chen, what exactly is your Shen family plotting? You dog of a Taoist, do you even know what you're saying? Su Xiao glared furiously, pointing at Chu Qingyang. Behind him, the high-ranking Su family officials also looked at Chu Qingyang coldly. The other young members of the Su family could no longer contain themselves and joined Su Xiao in angrily denouncing the Taoist. However, Chu Qingyang was brazen-faced, insisting that it was his master's final wish. Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? You think you're worthy of marrying into the Su family? How disgraceful. Don't soil Miss Su's eyes. Exactly. Don't put on a monkey show in front of young Master Shen. After he made those remarks, Su Mengning followed Su Mingshuo and left. She seemed unwilling to have any communication with Chu Qingyang. The other Su family scions jointly condemned Chu Qingyang with harsh words. Perhaps only Shen Chen watched Chu Qingyang with interest, a glimmer of thought deep in his eyes. Shen. Chu Qingyang seemed to catch that syllable among the clamor, and his gaze fell upon Shen Chen. What, only now do you recognize young Master Shen? Su Xiao sneered coldly at Chu Qingyang. That's right, young Master Shen. The firstborn son of the Shen family from the imperial capital, someone a Taoist like you could never hope to match in a lifetime. The crowd jeered as if expecting to see shock and fear on Chu Qingyang's face. Humph. The Shen family, that domineering and overbearing clan. Chu Qingyang snorted coldly. His words fell, and the entire hall plunged into an eerie silence. Amidst the stillness, the only movement came from the wildly trembling pupils of the Su family members. What did he say? What was he talking about? Did he even know what he was saying? Had he gone mad? Or was he courting death? Chu Qingyang observed the stupefied expressions of Su Xiao and the others, seemingly rather pleased with himself. What, is there something wrong with what I said? The Shen family. Though his knowledge of the empire's current nobility was exceedingly shallow, he had heard of the Shen family's reputation. He had learned of it only days earlier from his master Xuanzhen Daoist. This ancient family, deeply entrenched in the empire, was the root cause of the decline of both the Qinglian sect and the imperial lineage. Several powers, including the imperial house and their Qinglian sect, had been purged by the Shen family. He still remembered how when his master mentioned the Shen family in his dying breaths, his face was etched with deep sorrow, his eyes carrying both resentment and helplessness. It all melted into a long, wistful sigh. Recalling his master's words, he naturally harbored no goodwill toward the Shen family of the imperial capital. Only at this moment did he forget. His master had also warned him never ever to provoke the Shen family. If his master in the underworld knew that his disciple had barely descended the mountain and already spoken insolently to the Shen family's eldest son, would he be furious enough to lift his coffin lid? Oh, may I ask why Brother Chu says this? Despite Chu Qingyang's disrespectful words, Shen Chen did not seem the least bit angry. He smiled lightly and inquired. The others, however, could not tolerate it. Several high-ranking officials from the Su family bristled with indignation, pointing at Chu Qingyang and barking. Where did this brat of a Taoist come from? He's utterly unreasonable. What gives you the audacity to show disrespect to young Master Shen and the Shen family? Chu Qingyang's brows furrowed as he retorted, Why do I say this? The Shen family should know better than I. Hundreds of years ago, the Jiang clan merely had differing ideals from your Shen family, yet look at the miserable fate they suffered. I don't believe you've forgotten that so soon. At these words, the crowd fell into another profound silence. Even some of the Su family officials secretly drew sharp breaths, cold sweat beading on their brows. They had never imagined he would dare speak of such taboos. The Jiang clan, a surname now nearly forgotten in the empire. But hundreds of years ago it had been the most noble imperial lineage of the entire empire. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Only Shen Chen remained unruffled, continuing to ask, Oh, didn't the imperial Jiang clan centuries ago voluntarily abolish the imperial system, believing it hindered the empire's development, and step off the stage of history? Why does Brother Chu bring up the Jiang clan? And what does it have to do with my Shen family? Hearing Shen Chen's sophistry, Chu Qingyang felt a surge of indignation. From the moment he first saw Shen Chen, an inexplicable disgust had welled up in his heart. Despite Shen Chen's impeccable appearance, graceful, refined, and courteous, as expected of the Shen family's eldest son, lying without a hint of a blush. Do you even believe the words you speak? He had expected Shen Chen, now exposed, to fly into a rage, or at least darken his expression. But Chu Qingyang was destined to be disappointed, for he saw Shen Chen still wearing a look of confusion. Brother Chu, please speak plainly. Chu Qingyang was taken aback, then steeled himself, and declared loudly. 400 years ago, the imperial Jiang clan suffered a coup. Your Shen family, in collusion with various powerful houses, manipulated public opinion and coerced the Jiang clan into abdicating through military force. At that time, the imperial capital was held hostage by the aristocratic families. To avoid plunging the empire into turmoil, the Jiang clan signed the abdication decree. Who would have thought that the so-called parliamentary system was nothing but a one-man show of your aristocratic clans? Spilling the long-buried truth of centuries past, Chu Qingyang felt a great relief. Yet the next moment, he heard a faint, elusive chuckle. He traced the sound. It was unmistakably Shen Chen, who seemed to be struggling to suppress his laughter. Then laughter erupted around him, louder and more uninhibited. All the Su family members were sneering, sizing up Chu Qingyang with varied expressions: mockery, pity, sympathy, contempt. In that moment, Chu Qingyang felt his body stiffen. Shen Chen's lips curled slightly. He patted Chu Qingyang's shoulder and offered a well-meaning reminder. Brother Chu, you should avoid some of the rumors whispered in the empire's shadows. They are merely fabrications by rats hiding in the dark, seeking to subvert the current parliamentary system. Any discerning person regards them as a joke. And besides, Shen Chen paused, his smile unchanged, yet carrying an unusual chill that sent a shiver through Chu Qingyang's body. It is because of my Shen family that the empire can suppress a bunch of cunning petty villains. If the empire lacked the domineering Shen family you speak of, its vast entity would have long been fragmented, plunged into turmoil and civil strife. I hope Brother Chu will correct his misguided thoughts. As Shen Chen's words fell, a chorus of agreement arose. Exactly, exactly. Such erroneous thinking is a scourge upon the empire. Heeding slander, parroting others. Pitiable. Pitiable. The youth of today's empire are getting worse with each generation. Fortunately, we have the cream of the crop, like young Master Shen. Even Su Xiao smirked scornfully. I never imagined anyone would believe such absurd and foolish talk. It seems the empire is too vast, all kinds of imbeciles crawl out. Chu Qingyang stood there dumbfounded, momentarily speechless. Then as realization dawned, a surge of anger and humiliation washed over him. You are the ones talking nonsense. The Jiang clan is still in exile, hiding and suffering in misery. It's all you aristocratic families who forced them into this. Chu Qingyang's face flushed crimson as he shouted vehemently. After his outburst, the hall fell silent, once more leaving only the echo of his words reverberating endlessly. And this time Chu Qingyang could not decipher the expressions around him. Some seemed shocked, some fearful. Most remained tight-lipped, as if avoiding trouble. What, now? This uncanny scene made Chu Qingyang inexplicably uneasy. The first to break the silence was Shen Chen, a remnant of a smile still on his lips as he gazed directly at Chu Qingyang. After the Jiang clan abdicated, they have been living in Huangjing Yuan in the imperial capital. What are you talking about? Brother Chu. In an instant, Chu Qingyang felt as though struck by lightning, his eyes wide with shock. Only now did he realize he might have caused a great catastrophe. How could that be? According to his master, the Jiang clan had been wandering in exile. How could they possibly have gone to the imperial capital? No, Shen Chen said they had resided there since abdication. But his master had said otherwise. His master would never deceive him. Given the bond between the Qinglian sect and the Jiang clan, the information should not be false. The only explanation was that the Jiang bloodline in the imperial capital was not genuine. Or at least part of the Jiang clan had escaped the Shen family's surveillance and fled the imperial capital. What had he said? Damn it. What had he said? At that thought, Chu Qingyang's hands and feet turned ice cold. The Jiang clan and his Qinglian sect had shared centuries of friendship, yet he had inadvertently harmed the imperial Jiang lineage. Brother Chu. Shen Chen called out again, as if trying to rouse the dazed youth. No, nothing. Chu Qingyang snapped back to reality hurriedly, trying to salvage the situation. I just heard some rumors from people online. They must be false. Brother Chu should keep your eyes open. Don't believe everything you hear. Shen Chen warned. Chu Qingyang seethed inside, but had to lower his head at that moment, uttering a deeply humiliating. The other Su family members, as if on cue, all discovered urgent matters and hastily left. Not only their foreheads, but even their palms were soaked with cold sweat. In their hearts, they were cursing Chu Qingyang's ancestors back to the grave. Why on earth bring up the Jiang clan? Was this something we were meant to hear? They wished they could have gone deaf and blind on the spot, happily living their peaceful lives without this burden. The power struggle between the Shen family of the imperial capital and the imperial Jiang clan, merely a brush of its periphery, could shatter an ordinary aristocratic house. Chu Qingyang hastily followed the crowd, unwilling to stay a moment longer. Soon only Shen Chen remained in the hall. His gaze fell to the floor, his eyes deep and unfathomable. He had originally come only to seek the whereabouts of that divine tree, but unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon news of the Jiang clan. In this life, I will root you out ahead of time. The sky dimmed. The governor's mansion in Jiangsheng was shrouded in absolute silence. Occasionally, the chirping of a few birds broke the stillness, accentuating the desolation. For such a vast estate, the sparse crowd naturally created an aura of solitude. In a bedchamber, Su Mengning sat by the table, her limpid eyes brimming with daze as she gazed at the nocturnal scenery beyond the window. What was she pondering? The thrill of rebirth had ebbed away, and she seemed to see once more the scene of the Su family's ruin in her past life. Her father Su Mingshua shielded her until his very last breath, ordering the guard to take her away. The cacophony of battle cries, screams, tearing sounds, and the collapse of the fortress filled her ears. Then, as if in a trance, she glimpsed the towering phantom of a tree as vast as mountains, its tendrils of death thrashing about. Thump! Thump! Su Mengning's body jolted as if awakened. Coming back to her senses, she realized someone was knocking. Who is it? Hastily wiping away the tears on her face, she forced a calm tone and asked. The next moment, a familiar voice rang out, instantly smoothing the turbulence in her heart. Mengning, may I come in? Shen Chen's words drifted through the empty chamber, yet they brought her a profound sense of relief. Young Master Shen Chen, what brings you here? Su Mengning opened the door and saw Shen Chen standing outside, clad in dark black robes, his gaze as deep as the night sky. Though he was far from possessing the overwhelming might of the eternal divine Lord of future ages, a certain aura and presence were, after all, ordained by heaven. Meeting his eyes, Su Mengning lost herself for a moment. Actually, there is something, Shen Chen replied. They entered the room and sat down. After a brief silence, Shen Chen suddenly asked, have you been troubled by something lately? Su Mengning let out a startled sound, seeming at a loss. I've noticed you often lose yourself in thought, and you were agitated when you saw that Taoist surnamed Chu today. Did you know him before? Shen Chen continued, a hint of concern in his brow. But Shen Chen's words were met with an unusual silence. As if struck by something, Su Mengning bit her lip hard, her eyes like shattered stars. Shen Chen was not annoyed, he simply waited quietly. Su Mengning's heart was in utter turmoil. Since her rebirth, a great mountain had pressed upon her hard, almost suffocating her. And now, a sudden, overwhelming urge rose within her, to pour out everything to this man before her. But, how absurd it all seemed. After a long while, Su Mengning lifted her head, her eyes now veiled with a mist of tears. Young Master Shen Chen, you might think me a madwoman speaking nonsense. But I swear, every word I say is true. Shen Chen's pupils contracted slightly, as if he sensed something, yet he suppressed the turmoil within, and gently comforted her. It's all right. Tell me. Emboldened by Shen Chen's encouragement, Su Mengning gathered her courage, and met his gaze. Young Master Shen Chen, what if I said that the end of the world is coming soon? Would you believe me? The words hung in the air, the very atmosphere seeming to congeal. Su Mengning had never been this nervous in her life. She feared that the man before her would look at her with a strange expression, would think she was mentally unhinged, lost in excessive fantasy. Yes, anyone hearing such words would find them the most ridiculous joke in the world. After all, the Empire's strength was still thriving, the world was peaceful. An apocalypse, though some regions were embroiled in war, was absolutely. I believe you. Su Mengning's eyes widened suddenly, her fingers curling involuntarily. The silvery moonlight streamed through the window, draping the man before her in a divine radiance. In that instant, Su Mengning's heart raced wildly, as if a numbing electric current surged through her entire being. Shen Chen suddenly stepped forward, their faces so close they could feel each other's rapid breaths. Mengning, would you tell me in detail? After half an hour. Young Master Shen Chen, thank you. Su Mengning wiped her tears and smiled at Shen Chen, traces of moisture still glistening. Thank you for listening. No. Shen Chen looked at the exquisite girl before him, reached out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear, and revealed the most sincere smile. Mengning, it is I who should thank you. Such an intimate gesture did not stir the slightest aversion in Su Mengning's heart. Instead, an intense desire abruptly surfaced within her. Then, under Shen Chen's warm gaze, she slowly leaned into his embrace. The moonlight cast down, sprinkling an illusory, dreamy halo over her already breathtaking face. At that moment, even Shen Chen was taken aback. Though he had come to Jiansheng with the underlying purpose of approaching Su Mengning, he had to admit, there were moments when he too was captivated by Su Mengning's figure. Her face was truly flawless, combined with her kitten-like posture at this moment. It was probably a sight that her countless admirers would dream of glimpsing, but obviously only Shen Chen was blessed enough to witness it now. Shen Chen would not hesitate. He embraced her slender waist and slowly leaned down. Mengning, I should head back now. After a brief intimate kiss with Su Mengning, Shen Chen proposed to leave. Su Mengning responded with a faint hum, almost like a mosquito's buzz. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, daring not to meet Shen Chen's eyes. From childhood to adulthood, she had never been so close to a man, let alone such an intimate tender. The door was gently closed, and only then did Su Mengning look up. Though a hint of regret lingered in her heart, her fondness for Shen Chen had doubled. She knew the lethal power of her beauty, and young Master Shen Chen, showing restraint, had taken his leave courteously. How could such refinement not move her? Slowly shutting the door, the eyes Shen Chen lowered were already blazing with barely suppressed excitement. He had never expected that Su Mengning concealed such a great secret within herself. Su Mengning had confessed to him. She had dreamed an exceedingly vivid nightmare, a dream in which the Empire was plunged into a desperate apocalypse. She recounted many details of that doom. The more Shen Chen listened, the more alarmed he grew. Though limited by her experience and insight, her account was shallow and full of omissions. Yet its authenticity was astonishingly high. Through Shen Chen's subtle guidance and probing, Su Mengning also revealed the source of her terror. It's all because of that Taoist named Chu Qingyang. Again, this Chu Qingyang. He pestered me persistently. After I rejected him, he harbored malicious intent and deliberately offered a seed, claiming it could help the Su family compete for supremacy. I didn't understand, so I told my father. That seed later grew into a willow tree, appearing eerily beautiful. But 2 years later, Chu Qingyang vanished without a trace, and soon after his disappearance, that willow tree began a savage, frenzied massacre in Jiansheng. My father, my uncle Su Shao, and many members of the Su family, numerous awakened individuals in Jiansheng, and tens of thousands of civilians who depended on the city for survival. All of them perished in that battle. As she spoke of this, Su Mengning choked up and wept several times. In her perception, the source of the catastrophe was the Taoist who had pursued her fervently. Rejected by both herself and her father, he bore a grudge and sought revenge against the Su family. Under Shen Chen's consolation, she continued recounting her apocalyptic survival journey, a grim and brutal experience. She wandered through the wasteland on guard against zombies, demonic beasts, diseases, and her own kind. A moldy biscuit could drive a dozen ordinary people to slaughter each other. Even the lowest the rank awakened could lord it over ordinary people and abuse them at will. Intrigues, deceptions, and the darkest aspects of human nature were unleashed to the fullest by the apocalypse. She also mentioned, in a dark city somewhere she had glimpsed him, Shen Chen, from afar. And what role did I play in your dream? Shen Chen asked. You were one of the most powerful awakened in the apocalypse. The fourth to be crowned a king among humans, hailed by countless apocalypse survivors as the eternal divine lord. Thinking of Su Mengning's admiring words, Shen Chen found it somewhat amusing. What she said was largely accurate. At the very beginning of the apocalypse, he had awakened the top-tier strength talent ability among humans, and it was the most powerful and unique domain-type talent. And being the fourth to be crowned a king, meaning breaking through the sixth rank. That was merely what outsiders knew. Strictly speaking, it should have been the second. Shen Chen slowly sorted out his thoughts from Su Mengning's chaotic narration. In his past life, he had never crossed paths with Chu Qingyang after taking Su Qingying away. Chu Qingyang, following his master's dying wish, came to the Su family and pursued Su Mengning relentlessly. But clearly Su Mingxua and Su Mengning did not think highly of him in the slightest. After a considerable time, the apocalypse struck. According to Su Mengning's account, Chu Qingyang seemed to have considerable talent, even becoming a rank awakened, and he worked under Su Mingxua. Feeling slighted, he deliberately left the seed of the disaster's source within the Su family before fleeing himself. This ultimately led to the shocking catastrophe in the southeastern region, completely destroying the Su family's foundation. That seemed to be the case, but upon closer thought, there were still many doubts. For now, however, Shen Chen was more interested in another matter than that divine tree. A dream. Shen Chen murmured, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It should be memories of rebirth, shouldn't it, Mengning? Her rebirth coincided with his in time, and her account was exceedingly realistic. It seemed that his own rebirth harbored a tremendous secret. He wondered if later on he would encounter a third reincarnator. Shen Chen let out a soft breath, then looked ahead. He would seek out the truth of these events one by one in the future, but for now what needed the most preparation. Shen Chen strolled forward, leisurely pausing briefly at a corner before heading toward a dimly lit direction. It was not the way to his own room. Late at night, Su Mingxua sat upright in his study. The lamplight was dim but sufficient for reviewing documents. Yet tonight his efficiency seemed unusually low, though every few minutes he couldn't help but drift into a daze. On his computer screen were lines of information regarding the Shen family's movements. July 2026, Shen Fei invited the heads of the Yin Bai and Chun families to a banquet at the Twilight Cloud Pavilion. February 2027, Shen Yun of the Shen family was transferred to the Eastern Capital, assuming the post of governor of the Eastern Capital. March 2027, Shen Fei designated a nature reserve in the western part of the empire, introducing many rare flowers and exotic animals. June 2027, Shen Fei spearheaded a proposal for the Eastern Capital's infrastructure plan. August 2027, Shen Fei pushed for the early convening of the 7th Imperial Human Genome Science Symposium to be held in the Eastern Capital. The empire's top professors and scholars rushed to the Eastern Capital with all expenses for travel, accommodation, and meals covered by the empire. The same month, the Imperial Academy of Sciences building underwent irregular maintenance, temporarily relocating to the Eastern Capital Institute of Science and Technology. Looking at this information, Su Mingxua couldn't help but rub his temples. Since a few years ago, the Shen family's moves had become increasingly incomprehensible. The empire's vast funds were rapidly being circulated and liquidated, with various resources being subtly diverted. What made countless top power brokers' hearts tremble was, rumors had it that the Shen family had also borrowed massive foreign debts of nearly 100 years' worth and hundreds of billions in capital flow from several superpowers in North America and Europe. If this were true, then the Shen family must be insane. There was no other possibility. The entire empire would be thrown into turmoil because of the Shen family. Their recent actions were growing bolder, a series of maneuvers, more like draining the pond to catch the fish, completely inconsistent with the Shen family's past governing style. The Shen family couldn't be so short-sighted. This was also a point of confusion for countless politicians in the past 2 years. Even based on Shen Fei's autocratic attitude, the Shen family's once solid power base had begun to loosen. Many politicians expressed their discontent either openly or covertly, even forming secret alliances and building up strength. Though they were weak now, as long as this trend persisted. After a few decades, they might be able to shake the Shen family. Alas, thinking of this, Su Mingxua let out a heavy sigh. He had always felt a dangerous sense of an impending storm. It was as if the empire was about to undergo an unprecedented great transformation. He just didn't know if his Su family could survive it. Suddenly, a few knocks on the door broke the silence of the room, especially clear. Su Mingxua abruptly looked toward the door, and a voice drifted in leisurely. "Uncle Su, may I come in?" Su Mingxua's pupils contracted slightly. With a natural motion, he closed the information on the computer, then said in an affable voice, "Is that my worthy nephew Shen?" Of course the door is unlocked. As his words fell, the sound of the door opening followed, and Shen Chen walked in slowly from outside. Under the dark night, and in the moonlight, Shen Chen's features seemed even more refined by 3 parts. Su Mingxua couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he was the renowned noble son of the imperial capital. His appearance alone matched his daughter's perfectly. So late, and Uncle Su is still toiling over official documents. There's been a lot of business lately, and I have to think of ways to manage. There was a hint of laughter in his voice, but it carried an underlying meaning. Why hasn't my worthy nephew retired for the night? Is the accommodation not to your liking? I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a stroll. Shen Chen replied without batting an eye. He couldn't very well say that he had just been in Su Mengning's room kissing and embracing her daughter for quite a while. Su Mingxua said nothing more, merely gazing quietly at Shen Chen as if waiting for something. Coming to him at this hour with just the two of them surely meant he intended to discuss real business. Thinking of this, Su Mingxua, who had weathered decades of officialdom, felt a slight stir in his heart. Uncle Su, actually, before I came to Jiangxing, my father handed me a letter and instructed me to deliver it personally into your hands. Shen Chen finished speaking and handed an envelope to Su Mingxua. A faint carefree smile still lingered on his lips. Su Mingxuo's expression turned solemn. He slowly opened the envelope and began to read. After a long while, Su Mingxua put down the letter with trembling hands, his face stiff and pale. Looking at Shen Chen, who was smiling at him, Su Mingxua felt a chill blocking his chest and spreading to his limbs. He forced a faint smile and said to Shen Chen with a quivering voice, "Master Shen Fei, are you joking with me?" Joking with me? Hearing this, Shen Chen chuckled. My father has been busy with countless affairs lately. How could he have time to jest with Uncle Su? If you don't believe me, check the computer and calculate the time. The document should have been sent to you. Su Mingxua was startled, and then there was a crisp sound from the computer in front of him. He quickly pulled out his chair and leaned in to take a closer look. Indeed, a secret file had been sent to his hidden email. He dragged the mouse and hurriedly examined it, his fingers even trembling with tension. Because the information Shen Fei mentioned in the letter was truly too alarming. 1,000 or 10,000 times more alarming than any so-called economic crisis, imperial reform, or social turmoil. After opening the file, Su Mingxua slowly scrolled the mouse, carefully reading it word by word. Inside were numerous experimental data and research verifications from the Shen family's internal scientific institutions. Any single number within had been repeatedly calculated by top-tier experimental institutions over countless days. It had cost the efforts of thousands of researchers for countless days and nights, with a financial expenditure reaching tens of billions. Finally, coupled with exceptional luck, they obtained that result. Su Mingxuo reached the last page and finally saw the result. Shen Fei had mentioned to him in the letter the human world would face an apocalypse. That substance named black mist by the Shen family would soon begin to connect to another world. Endless dark demon creatures from another realm would descend upon launching. In addition, the magnetic field would become chaotic, nuclear weapons would fail, beasts would mutate, and demonic mists would rage. One after another, these things violently shook Su Mingxuo's soul, making his spirit tremble with fear. How could this be? Uncle Su, do you believe it now? Shen Chen's words pulled Su Mingxua back to reality. In an instant, Su Mingxua rushed to Shen Chen in a single stride. Shen Chen, your Shen family must have a solution, right? There is naturally no way to preserve the human world or the empire. It's like the ancient legend of the Great Flood. No human power can stop it. Shen Chen shook his head, then gave a cold smile. However, a Noah's Ark our Shen family can still afford to build. I wonder, Uncle Su, would you like a ticket? Yes. Su Mingxua quickly replied, now devoid of the previous dignity and composure of a governor. Shen Chen subdued his smile and turned serious. Good, I now formally represent the Shen family in inviting the Su family to join the Free Parliament Alliance. Governor Su Mingxua, do you agree? Free Parliament Alliance. Su Mingxua murmured this strange term in his heart, and strangely felt a peculiar sense of security. Yes, I agree. Uncle Su, no need to panic. Shen Chen resumed his gentle and refined demeanor. Trust me, trust the Shen family, trust yourself. The agreement will be sent to your computer soon. Remember, this matter must be kept strictly confidential. Good. Su Mingxua repeated the word heavily and quieted down, though his heart was still racing. I wonder about this Free Parliament Alliance. This alliance will become the most powerful faction on the ruins of the empire after the apocalypse, bearing the responsibility of continuing civilization and order. At that time, all humans surviving the apocalypse will follow the rules set by our alliance. Otherwise, they will lose the alliance's protection and be cast into the apocalyptic wasteland to fend for themselves. Shen Chen replied slowly, then smiled at Su Mingxua. But the Shen family has limited energy. You will help us share some of the pressure, won't you, Uncle Su? Absolutely. I will certainly share the burden for the Shen family. My Su family will dedicate ourselves to the continuation of human civilization. Su Mingxua immediately pledged his loyalty, his eyes showing excitement for the first time. This was no mere burden sharing. This was clearly a naked division of power. After the apocalypse, the empire would inevitably collapse, and all forces in the human world would undergo a reshuffling with rules in order to be reestablished. With the Shen family's guarantee, his Su family had already secured the role of administrators, standing above millions upon millions in the apocalypse. At this moment, for a rare instance, Su Mingxua felt a trace of relief. Their insignificant Su family had actually been saved by the Shen family. This sense of happiness made Su Mingxua dizzy, yet also raised some doubts. And Shen Chen seemed to see through Su Mingxuo's thoughts. Perhaps because Uncle Su's younger daughter has captivated me. Su Mingxua immediately said, my daughter's ability to follow you nephew Shen is her greatest honor. It was laughable that he had previously worried about Shen Chen's sincerity. But now heavens, who cares about sincerity? That was the apocalypse. The apocalypse. With his insight, he naturally knew that once order was broken, this land would become a living hell. At that time, what would happen to pretty girls? And would he be able to protect Ninger? Following Shen Chen, at least her life would be safe and secure. As for whether Shen Chen only coveted Ninger's body, coveting was good. If he didn't covet, what would his daughter use to compete? As the rightful eldest son of the Shen family, Shen Chen originally had countless suitors, but civilized society had kept things restrained. Once the apocalypse arrived, and the Shen family built their apocalyptic fortress, he dared not imagine how many beautiful girls would cry and beg to climb into Shen Chen's bed. After Shen Chen left, Su Mingxua leaned over the computer again and discovered several more files had been sent. He dared not be negligent and read through them carefully. He saw some useful information. The Free Parliament Alliance membership listed imperial capitals, Shen family imperial capitals, by family imperial capitals, Shen family imperial capitals, Xiao family. Finally, after several imperial capital magnates, he saw the last member Jiangcheng's Su family. Seeing this, Su Mingxua felt a mix of embarrassment and relief. He knew that those imperial capital magnates were top-tier aristocrats among the empire's powerful families. Although not as ancient and long-established as the Shen family, they all had histories of several hundred years deeply rooted and exalted. Unexpectedly, one day their Su family could stand alongside them. Amidst the uniform lineup of imperial capital magnates, this sudden Jiangcheng's Su family was indeed quite conspicuous. However, it seemed not all members had the imperial capital prefix. He glanced at another member equally conspicuous as Jiangcheng's Su family Snowfox base. His heart skipped a beat. This name. It seemed to be a large military base in North America. Had the Shen family's reach extended beyond the empire? In the imperial capital, under a canopy of sparkling lights and endless starry skies, stretches an infinite sea of buildings. The broad avenues teem with surging crowds resembling a nightless metropolis from a film. This is the imperial capital, the empire's seat of power, the economic, political, and cultural heart of centuries. Alongside two other colossal cities in the west, it is hailed as one of the three great marvel capitals of the human world. Its existence is a shared pride of all humanity. Even the eastern capital, the empire's industrial jewel, bows before the imperial capital's splendor. Panlong Garden. Atop a 100-meter skyscraper. Patriarch, the Su family has responded. A young man reported, and then withdrew, leaving only the figure to gaze at the imperial capital's luxurious nightscape. His temples were slightly gray, his eyes deep, and his brow exuded a commanding aura. Just standing there. His presence as a superior spread like a tangible force. No one in the empire would be unfamiliar with him. The head of the imperial secretariat, the patriarch of the ancient Shen family. Shen Fei. After a long silence, he finally moved his eyes, lowering his head in thought. Chainer. 9 Gathering Tower. The Su family. Which Su family? An old man questioned in surprise, his simple inquiry making the man before him tremble. It's the Su family from Jiangxing. The old man frowned as if pondering. Those beneath him, whether young or middle-aged, dared not speak. For the old man was the patriarch of the White family in the imperial capital, a 30-year counselor of the imperial secretariat, the anchor of the White family, and the man standing at the pinnacle of political power. But they all knew what the old man was mulling over. After all, the pie was only so big, and now a Su family from Jiangxing had suddenly appeared from nowhere. Yet they dared not question it, for it was the Shen family's decision. The Shen family was not only the organizer, but also the absolute core of the Liberal Parliament Alliance. Apart from the White family, the other member clans of the alliance received the news at once and felt a flicker of doubt. No matter how one looked at it, that local Su family had no right to stand alongside them. But doubts aside, no one would question the Shen family. The Shen family had always possessed a foresight that others lacked from ancient times to the present. They only needed to support the Shen family at the right time, helping them consolidate rule during the Doomsday calamity, and boundless benefits would naturally follow. Finally, the patriarchs of those ancient clans, old men who never showed their emotions, all let out an involuntary sigh. The Doomsday. The next morning, cloudless skies, sunlight bathing the land. Jiangxing was filled with laughter and joyous scene of harmony. In the governor's mansion, Su Mingxua slowly walked out of his study, having barely slept all night. The unforeseen news of the Doomsday calamity had kept him pondering the Su family situation and the preparations for the final days. Until now, he finally understood the meaning behind the Shen family's series of unusual actions. Soon the empire would collapse and the Doomsday would descend. What did it matter about century-old debts or social upheaval? If he were the Shen family patriarch, he would dismantle the empire to seize more resources in the limited time. But one thing still puzzled him. All the Shen family's actions pointed to the eastern capital as their post-Doomsday stronghold. Yet from any perspective, the imperial capital should have been a better choice. If Shen Chen had heard Su Mingxuo's doubt, he would only smile faintly. To counter the Doomsday calamity, he had considered nearly every favorable and unfavorable factor, and the imperial capital was the first place Shen Chen rejected because in his past life, at the onset of the Doomsday, a great terror had gestated within the deepest black mist of the imperial capital. That single creature alone made the imperial capital one of the 10 forbidden zones of the end times. Such a level of monstrous being was far beyond what humans could handle at the beginning of the Doomsday. Nearly half of the imperial capital's top elite and noble clans were wiped out. Those who survived fled in panic. In his past life, the Shen family, after probing that creature from a distance on the first day, made a decisive move. They relocated all resources and troops to the eastern capital, and thus gave rise to the later prosperous free capital. The imperial capital, although the empire's most powerful city, suffered the deepest erosion from the Black Mist and Demon Tide after the Doomsday. Years after the Doomsday descended, it remained a desolate ruin no one dared to tread. But the eastern capital was the exact opposite. It possessed an industrial base and population not inferior to the imperial capital, enjoyed resources second only to the imperial capital, and as the empire's military capital under war conditions, it had extremely advantageous geographical conditions, heavy fortifications, layered defenses, and a commanding height. Ordinary zombie or beast tides were annihilated before reaching the city. Most importantly, the erosion of the Black Mist after the Doomsday was extremely shallow, negligible compared to the imperial capital. In the past life, it was hailed by countless as the heaven-chosen capital because the eastern capital possessed all the optimal conditions for a Doomsday stronghold. Coupled with the Shen family's leadership, it forged a sanctuary for humanity in the Doomsday, the free capital, the dream of countless survivors. Thus, the eastern capital had always been the Shen family's first choice. Young master, that Taoist is still sleeping in his room and shows no intention of leaving the Su family. Shen Chen listened to the report from the blue-dressed girl and nodded slightly. Then there's no rush. Information about the divine tree or the remnants of the imperial family was currently in Chu Qingyang's hands. And now the Su family, even Jiangxing, Shen Chen could already control and command at will. Keep watching him. If he wants to leave the Su family, report to me. Shen Chen pushed open the door and saw Su Xiao standing respectfully outside. Oh, Brother Su, what are you doing here? Young Master Shen. Su Xiao stepped forward. My uncle left the governor's mansion early this morning saying he had important matters to discuss. He went back to our old Su family estate and likely won't return for a few days. Before leaving, he specifically told me to let you make yourself at home. Gone back to the old Su family estate. Su Mingxuan must be discussing the Doomsday calamity with the Su family elders. Facing the impending disaster, even one more day of preparation was crucial. And letting him make himself at home. The meaning was clear. Since the Su family had fully pledged allegiance to the Shen family, they might as well hand over the entire authority of Jiangxing to Shen Chen. Such boldness earned even Shen Chen's admiration. For this move was exactly to his liking. Young Master Shen, my uncle personally brewed this tea before leaving. He insisted you try it. Su Xiao presented a cup of tea still steaming. Shen Chen took a sip and the smile on his lips deepened. In the shadows, Lan Qi, who had not yet left, saw this and held the Jiangxing governor in even higher regard. Su Mingxua was truly a remarkable figure. Leaving instructions before departure, personally brewing tea. A governor of his stature treating a young man with such deference, without any trace of arrogance. The speed of his mental adjustment was astonishing. In truth, even the patriarchs of the imperial capital's noble clans in the parliamentary alliance only respected the older generation like Shen Fei. They were polite to the young master on the surface, but inwardly contemptuous. Little did they know that most of the Shen family's Doomsday strategic plans, including the alliance's formation, had come from the young master's hand. Thinking of this, Lan Qi sneered inwardly. They were all but tools to consolidate the young master's throne. In a room within the governor's mansion, Chu Qingyang opened his eyes and sat up. After surveying his surroundings, he slowly retrieved a wooden box from his backpack. Gently opening it, he fell into contemplation. Inside the box lay a withered seed, gray and dry as if it had been dead for many years. And this was the sect treasure that had been passed down through the Qinglian sect for centuries. When Chu Qingyang first saw it, he laughed so hard his stomach hurt. Damn, this is a seed that's been dead for hundreds of years. Even if the Heavenly King came, he couldn't revive it. Unexpectedly, Xuanzhen Daoist flew into a rage and confined him for 3 days. He later understood that this seed was a celestial seed brought down from heaven by the founding patriarch of the Qinglian sect. The mortal realm's qi did not match, so it could not survive. Yet every generation of the Qinglian sect's leaders believed that one day the mortal realm would develop an environment suitable for the celestial seed. When that day came, the Qinglian sect would naturally flourish. Chu Qingyang did not truly believe it, but it was still the sect's paramount treasure. It must never fall into the wrong hands. Indeed, the one he was on guard against was Shen Chen. After yesterday's probing, he knew this man was deeply scheming, treacherous, and cunning. And in a moment of carelessness, he had inadvertently revealed news about the Jiang family. That surname Shen would certainly not let it go. No matter, he would cross that bridge when he came to it. He was no pushover. After putting away the seed, Chu Qingyang felt slightly more at ease. But suddenly his eyelid twitched. He looked around, but found nothing unusual. Frowning slightly, he murmured under his breath, "Is it my imagination?" He felt as if someone was watching him. Su Xiao left, and Shen Chen did not linger in his room for long. He seemed to unintentionally arrive at another estate. This residence was vast, and in the courtyard outside were many gardeners trimming flowers and plants. They were all diligently doing their work, not daring to glance around. For the owner of this courtyard was the eldest miss of the Su family, Su Qingying, rumored to possess the most bewitching beauty and the coldest heart. Shen Chen halted, an indescribable expression flickering in his eyes. Su Qingying. In his past life, she was the maidservant he brought back from the Su family, a woman of extreme loyalty and devotion to him. After the apocalypse, she awakened an 11th talent ability and became a remarkably sharp blade in Shen Chen's hand. Her intellect, cunning appearance, and strength were all of the highest caliber. She held a deeply contemptuous and hostile attitude toward everyone in the world, especially men. Yet she was utterly obedient to him, docile to the extreme both in and out of bed. However, at this moment, she seemed to be troubled by some matter, trapped in agitation. Compared to the shadow of Jasmine, who would later terrify countless nobles in the City of Freedom, the current Su Qingying was rather endearingly naive. A top-tier, a-level awakened being with peerless beauty and figure and absolute loyalty to him. Su Qingying, he must take her away. And Su Mengning, a young girl suspected of being a reincarnator, also needed to return with him to the Shen family. Thus, Uncle Su's two daughters of unparalleled beauty would likely both be brought back to the Shen residence. He supposed Uncle Su wouldn't refuse. Shen Chen revealed a benevolent smile. A few breaths later, many gardeners in the courtyard were secretly observing Shen Chen. They couldn't understand why a man would linger here for so long. They knew their mistress was not someone to be trifled with. She was the polar opposite of the gentle and pure second miss of the Su family. The second miss had never paid attention to her ardent suitors, but the young nobles who dared to pester their mistress over the years had all met miserable ends. "Young master, may I ask who you are looking for?" A maidservant-like figure approached Shen Chen and inquired politely. "The eldest miss of the Su family resides here, does she not? How unfortunate our mistress is not seeing anyone at the moment." The young girl said apologetically, thinking to herself that this unlucky fellow had come at a truly bad time. Her mistress was furious about something, and even the Su family's eldest young master had been turned away earlier. This man, whom she had never seen before at the Su residence, was likely another young master from some powerful family in Jiang City, seeking to make an acquaintance with her mistress. How ridiculous! Hadn't he heard of her mistress' reputation in Jiang City? A venomous woman, ruthless and merciless. None of that was mere rumor. Aside from being extraordinarily beautiful, she couldn't hold a candle to her pure and flawless younger sister next door. "If you would be so kind, my name is Shen Chen." Shen Chen said nothing more, only smiled. Yet with that single smile, the young girl found herself agreeing dazedly. It wasn't until she entered the room that she realized what she had done. It was mainly because the man's appearance was truly outstanding. Since things had come to this, she had no choice but to steel herself and speak softly to the figure seated by the table. Miss, there is someone outside who wishes to see you." The girl's palms were sweaty, and the silence made her heart pound. Receiving no response, the girl had to say resentfully, "Understood, miss. They'll go and drive that Shen Chen away right now." The moment the words fell, the tall figure by the table whipped around. "You said? Who?" He said. "His name is Shen Chen." The sudden turn of events caught the girl off guard, and her voice stammered. In an instant, Su Qingying rose and strode outside. The girl could only stand there dumbfounded, watching her usually unflappable mistress' pupils tremble with excitement and tension. At that moment, only one thought crossed her mind. What kind of person was that man standing outside the door? In the afternoon, Su Xiao finished another phone call, with Su Mingshuo reporting on the day's events. He covered every detail, especially concerning Shen Chen. But somehow Su Xiao felt that his uncle had been off ever since leaving the governor's mansion, as if he was hiding something on his mind. Could there be new turmoil in the empire? But surely nothing could be worse than the end of the world. Why did his uncle's tone always carry an unshakable melancholy? No sooner had he hung up than he heard a report from outside. "Young Master Su, something terrible has happened. That Taoist surnamed Chu has molested the eldest miss." Su Xiao's steps faltered, his eyes wide. That damn Taoist. How dare he provoke Su Qingying? When that woman goes mad, even uncle can't stop her. What happened? They're in the main hall now. If you don't hurry, I'm afraid the Taoist will be chopped up by the eldest miss. What the hell? Su Xiao felt a headache coming on. To be fair, although he disliked Su Qingying's temperament, they were all of the Su family. A mere outsider, no matter how exaggerated the claim, had committed an offense. Even if Su Qingying chopped up the Taoist and fed him to the dogs, he wouldn't bat an eye. But the key point was that he was his uncle's honored guest. If word got out, it would give rise to gossip, that the mighty governor of Jiang City was cold-hearted and lacked gratitude. And Su Qingying would never consider such consequences. What she might do, Su Xiao couldn't predict. Thinking of this, he furrowed his brows and said coldly, "Lead the way." When Su Xiao arrived at the hall, the atmosphere was already extremely tense. Su Qingying, clad in a black dress with a hint of deep red in her eyes and slender snow-white fingers, would be acclaimed as a peerless beauty by anyone who saw her. Of course, one must overlook her current demeanor, which was cold enough to freeze the living. A lustful glutton, utterly shameless, still having the nerve to stay in our Su family. A string of insults poured from Su Qingying's lips, leaving everyone present silent and trembling. Even Chu Qingyang lowered his head, his face darkening to the extreme, but he did not dare to retort. Heaven knows what grudge this beautiful, yet exceedingly cunning woman held against him. Harassment. He truly was bearing an unjust and heavy burden. Indeed, upon first seeing Su Qingying, he was instantly captivated by her beauty. He had not expected that the Su family possessed a woman whose beauty rivaled that of Su Mengning. Acting on impulse, he approached and struck up a conversation. What filled him with ecstatic joy was that this stunningly gorgeous and alluring woman did not treat him with the same disgust and distance as Su Mengning. On the contrary, she was exceedingly gentle and captivating, causing Chu Qingyang's heart to melt in an instant. In a dizzy spell, he spoke some words that were too indecent to behold, but he swore he truly believed she had feelings for him before uttering such remarks. Yet who would have thought that Su Qingying, who had just been as soft as water, would instantly turn her back cold as frost, ruthless and domineering. The shift was so drastic that it nearly jarred Chu Qingyang's spine. Now he was indeed caught in a dilemma. To deny it, he had indeed mumbled those frivolous words in a daze. But to admit it, after all, he had only been frivolous with words. He hadn't even touched her hand. He wanted to argue, but upon recollection he realized that from start to finish he had been led by the nose, guided by that woman, into saying things he shouldn't have. I didn't even touch you. At most words, Chu Qingyang shouted, lifting his head. Before he could finish, Su Qingying's fury intensified. You still want to touch me? Take a look at yourself, what a despicable thing you are. In terms of venomous speech, Su Qingying had never feared anyone since childhood. In just a few sentences, she had thoroughly flushed Chu Qingyang with rage. Staying in the Su family was nothing but utter humiliation. Apart from the Su family head, no one had treated him as a human being. To insult me like this, Su family. What happened today will be repaid 100-fold in the future. Chu Qingyang growled, turning to leave. But at that moment a figure blocked his path. It was none other than Su Xiao. Leaving? Su Xiao sneered coldly. Since you've just admitted to being disrespectful to Su Qingying with your words, where do you think you're fleeing to now, eh? He hadn't expected to hear this insolent Taoist threats against the Su family the moment he arrived. What a joke. 100-fold repayment. What did he think he was? Moreover, it wouldn't do to let him go just like that. At the very least, they had to wait for his uncle's return before handling it. Article 71 of the Imperial Law, anyone who publicly harasses a woman with inappropriate language shall receive a warning. Boldly take him to the security office. After speaking, the middle-aged man beside Su Xiao stepped forward. Chu Qingyang froze, turned his head, and in an instant locked eyes with Shen Chen, who was standing apart from the crowd. In a flash, he caught a faint trace of mockery in Shen Chen's gaze. No. He had been framed. He couldn't go to the security office, or else they would surely control him. At that moment, doubt and distrust filled his chest, nearly surging into his mind. Then he made a move that astonished everyone present. Just as old Li's hand was about to touch him, he suddenly moved, sending the burly old Li flying. With a swift step, he knocked down several people and rushed out the door. With a somersault, he leaped over the Su family's high wall and escaped. Ugh, it hurts. He's escaping. Catch him. Holy crap, did he just fly out? That wall must be at least 3 meters tall. For a moment, chaos erupted. Even Su Xiao stood rooted to the spot, uncertain what to do. Escaped. And assaulting an officer while fleeing. Should they pursue or not? Both the earlier harassment and this escape were minor or major incidents, depending on how seriously one took them. It could be blown up or brushed aside. Suddenly a figure emerged from the crowd, and everyone fell silent. Young Master Shen. Young Master Shen, what brings you here? Shen Chen motioned for everyone to calm down, and said with a light laugh, ignoring imperial law, we must still invite him back. Shen Chen's words drew immediate approval. Exactly. If we let him go like that, what would things come to? Indeed, imperial law must not be violated. Especially in public. This is simply lawlessness. The empire should have cracked down on these Taoist sects long ago, each one disregarding the law, using martial arts to defy prohibition. Then, young Master Shen, should I contact the security offices around Jiangcheng to dispatch more personnel for investigation and tracking? Su Xiao asked tentatively. No need. I recall that the Jiangcheng military department has a former aide of my father. Shen Chen said nonchalantly, ignoring the stunned expressions of the crowd as he took out his phone and dialed. A military department. They hadn't misheard, had they? Everyone was astonished. With a series of beeps, a deferential voice answered from the other end. Young Master Shen, what are your orders? Lock down Jiangcheng. Shen Chen said softly, a faint sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Jiangcheng. On a bustling street, a young man hurried along. He wore a black mask covering most of his face, his eyes darting around, as if observing something. Naturally, he was Chu Qingyang, who had escaped from the Su family. He had already discarded his Taoist robe, as it was far too conspicuous. In the depths of his eyes, anger still simmered uncontrollably. The Su family. Too tyrannical. Was there no justice? He had visited the Su family with good intentions, only to be so humiliated. Chu Qingyang clenched his fists, his brow furrowing fiercely. Suddenly he halted his steps. He saw guards appearing ahead on the road, blocking the way of many passers-by, apparently conducting a search one by one. The Su family. Were they really going to leave no room? Chu Qingyang slowly turned and slipped stealthily into a dark alley. Unbeknownst to him, all officials in Jiangcheng had secretly received a notice to arrest a man. Nearly all security departments swiftly mobilized, occupying numerous street checkpoints in Jiangcheng and conducting inspections one by one. Many citizens harbored resentment, but they could only grudgingly submit to the checks, all the while cursing the man who had broken the law. And all this was because of a single phone call from Shen Chen. Such was the power of influence that countless people desperately sought. In modern society, the wielding of power always requires a pretext or reason. But after the apocalypse descends, the veil of civilization will be torn away and the world will plunge into a dark age of ruthless survival of the fittest. It will be the worst of times, yet also the best of times. Damn it. Chu Qingyang rolled over and dashed into another block of the industrial park. Although scaling walls and buildings posed no challenge for him, he found guards lurking at every turn. Was the Su family truly determined to capture him? No, perhaps the orders weren't from the Su family, but from Shen Chen. This place is crowded enough for me to lie low for a while. Chu Qingyang gazed at the 4 grand characters inscribed on the gate in wild cursive, Liaozhong Park. Around him streams of young people flowed, and vendors hawked their wares. He muttered inwardly. With such a massive crowd, even a thorough search would take days to find him. He'll hide here for a bit, then slip straight out of Jiangcheng. As a disciple of the Qinglian sect, I'm a guest of honor wherever I go. Shen Chen, just you wait. This is a civilized society now. The Shen family's monopoly on power will eventually cost them dearly. Young Master the Taoist has holed up in Liaozhong Park, Lan Shi reported. Excellent, just as I expected. Seal off that area. Shen Chen smiled and rose slowly. Let's go, Lan Shi. I've toyed with him long enough, time to pay him a visit. Lan Shi nodded and quickly fell and stepped behind Shen Chen. Yet she still couldn't quite understand. Why not simply capture a mere Taoist outright? Why let him escape and cause such an uproar across Jiangcheng? What was her young master thinking? Though puzzled, she wouldn't question or doubt him. She would always trust her young master. Liaozhong Park was at its busiest today. The most festive day in all of Jiangcheng for tonight was the annual Lantern Festival. Dozens of universities, including Jiangcheng University, had even granted a day off, encouraging students to release lanterns by the river and savor their youth. Thus, countless students thronged Liaozhong Park that night, laughing and frolicking in small groups. Couples strolled along the riverbank. As dusk deepened, buildings glittered with brilliant lights. By the river, a massive crowd gathered, each holding a lantern, some setting it adrift on the water, others releasing it into the sky. Every face beamed with happiness and joy. This was life. Yet one person stood apart. A young man in a black mask lurked among the crowd, his expression grim. It was Chu Qingyang, of course. For only half an hour ago, he had discovered to his horror that the entire Liaozhong Park had been sealed off. Were they insane, mounting such a massive operation? Tonight the park held over 10,000 people. The Su family and Shen Chen. To catch him, they actually disregarded the public. Among the thousands were many high-ranking officials, family members, yet all were treated alike. Such audacity. Chu Qingyang glanced at the crowd, still laughing and chatting, feeling exasperated. You're still laughing? You don't even know Shen Chen has locked you all in. Soon you'll be crying when you can't get home to your mom. He turned and roughly shoved through the dense crowd, searching for another escape route. What the hell, are you sick? Stop pushing. Get lost. What kind of person are you? Help, are you a pervert? He touched my leg. Are you shoving your sister? Do you know my boyfriend is the Jiangcheng Taekwondo champion? Cindy, forget it. After a chaotic scuffle, Chu Qingyang finally squeezed out. An accidental graze counts as touching, he muttered, walking deeper into the night. Despite the many guards around, he was confident in his skills. But suddenly his eyelid twitched. He took out the wooden box he carried, opened it, and found it still lifeless. A false alarm. News of the temporary lockdown of Liaozhong Park eventually spread. A couple on a date. The woman said she couldn't stay out late and had to go home. The man begged and crawled after her, but she was stopped at the exit. There a group of her friends had gathered, making a scene with their numbers. Yet no matter how they ranted or misbehaved, the security guards refused to let anyone pass. Many of the onlookers were cowards. Once they saw the guards' stern expressions, their courage faltered. The news traveled further, reaching those by the river. They lost all interest in lanterns. Panic and fear seized their hearts. Many began calling home to report they were safe. Those with connections used their networks to find out what was happening. But every inquiry yielded only vague replies about a suspect's arrest. Moreover, the order came directly from the highest command center of Jiangcheng. In an instant, Liaozhong Park was gripped by fear. People huddled together, afraid to be alone. Especially in the dark, even with lanterns, they felt uneasy. Xiaoyi, did you find out? A group of about 5 college students gathered by a pavilion, anxiously watching the girl on the phone. Yeah, isn't your uncle a director in the tax bureau? Does he know what's going on? Right, tell him to send a car to pick us up. I don't want to stay here anymore. One of them was on the verge of tears. After all, Liaojiang Park had been sealed for nearly 2 hours, and they had no information. They didn't even know when the lockdown would be lifted, so panic was inevitable. After a long pause, the girl on the phone hung up, her expression serious. This incident is very unusual. Even my dad got little information, let alone sending a car. They say a young master from the Li family is trapped here too, and the Lis didn't dare to come get him. Do you think my dad can compare to the Li family? But don't panic too much. Ignore the rumors about a terrorist attack. My dad told me to find a crowded place and wait patiently. Nothing bad will happen. It's probably the Su family hunting some kind of pervert. Pervert? Someone exclaimed. Bullshit, a strange male voice suddenly interjected. The students turned in shock to see a man sitting on a bench in the darkness. He wore a black mask, his cold eyes fixed on them. Suddenly a terrible thought crossed their minds. They swallowed hard. Xiaoyi. Could he be? Before they could finish, someone screamed and ran toward the crowd. That scream like the last straw. Chaos erupted among the crowd. Though most had no idea what was happening, fear was contagious. In an instant, order collapsed. Countless people fled toward what they thought was safety. There were even several stampedes. Chu Qingyang was dumbfounded. What the hell? Am I a demon? Wah wah wah. Mommy, I want my mommy. Mommy. Amidst the commotion, a little girl seemed to have lost her way. She was about 4 or 5 years old, with pigtails, crying and stumbling about. Yet many people rushed past her, not a single one stopping. Chu Qingyang frowned, about to step forward. Stop! A voice called out to him. Chu Qingyang turned to see that it was the girl who had been on the phone earlier. She seemed frightened, her face pale, even her eyebrows trembling. Yet she resolutely stopped Chu Qingyang from approaching the girl. What the hell? It's not like I'm a trafficker who would kidnap that child. Chu Qingyang ignored her and continued forward. Unexpectedly, the little girl also saw a strange man approaching her and grew even more afraid. She turned and ran while crying, but tripped and fell after just 2 steps. Her face was scraped and bleeding, and she cried even louder. Surrounded by the noisy, fleeing crowd, the little girl sat in the darkness, her face covered in blood, crying up to the heavens. A strange man in a black mask strode toward her in 3 quick steps. Yui, watching this scene, felt as if she were seeing a world collapsing piece by piece. No, she screamed in her heart. Can't get close to her, can't hurt the child. The next moment, the strange man's steps halted, the little girl's crying stopped. The world inexplicably froze for a moment. A noble and handsome figure had somehow come behind the little girl, gently lifting her up. What's wrong? There's blood. Where are your parents? His gentle voice, though not loud, sounded uniquely precious in this chaotic place. I am lost. Mommy, I want to go home, Wah. The little girl sobbed in the man's arms, but did not struggle. There, don't cry. You'll be home soon. Trust big brother, okay? The man's voice seemed to possess a certain magic. The little girl actually stopped crying and nodded vigorously at him. Yui stood frozen, as if witnessing the most unbelievable thing in the world. That man with his dazzling appearance and slender figure. He was the one she had seen not long ago at the Su family banquet. The top noble scion from the imperial capital, surrounded by all the powerful elites of Jiang City. Shen Chen. After a few more dazed breaths, Shen Chen had already come before her. Can you take this little girl to find her mother? Yui felt her mind go dizzy as she nodded. Shen Chen smiled at Yui and handed the little girl's hand to her. Knowing they shouldn't stay here, Yui quickly left the place. After everyone had gone, the area was empty and silent. The crowd's noise was barely audible and rapidly fading away. Only then did Chu Qingyang suddenly let out a cold laugh. Have you played your part enough, Shen Chen? Shen Chen turned to look at him, his smile unchanged. Oh, Brother Chu, why aren't you running this time? I just thought, since you've come here yourself, why not settle this once and for all? Fine, Brother Chu has finally made a decisive move. Chu Qingyang seemed unhurried, now crossing his arms. I'm curious, Shen Chen, why your Shen family punish you for this? What makes you say that? Even if you are the eldest son of the Shen family, causing such a big commotion in a first-tier city, needlessly adding negative publicity to the Shen family, and providing political ammunition to rival politicians. Where do you get the confidence to do these things? Shen Chen was actually at a loss for words. How could he explain that soon a version update would reset everything? Well, I suppose that's the Shen family for you, the eldest legitimate son of the Shen family, turning the empire upside down without anyone daring to object. Chu Qingyang sneered to himself and continued. I know you want to get information about Jiang's from me, but I might as well tell you, give up. I, Chu Qingyang, have lived an upright and honorable life. How could I be compared to a hypocrite like you? Shen Chen shook his head with a wry smile, not bothering to argue. Good and evil are hard to define. Why waste words? Lan Shi. Shen Chen merely murmured. Chu Qingyang's hair suddenly stood on end as a sense of danger hit him. A figure suddenly darted out from the shadows, moving as swiftly as an arrow from the dark clouds. Chu Qingyang reacted quickly, but could only barely turn to block. Even so, after the blow, the tiger's mouth of his hand split open, blood gushing out. Looking closely, he saw a young girl wearing a ghost mask elegantly twirling a butterfly knife that flashed with a chilling silver light. Who on earth is this? Chu Qingyang's face turned grim as he prepared himself mentally. This girl actually made him feel immense pressure. After all, he had practiced ancient martial arts since childhood under Xuanzhen Daoist, and in terms of combat, he was confident he feared no one in the world. He glanced at Shen Chen. Shen Chen had retreated 10 meters away, watching them with keen interest. What is this? A duel? A strange unease rose in Chu Qingyang's heart. Shen Chen had trapped him here, yet only sent a girl to capture him. If he had chosen a few squads of guards with guns, he might have had to be cautious and not dare to confront them heat-in. But just this person. Whatever. We'll take her down first. Chu Qingyang no longer hesitated, charging at Lan Shi. Clenching his fists, his body moved, as if carrying the momentum of a tiger, his steps shifting like a white crane. He was using the 5 elements Xingyi fist from ancient martial arts, unpredictable and immensely powerful. Lan Shi dodged left and right, moving extremely fast. Even with Chu Qingyang's full effort, he couldn't touch the hem of Lan Zai's skirt. Chu Qingyang's expression turned fierce, and he used the Xingyi push-pull technique, with wide sweeping movements finally causing a momentary disruption in Lan Zai's steps. Seizing the opportunity, he closed in for close combat. Both sides unleashed all their techniques, locked in a stalemate. Although Lan Shi lacked Chu Qingyang's strength, she far surpassed him in skill, and every move was lethal, a killing art that made Chu Qingyang break out in a cold sweat. His heart screamed. He never imagined there were so many extraordinary people in this world. This young girl, so young, possessed such martial prowess. If anyone knowledgeable were present, they would be stunned speechless. The girl in the ghost mask was no unknown figure. She was the dreaded Blood Moon of the Empire's dark web, the most mysterious and top-tier assassin. And the fact that Chu Qingyang could trade blows with her spoke volumes about his own skill. Shen Chen stood at a distance, a smile on his lips, quietly observing the battle. His gaze at Chu Qingyang seemed quite satisfied as he murmured, "Such physical fitness is already comparable to those experimental subjects in the Academy of Sciences." The rapid technological advancement of the entire Blue Star had taken place over just the past few centuries. The superpowers led by the Asian Empire and the North American Federation had coincidentally ushered in the era of hyperinformation. Naturally, many relics of the old era were crushed into dust beneath the wheels of time, such as the curses of North America, the witchcraft of Europe, and the legends of werewolves, as well as the Empire's arts of Qiming, Duanjia, the 5 elements, and 8 trigrams, and even ancient martial arts. Though most lacked scientific basis and were scorned by the academicians of the Imperial Academy and the youth of the day, thus abandoned by the times, they had nevertheless spread widely across Blue Star in ages past. Even if their principles remained unclear, they still possessed a measure of true skill. Shen Chen knew well that when the apocalypse descended, many ancient forbidden arts and old legends discarded by the era, perhaps under the erosion of the Black Mist, would erupt with considerable potential and research value. And now Chu Qingyang, relying solely on ancient martial arts, could fight to a standstill against the perfect experimental subject cultivated by the Shen family. That alone spoke volumes. The two exchanged blows with blinding speed, though ordinary people could only see a blur of afterimages. In the shadows, several detection devices recorded the battle, storing relevant data. To make the old stubborn heads of the Imperial Academy take the Empire's ancient cultivation arts seriously, presenting data is absolutely necessary. Though Shen Chen was deeply respected within the Shen family, in a place like the Imperial Research Institute, a gathering of titans and geniuses, the power of influence diminished considerably. Even if the Cardinal Affairs Bureau assigned them research topics on the ancient sects of the Empire, they would not bother if they lacked interest. On the other hand, the Shen family's other initiative, an experiment on the activation of the human genome's latent potential, had them researching day and night like hungry wolves, their interest unflagging. Yet Shen Chen had to value both directions. In certain circumstances, the former held even greater potential and was more deeply tied to the apocalypse. Top-tier geniuses were all eccentric in temperament, disregarding status and rank. Their safety and position were heavily protected by imperial law, for the majority of theoretical and practical achievements driving the Empire's cutting-edge technological progress came from that very institute. In the end, it is civilized society that gives them the confidence to look down on others. Shen Chen was not angered, merely curious. I wonder, when the apocalypse descends, will they be willing to bow their heads and work diligently within the free city, or will they straighten their spines and compete with wild beasts for food on the wasteland? Hiya! Chu Qingyang let out a loud roar, retreating dozens of steps, his body swaying. At this moment, he finally understood the terror of the girl before him. He, after all, was the unparalleled genius his master had spoken of cultivating since childhood, training hard every day. Yet he could barely hold his own in combat. Chu Qingyang looked into the girl's eyes, beautiful eyes like glass. But they were also icy cold, as if radiating a perpetual chill. Who exactly are you? Lan Shi did not answer. In fact, she had no intention of communicating with him at all. She merely shifted her stance again, darting forward with lightning speed, the butterfly knife in her hand whistling through the air. A chill rose in Chu Qingyang's heart. He hurriedly dodged, no longer engaging her heat. No, I can't go on like this. I'm going to lose. Chu Qingyang's eyes darted, catching sight of Shen Chen standing nearby. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in his gaze. Then he abruptly changed direction and charged explosively towards Shen Chen. Shen Chen, should I call you confident or arrogant? Standing there like a fool. Once I capture you, who in Jiangchen would dare to stop me? At this thought, Chu Qingyang could no longer suppress his grin. The esteemed eldest son of the Shen family, pampered and sheltered, he had probably never seen such a spectacle before. In the span of 2 breaths, Chu Qingyang was already before Shen Chen. He then swept his hands forward, his strikes vicious, attempting to capture Shen Chen in one blow. He sought to see panic on Shen Chen's face, but all he saw was a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. A sliver of unease sprouted in his heart. The next moment, Chu Qingyang's smile froze, his scalp tingling. For the full force punch condensed from his dantian was caught with a single hand by Shen Chen. How? Is that possible? No. Impossible. A terrifying force seemed to envelop Chu Qingyang, and only now did he suddenly recall the feeling he had when he first met Shen Chen. That faint sense of danger was no illusion. The eldest son of the Shen family before him possessed a terrifying power within him that was not human. How could this be? Weren't the scions of those great families supposed to be useless buffoons who threw their weight around? But he had no time to think further. He only felt the meridians in his arm shattered by a colossal force, completely losing sensation. Arg! Chu Qingyang screamed in heart-wrenching agony, collapsing onto one knee. Impossible. No, how can this be? He stared at Shen Chen as if looking at a monster. Absolutely impossible. He knew full well that even his master Xuanzhen Doran, who had cultivated for a century and reached the limits of humanity, was far from possessing such strength. He received no answer, only saw the smile on Shen Chen's lips. His mind grew dizzy, and the words of his master suddenly surfaced in his thoughts. Heaven and earth are chaotic, fortune and misfortune intertwine. It is both a fall into the abyss and a climb to the peak. It's just a pity that this old man won't live to see that day. So, the world had already changed, hadn't it? Looking again at Shen Chen's smile, Chu Qingyang trembled all over. No, Shen Chen, let me go. Chu Qingyang's left hand tremblingly pulled out his phone and dialed a number, his speech stammering. You can't touch me. My master is Su Mingshuo's lifesaver. The call connected. Hello, Uncle Suyu. Quickly tell Shen Chen. He's going to hurt me while you're away. On the other end of the line, Su Mingshuo was silent for a moment, seemingly taken aback by the sudden call. But he quickly grasped the situation and spoke in a gentle voice. Put Shen Xianji on the line. Hearing this, Chu Qingyang was overjoyed, as if clutching at a lifeline. He raised the phone high as if to ensure Shen Chen could hear. From the other end came Su Mingshuo's cordial inquiry. Shen Xianji, how is the tea I brewed? Uncle Su's craftsmanship is exquisite. Naturally, it is extremely delicious. Shen Chen replied with a smile. Booming laughter came from the phone. That's good. Then came the dial tone of the call ending. Chu Qingyang. He was going mad. When Su Mingshuo gave him the number, he had made such grand promises. And now he just exchanges a few pleasantries with my enemy and hangs up? Did he truly not know that I was in dire straits? Su Mingshuo, my master was blind to have helped you, an ungrateful wolf. Chu Qingyang roared, inwardly feeling a surge of rage that choked his heart, his mind spinning. The next moment his consciousness scattered and he collapsed to the ground. Young master. Lan Shi suddenly knelt on one knee, lowering her face. It was naturally to apologize for failing to capture Chu Qingyang for so long. It's not your fault, Shen Chen said flatly. That Taoist indeed has some skill, a long-lost ancient martial art. Exactly as I suspected. Lan Shi finally lifted her gaze, slightly looking at the faint crimson light emanating from Shen Chen's right hand, a trace of worry in her brows. Young master, your body. I can still control it for now. Shen Chen replied casually, then looked at Chu Qingyang lying on the ground like a dead dog. He stepped forward slowly and took a wooden box from his bundle. Opening it, a withered seed came into view. Shen Chen's brows furrowed slightly, as if pondering something. So it was indeed a yet an awakened demon tree. Just the ability to create awakener was already heaven-defying. It must be among the top echelons of the demon realm. After the apocalypse descended, the awakened beings among the countless flora and fauna of Blue Star were called demon beasts, and the best among them were no less formidable than the top human awakener. They occupied territories and proclaimed themselves kings, coexisting with human cities without conflict. Sometimes they even joined forces to resist the terrifying demons emerging from the black mist. While Shen Chen was lost in thought, Lan Shi gazed at him absent-mindedly. Young master. Why did you risk merging with that destructive power? You are the eldest son of the Shen family, the most honored youth in the human world you could have. You could have avoided being so hasty and impulsive. Lan Shi. Shen Chen seemed to read her thoughts and smiled broadly. Humanity's time is already very short. After the apocalypse fell upon Blue Star, the space eroded by the black mist had expanded thousands or even tens of thousands of times. Yet in the past life, all human forces combined merely cowered in remote corners like dark rats. Outside there were countless territories built by demon beasts. Farther away in the vast black mist, endless demonic creatures waged war and wreaked havoc. Forbidden zones where humans dared not set foot or even gaze upon. Perhaps in their eyes humans were nothing more than weak insects. Sorry, but the Shen family was also part of humanity. To tear down and even subjugate those demonic beings, the ordinary path of human awakener ascension was clearly not suitable for Shen Chen. After all, the past life had proven it. Even the 10 strongest awakener could only avoid the few ancient demon seeds. Shen Chen did not continue, for he had made his decision at the moment of rebirth, and with the help of the Shen family, had merged with that forbidden power. Once I fuse with this seed and become an awakener, I can temporarily suppress that power, Shen Chen said calmly. As his voice fell, several armed personnel emerged from behind. They were all in black military uniforms, armed with guns, their expressions cold and stern. Once I fuse with this seed and become an awakener, I can temporarily suppress that power, Shen Chen said calmly. As his voice fell, several armed personnel emerged from behind. They were all in black military uniforms, armed with guns, their Lan Shi had already retreated under Shen Chen's command. Even the armed personnel in protective suits were slowly backing away, dragging Chu Qingyang along. Their cold eyes also flickered with fear of that substance. Shen Chen gazed at the glass sphere, his eyes deep and thoughtful. This was the latest research achievement of the Shen family's research institute this year. They had successfully sealed and stored black mist. Before the Doomsday, some regions of the world had briefly and sparingly experienced the arrival of a small amount of black mist. The monitoring bureau in the capital used satellites to locate its exact coordinates, then dispatched special armed units to find, record, and store it. Though it consumed immense resources, they finally achieved some results. Shen Chen slowly approached the glass sphere extremely carefully. He opened it a crack and dropped the withered seed inside. The black mist, originally trying to escape through the gap, seemed to be suppressed as it neared Shen Chen's right hand and slowed down. Yet one wisp still escaped, dissipating into the air. With lightning speed, it entered the body of the nearest armed personnel. Instantly the man let out a pained scream, his eyes rolling back, limbs contorting, collapsing to the ground. The other personnel reacted as if facing a great threat, loading their guns and aiming at the man. Shen Chen looked at him indifferently, saying nothing. Some shred of consciousness still lingered in the man's eyes under the cold gaze of everyone. With extreme difficulty, he drew his pistol, raised it slowly and trembling to his temple, and pulled the trigger. Bang! He fell to the ground, his face purple and blue, the exposed skin already black and hardened. In just a few breaths, he had transformed from a normal person into a horrific zombie-like figure from the movies. Shen Chen averted his gaze, merely saying, "Give him a grand burial," and then paid no further attention. The other armed personnel fired a few more shots to ensure he was dead, then dragged his body away. Inside the glass sphere, the withered seed seemed to be swelling at an uncanny speed. Soaked in the black mist, it appeared to come alive. A strange seed that had long withered and died was awakening in a peculiar way. In the future, countless plants would awaken in this manner. The seed's shell became translucent, then a sprout emerged at a visible speed. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters. The sprout grew astonishingly fast, dancing in the air as if rejoicing with emotion. Then, as if accidentally touching the glass wall, it suddenly quieted down. In everyone's eyes, this newborn life, as if sentient, touched the glass wall again and climbed onto it. Cautiously exploring and slithering, it eventually circled the sphere and fell silent. In that instant, the surrounding armed personnel felt a chill creep up their spines. This creature, clearly not of the human world, seemed to realize its situation right after birth. It was trapped. What kind of terrifying monster was this? All armed personnel stared intently at the creature, raising their guns and aiming, sweat beading on their foreheads. But Shen Chen watched its movements with keen interest. The next moment, the sprout seemed to have doubled in size, growing as thick as a baby's arm. It slammed against the glass sphere with immense force, instantly cracking the wall. With another thud, the cracks spread rapidly, spiderwebbing across the entire sphere in plain sight. Bang! The shattering sound of the special synthetic glass was piercing, chilling the hearts of the soldiers nearby. The sapling plunged into the earth, and the remaining black mist seemed to be absorbed clean. With no glass sphere to confine it, its growth rate doubled, expanding to 3 meters in the blink of an eye. Vines thrashed wildly in the air, as if displaying its power to intimidate Shen Chen and the others. What kind of monster is this? Witnessing this scene, even the armed personnel who had undergone extremely rigorous training couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. After all, they were merely following orders from their superiors, having signed confidentiality agreements and completed a series of missions that exposed them to entities beyond the realm of common sense. But at this moment, in the darkness of the night, a terrifying tree grew at an alarming speed, brandishing itself at them with an almost intelligent menace. The visual impact was indeed far too intense. Yet despite the shock, they managed to maintain their composure, standing still while casting furtive glances at Shen Chen, awaiting his command. Shen Chen's eyes, however, had already lit up with excitement, so much so that he couldn't help but clap his hands. Indeed, a demonic beast of extremely high rank and a rare plant type at that. Seeing that this willow tree had displayed such high intelligence merely moments after awakening Shen Chen knew his trip here was not in vain. This was an exceedingly cunning tree demon. In his past life, Su Mingxua thought he had it under control, unaware that it was merely lying dormant using humans to rapidly awaken and advance. It ultimately destroyed the Su family base with the combat power it exhibited at that time. Not only did it shock the Shen family far away in the Free City, but it also directly turned the 4 of the Apocalypse's 4 Overlord-class ferocious beasts into 5. Moreover, it surpassed them in intelligence. By the time the awakened ones from the Free City arrived in Jiangxing, that tree demon had already fled far away, leaving behind a devastated ruined base. Only sporadic news came in a few years later. That terrifying tree demon nurtured by humanity had already been crowned king deep within the primordial forest. Countless powerful beasts and birds paid homage to it. By that time, not even the Shen family could subdue it. But now, although it displayed a fearsome demeanor in Shen Chen's eyes, it was pitifully weak and naive. Even if its potential was terrifyingly vast, and it could grow into a top-tier demonic beast, so what? Newly awakened as it was, it could only be manipulated by Shen Chen, serving as mere fertilizer for the Shen family's ascent to the top. Lanshi, Shen Chen called out softly. The young woman standing in the distance remained calm, raised her pistol, and pulled the trigger without a moment's hesitation. Bang! A large hole was blasted into the willow tree's trunk. It twisted grotesquely, even letting out a low, grating shriek, as if it had developed vocal cords. Many people's hands trembled. A tree had actually let out a scream. Meanwhile, in the distance of the Liaoning Park, and many of the dispersed crowd were startled by the commotion. Gunshots! Gunshots! What's happening? Damn, what the hell was that thing screeching? My head feels like it's going to explode. What's going on? I'm so scared. The crowd erupted into chaos, but was quickly suppressed by the guards who struggled to maintain order. Move! Everyone out of the park. A middle-aged man drenched in sweat stood on a platform shouting through a megaphone. Many people were overjoyed and immediately pushed and shoved their way out of the park. But some found their curiosity overwhelming their fear, pulling out their phones to film the scene. Some even walked against the flow, heading towards where the gunshots had just rung out. No filming. Don't go that way. Leave now. Security personnel barked orders. Yet the effect was poor. It was late at night with too many people and prying eyes, creating utter chaos. In some places, stampedes even occurred, injuring civilians. I said no filming. What are you still filming for? A security guard yelled at a college student. The student didn't even turn his head, slipping nimbly into the crowd and disappearing. Sun Yun stood at the entrance, sweating profusely. Someone reported to him. Team Leader Sun, the network in the Liaoning Park has been cut off. No pictures or videos can be transmitted from now on. But we can't guarantee what was sent before. Sun Yun waved his hand in annoyance. Enough. Let's just do our part and leave the rest for the cyber police to worry about. Sun Yun continued issuing orders. When people exit later, check their communication devices one by one. Make sure no one leaves with any on-site videos or pictures. Yes, sir. At that moment, another burst of gunfire came from that direction, not just one shot this time, but a series of bangs. Unsurprisingly, it caused another commotion among the crowd. Many screamed in terror, but amidst it all there were also shouts of excitement. Mostly college students in their prime, full of youthful vigor. They felt a mix of fear and a hint of thrill and excitement towards such terrifying events. Order! Order! The loudspeaker boomed again, but with little effect. Sun Yun stared blankly into the distance. To be honest, he didn't know the specifics of what was happening either. He had only received orders from above to evacuate the crowd and seal off the area, and he was wise enough not to ask why. After all, he had long passed the age of curiosity and hot-bloodedness. After that incident, he just wanted to live out his days peacefully in Jiangxing, spending the rest of his life in tranquility. That shouldn't be too much to ask for, should it? Brother Yang, maybe we should just go back. Don't be scared, second. Don't you want to know what's happening over there? Inside the park, 2 young men who looked like college students evaded the security patrols and crept stealthily towards a certain location. One was short in stature, the other had a face full of pockmarks. They were unmistakably the 2 college students who had locked eyes with Shen Chen at the park entrance earlier. They moved cautiously like cats slinking through the night. I don't know, Brother Yang. The short young man asked hesitantly. What if they're catching a criminal? What if it's dangerous? No, it's definitely not. The pockmarked young man said firmly. Second, we might have stumbled upon something. A supernatural event. His voice trembled with excitement, as if he were about to uncover some great secret. How? Is that possible? I want to leave. The short young man, however, thought he was joking, his voice filled with panic. Don't go, the pockmarked man quickly urged. Really, second, when we get back today, they'll show you the videos from the forum. I can only tell you ITLL open a whole new world for you. It's not just Jiangxing, supernatural events are erupting all over the world, and they're getting more frequent. Trust me, if I can get a clear video this time. I might even become a moderator of that forum, and then I'll have the authority to invite you in. The short young man was baffled, completely overwhelmed. Come on, second, come with me. Don't you know the world is changing? Only fools blindly follow the rules. The more they try to hide, the more I want to expose it. Following that ignorant crowd will only get you played. The clear-headed are always the minority, and those with the courage to act are even rarer. Second, come with me. Well, uncover the truth the Empire is hiding, and well become pioneers. Halt. As Shen Chen spoke, the armed personnel behind him ceased fire, though their gun barrels remained trained on the willow tree. However, calling it a willow was somewhat inaccurate, for its appearance was truly too pitiful. Countless bullet holes riddled its trunk, and a mixture of white and green sap oozed from the wounds. Its branches were twisted vines hung low, and it bore countless scars as if all its vitality had been drained. Shen Chen stepped forward slowly, a sly smile playing on his lips. How pitiful. Suddenly one of its drooping vines struggled to rise, reaching toward Shen Chen. Bang! The soldiers readied their rifles, prepared to fire mercilessly at the slightest sign of aggression. Yet the vine seemed to have no intention of attacking. Instead, it stopped 3 feet from Shen Chen. The emerald tendril emitted a faint fluorescent glow, dispelling the darkness of that space. Under Shen Chen's gaze, it painstakingly conjured this glimmer of light. At the tip of the vine, a tiny fluff seed was coalescing, exuding an aura that instinctively made living beings crave it. The seed's color flickered from white to blue, then to cyan and purple. Finally, it condensed into a crimson radiance like a phoenix's eye in the darkness, compelling one to approach and desire it. It was like an oasis seen by a dying man lost in the desert, a primal instinct from the depths of the soul to possess it. Many armed personnel were also entranced, staring blankly at the blood-red seed. A deep-seated impulse rooted in their genetic code drove and tempted them to rush forward and devour it. The birds in the sky grew restless as if stirred by this aura. The willow branches danced gently, its trunk bending, as if bowing in submission to Shen Chen, offering its most precious gem in a plea for survival. Shen Chen raised his hand, and at that moment, all eyes converged upon him. Those present used sheer reason to suppress their instincts, knowing full well that such a monumental fortune was not meant for them. The vine lowered itself further, as if reverently awaiting his plucking. But splat! A flash of piercing red light traced a dreamlike arc through the night and fell to the ground. The hearts of everyone present inexplicably trembled. Shen Chen slowly withdrew his hand and sneered. An aggrade talent seed. Do you take me for a beggar? Dead silence fell. Even the vine paused for a moment, as if stunned. Suddenly a bird darted from the darkness toward the crimson seed. Instantly, it was torn apart by a hail of bullets, collapsing to the ground. An armed soldier crept forward 2 steps, staring at the blood-colored seed on the ground, swallowing hard with a flicker of greed in his eyes. He lunged forward, but halted just as his hand was about to touch the seed. He looked down in disbelief. A gaping blood-red hole had appeared in his chest. Lan Shi gave a light kick, and he crumpled to the ground lifeless. The others, witnessing this, seemed to be jolted awake by a chill wind, shivers running down their spines. They could only watch as Lan Shi collected the red seed, daring not to move. At that moment, Shen Chen suddenly grasped the willow's trunk, a gentle smile spreading across his face. Go on, why is it only in a grade talent seed? Don't hold back. The 3-meter willow sensed danger and began to thrash wildly, trying to break free from Shen Chen's grip. But as a mysterious dark crimson aura emanated from Shen Chen's right hand, the tree started to shriek in terror, its voice harsh and piercing. The onlookers watched in alarm as the willow visibly wilted. Its swollen trunk shrank, its vines thinned and shortened. It was as if all its energy was being drawn toward the small mass in Shen Chen's hand, and its cries, once furious, grew weaker and more hoarse. It even seemed to be begging with the utmost humility for a chance to survive. That was the survival instinct etched into every living being. Unfortunately, Shen Chen's gaze remained cold, as if he were examining his prey. Finally, the willow's entire body became withered and desiccated, a horrifying and pitiful sight. But in Shen Chen's palm, a faint golden gleam began to glow. Though extremely weak, it was strikingly conspicuous and dazzling in the darkness. The moment this sacred aura spread, the whole space seemed to fall silent. What is this? Everyone present widened their eyes, as if witnessing a miracle. A genuine smile of joy finally appeared on Shen Chen's face. It actually succeeded. Shen Chen held the pale golden seed in his hand, examining it closely. Indeed, an grade talent seed. This was the highest crystallization condensed from the true essence of that demonic being, a unique and irreplaceable treasure. A true grade talent seed. It could elevate an ordinary person to become a top-tier awakened in the apocalypse. Moreover, Shen Chen himself would awaken an grade talent ability after the apocalypse. Dual grade abilities. This was one of Shen Chen's plans. Of course, apart from this soul grade seed, Shen Chen also intended to create a continuous supply of talent seeds for the future City of Freedom. Extract its biological samples, send them to the Research Institute, and restart the alien creature cloning project. Yes, sir. Staff members promptly stepped forward to work. Satisfied with what he had obtained, Shen Chen was in high spirits. Regarding the dying tree demon, he smiled. See, you can do it. Don't underestimate yourself. Facing Shen Chen's taunt, it had no strength to respond. Its trunk, now shriveled to half a meter, struggled, moving with excruciating slowness, crawling away from Shen Chen, leaving a scorched trail behind. Until its aura was completely exhausted, it lost all signs of life and collapsed onto the ground. Everyone was silenced, watching the terrifying tree demon tortured to death by Shen Chen as if it were a toy, a collective chill running through them. Dead. Shen Chen examined the lifeless tree, then seemed to notice something. He kicked aside its trunk and found a patch of soil with signs of digging. Bring the newly developed nano tracker. A beast that should have stood at the apex of the apocalypse and ruled the primordial forest was now dead on the very day of its awakening. Moreover, its samples and data would be sent to the Eastern Capital Research Institute for cloning and cultivation by the Empire's top professors and scholars. Young Master. Lan Shi stepped forward, presenting the blood-red seed. Shen Chen took it and turned his gaze to Chu Qingyang, who lay unconscious nearby. Young Master, how should we deal with him? Lan Shi asked. Send him to the Eastern Capital Academy of Sciences. I recall they've recently broken through in memory-cutting technology. He possesses quite a bit of valuable information. I'm also very curious about where the Jiang family has hidden themselves. As Shen Chen finished speaking, he suddenly sensed something. He turned to look at a patch of bushes in the night. A gentle breeze passed, rustling the branches. The grass was somewhat disturbed, broken flowers swaying unsteadily. Someone's there. Lan's eyes expression turned cold. Shen Chen waved his hand, and several black-clad figures stealthily moved toward that location. Don't give away your position. Hurry. Faster. Two silhouettes, one tall and one short, dashed along a narrow path shrouded in the darkness of night. Both were drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. When they paused to glance at each other, the lingering terror in their pupils was unmistakable. Brother Yang, stammered the shorter one, his voice trembling, his entire body soaked in cold sweat, barely able to form words. Just now, that was, merely recalling the scene made his limbs weak and unsteady. The other, a pockmarked youth, though equally frightened, was more overcome with excitement. Second, let's keep moving first. I've recorded everything just now on video. This is simply unbelievable. The visual impact of witnessing it firsthand far surpassed any online videos or images. The value of this footage is immeasurable. After a brief pause to catch their breath, they resumed their frantic sprint, terrified of being caught by the soldiers in uniform from moments ago. And that demonic young man. Though they had been combating the monsters, a chill ran down the pockmarked youth's spine. At the same time, he firmly believed the Empire must be concealing something from its people. The forum he had joined was a grassroots organization of the awakened, destined to expose the Empire's hidden evil conspiracies. The realization that such plots reminiscent of movies and novels were unfolding in reality filled him with an unparalleled surge of excitement. This trip to Jiangxing, along with all previous actions by the Shen family, had not been deliberately concealed. At most, they made a token effort to block related videos, images, and discussions spreading online. Their purpose was simply to plunge the Empire into a state of mild chaos before the apocalypse. With such a buffer period, at least when Doomsday arrived, the Empire's citizens would not be plunged into true, unparalleled despair. The two youths who had filmed the video suddenly reminded Shen Chen of an organization. A highly mysterious and formidable group in the apocalypse, known as the Ghostly Conclave, which according to legend was founded through exchanges on certain dark web forums before the end times. After the apocalypse, its membership was pitifully sparse compared to the major bases, yet its combat prowess and influence astonished many across the wasteland. The leader of that organization had once shared a bond with Shen Chen. At this thought, Shen Chen began to chuckle softly. In this life, don't die as miserably as you did before. Red Night. Liao River. Countless lanterns of various shapes floated on the river's surface, their glow mingling with the silvery moonlight to create a scene of exquisite beauty. Yet the surroundings were empty and desolate, a stark silence prevailing. Several figures stood by the riverbank, guarded by a number of attendants behind them. Among them stood Su Mengning, her eyes hazy as she gazed into the distance. Until finally, a procession of figures emerged from that direction. Young Master Shen Chen, Su Mengning exclaimed, rushing forward. Shen Chen appeared somewhat surprised, then smiled. It's all right now. That creature you were worried about has been dealt with, he reassured her. But unexpectedly, Su Mengning began to sob. She lifted her tear-filled eyes. Young Master Shen Chen, I don't know how to thank you. Her voice trembled with tears. Ever since she learned that Shen Chen had deployed the military to confront that terrifying creature, her heart had been in turmoil. They had only known each other for such a short time. Yet he had believed in her without hesitation and eliminated that monster for her, clearing the inner demon that haunted her. In that single moment, Su Mengning's heart belonged entirely to Shen Chen. There, Shen Chen said softly, gently wrapping his arm around her slender waist. The lanterns on the river glowed brightly, illuminating the crimson tips of Su Mengning's ears. Chu Qingyang has violated the Empire's laws and will be taken away. You need not worry about his harassment any longer, Shen Chen continued. But Su Mengning had already buried her head deep in his chest, murmuring a muffled A thought uncontrollably rose within her. To be favored by young Master Shen Chen, she must be the happiest girl in the world. Shen Chen gazed at the floating lanterns shimmering on the moonlit water, a smile playing on his lips. Until now he had roughly understood the reason behind Jiangqing's destruction in his past life. Xu Qingyang, merely an A-level awakener, could never have qualified to ally with that demonic tree, which had the potential to become a king, to take revenge on the Su family. It could only be that Xu Qingyang, enamored with Su Mengning, sought to use the divine tree seed to gain Su Mingshuo's favor, perhaps even to marry Su Mengning. But Su Mingshuo was a cunning man. He gladly accepted all the benefits while stringing him along with words. In truth, he had never regarded him as a son-in-law. And Xu Qingyang's disappearance might not have been an escape, but rather a secret disposal by Su Mingshuo to prevent him from pining after Su Mengning and causing further trouble. Yet even a man as formidable as Su Mingshuo could not resist the allure of the divine tree, blinded by greed. Through gradual nurturing, he failed to realize that the tree demon's power had already surpassed that of the Su family in Jiangxing. Ultimately, the entire city reaped the bitter harvest, giving birth to a sovereign-level monstrous beast. Whether Su Mingshuo had never noticed the tree demon's intelligence, or had vaguely sensed it, but decided to gamble, Shen Chen could not know. After all, in this life, that king-level demonic tree had perished and Jiangsheng had joined the Free Council Alliance. Its fate had already changed, drifting toward an unfathomable abyss. Envious, aren't you? Jealous? In the distance, watching the embracing couple, Su Shao curled his lips and taunted Su Qingying beside him. If you could be as obedient and well-behaved as the second young miss with your looks, maybe young Master Shen would actually consider you. But alas, you're so damn arrogant. What man would want that? Especially someone as noble and unmatched as young Master Shen. We men struggle outside during the day. When we come home at night, we just want a docile ornament in bed, not a strong woman who argues with us. Do you understand, Su Qingying? As if that wasn't enough, Su Shao continued his verbal assault. But Su Qingying showed no emotional reaction. Facing Su Shao's smug mockery, she merely let out a cold snort. Next week I'm going to the eastern capital. Su Shao, I can't be bothered to inform Su Mingshuo. When he returns, just let him know. Su Shao frowned and said flatly, though uncle has always favored the second daughter unfairly. You don't have to take revenge on him this way. He is still your biological father. That incident was just an accident. Su Qingying looked at him as if he had told a ridiculous joke, her eyes filled with scorn. Didn't he beg my mother to take that bitch to the imperial capital? Su Shao was momentarily speechless, then fell silent, unwilling to dwell on the topic. When will you come back? Su Qingying glanced at him, her eyes betraying a mix of satisfaction and mockery. I won't be coming back if nothing unexpected happens. Su Shao. Without acknowledging his shock, Su Qingying turned and walked away. From now on, let the identity of the Su family's eldest daughter vanish completely. As for her, she would always remember how not long ago Shen Chen had stood before her and asked, would she be willing to become the blade in his hand? She did not yearn for romantic idols. She had no need for constant attentiveness. She did not even care if Shen Chen held even a fraction of space in his heart for her. As long as she could remain hidden in the shadows and clear all obstacles for him, she would be content. Father, sisters, family. When she abandoned them, she only felt a sense of relief. Her sole goal for the rest of her life was to help Shen Chen ascend to the supreme throne. Su Qingying stopped in her tracks, gazing at a floating lantern on the river, her gaze wavering slightly. Beneath the starlight, amid the moonlight, scattered fragments of memory surfaced. 12 years ago, on her journey to the imperial capital with her mother, an accident struck. The train derailed. Her mother perished. Rescue did not arrive, and at the age of 8, hugging her doll and shivering in the cold wind, she received a candy handed out by a little boy. The boy's expression was calm, his pupils indifferent, followed by a dozen or so adults wearing flattering smiles. The flash of cameras all around made her unable to open her eyes. That boy did not offer consolation. He simply quietly handed out candies one by one. She never told Shen Chen. That was the sweetest candy she had ever tasted in her life of luxury. Mengning, come back to the imperial capital with me, Shen Chen said. Su Mengning looked up in surprise. Shen Chen smiled and said, your dream might prove to be of great use. Hearing these words, Su Mengning could not suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth and nodded emphatically. Young Master Shen Chen, I will be forever and ever loyal to you. After the incident at Liaojiang Park ended, it instantly sparked a roaring public opinion on the internet. The sudden lockdown, strange gunshots, and videos taken by many people. Each could stir up numerous conspiracy theories. Many people discussed fervently online, and those closer to Jiangcheng debated even more heatedly. Countless images and rumors spread wildly online, pushing the shooting incident in Jiangxing to a climax. It was only after several days that many accounts' images and videos were banned. However, the bans could not silence netizens in the deep dark web. Such videos and images could still be freely accessed, not only about Jiangxing, but also about mysterious events that had occurred in many countries and regions over the past 2 years. Discussions in the dark web were more sensitive and more unbridled because there no one could know your true identity. Many citizens of the Empire who knew how to access the dark web were deeply astonished sitting at their computer desks after seeing those videos. Those sensitive to current politics had been shrouded in a vague unease in recent days. Some had even begun hoarding supplies, because they could already sense that the Empire was about to face a storm. After dealing with Chu Qingyang and that tree demon Shen Chen returned to the Su family governor's mansion that very night. And when they learned that Shen Chen was about to leave Jiangxing and return to the imperial capital, Su Shao specially hosted a feast inviting many noble youths from Jiangxing. At the banquet, the youths drank heartily and raised their glasses to Shen Chen. Some young ladies from aristocratic families cast flirtatious glances and flaunted their charms. However, upon hearing that Su Mengning would follow Shen Chen to the imperial capital to attend Imperial Capital University, they all backed down. Aside from jealousy, they felt mostly regret. So it was true that only someone with Su Mengning's beauty was worthy of catching Shen Chen's eye. When the noble youths learned this news, though pained inside, they had to force smiles and offer blessings. In Jiangxing Sanhuan Shuiyu district, inside an apartment building, a pockmarked young man checked his surroundings, then closed the windows and turned off the lights before cautiously turning on his computer. The computer was the latest model issued by the Empire with Topophthalene specifications. After booting up, he began a series of complex operations, entering a mysterious URL. Finally, a page appeared prompting him to enter a special password. He hesitated for a moment, then followed the instructions from memory, typed it in, and clicked confirm. The computer entered a long loading screen. The young man's heart was pounding wildly. He guessed that even when the Imperial Higher Education examination results were released, he was not this nervous. Because he was about to be accepted to enter that organization, to access greater secrets, the conspiracies hidden within the Empire. His name was Yang Ziwen, a sophomore at Jiangxing University. He was also the pockmarked young man who had reversed direction in Liaojiang Park and successfully filmed the supernatural event. After successfully escaping, he eagerly entered the dark web forum, where he was usually active. Under the administrator's review, he posted that terrifying video. He had thought it would earn him massive attention, but unexpectedly the video was blocked after just 2 hours. It was the mysterious forum owner himself who stepped in to block it. He never dreamed he would catch the attention of such a big shot. His ID in the dark web was Red Knight. No one knew his gender, real identity, or IP address. He rarely acted in the dark web, terrifyingly low-key, yet no one dared to question his power. Because his most recent move 3 years ago was to topple the Dark Emperor, King, who had dominated the dark web for over a decade. Thus Red Knight became the new emperor of the dark web. After contacting Red Knight, Yang Ziwen told him the whole story from beginning to end. Then came what excited him. Red Knight told Yang Ziwen that he was planning to establish a loose organization similar to the European Freemasons. He asked if Yang Ziwen was interested in joining. Without any hesitation, Yang Ziwen excitedly agreed. And at this moment, it was time for him to report in and join the organization. As far as he knew, the organization was newly established and in need of talent. The thought of becoming a founding member of this mysterious organization made Yang Ziwen unable to contain his excitement. After a long while, the computer finally entered a rudimentary chat forum. The background was simple black and red with only a gray-white chat box remaining. Yet Yang Ziwen did not underestimate it in the slightest, because it was built by Red Knight, meaning that this chat room would be absolutely hidden and isolated. Suddenly a message appeared in the black-red background: "Welcome." The moment he saw the message, Yang Ziwen almost jumped in shock, because the avatar before the message was a white skull and the ID was King. He never expected that the former dark web emperor who had disappeared for nearly 3 years had quietly been recruited by Red Knight. Good, the 7th member is also here. Then everyone, perhaps we should decide on our organization's name. Red Knight sent a message still with his maple leaf avatar. "Yao, do you have any suggestions?" Yang Ziwen's heart skipped a beat. Yao was exactly his ID in the dark web. As Yang Ziwen hesitated without his own awareness, a piercing dark hue suddenly flashed deep within his pupils. Then, as if he were a puppet on strings, he began typing. "How about we call it Ghost Assembly?" Far away on the rooftop, Shen Chen's eyes slowly returned to normal from their dark state. Feeling his control being gradually stripped away, he frowned. This level of control was far too low. However, fortunately, this controlling ability would synchronously strengthen as he advanced. Perhaps after he reached the 6th order and became a king, the beings under his control would completely become his puppets. This controlling ability came from this level innate ability formed by that tree demon, Spirit Dominance, an incredibly powerful summoning and controlling type innate ability. Currently, Shen Chen could perceive 3 abilities. Spirit Control was a controlling type, allowing him to briefly dominate creatures or plant spiritual seeds, assimilating them into his most loyal servants over time. The college student in the distant room had already been unknowingly planted with a spiritual seed by Shen Chen. The second ability was called Spirit Summoning, a summoning type that could summon creatures of varying strength. The third, named Spirit Detainment, though non-offensive, was the ability Shen Chen was most satisfied with at present. Although he was not even a first-order awakener now, the abilities he possessed were already heaven-defying. Many other abilities could be further developed over time. One could only say, truly worthy of its level innate ability. It came with 3 powerful abilities right after awakening. However, there was one thing that puzzled him and made him frown. After the apocalypse, everyone knew that awakening and level innate ability meant one foot was already in the ranks of top awakeners. But they did not know that even among level abilities there were grades of strength. For example, some that emitted a faint golden light upon awakening were just barely crossing into level belonging to the weakest tier of level. Another example was the level domain type ability Shen Chen awakened in his past life, Eternity. It was the ceiling of level abilities erupting with a dazzling golden radiance upon awakening, illuminating the night as bright as day. As for this level innate seed that the tree demon's fluff coalesced with all its life force, its light was merely faint gold. It should have been the lowest rank of level innate ability. However, after Shen Chen fused with it, he discovered that its grade was not low at all. Although it could not compare to his own level Eternity, it was actually not far off. This situation, even if beneficial to Shen Chen, he would not easily overlook. What exactly caused the mutation? Shen Chen now had only 2 things that could be called mysterious. One was that he had reincarnated, the reason still unclear. The second was the forbidden power he had fused. It was the power of a dead god. God was not the deities worshipped on Blue Star since ancient times, but rather a kind of living being. More noble, rarer, and more powerful than the invading monsters. In his past life, even as a high-level awakener among humans, he knew very little about them. He once explored a ruin in the thick black fog, spent some effort to enter the core area, and unexpectedly discovered a dead god. It was not a complete god, but a partial body of a god. By the time he discovered it, it was already 5 years into the apocalypse. Even though it was a dead god's body, its aura was so terrifying that Shen Chen dared not approach. The first thing he did after reincarnation was to mobilize the power of the Shen family, and even the entire empire, to conduct deep excavation and investigation at the approximate coordinates he provided. He had not expected much, but the result gave him a surprise. In less than 2 years they actually excavated that ancient site, and the divine body inside, in the peaceful era before the black fog descended, had its power weakened to the point where even ordinary people could covet it. Shen Chen had repeatedly warned himself after reincarnation to take steady steps and avoid all possible risks. But when he saw that divine arm, he threw all caution to the wind. How could he resist such temptation? How could he refuse such power? So he had never belittled Su Mingxua from his past life. Strictly speaking, they were the same kind of people willing to risk everything for absolute power. Su Mingxua had gone too far in his past life. In this life, Shen Chen's everything was still uncertain. So was the mutation caused by reincarnation or by that forbidden power? Shen Chen still needed to verify. Before leaving, Shen Chen glanced at the pockmarked boy in the distant room, a mocking smile flashing in his eyes. Ghost Assembly, an aberrant monster. It had quite a reputation in his past life. He had followed along and unexpectedly stumbled upon the historic moment of the founding of the top organization of his past life, Ghost Assembly. So he controlled the aberrant monster to name it Ghost Assembly, just a bit of malicious fun. Hongyi, in this life, he'll first plant an eye in your organization. Yang Ziwen shut down his computer, his heart still pounding wildly. Really? He had actually entered this secret organization. Moreover, he had the honor of naming it Ghost Assembly. Although he didn't know why he chose that name, the more he heard it, the more fitting it seemed. They were all connected through the dark web, and on the dark web each of them were like ghosts. In his excitement, he started browsing the forums on the dark web, and unexpectedly found that his uploaded video had been unblocked. Obviously Hong Yi had done it. He quickly clicked in to check, still seeing that terrifying tree demon like a movie special effect. However, after watching it, he fell silent. If there was anything different, it was that all footage related to that extremely handsome young man had been cut out. A few hours later, Yang Ziwen, who was happily browsing the dark web, suddenly heard a knocking sound at the door. He immediately stood up alertly and looked through the peephole. It was a delivery guy. I remember I didn't order anything, Yang Ziwen asked cautiously. The delivery guy, wearing a uniform, checked the order and said, "This is the address. It's from the Lantern Festival lottery event. Your phone number won a prize, bro. Didn't you check the text message?" Hearing this, Yang Ziwen then checked his messages and found that indeed a few minutes ago a message had been overlooked. "Dear user XXX, congratulations on winning the grand prize of the Lantern Festival lottery event, receiving an exquisite lantern." Yang Ziwen then opened the door and took a package. He kept muttering, "I actually won. That guy Lao Air has such good luck. Wait, the Lantern Festival is already over, and they send it now. Typical of them," Yang Ziwen said while opening the package, finding indeed an exquisitely shaped lantern. "I wonder about the qual." His voice suddenly stopped, his legs went weak, and his teeth chattered. In his constricted pupils under the lantern lay an exquisite name card. Engraved on it was a blood-red maple leaf with a line of small text in the lower right corner. "Aberrant, welcome to the team. Hongyi." How is this possible? How could it be? Yang Ziwen suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching that postcard tightly. Hongya. In that instant, a surge of terror shot straight through his skull. It had been sent to his real address, revealing his true identity. Now he seemed to realize he had gone too far. joining forums, posting videos, arguing with people online, engaging in underground deals. His only reliance was the anonymity of the dark web, which would never endanger his real life or safety. It was like playing a virtual online game constantly stimulating his dopamine, yet he could always walk away unscathed. But now, oh heavens, Hongya was giving him a warning that this was not a game he could simply quit. At that moment, a deep regret crept into his heart. Why did he provoke Hongya? Yang Ziwen let out a deep breath, gazing into the distance, as if every move he made was being watched. Finally, with a composed expression, he put away the lantern and the business card, then sat motionless on his sofa. He understood. He no longer had the right to abandon ship. Jiangxing Governor's Mansion. Young Master Shen, let us part here. Shen Chen sat in a black car, while Su Xiao smiled warmly outside. My uncle hasn't returned yet, but he asked me to bid you farewell. Shen Chen nodded slightly. Farewell, second miss. I hope you have a pleasant time in the capital. My uncle and I will come to visit you when we have time. Su Xiao then waved to the young girl sitting beside Shen Chen. Su Mengning's expression was cool and detached, showing no signs of anxiety about leaving her hometown for the capital. Mengning, is there anything else? Shen Chen asked. Seeing Su Mengning shake her head, he said, then let's set off. The black sedan drove all the way to Jiangxing North Airport, where a private plane had been specially dispatched from the capital to pick up Shen Chen. As the largest international airport in the first-tier city of Jiangxing, it was built with great grandeur. Upon entering the airport, the noise of the crowd instantly drowned out the ears. Countless citizens of the empire were here, traveling to various parts of the country for tourism or work. All kinds of people with various odors mingling together, which even the exhaust fans could not eliminate. However, Shen Chen and his entourage did not have to enjoy such treatment, for as soon as they stepped into the airport manager led them to a quiet and secluded area. How long until takeoff? Young Master Shen, your private plane is ready and can take off at any time. Shen Chen sat on a chair, closing his eyes to rest. Today Shen Chen was accompanied by only two people, Lan Shi and Su Mengning. The other attendants who had come with him to Jiangxing would later take a flight to the capital. However, Shen Chen's destination was not the capital, at least not for now. After all, he had brought Su Mengning along to accomplish a specific task. A day ago, he had already informed Uncle Shen Ming, the director of the Capital Aviation Bureau. To ensure his reasonable arrival at that place, most flights nationwide would be affected. However, such concerns were clearly beyond Shen Chen's consideration, because he needed an impeccable reason to go to Chengdu. Suddenly, a flight route issue was announced at Jiangxing North Airport, instantly sparking a wave of curses. Countless people had their schedules disrupted by the unexpected news. While explaining to their families and colleagues, they did not forget to express their warm regards to the damned weather, especially since it involved flights to the capital. Even many officials were stranded here with no way to resolve it. Apart from Jiangxing, the nearby cities were in the same situation. Many people were unable to fly and had to spend the night in the airport. But the night was cold, and some kind-hearted managers would turn on the heating to warm the place. Others, however, thought, it's not my problem, I didn't order the grounding. Whatever, I'm going home to sleep. Meanwhile, in a place that none of them noticed, a special extra-large passenger plane quietly took off from Jiangxing. Destination, Chengdu. Liaojiang Park. Deep in a forest. The night was deep and silent, with only the occasional chirp of cicadas making the place seem even more desolate. Since the previous incident, Liaojiang Park had announced its closure for maintenance, no longer accepting visitors, and had strengthened security. Suddenly, at that moment, a cyan-colored bird swooped down from the night sky. It perched on a tree branch, its eyes elliptical, looking around in all directions. It made no sound, strange and abnormal. Then, as if sensing something, it slowly flapped its wings and descended. After fluttering twice, it folded its wings and landed on a patch of scorched earth where traces of unknown stains remained. It lowered its head, its eyes so lively they seemed almost inhuman. It hopped back and forth a few times as if determining a certain direction. Finally, it stopped at the far end of the scorched mark. Still without a call, it began to peck at the soil there repeatedly with its beak. It stopped only when a glint of light reflected in its eyes. Buried in that soil was a severely withered, lifeless seed. The cyan bird picked up the dried seed, flapped its wings, and soared into the sky, streaking across the night sky of Jiangxing, leaving a long trail behind it. Only when its silhouette vanished into the horizon did a high-pitched, prolonged bird cry echo. It lingered for a long time. Far, far away, in an underground research institute in Dongdu. The walls were pure white, built with the empire's most advanced defense construction technology. In the room, a large array of precise and complex instruments were arranged. Several figures with gray hair bustled about, displaying a cold and efficient execution. Suddenly, a sharp cry rang out. The tracker has responded. Number 1068's coordinates are moving. The moment the voice sounded, several elderly men in white garments pushed through the crowd, their eyes fixed on the display screen. Everyone present showed expressions of ecstatic joy. Indeed, the young master has never miscalculated. Really, there really is a life form coming to retrieve that tree's spirit. We've confirmed the spatial location of that life form, and now we can send top-tier experimental subjects. Just thinking that life form will become our specimen to be dissected makes me tremble with excitement. The young master managed to catch such a big fish. As expected, it should be one of the earliest life forms we analyzed. Yes, number 0011, located at the junction of Eurasia deep in the border forest, a life form that emitted a breakthrough of 20,000 life aura 4 years ago. An ancient life form. Capture! Capture! Someone shouted. The entire laboratory was filled with mad, excited laughter. Shen Chen's private aircraft was a modified version of the Empire's latest airship design. It was partitioned into 4 or 5 small compartments, allowing people to eat, sleep, and wash up inside. All the lightweight amenities were available, making them fully resemble miniature bedrooms. The journey from Jiangxing to Chengdu took about a day and a night, first detouring from the southeastern part of the empire to the west, and then heading east to reach the imperial capital Daidu. On the plane, Shen Chen lay in his room resting with his eyes closed. Given the aircraft's performance, there was hardly any sensation of turbulence. He also took the rare opportunity to organize his thoughts on this trip to Jiangxing. He had invited Su Mingxua to join the Free Parliament Alliance, located the king-level fierce beast from his past life, and successfully obtained in strength talent seed, becoming an awakener. Thus, he temporarily suppressed the forbidden power on his right arm. In addition, he had won over a reincarnator girl, captured an excellent experimental subject, practicing ancient martial arts, and obtained information about the imperial remnants of the Jiang clan. He had even unexpectedly witnessed the establishment of the top-tier organization from his past life, the Ghost Assembly. Looking back, this trip to Jiangxing had indeed been full of surprises and fruitful gains. Suddenly a knock came at the door. "Young Master Shen Chen, may I come in?" Su Mengning's voice sounded from outside. "Come in." The door opened, and Su Mengning, dressed in a pure white skirt, stepped slowly into Shen Chen's room. Noticing the lingering worry between her brows, Shen Chen asked, "What's wrong?" "Young Master Shen Chen, I think after the disaster strikes, could you help my father?" Su Mengning hesitated for a while before finally gathering the courage to speak. Seeing her like this, Shen Chen smiled lightly. "Mengning, do you know why I came to visit Uncle Su?" Su Mengning shook her head blankly. Shen Chen patted her head, feeling the softness of her hair. "Our Shen family has already predicted the disaster, and this trip to Jiangxing was to form an alliance with Uncle Su. I also told Uncle Su the truth about the apocalypse. I believe he will certainly make preparations, so you don't need to worry." "Oh." Su Mengning's eyes suddenly widened. "Young Master Shen Chen, you already knew all along." He had already discussed everything with her father. In corners she knew nothing about, all had been arranged. "Oh." Su Mengning glanced at Shen Chen guiltily. "Then he'll go back first." "Wait." Shen Chen grabbed her wrist, as fair as alabaster. "You've come just in time. I have something to give you." "Moi." Pulled by Shen Chen, Su Mengning halted her steps and turned around, her eyes slightly lifted, her heartbeat unconsciously quickening. "What?" Shen Chen did not let go, and in his other hand appeared a pale red fluff seed. "Eat it." "This?" Su Mengning's gaze suddenly wavered, as if she realized what it was. "Young Master Shen Chen, I don't need it." "Really? Eat it." Shen Chen said nothing more, only spoke calmly. Feeling the strength and warmth of the man's hand on her wrist, Su Mengning slowly took the red fluff seed. Then she swallowed it. Seeing this, Shen Chen let go of her hand and asked with a smile, "How do you feel?" To understand the cause of the talent seed's mutation, Shen Chen naturally needed to control the variables. Su Mengning, like him, was a reincarnator, but she had no mysterious power on her. Next, he only needed to see the strength of her awakened talent to determine the source of the change in his own strength ability. Of course, there was another reason. In his past life, every woman in his harem was a breathtaking beauty with extraordinary talent and strength. Even Su Qingying would awaken an ranked talent ability after the apocalypse. If she remained too ordinary in this life, even with Shen Chen's protection, she might become negative and inferior over time. "How is it? Do you feel any difference?" Shen Chen continued. "I feel so hot." Su Mengning's cheeks flushed, and her exposed snow-white skin took on a rosy hue. For a moment her legs went weak, and she nearly collapsed into Shen Chen's arms. Fusing a talent seed usually carried a considerable failure rate. At least in his past life, Su Mengning had not been so lucky. Supporting Su Mengning as she sat on the bed, Shen Chen also sensed the faint aura leaking from her. Yet it was still difficult to determine. Fusing a talent seed usually carried a considerable failure rate. At least in his past life, Su Mengning had not been so lucky. Supporting Su Mengning as she sat on the bed, Shen Chen also sensed the faint aura leaking from her. Yet it was still difficult to determine. "Young Master Shen Chen, I want." Su Mengning wrapped her arms around Shen Chen's waist, her voice soft and warm as if tinged with an intoxicating crimson. Her eyes, like the most dazzling moonlight-stained glaze, stared straight at Shen Chen, filled with longing and admiration. Feeling the warmth of the girl in his arms, Shen Chen swallowed slightly and said seriously, "Mengning, you might not be entirely sober right now." But before he could finish, Su Mengning hugged him even tighter. "No, young Master Shen Chen, I am very, very sober right now. I know that your birth is so noble, and in the future you will stand at the pinnacle of humanity. After the apocalypse, there will surely be countless girls as beautiful as me who adore you." So I have never dared to hope for your exclusive and special favor, only that when you think of me, I can be by your side. Su Mengning seemed to have spoken words long hidden in her heart, and her breath became slightly disordered at this moment. Like now. Her voice gradually faded until it was inaudible, but with her current posture, how could Shen Chen not understand her feelings? Moreover, her words made Shen Chen see her in a new light. He had thought she was just a pure quiet girl lacking fundamental understanding of things, but he never expected her to be so clearly aware of the situation in Jiangsheng and her own position. At this moment, if Shen Chen continued to play the gentleman, he would be rather unappreciative. He lifted Su Mengning's chin, finally having the chance to examine her features up close. Her eyes held the stars and moon, her nose was delicate, her skin pure as snow, her lips bore a natural rosy hue. Flawless features that together formed a face that could drive countless men wild. Further down were her delicate collarbones and the pure white skirt. Even the breeze that brushed past her carried an enchanting fragrance that lingered at Shen Chen's nose. Did you close the door just now? Su Mengning uttered a faint moan as Shen Chen pulled her onto the soft white bed. Feeling the weight of a man pressing against her, Su Mengning closed her eyes. Her slightly trembling shoulders revealed her nervousness, anticipation, and hope. After all, whether in her past life or this one, this was the first time she had been so close to a man. Don't be nervous. Oh. How much longer until we reach Chengdu? On the plane, Shen Chen had already straightened his clothes and sat in the outer cabin. Lan Shi went to the cockpit to inquire and returned. 2 more hours, young master. Lan Shi paused, then tentatively asked, should I wake the second Miss Su? No, Shen Chen waved his hand. She's tired, let her sleep a little longer. Lan Shi responded, yet the tips of her ears flushed red. Although the soundproofing in the plane's compartments was excellent, Lan Zai's physical constitution was exceptional, and her hearing naturally surpassed normal limits. She could faintly discern what had transpired in the young master's room. Though for a young master as noble and outstanding as him, this was an extremely normal occurrence. Still, she couldn't help but imagine scenes she shouldn't. As her blood raced, a trace of either envy or jealousy stirred deep within her heart. 2 hours remained until they reached Chengdu. Shen Chen leaned back in his chair, eyes closed in repose. That fast? Perhaps he had been too absorbed in enjoyment, losing track of time. In his past life, Shen Chen had many lovers, each breathtaking. But Su Mengning's type was indeed absent, offering him a completely new experience. And just after it ended, Shen Chen discovered that Su Mengning's talent seed had fully integrated. That a rank talent seed had indeed mutated in her as well. The aura it emanated was now a piercing deep red, poised to become and strength talent at the next stage. It seemed this beneficial mutation originated from their reborn bodies. Rebirth. What secrets did it hide? Shen Chen began recalling the timing of his rebirth in his past life. It seemed there was nothing unusual. He simply slept and woke back in the present. Unable to figure it out for now, Shen Chen decided to stop dwelling on it. Since they were about to arrive in Chengdu, it was time to initiate his next plan. Huang Xiao, a cunning old fox adept at hiding his light. The original plan was to kill Huang Xiao and completely destroy the Southwest United Council that had opposed their free city in the past. But recently, to be precise, after Shen Chen fused with strength talent, he changed his mind. Rather than kill him, it was better to control him. Following the same script from his past life, he would establish the Southwest United Council ostensibly at odds with Free City, yet its supreme command firmly in Shen Chen's hands. The reason was simple: hostile forces could never be completely eradicated. In his past life, Free City's immense power naturally attracted countless enemies. Destroying the Southwest United Council might only spawn other adversaries before long, impossible to uproot entirely. But keeping the Southwest United Council was different. On the surface, it remained the largest hostile force against Free City. Wouldn't those whose interests were harmed by Free City, the persecuted adversaries, flock to the Southwest United Council, with burning rage, pledging their lives to one day eliminate Free City? But keeping the Southwest United Council was different. On the surface, it remained the largest hostile force against Free City. Wouldn't those whose interests were harmed by Free City, the persecuted adversaries, flock to the Southwest United? Shen Chen entered the room and saw Su Mengning still buried under the covers, dozing. Mengning. Shen Chen gently shook her shoulder. We're about to arrive in Chengdu. Su Mengning slowly opened her eyes, and the moment she saw Shen Chen, she quickly averted her gaze guiltily. The blush on her face had not yet faded, and it deepened again. Time to get up. With Shen Chen's help, Su Mengning sat up, then paused. Moi? Shen Chen questioned. Su Mengning's eyes dropped, her fair cheeks flushed, and she bit her lip to say, young master Shen Chen, the clothes. Shen Chen came to his senses. Su Mengning was now wearing only her undergarments, exposing vast expanses of snow-white skin. And the pure white dress she had worn earlier was clearly unwearable. Fortunately, Su Mengning had brought a variety of dresses with her. Shen Chen picked one out for her, and she put it on before getting out of bed. Mengning, we may have to stay in Chengdu for a while. I just received word from the Imperial Aviation Authority the national flight system is undergoing a full upgrade, plus frequent thunderstorms make it unsuitable for flying. It'll likely be another 4 or 5 days before we can return to the Imperial capital. Hearing Shen Chen's words, Su Mengning wasn't disheartened. A few more days is fine. Shen Chen smiled. I've never been to Chengdu before. I'm quite unfamiliar with it. Do you know anyone here, Mengning, who could host us for a few days? Su Mengning's eyes darted as if in thought. Young Master Shen Chen certainly didn't want to reveal his whereabouts, hence hadn't notified the Chengdu governor's office. Otherwise, given his status, every advisor and noble in the city would have gathered at the airport to welcome him. In that case, they needed to stay at a trustworthy person's home for a few days. This person's family couldn't be too humble, or young Master Shen Chen wouldn't be comfortable. Thinking this, only one name remained in Su Mengning's mind. Huang Yuan. Su Mengning beamed with joy. Her family would surely welcome young Master Shen Chen as a guest. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Shen Chen smiled sincerely and asked, She's my close best friend. Her home is inside Qingda's First Ring Road, and her father is a high-ranking advisor in the Chengdu governor's office. Definitely has a place for us to stay a few days. Shen Chen seemed to think for a moment, then under Su Mengning's eager gaze nodded slightly. Great. He'll contact her right now. Honestly, I haven't seen her in ages. Su Mengning's eyes sparkled with excitement as she chattered like a child. Shen Chen simply watched her quietly, his expression unreadable. Su Mengning was truly the most unique girl he had ever met. Having endured the apocalypse's devastation, witnessed the darkest sides of humanity, and felt the terror of despair, her heart remained so pure, untouched by any stain. Shen Chen had seen far too many kind and innocent girls reveal the most venomous fangs after the apocalypse, or elegant young gentlemen display the utmost ugliness on the wasteland. A girl like Su Mengning, forever pure and flawless, would have vanished from the apocalypse if not for encountering Shen Chen. No wonder Su Mingxua had shown his blatant favoritism toward her since childhood. A heart so immaculate, it even stirred a flicker of reluctance in Shen Chen when he deceived her. After Shen Chen left Jiangqing, the city's high-ranking officials and nobles returned to their usual leisurely days. The ambitious ones competed for political achievements, networking desperately to climb higher, while those without such ambitions fulfilled their duties and spent more time with their families. For them, this was the norm. The young aristocrats studied or amused themselves, reveling in the vigor of youth. Some noble ladies still gathered in small groups, occasionally mentioning Shen Chen, the distinguished young master who had briefly crossed their lives. He was so refined and captivating that the local gentlemen seemed vulgar by comparison, like village mutts. In their hearts they knew that if they ever met again, it would be many years later, or more likely never again. The imperial capital had a notoriously strict exclusivity. Even regional nobles struggled to gain recognition there. Speaking of Shen Chen inevitably led to discussions of the woman they envied, Su Mengning. She was a living example of how beauty could alter one's destiny. By attaching herself to the eldest legitimate son of the Shen family, she had ascended to the empire's most prosperous and flourishing capital, leaving their world behind. Recently, explosive gossip had been circulating in Jiangsheng's upper circles. Have you heard? Su Qingying is going to Dongdu. Why make a fuss? Given the Su family's status, transferring her student registration is easy. Oh, you don't understand. I heard Su Qingying has nearly broken ties with her father. Really? Someone gasped, covering her mouth. It's true that Su Qingying has never had a good relationship with the Su family. With her personality, getting along with anyone would be a miracle, someone sneered. I have some inside scoop. Spill it, sister. The girls surrounded her, eyes gleaming. Ahem, don't spread this. I heard it from my dad. Not sure if it's true. Don't keep us in suspense. The head of the Su family had an affair over 20 years ago. The announcement was met with a chorus of gasps. Apparently, after getting married, he fell for a mysterious girl and became wildly obsessed. That girl was terminally ill, but the gentleman invited some old immortal from the mountains to save her. The kind of old immortal often found in novels and dramas. On Cloud Peak Mountain. I vaguely remember my brother mentioning it. They say he's incredibly powerful. Oh, never mind that. What happened next? When Su Qingying grew up, she apparently discovered the affair and has been at odds with her father ever since. Now she seems to have given up pretending. What about the girl? Who knows? Go ask the gentleman yourself. Laughter erupted, with many young ladies giggling uncontrollably. Sun Yan finally finished a day's work and found time to return home. His wife had already prepared dinner waiting for him. His daughter hadn't finished school yet. Though their family life had declined over the years, he still gritted his teeth and enrolled her in Jiangsheng's best kindergarten, hoping she could build connections there. Why are you back so late tonight? Sun Yun's wife was very beautiful, and his colleagues often joked that he was incredibly lucky. In those moments, he would only laugh inwardly. She was the one who pursued him back then. After all, he had once been a true prodigy. He had narrowly missed admission to the Imperial University as a commoner in the Empire's higher education exam, entering Eastern University with regret, but striving relentlessly. After graduation, his excellent grades earned him a high-ranking post in the Jiangxing Transportation Bureau. Without relying on family background, he achieved class mobility alone. How glorious that was! Unfortunately, 12 years ago, a shocking derailment incident occurred on a bullet train from Jiangxing to the capital, and he was the chief person in charge at the time. That catastrophe toppled him from his pedestal, bringing superiors' inquiries and colleagues' estrangement. He was demoted multiple times, reduced to his current lowly position. Yet what moved him was his wife, who had silently accompanied and supported him from peak to mediocrity. Work is busy, Sun Yun said, finishing his meal and retreating to his room to handle official duties. Having lived half a lifetime, he had long grown indifferent to many things. His colleagues described him as calm and magnanimous, able to smile in the face of misfortune. He's totally seen through worldly affairs. Team leader Sun's mindset is worth 100 years of learning. Among the Empire's top 20 hospitals, it boasted the most advanced medical services in the southeast region. On the 23rd floor, a VIP ward housed several nurses cleaning, making rounds, and checking conditions. If only he had slept in that day. If only those people hadn't targeted him. If only that accident had truly been an accident. Jiangxing Hospital. Named after the city itself, it revealed its special status within Jiangxing. Among the Empire's top 20 hospitals, it boasted the most advanced medical services in the southeast region. On the 23rd floor, a VIP ward housed several nurses cleaning, making rounds, and checking conditions. In the central bed lay a pale-faced little girl. Many nurses secretly knew her condition, a rare disease causing weak heartbeats and insufficient blood supply. Even the most elite surgeries had failed to improve her condition. Honestly, if the girl's background weren't so daunting, she would have long been unable to afford the astronomical hospitalization costs. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside. Recognizing the visitor, the nurses tactfully withdrew. "Xiaoling, are you awake? Have you eaten?" The man, dressed in opulence with a gold watch and an inherently arrogant face, now wore an expression of softness. Doctors from nearby departments were no strangers to this man, who visited the hospital every few days. Li Hui, eldest son of Jiangqing's Li family, was here to see his sister Li Ying. "Brother." The girl tried to sit up upon seeing him, but he stopped her. "Rest well. Look what I brought for you." Li Hui brought out a cute plush toy he had hidden behind his back, placing it before her chest. "This is a limited edition collector's plush from the foot of Cloud Peak Mountain." Li Hui exaggerated his tone proudly. "Your big brother snagged it in one shot." The little girl hugged the toy, sniffed it, and showed a hint of delight. "Brother is amazing." After chatting and playing with her for a while, Li Hui slowly walked to the balcony, lit a cigarette, and dialed a number. "Hey, what's the situation?" Su Xiao's voice came through. Li Hui paused. "Not good. Details. The director says her condition has mutated beyond their understanding." Silence on the other end. A top-tier hospital ranking among the top 3 in the southeast, unable to fathom the illness. "Just how severe was it?" "So have you decided?" "If I ask Su Mengning, transferring your sister to the capital's hospital should be no problem." After all, Su Mengning had attached herself to that young master, and the capital's elite would show her some favor. Moreover, Su Mengning had a simple, pure heart. She wouldn't refuse a small favor. If it had been Su Qingying, they wouldn't even dare to ask. With that thought, Li Hui responded. "All right." Su Xiao agreed simply. But this time Li Hui didn't hear Su Xiao hang up. "What's up?" Another long silence. Then Su Xiao's voice came. "How many years have we known each other?" 17. 17, and how many months? "Are you sick today, Su Xiao?" "How many months?" A pause. 7. "At kindergarten you took my spot, and I beat you into a dog." A cold laugh from the other side. "I remember you were the one crying for your mom." They exchanged a few more taunts before falling into an eerie silence. Li Hui could guess what he was about to say. After all, the Empire's aristocratic families were now gripped by an inexplicable panic. 17 years, huh? Su Xiao repeated. Then he said, "Troubled times ahead, my friend. Good luck." Li Hui stared at the hung-up phone, then at the river view in the distance, feeling an inexplicable tightness in his chest. In a mansion elsewhere, Su Xiao lay on the sofa, tossing his phone aside. His usually cynical eyes carried a rare hint of bewilderment. "My friend, I've said my piece." Countless large cities like Jiangxing dotted the empire. Every day, endless streams of people surged, just as they had for thousands of days and nights. On subways, overpasses, streets, and estates, countless individuals went about their business, unwilling to engage with anyone. Most of their time was consumed by work, study, socializing, business dinners, and cheap entertainment, their spirits stretched like taut strings that seemed about to snap, yet miraculously endured for decades. Only occasionally during idle afternoons, or a few minutes of leisure after work, or seconds of rest after finishing homework, while gazing into the distance. An inexplicable thought would arise in their hearts, if only the world would end. In the southwestern region of the empire, if one were to look down from an imperial high-altitude satellite, they would discern the vast, deep yellow soil of the west. It was not a desert of swirling sands, but an endless expanse of dry, rolling mountains. Compared to the prosperous economy of the Eastern Empire, this region, aside from its expansive land, lagged far behind in both economy and resources. Moreover, the wealth disparity here was the most extreme in the entire empire. Constrained by local resources, the cities that stood upon this land were built with an imposing grandeur. Among them, a few cities were no less impressive than the first-tier cities of the Eastern Empire. Chengdu was one such city. In the fourth ring district of Chengdu, despite being one of the top 3 largest cities in the Western Empire, it was still rife with numerous slums. Such an existence was unavoidable in the vast majority of the empire's prosperous cities. The fourth ring district was the largest of Chengdu's dozens of slums. Shaped like a fan blade, it sprawled across the southern part of Chengdu, surrounded not by shopping malls and real estate, but by textile factories, electronics plants, and various other industrial facilities. They not only discharged sewage and emitted foul odors daily, but also produced incessant piercing noise. No one reported these issues to the relevant authorities, for the residents here were the lowest stratum of Chengdu society. They had hardly any decent jobs. They were either unemployed at home or sold their cheap labor in the surrounding factories just to scrape together a few meals. On ordinary days, not to mention the elite of Chengdu, even the middle class would not drive to such a place. It was as if being immersed in the area made even the air stink worse. In a dilapidated rented room. Mu Yan. Mother. She can't hold on much longer. Oh, what's that to me? In the dim room, a man and a woman stood in confrontation. The man had a sinister look on his face, lounging on the sofa, clicking away on his computer, without even raising his head, his voice flat. The woman was dressed in the simplest of clothes, yet it could not conceal the stunning beauty of her face. Her irises were light like an autumn pond, her skin as fine as white porcelain. She stood gracefully like a lotus. Even without a trace of makeup, her appearance was so radiant it seemed to brighten the dark room. Now, with a calm expression, she stared straight at the man. The man occasionally let out a sinister laugh, who on his computer screen was a live streaming platform. A heavily made-up woman was cooing and giggling, her attire revealing her voice decadent. Finally, the beautiful girl let out a sigh, as if resigned to her fate, turned and walked away. A voice came from outside the door, carrying a hint of sorrow. Why did mother raise an ungrateful wretch like you? Exiting the small rented room, Mu Qingzi's face paled slightly, and she shrank back. Yet she did not glance back once, and left the place directly. Perhaps this was fate. She had not believed much in fate before, but lately she had begun to wonder. Maybe life was just like that, always burdened with endless suffering. Her father had been a worker employed at the 17th industrial zone of Chengdu, selling his labor for a full day in exchange for a meager salary. Thus her family had lived in hardship since she was young, never daring to compare with her peers. In elementary school, her father was struck and killed by a car driven by a drunk driver. That driver had connections in Chengdu. After paying some compensation and spending a few years in prison, he was released and roamed free. Later, her mother fell ill and lay in the hospital, barely clinging to life. For years, she worked to earn money and pay off debts. She had a part-time job at Chengdu University. It was not too tiring, but she always endured the sarcasm and ridicule of some students at the school. Of course, sometimes strangers mistook her for a student. She would often think how wonderful it would be if that were true. But she was not intelligent, and her busy work drained her time and exhausted her body, leaving her no energy left to think about anything else. At school, she often heard others chatting about their holiday travel experiences, various cities and scenic spots in the empire, where there were landscapes, where there were check-in spots. It was as if she had opened another world, a world she only knew from the internet. She heard that in the empire's capital, the imperial capital, there was the most advanced medical system in the empire. She wanted to take her mother there. The day she swallowed her pride at school and inquired about the price of that hospital, she thought it over and gave up. Just as she had once planned to continue suing the drunk driver, but after seeing the influential figures backing him, she gave up. Mu Qingji walked along the alleyway. It was already evening and the cold wind was biting. The air was filled with the stench of smoke and filth, and the houses were generally dilapidated. As she walked, she felt her eyes grow moist. She found it odd herself. She was crying. She hadn't cried the day her father died, nor the day her mother entered the hospital. She hadn't cried the day she collapsed from exhaustion on a late-night street after working 4 jobs. Why was she crying today? She lifted her head, hoping the wind would dry her tears. But then she suddenly saw a long trail. Thinking it was a shooting star, she quickly clasped her hands together and made a wish. But when she opened her eyes and looked more carefully, it turned out to be an airplane. An airplane. She had never ridden one. Where would it fly to? Was the view up there beautiful? And what kind of people were sitting inside? What kind of lives did they lead? But she figured it couldn't be too bad. Mu Qingji shook her head and continued walking, unable to stifle a sneeze. As for why she mistook the airplane for a shooting star, she had been diagnosed not long ago with a chronic granular eye disease. Yes, she was going blind barring any unforeseen circumstances. On the plane, Shen Chen and Mengning sat together, the latter chattering endlessly while the former listened quietly. With nothing else to do, Mengning wanted to continue filling Shen Chen in on details from his past life. By the way, something terrifying also happened in Chengdu. What is it? Its name is the Eyeless Green Corpse King. Mengning said with a deliberately serious tone, as if telling a horror story. Hearing the name, Shen Chen smiled faintly. How terrifying. Seeming to get a reaction from Shen Chen, Mengning was a little pleased and continued her story. However, the events she recounted were very sketchy, no more than the information an ordinary person would have known in his past life. But Shen Chen knew. The zombie she mentioned had left a lifelong psychological shadow on many of the top awakened individuals in the early days of the apocalypse. The Eyeless Green Corpse. A dangerous species that had developed intelligence at the very dawn of the apocalypse. A year later, it became the first zombie in the world to break through to the 4th tier. At that time, the undead heavenly corpse in North America, which had destroyed 4 cities and struck terror into the hearts of post-apocalyptic humanity, was only at the peak of the 3rd tier. One could imagine the shock that rippled through the southwestern region when a 4th-tier eyeless green corpse silently appeared in Chengdu. At that time, Huang Xiao, the ruler of Chengdu, used the principle of when the lips are gone the teeth feel cold to unite with powerful neighboring forces, and by offering rewards from secret realm relics, invited many renowned awakened individuals. Beneath the walls of Chengdu, they faced the eyeless green corpse and the endless tide of zombies behind her. That battle was so brutal it would be etched into the annals of apocalypse history. It was also the largest-scale group battle in Asia in the early days of the apocalypse. It could be said, aside from a few forces like the Free City that stood by and watched, many other large factions, whether driven by the lingering moral values of the old empire or by the pursuit of immense fame and honor or coveting the much-rumored rebirth flower said to be hidden on the eyeless green corpse, jointly participated in the green corpse battle and ultimately annihilated that most terrifying green zombie. However, in the very end, those top-tier forces swept through the green corpse's lair 3 times, yet they never found a trace of the rebirth flower. Many sneered afterward that a divine object that could revive the dead and defy the laws of nature could not possibly exist. It was probably just Huang Xiao's tactic to gather the alliance. But regardless, the historical significance of this battle was immense. First, it boosted the morale of post-apocalyptic humanity, proving that even with the apocalypse upon them, mankind would not sink into the abyss. Second, it indirectly spurred the formation of the Southwest United Council. After the battle, most factions divided the spoils and departed, but the forces around the southwestern region continued the alliance. They honored Huang Xiao, the organizer, as their leader, and after much debate settled on a name: the Southwest United Council. In the future, it would grow into a top-tier post-apocalyptic power, its territory encompassing nearly half of the old empire's region. However, at the time of its founding, their intention was simple. It was merely to alleviate their ever-increasing pressure, to deal with that behemoth that had been reigning high and mighty in the east since the beginning of the apocalypse. That colossal entity. I've already spoken to Huang Yuehan, and shall definitely arrange everything. The plane was about to land at Chengdu Airport, descending in altitude, revealing the nightscape of Chengdu more clearly before Shen Chen and the others. Jiangqing lay in the southeast with flat and narrow terrain, compact and delicate, its layout graceful and restrained. Chengdu, however, was different, higher altitude, vast territory. From a bird's-eye view, steel structures rose tall and scattered, embodying the unique architectural style of the empire's western region. Grim, cold-toned, a city of iron. Though not yet midnight, the night lingered, and the distribution of light sources in Chengdu was extremely unbalanced. Within the first and second rings surrounding the governor's mansion, neon lights flickered, exuding an atmosphere of decadent luxury. But on the city's margins, vast stretches of dark neighborhoods lay in succession, occasionally lit by faint glimmers. This stark line between rich and poor was almost blatantly exposed. Shen Chen's expression remained unchanged, utterly calm. Perhaps one could only say that the western region's dry climate and its distance from the imperial capital allowed for more audacity than the civilized society of the east. High-tech lowlife. The oppression of commoners here was likely unparalleled in the empire. Let's settle this quickly, a time is running out. Shen Chen's pupils were as dark as the night as he murmured slowly. The Chengdu governor's mansion. Inside a lavish mansion, a pot-bellied man slumped in a chair, fatty flesh piling up on his face, his bean-sized eyes glinting with sharp light. Unhurriedly, he lit a fine cigar before speaking indifferently to a tall, thin aide beside him. Has the funding from the Cardinal Bureau been approved yet? The aide, a middle-aged man in black attire, had sharp eyes like an eagle, high cheekbones, and a somewhat penetrating appearance. The glasses on his nose, however, slightly softened this sharpness. Your Excellency, Governor, we have submitted reports multiple times, but there is still no news yet. Hearing this, the obese man tapped his cigar and furrowed his brows deeply. What in the world is the imperial capital up to? Raising taxes recently and pouring resources into infrastructure and steel mills could be tolerated. But now they're even withholding the funding. And earlier they wasted efforts on research. I think those folks at the imperial capital are getting senile. Ahem. Before the man could finish, a cough from the aide beside him interrupted. He didn't get angry, only said, Huang Xiao, take some more money and expand that area of the Lawn Bird Pavilion. Your Excellency, this might be inappropriate. Rarely the aide, who had always obeyed him, loyally countered. The tall, thin man bowed his head and lowered his voice. The situation in the imperial capital is unclear now. Local magnates are splitting apart. The empire already shows signs of unrest. Our Chengdu, located in the southwest, is already resource poor. Now, with finances strained and a storm brewing, we should stockpile grain and maintain the army to be prepared for emergencies. As for places like Lawn Bird Pavilion, full of pleasure and song, we can discuss them after weathering this crisis. The obese man snorted coldly, seemingly annoyed by the aide's lecture. Call the limousine. I'm returning to the mansion. Yes. And another thing. The obese man turned back, the fat on his face creasing. Change that woman from last time. not pretty enough and as lifeless as a corpse. Huang Xiao walked out of the governor's mansion. Officials all around greeted him cordially. He smiled in return. Only after boarding his private car did he have a moment to close his eyes and rest. Suddenly a phone rang. He glanced at it and answered reluctantly. Dad, I need to tell you something. Out of living expenses again. He'll have Uncle Li transfer some. No, it's not that. Well, you know Su Mengning. Oh, Jiangsheng's governor's daughter. The voice on the other end rose and fell. She came to Qingdu to visit me, might stay at our place for a few days. Huang Xiao's eyes flickered slightly. Handle it yourself, don't neglect her. I'm just letting you know. In a luxurious mansion, Huang Yuehan hung up the phone. Her sisters immediately crowded around, eyes curious. Yuehan, is that best friend of yours really coming? Does her father trust her to come alone to Qingdu? Huang Yuehan said calmly. She's not alone, a friend is accompanying her. Friend? Someone asked in surprise. Male or female? Male. Boyfriend. The governor's daughter of Jiangsheng having a boyfriend is nothing to fuss about. You all make a big deal out of everything. Yuehan just showed us the photo. She's really cute. I wonder which man is so lucky. More cheerful teasing followed. Huang Yuehan stood up and silence instantly fell around. It's 6 now. I'm going to pick them up from the airport. Who's coming with me? Me. They'll come too, I'm free. A group of girls eagerly raised their hands. Who wouldn't want to see the governor's daughter? Huang Yuehan picked a few pretty ones, and those with influential family backgrounds. Then she dialed another call, her voice softening. Baby, where are you? Come with me to pick up a friend. Remember to put on makeup. Men need to dress up too. Drive over in my limited edition sports car. Bye. After hanging up, Huang Yuehan, with the help of her sisters, tidied her clothes and makeup. After admiring herself in the mirror for half an hour, she felt satisfied, convinced she wouldn't be outshone by Su Mengning. Let's go. Qingdu Airport. The airport was much larger than Jiangsheng's, perhaps second only to a few airports in the imperial capital and the eastern capital. After the plane landed, Shen Chen and Su Mengning disembarked. No prime ministers or managers came to greet them, as their trip to Qingdu was entirely impromptu. No one knew about it yet. As they walked out of the airport, they were almost pushed by the huge crowd to the hall entrance. They had never experienced this before. Since childhood, wherever Shen Chen went, a group of high-ranking officials had cleared the way, keeping 3 feet around him peaceful. After the apocalypse, it went without saying, as a top awakened being and the ruler of the free city, almost no one was worthy of standing shoulder to shoulder with him. To walk like an ordinary person through a noisy common passage was rather amusing. Young Master Shen Yuehan is waiting outside the airport. Let's go. Su Mengning hurried toward the exit, her expression slightly excited. Shen Chen's expression did not change, and he deliberately lagged a few steps behind. As Su Mengning exited the airport, she spotted Huang Yuehan and the others. They were simply too conspicuous. Many people were waiting in the square outside the airport. But in one area, a 3-meter sunshade had been set up beneath, which stood several young ladies who clearly looked like spoiled heiresses from wealthy families. Each carried designer handbags, wore high-end sunglasses, and dangled expensive earrings. Chatting and laughing, they paid no attention to the ordinary people coming and going around them. Mengning, over here. The woman at the center spotted the white-gowned girl stepping out of the airport. She raised her hand and called out loudly. Su Mengning hurried over and embraced Huang Yuehan. It's been such a long time. Yes, I recall the last time was when I visited Uncle Su in Jiangsheng. Su Mengning noticed that Huang Yuehan wore light makeup, a smile always lingering at the corners of her lips, and she kept her arm linked with a man's. This is... Oh, Huang Yuehan seemed to snap back to reality. I almost forgot to introduce him. This is my boyfriend Sheng Wanyan. As she uttered the name Sheng Wanyan, the corners of her lips seemed to lift even higher. The sisters around also appraised Su Mengning, they had to admit. The moment they saw her face, their triumphant smiles stiffened slightly. Could she be even more beautiful than in the photos? By tenfold. Of course, on their home turf, they wouldn't show weakness. Sheng Wanyan is the 4th young master of the Shangwan family in the imperial capital and a top student at Imperial Capital University. Someone said with a smile hinting at something. Su Mengning paused, taking a good look at the man. Clad in white with jet black hair, his face so fair it seemed powdered, yet his brows carried a certain heroic spirit, making him appear spirited and vibrant. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be from the Shangwan family of the imperial capital. No wonder Huang Yuehan was so infatuated with him. The Shangwan family was one of the few ancient clans in the imperial capital. A colossal behemoth dominating the capital, its influence stretched across the empire. If one had to pick a top-tier aristocracy comparable to the Shen family, most people would undoubtedly mention the Shangwan family. Hey sis, where's your boyfriend? Someone asked. Su Mengning snapped out of her thoughts and looked back at Shen Chen. She wasn't sure how to address him. There were so many people here, and Master Shen Chen wanted to keep a low profile. But she didn't need to call him a. Shen Chen was already slowly approaching from the distance. Today Shen Chen wore a black long coat, his appearance as strikingly handsome as ever. The assembled socialites and young ladies were momentarily stunned. Huang Yuehan slowly covered her mouth, feeling a strange familiarity with the man before her, yet unable to place it. At that moment, she felt the arm of Sheng Wanyan beside her stiffen. Senior Shen Chen, you've actually come to Qingdu. Shangguan Yun's pupils trembled as he suppressed his shock to speak. I'm a sophomore at Imperial Capital University. Oh, I've heard so many legends about you on campus, never thought I'd meet you here today, senior. Shen Chen was a senior at Imperial Capital University, also a legend of the institution. Among the Empire's thousands of universities, countless people believe that one of them could not be called a mere university. That was Imperial Capital University. Its importance rivaled even national defense. Its admission process did not recognize the National College Entrance Exam, it set its own exams. Those who eventually entered were either backed by formidable political connections, or the endorsement of ancient aristocratic clans, or they were true 1/10th geniuses, prodigies whose intellect, capability, and tactics crushed ordinary people. In short, any student of Imperial Capital University would take pride in it, and bask in envious glances wherever they went. But Shen Chen was an exception. Imperial Capital University took pride in him. That year, the university's president personally sent an invitation to Shen Chen, stunning countless freshmen. And Shen Chen's record at Imperial Capital University was impeccable. He became the student council president in his freshman year. After serving for 1 year, he stepped down, having already completed all 4 years' coursework. Subsequently, he participated in numerous influential experiments and won awards with ease. Though Shen Chen rarely appeared on campus, now the legend of this senior still circulated within the university. Hello, Shen Chen greeted politely. Meanwhile, Huang Yuehan and her group of close friends were frozen in place like stone. They stared blankly at the man before them, their minds drifting into the clouds. Shangguan Yun was merely a concubine-born son of the Shangguan family, yet even he made them fawn and flatter with pride. But who had they just met? The legendary eldest son of the Shen family. The man unanimously deemed by countless sisters. The most perfect man in the empire. Oh my god, I can't breathe. If before the airport pickup Huang Yuehan had harbored any secret intention to compare herself with Su Mengning, that thought vanished the moment she laid eyes on Shen Chen. In its place was an overwhelming eagerness to fawn over Su Mengning. Dear sister, quickly, let's head home first. It's crowded and eyes are everywhere. The car is ready. Sister Mengning, please get in. And, young Master Shen Chen, we'll talk at home. You can stay as many days as you like, ha ha ha. Shangguan Yun, what are you doing getting in? Yuehan, there's room for one more person in the car, right? Get out, get out. If you squeeze and you'll crowd young Master Shen Chen. And Sister Mengning, don't you have other things to do? Go handle them yourself. Huang Yuehan led Shen Chen and Su Mengning into the car and sped away. As for her good sisters and boyfriend, they were all left outside the airport. But those sisters weren't upset. They cheerfully took their own cars and left. In the end, only Shangguan Yun stood there looking dejected. After a moment, he slowly walked in one direction. Turning a corner, his dejection suddenly vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. He took out his phone and slowly dialed a number. In an extremely low voice, he said, "A major unexpected development X has arrived in Chengdu." 2 hours later, the car arrived at Huang Yuehan's residence. As the door opened, a tall, lean, middle-aged man greeted them, exchanging pleasantries with Shen Chen and Su Mengning. Huang Xiao. How could Shen Chen not be familiar with him? Huang Yuehan cheerfully led them inside. The luncheon was already prepared. The head steward of the house also came before Shen Chen to pay his respects as a formality. To be honest, facing Huang Xiao, who was still an ordinary person, Shen Chen had no desire to waste any time. Even though Shen Chen himself was not even a first-tier awakened, and his supernatural power was pathetically weak. But what made an awakened different was the near-insurmountable gap between them and ordinary humans. Uncle Huang, since our stopover in Chengdu was unexpected, I'd prefer not to have many people know about it. Please understand. Shen Chen put on a warm smile and extended his hand to Huang Xiao. Huang Xiao seemed to pause for a moment, then smiled back. Of course, of course. He reached out his right hand and shook Shen Chen's. In a space invisible to normal sight, Shen Chen's right hand flashed with a dazzling arcane light. A seed of spirituality carrying Shen Chen's will slowly extended into Huang Xiao's body, aiming to take root in his brain. This was the advantage of information disparity. No matter how powerful one might be in the future before the apocalypse, they would all be controlled by me one by one, becoming my most loyal servants. After his rebirth, with the help of the Shen family, Shen Chen had seized countless advantages, securing the eastern capital, selecting talents, forging alliances, studying the black fog, conducting mass experiments. And now this renowned overlord of Chengdu from his past life was about to become his servant. Under Shen Chen's gaze, the seed of spirituality had reached Huang Xiao's brain. Take root. Root. Young friend Shen Chen, what's wrong? Why has your face turned so pale? I am fine. Shen Chen fought off the dizziness in his head, sat down in a chair, his lips slightly pale from the backlash. A flash of malevolence passed deep in his eyes. This was the first time something had gone beyond his expectations. Deep within the cerebral cortex of Huang Xiao, a black seed similar to the seed of spirituality had already taken deep root and was corrupting him. But how could this be possible? Shen Chen savored the pastries on the table, his mind churning with contemplation. Huang Xiao was destined to become the overlord of Chengdu in the future. Had he been under someone's control even before the apocalypse? Could the Supreme Alliance leader of the past life actually be another's puppet in the shadows? This thought arose, and even Shen Chen felt a rare sense of absurdity flash through his mind. In his past life, Huang Xiao ranked among the top 5 within the empire, his prestige second only to Shen Chen himself. If he was truly being controlled in secret without revealing the slightest hint, then the one pulling the strings in the shadows was indeed terrifying. Young Master Shen Chen, are you heading to Chengdu for the Chengdu University anniversary? Huang Yuehan, while pouring tea for Shen Chen, tentatively asked. No. Shen Chen smiled faintly. It was only now that he began to truly regard her. Huang Xiao's daughter. Her face was pretty enough, but her attire was somewhat gaudy. In his past life, little information about her surfaced, likely because Huang Xiao had kept her sheltered. Oh. Huang Yuehan immediately retreated, her demeanor humble. Facing Shen Chen, every girl in the empire would inevitably feel an inescapable sense of inferiority. Huang Xiao sipped his tea on the side and said with a smile. Come to think of it, Shen Chen, I share some ties with you. I also graduated from Imperial University back in the day. Huang Xiao crossed his legs, unlike other high-ranking officials who remained tense before Shen Chen. He let out a self-deprecating smile. A pity my grades were poor, far inferior to your father Shen Fei and his cohort. I couldn't stay in the capital. Shen Chen looked at Huang Xiao. Now with glasses on, he seemed somewhat refined. It then struck Shen Chen that Huang Xiao was not yet the governor of Chengdu, merely a counselor in the governor's mansion. They chatted for a while, then Huang Xiao returned to his study to work. Meanwhile, Huang Yuehan pulled Su Mengning into the bedroom. She was immensely curious about Shen Chen's matters. Sitting on the sofa, Shen Chen pondered for a moment, a thought gradually forming in his mind. His current strength was still far too low, a considerable distance from becoming even a first-rank awakened. As for that demon seed in Huang Xiao's mind, judging by the demonic energy level, the creature was likely already brushing against the threshold of first rank. Shen Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of alarm at this thought. Before the apocalypse had even arrived, this demon was nearly at the first rank. He feared that even the renowned Overlord-class dire beasts of the past life could not match such potential. Shen Chen's interest was instantly piqued. Though his awakening source power was inferior to the demons, if he were to employ that forbidden power, capturing it would likely not be difficult. Shen Chen lifted his gaze, recalling that Huang Xiao's demeanor and appearance were normal. He probably didn't know his own condition. Then, let the waters grow murkier. Uncle Huang. Shen Chen knocked on the study door, and after receiving a response, he entered politely. A young friend, Shen Chen, is there something on your mind? Huang Xiao sat in a soft chair, lowering his hand from his glasses. He must have just put them on. The plane still can't take off. I'm afraid it'll have to impose on you for a few more days. Shen Chen wore an apologetic expression, as if deeply guilt-ridden by the matter. Huang Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then quickly stood up. Young friend Shen Chen need not say such things. First, Miss Su and Yuehan are longtime close friends. Second, your father and I share the bond of being alumni. Staying a few days is no inconvenience at all. Shen Chen thanked him again, but did not leave. He remained standing there, as if hesitating to speak. Huang Xiao took note of this subtle hesitation and smiled once more. Young friend Shen Chen, if you wish to talk about something, feel free to speak your mind. With Huang Xiao's affirmation, Shen Chen bit his lips slightly and said, Uncle Huang, have you noticed the frequent paranormal incidents within the empire lately? Huang Xiao's face showed a fitting hint of surprise. He adjusted his glasses and pondered. Is that so? I've been busy with Chengdu affairs and haven't paid much attention to the outside world. Quite the act. Shen Chen chuckled inwardly. Before the apocalypse descended in his past life, mysterious supernatural events had emerged in many regions, the most severe being in the Western territories. And Chengdu was one of the earliest areas in the empire to show signs of the apocalypse. A figure like Huang Xiao could not have remained unaware. He might even have already encountered such phenomena. Those words clearly indicated he was still on guard against Shen Chen. Shen Chen looked at Huang Xiao, furrowed his brows, and wore a solemn expression. Uncle Huang, you see, I am the eldest legitimate son of the Shen family. Sometimes I come to know information that ordinary people don't. For instance, some of the recently viral videos online about supernatural events. Some of them are not fake. Oh, Huang Xiao adjusted his glasses again. His gaze observed Shen Chen, who after finishing this hesitant speech still looked tense, as if he had more to say. At that moment a faint unease stirred within him. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile and extended his hand. What you speak of, I too have heard rumors. Young friend Shen Chen, feel free to say what's on your mind. Uncle Huang. Shen Chen seemed to have made a decision, meeting Huang Xiao's gaze directly. Inside your brain, there is a seed of wickedness. As the words fell, Huang Xiao's hand froze midair. His smile solidified, and his pupils contracted, as if pierced by a poisonous needle, like a puppet frozen in time. The atmosphere stagnated for 3 full breaths before Huang Xiao suddenly stepped back half a pace. Young friend Shen Chen, you say I. What is that? Though Huang Xiao's voice strove to maintain composure, it still betrayed an unexpected fluster. Well, Uncle Huang, I possess certain, let's call them supernatural abilities granted by the Shen family. And that's why I saw that thing inside your mind. As he spoke, Shen Chen raised his right hand, his expression earnest. I swear I am not lying in the slightest. I believe you. Young friend Shen Chen, I absolutely believe you. Huang Xiao stepped forward unsteadily, placing both hands on Shen Chen's shoulders. Then, do you have any way? I mean to remove that from my brain. Feeling Huang Xiao's burning gaze, Shen Chen shook his head. I can't, Uncle Huang. I can only sense it. How about you come with me to the capital? They certainly have a solution there, and my father would definitely know what to do. The capital? Huang Xiao was stunned. Let him go to the capital? How could that be possible? Who would dare enter the capital these days? Yet looking into Shen Chen's earnest eyes, Huang Xiao suppressed his words, only murmuring, Qingdu affairs require my attention. I cannot leave at this time. But Uncle Huang, we can't guarantee what effect that thing might have on you. Huang Xiao stared at Shen Chen for 2 seconds, then turned away. I cannot leave Qingdu now. Then he thought to himself, Shen Chen, do you not know that in the capital area your Shen family recently purged a large portion of the forces? Your family is truly merciless. If I were to meet your father, I might never return to Qingdu. A thought had already formed in Huang Xiao's mind, yet he deliberately paced around the study for a while. Young friend Shen Chen, I suddenly recall a place that might have a solution. That afternoon Huang Xiao drove him to the foot of a mountain west of Qingdu. Young master Shen Chen, please wait here for a moment, I shall return shortly. With those words Huang Xiao ascended the mountain alone. Once Huang Xiao had gone far, the worry on Shen Chen's face vanished without a trace, and he yawned in profound boredom instead. He then shifted his gaze, surveying the towering temple on the distant mountain. Amidst the ethereal mist, an ancient bell tolled faintly. Within a lush bamboo grove, several temple halls rose high with yellow walls and red tiles, ancient and solemn, bearing the breath of a distant ancient empire. Though modest in scale, it inspired reverence. At the central hall, 3 large characters were written in regular script, Mingda Temple. He murmured to himself, just as I thought. Before the apocalypse, places where supernatural forces manifested most frequently were temples, Taoist sects, and even geomantic sites steeped in ancient legends. The same was true of the imperial capital Dongdu, except that the supernatural forces that had awakened there were either subdued or annihilated by the Shen family. Before heading to Jiangqing, he had personally orchestrated the destruction of a stubborn faction. The apocalypse had not yet arrived, so all supernatural forces were limited in strength and bound by numerous restrictions. The Shen family, with their control of the military, had already eliminated all opposing forces. Before long, Huang Xiao hurried down the mountain. Nothing seemed to have changed, except his expression was more somber. He had evidently been diagnosed. Uncle Huang, how is it? Is there a solution? Shen Chen asked with a look of concern. Huang Xiao shook his head silently, then said slowly, the elders lent me a compass that can supposedly guide and sense evil spirits. But the thing in my mind, there is no remedy for now. Shen Chen looked closely and saw that Huang Xiao was indeed holding a palm-sized disc. He sighed, then drove Shen Chen home. The journey was silent. When they finally reached the doorstep, Shen Chen, as if suppressing his feelings for a long time, spoke to Huang Xiao. Uncle Huang, give me that compass. I will find the evil spirit for you. Absolutely not. Huang Xiao refused sternly without a second thought, and said with a serious expression, you are the eldest son of the Shen family. You cannot get involved in such dangerous affairs. How would I explain to your father if something happened? But this matter is not negotiable. We must not provoke that thing lest we invite disaster. But the thing in your head. I will seek out some extraordinary individuals to find a way. As for the final outcome, I can only leave it to fate. As he finished, Huang Xiao let out a faint sigh. Under Shen Chen's gaze, Huang Xiao carried his compass into his study and slowly closed the door. Shen Chen watched his back, his face calm, but a glint of mockery flickered deep in his eyes. Deep in the night, in a secret room, pitch black with no light, only the glow of a computer screen flickered on the table. A pair of black-rimmed glasses was slowly placed on the table by a pair of hands. Then a figure sat down slowly with a grim aura, eyes fixed on the computer. On the screen was a surveillance feed. In the footage, a figure stealthily entered a room, searched around for a while, and finally retrieved a palm-sized compass from the bottom drawer. Seeing this, the figure's lips curled into a slight smile. Young Master Shen Chen, let you help me find that fellow. The figure was naturally Huang Xiao. His refusal during the day was a precaution to avoid risk. After all, if Shen Chen were to suffer any mishap, he would be implicated. But if Shen Chen went on his own, it would have nothing to do with him, wouldn't it? The Shen family, huh? They had plundered all the empire's elite scientists and research institute professors, naturally delving deep into the study of supernatural forces, even suppressing all voices in the imperial capital and Dongdu. Thinking of the Shen family, Huang Xiao instinctively frowned. For him and the various ambitious schemers lurking in the shadows of the empire, the Shen family, a dominant clan in the capital, was like an immense dark cloud forever looming over the empire, suffocating them with infinite pressure. Huang Xiao's thoughts swiftly shifted from the Shen family to Shen Chen. Young Master Shen Chen, your character was born in that overbearing family, yet you remain unstained by the mud. To be honest, Huang Xiao was also surprised that such a gentle and refined young man was the eldest son of Shen Fei, that dark political creature. Since you are so virtuous and upright, let me use your hand to test that fellow first. That Whoever had set a trap for him. At this moment Huang Xiao's face visibly darkened. He had unknowingly been implanted with an evil spirit. If not for Shen Chen's warning, wouldn't he have become someone's puppet without realizing it? If that had succeeded, it would be, under the dark moon and howling wind. After leaving the Huang residence, Shen Chen stepped into a nearby alley. Looking at the compass in his hand and thinking of Huang Xiao's seemingly flawless scheme, he found it rather amusing. It was merely a play he had been acting along with. Someone once said that the apocalypse greatly accelerated humanity's second maturity. This was not without reason. Who would have thought that the strategist of Qingdu, unmatched in scheming in his past life, would be so naive and unwary before the apocalypse with no guard against him? Of course, perhaps it was also due to age. In the eyes of these old demers, he was nothing but a greenhorn, a noble son sheltered under the Shen family shadow. Only a few core members of the Shen family knew that within the family Shen Chen's authority was almost equal to Shen Fei's. Thinking of this, Shen Chen's train of thought paused. A sudden notion arose, one he himself could not judge. In his past life, without his intervention, had Huang Xiao been controlled or not? Soon Shen Chen shook off his tangled thoughts and began to examine the compass. The outer casing was mottled with green patina engraved with ancient and obscure prayer inscriptions, and the needle was rusted. The compass was also filled with Buddhist scriptures, as if containing the great wisdom of the Bodhi tree. Shen Chen stroked it with his finger and thought after the apocalypse many artifacts like humans showed signs of awakening, possessing extraordinary abilities. If an awakened being held an awakened artifact, they would unleash multiplied power. This compass had already gained some abilities before the apocalypse. Even if it couldn't match the artifacts in the imperial capital, it was probably not far behind. And those artifacts, the least of which were centuries-old treasures from the imperial capital's ancient museum. As for the compass abilities, when Shen Chen touched it, he felt a vague understanding. One was evil identification. The other was sin tracing. Then Shen Chen turned the rusted needle. A golden light spread out. The sin tracing ability activated and the compass began to tremble involuntarily. Finally, the silver needle spun a few times and pointed in a direction. Shen Chen's eyes darkened, and he slowly walked toward that direction. The third ring of Qingdu. Underground Block 403. This was a structure winding like an ant's labyrinth, forcefully installed beneath the earth. Never once had considerations of aesthetics, greenery regulation, or safety hazards been taken into account. Perpetually damp and shadowy, it teemed with all manner of irregular, cheap and shoddy merchants or bars and cafes peddling softcore erotica. Due to the lack of oversight, many unlicensed products and underground traders crowded these dim passages. Apart from the lower class, the homeless and suspects whose empire IDs had been frozen, normal middle-class residents of Qingdu would likely not set foot here even once a year. Yet this underground block was not entirely occupied by illicit workers. In a narrow-aged shop, two women in black masks busied themselves with cleaning. The half-broken sign outside read, Thread Art Studio. Some strokes were dark due to aging LED lights. Damn, my wages were docked 300 imperial coins this month. I hope that son of a bitch can't get it up when he goes to the whores next door. Inside, a girl with earrings cursed as she tossed the broom aside, sat on a rickety stool, pulled out cheap cosmetics bought online days ago, removed her mask, and began touching up her makeup under the glare of neon signs. Behind her, another girl crouched by the wall, silently wiping faded paint and splotchy water stains with a cloth. Hey sis, I remember you're short on cash, aren't you? Using the mirror's reflection, the earring girl asked casually. The quiet space yielded a faint after a long moment. The earring girl continued, applying lipstick, giggling. Sis, I know some regulars over at Dreamy Old Corridor. If you go there to serve tables or pour drinks, you could easily earn over 200 imperial coins a day. Pass. Mu Qingji replied without a second thought. Dreamy Old Corridor was the largest venue for sexual services in the block, rumored to have attracted many powerful figures from Qingdu in recent years. Why, oi. When Mu Qingji looked up, she found the earring girl already before her, her heavily made-up face showing concern. You still won't admit it. We're the dregs of society, not even a decent job. If we could change our fate, what's a little flesh trading worth? I heard from a slut in Block 402 that even big shots from the governor's mansion visited that place. If you ran into a benefactor, you'd rise to the heavens in one leap. The earring girl grew more excited, as if fantasizing about escaping this stinking gutter. Seeing Mu Qingji still unmoved, she pouted, her gaze a mix of pity and mockery. In this world, men need to smile, women need to moan. Mu Qingji suddenly looked up, staring straight at the earring girl. Qingdu is like this, but not the rest of the empire. For instance, the imperial capital. The imperial capital. Before she could finish, the earring girl shrieked. You can't even climb out of this stinking ditch in Qingdu's third ring, and you're thinking about the imperial capital. How dare you even dream of that place? The earring girl's sudden agitation was understandable to such lower-class people. The imperial capital was a word so distant it felt unreal, like a symbol appearing online, yet something they'd never dare hope to step into in a lifetime. Can you be realistic? Who are you showing your pathetic pride to? The earring girl crouched down, grabbing Mu Qingji's shoulders, her eyes urgent and restless. Remember that slut from 407 who was always screwing her boss? 2 days ago she was picked up by someone from the governor's mansion. If trash like that can shoot to the sky you. Before she could finish venting, she noticed Mu Qingji suddenly turn pale, her eyes vacant. Startled, she cried out, "What's wrong? I didn't hurt you." She abruptly let go only to watch Mu Qingji collapse forward, as if fainting, hitting the steel floor and splitting her scalp, blood flowing. Hey. The earring girl hurriedly reached out to help, and at that moment Mu Qingji seemed to come to. Her lips were pale and bloodless, her forehead bleeding from the gash. The earring girl froze, just about to ask what happened. Suddenly footsteps echoed outside, growing louder until they seemed to stop at the entrance. They both looked up to see a tall, slender figure standing under the dim neon sign. They hadn't expected anyone to visit their rundown shop in this out-of-the-way corner at such a late hour. "Hello, sir. Embroidery, tailoring, laundry. You're welcome to come in and take a look." With professional courtesy, the earring girl called out in a cooing tone. Then the figure stepped inside, his appearance slowly revealed under the store's dim light. The earring girl's breath caught involuntarily as her gaze fell on the man's face, and she stood transfixed. She had spent time at dreamy old corridor and met many from the upper class. But this man, even a beggar in Chengdu, would instantly, and without a second thought, declare his status is exalted, incredibly exalted. Coupled with his nearly perfect features, it instantly ignited a flame of desire within her. No words could capture the storm in her heart. She shot to her feet and said in a tone laced with flattery and a hint of seductive suggestion, "Sir, what do you need? You can tell me anything, you'll do my utmost to satisfy you." Like a breeze, she glided over to the man, biting her lip, her gaze roving over his perfect physique, dazed and hazy. Yet the next moment, he walked straight past her. She turned to see the man slowly crouched before Mu Qingji, pulling out a white handkerchief. His gaze seemed to land on her bleeding forehead, his voice low, "Stop the bleeding." Mu Qingji instinctively took it, pressed it to her forehead, and murmured thanks. Shen Chen looked around. The shop was dim and crowded, filled with all sorts of cheap clothes and embroideries, the scissors on the shelves, rusty, discarded items piled in the corner. By this life alone, it was indeed his first time in such a lowly place. It could be said that any noble of the empire would frown or even feel nauseous here. Yet he remained expressionless. As he straightened up, he lightly dipped his finger in the blood on the floor and touched it to the compass center. He found it odd having followed the compass needle to this spot. While standing outside the store, the compass seemed to malfunction, its needle spinning wildly, leaving him baffled. One thing was certain though, this shop was definitely off. Now this compass has barely awakened a hint of its power, and its abilities are truly limited. After the trace and function was interfered with for unknown reasons, only the identify evil capability remains. When Shen Chen just entered, the woman closest to him, adorned with ear studs, was automatically locked onto by the compass, and the result showed no demonic aura emanating. However, when aiming the compass at another woman, its power seemed to be exhausted and fell into silence. Thus Shen Chen had no choice but to dab the woman's blood on the compass, waiting for its power to recover to activate identify evil. If Shen Chen's perception was correct, there should only be these two individuals in the shop. At least for now, one of them posed no issue. No, it could only be said that there was nothing identified as evil. As for the other, whether she was infected or equally innocent, the demonic creature, did it unknowingly leave the shop, or was it cleverly concealed, making it impossible to detect? Upon arriving here, Shen Chen had already sensed that things were not as simple as they seemed. Mu Qingji had stood up and asked Shen Chen, "Sir, may I ask what you need?" Shen Chen nodded slightly and happened to catch a fleeting expression of struggle on the ear-stud woman's face. Before Shen Chen could speak, she had already said to Mu Qingji, "Sister Mu Qingji, I suddenly realized I have something to attend to, so I will head back first." After saying this, she glanced at Shen Chen and then turned to leave. Shen Chen found it hard to comprehend that gaze. It seemed both fervent and regretful. "Wait." The ear-stud woman's steps paused at Shen Chen's voice. "Is that your stuff?" Turning back, she discovered Shen Chen pointing at a large pile of cheap cosmetics on the table. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head to tidy up, then dashed out of the shop. This time Shen Chen did not stop her. However, in a gaze that ordinary people could not catch, a mysterious aura slowly drifted from the woman's head towards Shen Chen's hand, then carried the dark energy back to the woman. And this aura was the woman's spirit. What Shen Chen wielded was his class ability, spirit binding. Shen Chen turned his head and did not look at her back again. Although in theory, she should just be an ordinary person, Shen Chen still employed his methods on her. After all, he had just arrived, and one person had hurriedly made an excuse to leave. That felt a bit too deliberate. With her spirit controlled, her every move would be under Shen Chen's surveillance for a short time. Now he glanced at the compass and found that the blood had only traveled 1/5 of the way along its edge. Sir. Mu Qingji called out twice, pulling her gaze away from Shen Chen's compass. Shen Chen gave her a faint glance, and then said, "Let's get a haircut." "A haircut?" Mu Qingji was momentarily taken aback, then responded, "Sure." She simply found it strange. After all, Shen Chen's demeanor was indeed unlike that of any previous customer. What she did not know was, If the young masters and misses from the capital knew that Shen Chen, a person of his stature, was allowing a bottom-tier stylist like her to touch his hair, they would truly go crazy. Those people place more importance on social hierarchy than on life itself. In their eyes, a single hair of the crown prince Shen Chen is worth a fortune. Stepping into such a filthy place is a desecration of their noble status. On the contrary, Shen Chen, who stood at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy, viewed it all with indifference. Because in Shen Chen's subconscious, the young talents from the capital and the bottom-tier scum from remote cities were merely differentiated by their usefulness or lack thereof. After Mu Qingji was ready, she looked at Shen Chen, who sat comfortably in the tattered chair. An inexplicable feeling of guilt arose within her. He looked like a rich young master. How could he come to this place? Mu Qingji shook off her extraneous thoughts and touched Shen Chen's hair with the scissors. Her fingertips trembled slightly upon contact. Then she began to work slowly. This time, she was more meticulous than ever before. Sir, you should not be a local of Chengdu, right? Mu Qingji asked absent-mindedly. I could tell from your accent that you are not from Chengdu. Haha then. Where are you from, sir? Mu Qingji's voice started off clear, but gradually became lower with the last sentence, almost muttered. It seemed she realized it was somewhat impolite. After a moment of silence, Shen Chen replied, the imperial capital. Oh, the imperial capital. Mu Qingji's hands paused for a moment. Yes, but strictly speaking, I am also from the eastern capital, as my ancestral home is over there. The imperial capital is the residence of all the top aristocrats of the empire, a convergence of the most powerful families from various regions. The Shen family long ago originated from the eastern capital. Although since the establishment of the empire, the Shen family's stronghold has stood in the heart of the imperial capital. Yet in fact, the eastern capital has been under the control of the Shen family since ancient times. The governor of the eastern capital has always been a puppet supported by the Shen family. Clearly Mu Qingji could not comprehend this at all. She was simply stunned by Shen Chen's voice. You actually. Mu Qingji fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Though her knowledge was limited, she understood that she and this young master were likely from two different worlds. What about you? Did you not attend university? Are you working here? Me. Mu Qingji was very surprised that Shen Chen would actually ask her, and she quickly replied, yes, I did not get into university, so I am doing part-time work here. I've been doing it for a month now. But I will probably quit soon after I get paid. Indeed, this place does not seem safe for you. For me, the places that do not make money are the most unsafe. Mu Qingji laughed self-deprecatingly, realizing Shen Chen did not laugh, which made her face flush with embarrassment. It was as if she realized she had made a cold joke. However, the next moment, she noticed Shen Chen's lips curl into a slight smirk, revealing a hint of sarcasm. With a population of 20 million in Chengdu, it seems there are about 20 to 30 poor districts. Yes, sir, 27. Mu Qingji added. They occupy 30% of Qingdus area and 40% of its permanent population. Besides that, the middle-class areas in the second ring account for 12% of the area, while the inner ring centered around the governor's mansion occupies 5%. The rest, over half of the area, is wasteland and desolation devoid of human presence. Mu Qingji pressed her lips together, not displaying any emotional fluctuations, and continued. About 1% of the people in that inner ring occupy over 90% of the resources and wealth in Chengdu. When they swing their golf clubs, the outskirts of Chengdu are cursing about a half-month power outage, causing an uproar. Mu Qingji paused for a moment, tentatively asking, sir, the imperial capital should be much better, right? Although discussing such matters in the dark corners of the third ring of Chengdu was quite strange and might even be off-putting. But Mu Qingji still asked because she thought, perhaps if she missed this day, she would never have the chance to interact with someone from the imperial capital again. The ear-stud woman had just said it well. People like them, barring accidents, would spend their lives in the gutter of Qingdus' third ring. Mu Qingji felt like a long time had passed, but in reality, it was only 3 breaths later when Shen Chen spoke. The population of the imperial capital exceeds 70 million, with the nation's top aristocratic families all gathered here. If I tell you that those families control 80% of the resources and wealth, do you think that is much better? Mu Qingji laughed lightly, and then shook her head. Even the capital cannot avoid this. But it is still better than Chengdu. Madam. Shen Chen interrupted Mu Qingji, continuing, I think you might not have understood my meaning. 80% does not pertain to the city of the imperial capital. Mu Qingji suddenly froze, seemingly unable to react to Shen Chen's words for a moment. Not pertaining to the city of the imperial capital. She repeated, and then, as if she understood something, her pupils suddenly constricted. Mu Qingji suddenly froze, seemingly unable to react to Shen Chen's words for a moment. Not pertaining to the city of the imperial capital. She repeated, and then, as if she understood, the topmost aristocratic clans of the imperial capital controlled 80% of the empire's resources and wealth. Not the imperial capital, but the empire. This ancient eastern power in Asia, one of the most formidable kingdoms today. At that moment, Mu Qingji felt as though she had just parted the mist shrouding Qingdus elite, suddenly catching a glimpse of the imperial capital's great families standing aloof above the heavens. It took her a while to snap out of her daze. Noticing the look Shen Chen gave her, she could only lower her head and murmur, I'm sorry. Then she resumed trimming. The two started chatting again, but there was no more talk about the Empire. Of course, they only touched lightly on personal information without delving deeper. Yet Mu Qingji faintly sensed that he was not an ordinary person from the imperial capital. His speech, his knowledge, his words, and his appearance all seemed impeccably perfect. It was as if he was born from the most distinguished place in the imperial capital, possessing an innate demeanor of superiority. Mu Qingji couldn't help stealing glances at him, then quickly looking away. Though his expression was cold, he lacked the arrogance she had seen in other elites. By chance, he stepped fatefully into this narrow, dim shop on an ordinary night. Why did he come here? Did he see me fall? Could it be? Suddenly, a faint sound of air being sliced came from outside the window. The next moment, a pure black figure brushed past the window in an instant. Out of the corner of his eye, Shen Chen saw that the figure was fully clad in a black robe, its face merged into the darkness indistinct. On its exposed forehead, a strange mark flickered with black light, leaking a trace of demonic qi that made one frown. This demonic qi was all too familiar to Shen Chen, though this aura was pitifully weak compared to the fiends he had slain in his past life. But he knew clearly that it was still before the apocalypse. Mu Qingji sensed Shen Chen's disturbance and immediately stopped to ask, "Sir, what's wrong?" She saw Shen Chen turn around and show her a faint, enigmatic smile. "It's nothing, continue." "Oh, okay." Mu Qingji then proceeded with the final trimming. His hair shone like black jade, apparently needing no extra embellishment. A black shadow suddenly brushed past the window, carrying an extremely faint, yet unmistakable demonic qi. Yet Shen Chen remained unmoved, letting the shadow recede. Because, no matter how one looked at it, that black shadow seemed to be trying to lure him away. "Don't you think so, Mu Qingji?" Finally, Mu Qingji handed Shen Chen a broken mirror with a chipped corner, her cheeks flushed. "Sir, please take a look." Shen Chen glanced and nodded indifferently. The hair was slightly trimmed with longer parts cut short. Overall, there was no major adjustment. After all, those who had previously cut Shen Chen's hair were top masters in the imperial capital's fashion circle. Even that opportunity was competitive. "Sir, could you wait a moment?" Just a few minutes." After a while, Mu Qingji looked down and said hesitantly. Then under Shen Chen's gaze, she hurriedly stepped into the depths of the shop. Shen Chen paid no heed and continued observing the compass. The red line had almost spread to 1/9 of the compass edge. Only the final tiny distance remained. That tiny distance too arrived with the passage of time. Then Shen Chen lowered his eyelids, his eyes dimming. Then he turned and left without a trace of lingering. His judgment seemed to have erred once again. The compass was dull and dark, showing that this woman was not tainted by demonic qi. She was an ordinary person. "So you can think of this as a gift or consider it a present." Mu Qingji briskly pulled open the curtain, holding an embroidered painting in her hands. When she saw the empty shop, she suddenly froze, and the last 4 words, "No problem," slipped out by habit. Soft as a whisper, they drifted into the cold wind, vanishing without a trace. Soft as a whisper, it drifted into the cold wind, vanishing without a trace. The moon, rarely seen, left the dark clouds, casting silver light into the dim shop. It was as if the fairy tale filter had shattered, revealing rusty iron tools, old scissors, smeared paint, and dark corners covered with moss and water stains. It was as if no one had ever been there, as if the fleeting attraction was just a dream. She lowered her head and smiled, but the smile was slightly bitter. He didn't pay either. Then she set the embroidery aside and started tidying up, but halfway through sweeping, she would suddenly stand still, lost in thought. Then she forced herself to suppress the twitching corners of her mouth. "You're ridiculous, you actually fell for it." Shen Chen left the shop and walked down the street for a while before suddenly stopping. In his perception, the woman with the earrings had, after leaving the shop, first circled around to the back and pressed her ear against the wall. A moment later, she strolled slowly toward the street. She seemed to make no unusual moves. Thus, the only clue left now seemed to be the black shadow that had flashed past the window earlier. Vaguely, Shen Chen felt that this fiend was different from all the others he had encountered. It seemed more cunning, with a bigger scheme. It intended to control Huang Xiao and had even managed to interfere with the compass' tracing ability. Even now, the needle in the center of the compass was still spinning wildly, pointing in no direction at all. If it were merely an ordinary supernatural incident, Shen Chen would have no interest in dealing with it. After all, since the signs of the apocalypse began to appear, various events dubbed supernatural had become increasingly frequent. Either ordinary people gained power and did evil, or low-level fiends caused trouble. The Shen family didn't bother with such things. But this fiend was different. Its actions were nothing like the wild, bloodthirsty demons. Instead, it resembled a calculating schemer coveting the city of Chengdu. The night was as dark as ink as Shen Chen slowly walked along the dilapidated streets. After thinking for a moment, he headed toward an administrative district in this area. The 3rd administrative district of Chengdu. Though it was late at night, it was still brightly lit. The officials of the Chengdu area were gathered in this small wedge-shaped building complex for their work. Though somewhat tired, they were immensely satisfied, especially after approving each policy, when a crowd of flatterers would gather around them. Outside the administrative district, Shen Chen strode directly through the main gate. "Sir, this is an office area. Please leave." A guard emerged from the security booth, blocking Shen Chen's path. At that moment the lights flickered, illuminating Shen Chen's face. Just then a scholarly-looking man in a suit and tie walked into the administrative area. Seeming to have noticed the commotion, he pushed up his glasses and approached Shen Chen. With a somewhat arrogant expression, he gave Shen Chen a sidelong glance and said coolly, "I'm sorry, but we don't receive unrelated personnel here. If you're looking for someone, please leave your contact information or have that person come pick you up. If you're here to file a complaint, please follow the proper procedures and don't interfere with officials' work." As a senior officer of the administrative district, it was no exaggeration to say that he could put on airs before 99% of Kingdus residents. Seeing this person still standing there, the man frowned, slightly annoyed by being ignored. "Why are you still standing here? What do you think this is? No admittance." Shen Chen had by then finished surveying the surrounding buildings and cast a calm gaze upon the imperious man before him. The man seemed about to retort, but as he opened his mouth he saw Shen Chen slightly raise his eyes and produce a palm-sized credential with one hand. "Call your superior." The credential was not large, adorned with three-dimensional crimson borders and embroidered with a red dragon. The center had black characters on a white background covered with an official seal. It was simple and clear, yet the meaning it represented was enough to strike him silly with terror. The glasses-wearing man stood frozen like a statue for 3 seconds, then his legs gave way, and he collapsed directly to the ground. Not an exaggeration, truly terrified to the point of kneeling. Because the significance of this document was overwhelmingly shocking. It could be said that anywhere in the Empire, any enterprise or institution would make way for this palm-sized credential. Imperial Executor. It almost represented the supreme will of the Empire. But they were merely an administrative district office in Chengdu. How could it have drawn the attention of such a noble figure as the Imperial Executor? Executor, sir. The bespectacled man tried twice, finally stood up, trembling, his teeth chattering. "Just now I was blind and insulted you. Call your superior here." Shen Chen frowned and repeated calmly, "Yes, yes." The bespectacled man immediately scrambled into the administrative district. Then a visible commotion erupted in the administrative building. Before long, a middle-aged man wearing a tall hat led a throng of officials, both high and low, rushing out. The moment he saw Shen Chen, the man removed his hat, his face displaying a humble expression. "Executor, sir, I am Wang Sharon, acting director of the 3rd Administrative District. May I ask what your orders are?" As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at the red dragon credential in Shen Chen's hand. Then he swallowed secretly and bowed his head even lower. The group behind him also lowered their heads, awaiting Shen Chen's orders. This scene was truly shocking. The security guard who had previously stopped Shen Chen had already collapsed onto the ground, his tailbone numb, terrified that Shen Chen would cause him trouble. But obviously Shen Chen had no recollection of him at all. He simply walked over to Wang Sharon, patted his shoulder. "I need to investigate some matters. Open the internal network." Then Shen Chen followed Wang Sharon into the administrative building and arrived at the central office area. Originally there were dozens of people working non-stop here, but now they all stood up and bowed to Shen Chen. They vacated the central position for his investigation. "Executor, sir, this is the surveillance footage for the entire 3rd Administrative District over the past 3 hours. This is the accident records of Chengdu over the past 2 decades. And here are the biographical files of administrative officials at all levels." Wang Sharon stood nearby with lowered eyes and a fawning smile, introducing everything meticulously to Shen Chen. Shen Chen quickly flipped through the documents. Among them were even many confidential files, such as why a certain official had been demoted or what grave mistake a certain director had made. Shen Chen first found the file of the Chengdu governor. Cui Xiaoming, governor of Chengdu, head of the Cui family of Chengdu. The file clearly recorded Cui Xiaoming's 24 years as governor and all his achievements during that period. After reading, Shen Chen could confirm that this was a pure waste. Although the recording officials racked their brains to use euphemistic rhetoric to beautify his achievements, it still couldn't conceal the fact that he was a waste. Scrolling down, Shen Chen saw a familiar name. Governor's Mansion Advisor Huang Xiao from Huangshan, Chengdu. Huang Xiao. Shen Chen looked at the headshot of Huang Xiao printed in the upper right corner of the file and smiled. Then he examined it carefully. After a while he tossed the file aside and fell silent for a moment. That Huang Xiao was currently merely an advisor in the Chengdu Governor's Mansion was already surprising enough. But he truly hadn't expected that Huang Xiao, the future controller of Chengdu, was actually born in a rural village. He was from Huangshan Wang family village. 30 years ago, he was exceptionally lucky to pass the imperial examination of that year under the empire's policy and entered the imperial capital university. After graduation, he returned to Chengdu and became a high-ranking official in the governor's mansion. But the time when he truly entered the power center of the imperial capital was 11 years ago. The 4 industrial districts of Chengdu, 13, 14, 17, and 18, collectively experienced a riot and strike, causing a stir in the Chengdu governor's mansion. When no one dared to take on this mess, the obscure Huang Xiao volunteered and personally pacified the striking and rioting workers, resolving the incident. Then Huang Xiao displayed his remarkable wisdom and strategies, gradually rising in status within the governor's mansion until he became the first person under the governor. A rural person. He had almost failed to suppress his amusement earlier. No wonder that when he had conversed with Huang Xiao there were always a few syllables in his standard language that were mispronounced. It must be the dialect from the early mountain region that he still hadn't completely corrected. If the aristocratic circles of the imperial capital were to learn that someone in their noble class still spoke with a dialect, there was no doubt that those old aristocrats would laugh their heads off. While Shen Chen was flipping through the files of these high officials, Huang Xiao stood nearby, not daring to breathe too loudly. From his perspective, it was the imperial executor secretly descending to the locality for inspection. It was only after Shen Chen finished reading Huang Xiao's file that Huang Xiao closed his eyes, steeled himself, and handed over a stack of documents. Executor, sir, this is my file. But after a long while Shen Chen didn't take it. He looked up and saw that Shen Chen had tossed all the documents aside, looked at him with a mocking smile in his eyes. Isn't there anything more exciting? Huang Xiao was stunned, thinking he had misheard. Then he heard Shen Chen say, for example, hasn't anything strange, eerie, mysterious, or unusual happened in Chengdu recently? Underground Block 403. In a dim and shabby building area, a heavily made-up woman with earrings was walking unsteadily. She was the earring sister who had fled from the art thread workshop. As for why she made an excuse to leave, she certainly had her own motives. After all, one look at that man, and she knew he was the kind of benefactor she would only encounter a few times in her life. Add to that his perfect masculine appearance and physique. If she could sleep with him, just the thought made her thighs clench with excitement. Unfortunately, that man showed no interest in her. Instead, he seemed to be deliberately approaching Mu Qingji. So despite her regret, she deliberately made an excuse to leave, giving them private space. After all, she had heard that some wealthy second-generation kids in Chengdu liked excitement and would come to the slums to find pretty girls, throwing money right there. But she eavesdropped for a long time and didn't hear Mu Qingji's moans, so she had to go back to her room with regret. If only Mu Qingji could latch onto this rich man, then she would shamelessly follow her, get a little soup to drink, and quit that shameful job. Thinking this, earring sister hummed a tune, took out a rusty iron key, and opened the building's door. Although it was cheap, dilapidated, dark, and damp, it was after all a small haven she had earned with her own money in this pressure-filled land of Chengdu. After opening the door, earring sister vaguely sensed a figure sitting on the sofa. Panicking, she immediately turned on the light that she seldom used. A middle-aged man in expensive clothes, smoking a cigar, sat on the messy sofa looking at her with a half-smile. I say, Queer, you've been working at our Chiming old gallery for so long, why are you still living in such a shabby place? How did you get in? Earring sister suddenly screamed, pointing at him, eyes wide, gritting her teeth. All right, don't get so worked up. The man laughed, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, but with a confident expression. He slowly brushed past her shoulder, walked out of the house, and said while whistling, not obedient, then he'll leave. I was originally going to give you that opportunity. Earring sister gripped the door handle with one hand, her shoulders still trembling. The cheap contact lenses, wet with tears, stung her eyes. She didn't understand why he could trample her dignity like this, making her, after a day of exhaustion, come home to experience such humiliation. The footsteps faded away, and just as the man was about to descend the stairs. Wait! The voice was devoid of emotion, as if also struggling to suppress a sob. The footsteps turned back, and one hand roughly grabbed her chin, turning it. A face stubbled and arrogantly smiling came into her view. Bitched. 3rd Administrative District. Shen Chen shut down the computer, still standing there lost in thought. None of the surrounding officials understood what had happened, but that did not prevent them from waiting on the spot for orders. Executive Officer. Huang Xiao suddenly stepped forward, his eyes somewhat nervous, as if he wanted to ask something. However, Shen Chen raised a hand to interrupt his question and cast a sidelong glance at him. Do not disclose my whereabouts to anyone. Then Shen Chen left the place. Watching Shen Chen's departing figure, Huang Xiao stood frozen for a moment, then slowly gathered the documents in his hands. Those around gradually returned to their posts, beginning their work with a mix of lingering fear and relief. Huang Xiao carefully placed each official's dossier in order. When he reached his own file, his gaze sharpened for an instant. In an unnoticed corner, he let out a faint breath. Late at night, the governor's mansion of Chengdu. Within a luxurious mansion compound. The air was thick with the scent of decadent indulgence, and the red and blue interlaced lights added a layer of sensual allure. A plump middle-aged man lay sprawled on the large bed, half-naked. He was none other than the governor of Chengdu, Cui Xiaoming. His body was still dotted with fine beads of sweat, as if he had just undergone some vigorous exertion. Beside him was a fully nude woman in heavy makeup, fairly attractive in appearance. A few minutes later, when the woman saw that Cui Xiaoming had fallen into a dead sleep like a pig, she slowly approached him. A pair of vulgar eyes flickered with an unidentifiable light. She leaned close to his ear. In a low, continuous murmur, she chanted a strange scripture. Cui Xiaoming's abdomen rose and fell in rhythm with the chanting, his face twisting hazily under the sound of the scripture, faintly resembling a smiling Buddha. In the silent room, the orthodox scripture paired with the woman's coquettish, giggling recitation cast a decidedly eerie atmosphere. Early morning. Chengdu inner ring. Sister Mengning, you say you're heading to the imperial capital to study at Imperial Capital University. In a verdant courtyard, Huang Yuehan held Su Mengning's hand, her gaze earnest. Yes, Master Shen Chen said he has already contacted the admissions office of Imperial Capital University, and my information has been registered. Although the enrollment for Imperial Capital University had already concluded this year, as long as Shen Chen put in a word, there was no doubt that Su Mengning could enter Imperial Capital University. My God! Mengning Imperial Capital University. Huang Yuehan expressed her amazement at the right moment, deep envy in her heart. That was Shen Chen, the future ruler of the empire. Even Imperial Capital University would only curry favor with him and take pride in his enrollment there. By the way, where did Master Shen go? I haven't seen him since yesterday. Huang Yuehan probed, also curious in her heart. After all, when she asked her father about Shen Chen's whereabouts, her father suddenly became serious and told her not to ask further. Su Mengning suddenly recalled what Shen Chen had told her and shook her head. I don't know. Watching the disappointment in Huang Yuehan's eyes, Su Mengning's face was expressionless and her heart felt no stir. She had returned from rebirth. No matter what, she could never be the same as in her past life. That innocent, kind-hearted girl who never guarded against anyone had died of illness in that wasteland. And in this life the apocalypse would still descend, the empire would still collapse, and the world would still become a hell on earth. And now the only ones in her heart were her father and Master Shen Chen. Hey, Sister Mengning, our Chengdu University is about to hold an anniversary celebration. How about you come with me to check it out? Anniversary celebration. Yes. Huang Yuehan intimately linked her arm with Su Mengning's. You don't know this, but this year's Chengdu University anniversary is the grandest in nearly a century. There are even many students from other cities' universities coming. My boyfriend Shang Wanyun is a student leading a delegation from Imperial Capital University. That's how we got to know each other. Come on, please. Su Mengning was taken aback for a moment, and thinking that she really had nothing else to do, she agreed. Huang Yuehan cheerfully ordered a variety of exquisite and delicious pastries and began to enjoy them with Su Mengning. Su Mengning placed a snow-white sweet pastry into her mouth, a question rising in her heart. A student leading a delegation from Imperial Capital University. Lately, because she was about to report to Imperial Capital University, she had learned quite a bit about that institution. The biggest assessment she had heard of it was arrogance. Indeed, Imperial Capital University was the only institution in the Imperial Capital qualified to occupy land in the central inner ring, naturally endowed with political attributes. The soil of the center had nurtured its lofty attitude. How could it stoop to come to Chengdu University for this anniversary? Are you saying that Imperial Capital University students came specifically to participate in your anniversary? Su Mengning asked as if casually. Not entirely. Our school organized some life science event and invited many universities. I heard that after it ended, the Imperial Capital University delegation suddenly expressed interest in joining, which made our principal overjoyed. Imperial Capital University delegation. Su Mengning murmured. Huang Yuehan, however, paid no mind and just said with a grin, I heard it was decided by the current student council president of Imperial Capital University. I listened to Shang Wanyun talk about him. He seems to have quite a high reputation. That's true. Which student council president of Imperial Capital University was ever a simple figure? Even Master Shen was the previous student council president, though that position was elevated by Master Shen's brilliance. Huang Yuehan ate her pastries and chatted away with a smile. She seemed to know all these bits of gossip quite well. You'll probably see him when you enter Imperial Capital University. But you don't need to be afraid of him. Your man is Master Shen. No matter how that student council president commands wind and rain at Imperial Capital University, he'll still have to tuck his tail when he sees Master Shen. Huang Yuehan could hardly go 3 sentences without mentioning Master Shen. Although she kept calling Shen Su Mengning's man, judging by her envious eyes and reverent tone, one might think he was her man instead. Su Mengning, however, remained indifferent, her flawless face still adorned with an impregnable coolness. Huang Yuehan stared at Su Mengning for a few seconds, then suddenly leaned in. Sister Mengning, do you even realize who you are? Huang Yuehan seemed to think that Su Mengning was too quiet, lacking any of that arrogance that comes with having Shen Chen, so she had to prod her. You have Master Shen behind you. What does that mean? It means no family in the empire dares to disrespect you, and everyone will fawn over you. Wherever you stand, the eyes of the entire empire will converge on you, be it in envy or jealousy. Just thinking about it gets me so excited I can't sleep. How can you be so calm? Do you even know what you are now? Huang Yuehan paused, then slowly uttered in a tone that was cautious, seductive, and taboo. The crown princess of the empire. Su Mengning and Huang Yuehan were playing in the garden when they suddenly heard footsteps growing clearer. Following the sound, they discerned the approaching figure. Young Master Shen Chen. Su Mengning's face lit up, her eyes sparkling like stars, and she immediately rose and scurried over. Huang Yuehan deliberately lingered half a step behind Su Mengning, suppressing the adoration for Shen Chen deep in her eyes. Shen Chen embraced the rushing Su Mengning and patted her head. Yet his gaze shifted to Huang Yuehan. Miss Huang. Seemingly astonished that Shen Chen had mentioned her, Huang Yuehan replied with delight. Young Master Shen, is there something you need? Or any help I can offer? Where is Uncle Huang? Oh, father. He went to the Chengdu governor's mansion this morning. I can contact him. Does young Master Shen have something to say to my father? Huang Yuehan spoke rapidly, her cheeks flushing. Indeed, there is a matter. Shen Chen, still cradling Su Mengning's head, smiled at Huang Yuehan. Although my arrival in Qingdu is merely an accident, now that I am here, it would be improper not to pay a visit to the governor of Qingdu. Hearing this, Huang Yuehan found nothing amiss and eagerly dialed Huang Xiao's number. Only Su Mengning, nestled in Shen Chen's arms, suddenly looked up at him and murmured to herself, has young Master Shen Chen encountered a thorny issue? Within the Qingdu governor's mansion, in the lavish mansion, Cui Xiaoming reclined in a spacious chair. To his right sat Huang Xiao, and below them were the top-ranking officials of Qingdu. They were currently conducting a financial report and deploying preparations for various tasks. This auction is the grandest in Qingdu in the past decade. It is said that several millionaires in Qingdu have confirmed their participation, which I believe will greatly stimulate the city's capital flow. At the same time, this auction will generate tremendous brand effects, elevating Qingdu's reputation in the southwestern region. A refined man stood holding a paper document, his voice calm and resonant. Everyone present, except for Governor Cui Xiaoming, sitting at the highest position, wore serious expressions and occasionally took notes. When their eyes inadvertently swept over Cui Xiaoming's indifferent face, they quickly looked away. After all, among the upper echelons of Qingdu, who did not know that this governor hardly ever attended to official business. Had it not been for the guidance of Huang Xiao beside him, Qingdu would have long been in chaos. Suddenly, a ringtone broke the silence. Instantly, all eyes turned. Huang Xiao, seated at the center, remained unfazed, glancing at his phone in a flash. Huang Xiao. Seeing it was Huang Xiao, Cui Xiaoming refrained from flying into a rage, only frowning and snorting coldly. Apologies. Huang Xiao addressed the assembly and swiftly exited the room. Everyone was taken aback. They could not believe that not only had he failed to mute his phone during such an important occasion, but he also dared to step out to take a call in the governor's presence. Yet wisely no one spoke, though Cui Xiaoming's expression grew darker. He realized that Huang Xiao seemed to be growing more insubordinate by the day. It seemed he needed to suppress Huang Xiao at some point, lest his gubernatorial authority be compromised. However, this time Huang Xiao was not intentionally flaunting his audacity. Ordinarily his phone was also on silent, but he had given his daughter an alternate number. That number he would answer at any time, though he had cautioned Huang Yuehan to use it only for danger or other emergencies. Clearly Huang Xiao had just seen that number. Inside the mansion, the report continued. Yet the atmosphere grew delicate. No one dared to breathe heavily, all lowering their heads to minimize their presence. Even the refined man's voice had lost its earlier resonance. Any astute observer could see that the portly governor was annoyed, and no one dared to imagine what this fat pig might do when enraged. About 5 or 6 minutes later, the door was pushed open slowly. Cui Xiaoming cast a cold glance at Huang Xiao, his cheeks bulging with fat wrinkles forming as his lips tightened. Huang Xiao, you dare to step out to take a call during such an important meeting. You have utterly disregarded the rules. As Cui Xiaoming attacked Huang Xiao, the room buzzed with varied emotions. Some gloated, some silently scoffed, and others inwardly cheered, dogs biting dogs. Exactly, Huang Xiao. We all wish we could have 100 silent modes on our devices, but you go out to take calls. One of Huang Xiao's rivals chimed in immediately. What would you have His Excellency the Governor say? You must know how much he values you. Yes, if not for His Excellency's patronage, would you be standing here now? Don't forget your roots. Perhaps due to Huang Xiao's usual assertiveness, no fewer than 3 people were sneering at him. After their clamor, Huang Xiao scanned them and raised an eyebrow. Finished. Those 3 words turned their faces livid with rage, barely restraining themselves from jumping. Cui Xiaoming furrowed his brow and was about to speak when Huang Xiao turned to him and gave a slight bow. Your Excellency the Governor, perhaps we now have more important matters to discuss. At these words, everyone was stunned. Then Huang Xiao continued, just now my daughter informed me that Shen Chen will be coming to the governor's mansion to pay a personal visit to your Excellency. As his words fell, all eyes in the room shot up and fixed on Huang Xiao. Cui Xiaoming abruptly stood, then plopped back into his seat due to his corpulent frame. But he still propped his hands on the desk, his lips trembling as he asked the classic question on everyone's mind. Who? As if anticipating that reaction, Huang Xiao unfazed added, Shen Chen, the eldest son of His Excellency Shen Fei, elder of the Cardinal Bureau. Boom. At Huang Xiao's confirmation, everyone suddenly rose, their hearts pounding wildly. Cui Xiaoming, panting heavily, flushed red in seconds and bellowed, Go on. Why stop? Where? Where is Shen Chen? When is he coming? Only Huang Xiao remained calm, saying, He is at my home. He has already gotten into the car and is on his way to the governor's mansion. Hearing this, Cui Xiaoming nearly fainted. But he knew this was no time to lose consciousness. With sheer willpower, he stood disregarding all decorum and shouted, Quickly, prepare to welcome him. Speed. Speed. The dignified governor of Qingdu was now shrieking like a monkey, yet no one found it inappropriate. Everyone was thunderstruck by Huang Xiao's news, utterly caught off guard. Huang Xiao followed the crowd out of the hall, his expression calm and composed as he watched the officials chatter excitedly. Recalling what his daughter had told him, a dark glint flickered in the depths of his eyes. Shen Chen, I hope you don't ruin my plans. Today the Chengdu governor's mansion was destined to be anything but tranquil. Lesser officials suddenly witnessed the usually aloof core, high-ranking officials scurrying out of the mansion like a swarm of bees. In the limited time, they straightened their attire practicing smiles before mirrors while making phone calls. Moreover, the vast expanse in front of the mansion was completely cleared, and the seldom seen Chengdu governor himself emerged dressed in an impeccably refined manner. What on earth was happening? Was some great figure coming for an inspection? No news had arrived. Curiosity is inherent in all, and soon they understood. A black sedan appeared before the mansion, and they could clearly see Governor Cui Xiaoming's icy face break into the most radiant smile of his life. Young Master Shen. As Cui Xiaoming saw Shen Chen alight from the car, he stepped forward with a fawning demeanor that belied his usual majestic presence as a regional governor. Your Excellency the Governor. Shen Chen neither bowed nor nodded, merely offering a smile. Yet clearly Cui Xiaoming was not in the least perturbed. Instead, he grew even more ardent, ushering Shen Chen into the mansion. This left many high-ranking officials who had longed to approach but had no opportunity exchanging bewildered glances. They had never noticed before. This old fox was such a master of sycophancy. Huang Xiao, who had been following Cui Xiaoming, nodded slightly at Shen Chen. May I ask, young friend Shen Chen, what brings you here today? Huang Xiao and Shen Chen were fairly acquainted, so, without excessive pleasantries, he asked directly with a smile. Shen Chen did not answer immediately. Instead, he swept his gaze across the surroundings before speaking. Your Excellency, I was originally staying at Uncle Huang's residence for a few days, planning to fly to the imperial capital shortly. Yet I happened to hear that in a few days a grand auction will be held north of Chengdu. A large-scale auction. It piqued my interest, so I thought I'd take a look. No problem. Cui Xiaoming replied emphatically, his eyes gleaming with fervor. They'll have it arranged immediately. Rest assured. Rest assured, everything will be perfectly arranged. I guarantee young Master Shen will have a delightful time. Thank you, Your Excellency. After Cui Xiaoming departed, Shen Chen lowered his voice and asked Huang Xiao, Uncle Huang, have you found a way to deal with that evil spirit? Not yet, Huang Xiao murmured, then added, but there should be a way. A long silence followed before Shen Chen finally spoke softly, I will find a way. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiao exclaimed in a low voice, Young friend Shen Chen, do not act rashly. I understand, Shen Chen replied with a smile. Originally, I didn't intend to reveal my identity, but am genuinely intrigued by that auction. If it were held normally, I would have already returned to the imperial capital by then, so I came to the governor's mansion. Shen Chen said, as if explaining to Huang Xiao, then quickly strode away. Huang Xiao stood still, his furrowed brow slowly relaxing. At that moment, he had completed his mental profile of Shen Chen. He understood the nobility and influence of the Shen family's legitimate eldest son, yet Shen Chen did not use it to bully others. His demeanor was calm and composed, but occasionally revealed a childish side. For instance, deliberately flaunting his identity as the Shen family's eldest son by making a high-profile visit to the governor's mansion, all to secure a mere auction. In Huang Xiao's eyes, this was a childish act. Moreover, his secretive investigation of that evil spirit, while trying to hide it from Huang Xiao, was rather endearing. His heart still held a childlike sense of justice, seemingly untainted by the Shen family's influence. And the extraordinary power he possessed was undoubtedly formidable enough to support such confidence. Hence, despite being Shen Fei's son, Huang Xiao unexpectedly held a favorable impression of him. Thinking this, Huang Xiao couldn't suppress a smile. Whether Shen Chen uncovered the mastermind behind the scenes or perished at the hands of that evil entity, either outcome was a boon for Huang Xiao. The former would reveal the puppet master, while the latter would be quite entertaining. The wrath of the imperial capital's Shen family was something no individual or power in the empire could currently withstand. A good child is he. On the other side of the mansion, beneath the green trees, Shen Chen speculated on Huang Xiao's thoughts, murmuring with a hint of self-mockery. After a moment, he laughed at himself. From Shen Chen's childhood, Shen Fei had always taught him, never let others guess your true thoughts, never let them probe your real psychological boundaries. Despite being the eldest son of the Shen family with the empire's most noble background and lineage, while revered by thousands, countless others analyzed his character and tested his psyche day and night. If Shen Chen fell into a trap, the resources up for grabs would drive even ordinary aristocratic families to madness. And this was only before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, countless examples existed of top-tier awakened beings with formidable power being schemed to their deaths, reaped by ambitious plunderers, torn apart by conspirators' machinations. Even comrades who shared life-and-death bonds would instinctively calculate risks to secure their own interests. In the apocalypse, strength was only part of the equation. Mental fortitude was equally indispensable. Shen Chen had long mastered the art of disguise, almost to the point of instinct. Although Huang Xiao was currently just an ordinary man, Shen Chen would not underestimate him, especially in Chengdu, his domain. Moreover, any cautious action would yield unexpected returns in the future. A ringtone interrupted Shen Chen's thoughts. He answered slowly, and from the other end came a voice as clear as a lark's. Young Master Shen Chen, can we really go to the auction? Shen Chen smiled. Of course. The Chengdu governor has already made arrangements. We'll go together then. After a brief chat with Su Mengning, Shen Chen hung up. The auction. He was hardly interested in some trivial auction. The so-called grandest and most magnificent event in Chengdu was unremarkable in his eyes. Rather, it was because he had gleaned some useful information from the top-secret archives of the 3rd Administrative District. Among the auction items was a peculiarly sinister lotus seed pod. The excavation team was from a renowned large-scale archaeological company in Chengdu, which regularly dispatched teams to the 10,000 mountains beyond Chengdu to unearth various rare artifacts. It was said that on the day this strange lotus seed pod was discovered despite the scorching sun, several scientific researchers froze to death. Even more alarming, during its transport to Chengdu, mysterious figures attempted to intercept it. Fortunately, the company had long-term contracts with the empire's top 5 security firms, and under the suppression of firearms, they managed to safely deliver it to Chengdu. The information about the mysterious figure was sealed in top-secret archives. The circumstances of that day were too bizarre, the person's methods surpassed ordinary comprehension. Just from the written description, Shen Chen could conclude that it was an individual with extraordinary abilities. Photographs showed the deceased security personnel, their bodies in a state of decay and putrefaction. Shen Chen could tell at a glance that they had been afflicted by a demon. Yet if it was truly the same demon that had infected Huang Xiao, there was no reason it couldn't handle a group of ordinary security guards. Was there a connection? Shen Chen decided to see for himself. But long ago an ancient adage rang true. Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty escape. In the 3rd ring of Chengdu, a modestly sized mid-level hospital. Inside a dimly lit ward, Mu Qingji slowly sat by the bedside, gently holding the hand of the peaceful-looking woman lying on the bed. Mother. The ward was small, the most cramped room, so narrow that aside from the bed and essential medical equipment, there was barely space for another person. The air was thick with the smell of disinfectant and instruments prickling Mu Qingji's nose. Yet she had no choice. No matter how thoroughly she cleaned the ward, the odor would return within half a day. The woman on the bed was named Zhou Shui, Mu Qingji's mother, who had fallen ill and been bedridden for 7 years. In the first few years, she would occasionally awaken and talk to Mu Qingji. But for the past 2 years, she had remained in a coma. On the rare occasions she regained consciousness, Mu Qingji was often working odd jobs, so they rarely met. Mu Qingji. A tapping on the glass interrupted her thoughts. Looking up, she saw a man in a white coat standing outside the window. His expression was arrogant, a faint contempt flickering in the depths of his eyes. This is your mother's medical service fee for this month. Have a look and sign if there's no issue. Mu Qingji quickly responded, taking the bill handed through the window. She examined it carefully, then raised her eyes and said softly, "Could there be a mistake, Dr. Li? Why is this item so expensive?" She held the bill up cautiously, but the doctor didn't even glance at it, merely sneering, "Expensive? Don't be ridiculous. With the recent economic downturn, it's only natural that service fees have gone up." He waved his hand impatiently. "Are you signing or not? You still owe last month's fees. Our hospital has been more than lenient by letting your mother stay." Mu Qingji wanted to argue, but when he mentioned her mother, she lowered her head and silently signed her name. Only after the doctor took the bill and strode away arrogantly did she draw the curtain, seeking quiet solitude with her mother. After a moment of silence, Mu Qingji suddenly laughed softly and whispered to the woman, "All right, mother, let's talk about something cheerful. Like how your daughter seems to have developed feelings for someone." Saying this, she herself was startled into a daze. Unbidden, the image of a refined and handsome figure surfaced in her mind, blurry as a dream, yet unforgettable. She was lost in thought for a long while before snapping back, her fingers gently stroking her mother's palm as she gazed at her comatose face. "Mother, I told you before. About my eyes." Forcing a smile, Mu Qingji continued, "The doctor said that as long as I stay emotionally stable and maintain my health, the condition won't worsen." "Really?" She lifted her mother's hand to cover her own right eye, then extended her other hand. "Look, this is 1, this is 5. I can see them clearly. I feel my eyes are perfectly fine. This is 4. Isn't it? This is..." Her voice suddenly faltered, her gaze losing focus as her hand stiffly drew back half an inch. 3. The words were barely audible, as if she were deceiving herself. Above Chengdu the sun blazed high, the steel and concrete metropolis displaying its grandeur against the vast mountainous terrain. The distant peaks looked like frozen surging waves, while the city's inhabitants moved like ants through the intricate network of buildings. No one heard the stifled sobs of the girl in the secluded corner of the ward. That day, a piece of news from Kingdus Xiangjiang Hall swept through the city's elite circles. The highly anticipated Xiangjiang auction, valued by many wealthy and powerful figures, was to be held earlier than expected. The accelerated timeline left many curious Chengdu citizens stunned. It was scheduled for tomorrow. Those who saw the news could hardly believe their eyes. An auction of this caliber normally required at least 10 days to half a month of promotional hype to do it justice. Was Xiangjiang Hall insane? Among Kingdus upper class, Xiangjiang Hall was no stranger. As the city's most exclusive private club, it counted many renowned tycoons among its members. Leveraging this network, the Hall had formed a massive political business platform where one could meet top elites and expand their social circle. Even many nouveau riche who had just entered the billionaire rankings had to seek Xiangjiang Hall's help, splashing cash inside just to make more friends. Yet despite all this, Xiangjiang Hall's sudden move caught many top-tier tycoons off guard, even arousing their ire. But when they contacted the Hall's owner with accusatory inquiries, the owner shed his usual gentle and courteous demeanor, adopting a firm, unyielding stance. This shift made many business magnates sense something unusual in the air. Those with inside information knew early on that the auction's timing had been set by the governor's mansion. The mention of the governor's mansion instantly silenced many wealthy moguls who commanded respect in the business world. They tucked their tails quietly, began raising funds, and dared not ask another question. Chengdu had numerous slums where life at the bottom was like that of sewer rats. Conversely, the city also boasted many wealthy merchants who lived lives of hedonistic luxury in the inner ring. Yet no matter how recklessly these tycoons behaved, they never dared to provoke the governor's mansion at the city's heart. It was those within who truly controlled Chengdu, holding the city's lifeblood in their hands. The powerful came before the wealthy. Wasn't that the truth? In a remote alley in Chengdu, 7 or 8 figures stood there, each with a straight spine and faces hidden behind masks. Their eyes gleamed with excitement and fervor, all fixed on a man wearing a crow mask at the center. One with a dog mask asked eagerly, "Brother Crow, we've got word. Frost Crystal Lotus will appear at that auction. What do you say, should we go snatch it?" Hearing this, Crow merely cast a cold glance at him, and Dog immediately fell silent. "Snatch it? And what's your current transcendence level? Can you withstand bullets? Handle a few guards?" At his words, the masked figures all lowered their heads, though the excitement in their eyes did not fade. Crow noticed this and sighed inwardly. Yet he couldn't blame them. Anyone who first encountered that power beyond the ordinary, discovering things beyond science, would become wildly ecstatic. Especially these lads, all under 20. Thinking this, Crow adopted an even sterner tone. "I'm telling you, an extremely serious accident occurred during this assessment, but we can't cancel it. You'd better not dare act recklessly. Especially these lads, all under 20. Thinking this, Crow adopted an even sterner tone. "I'm telling you, an extremely serious accident occurred during this assessment, but we can't cancel it. You'd better not dare act." Especially these lads, all under 20. Thinking this, Crow adopted an even sterner tone. "I'm telling you, an extremely serious accident occurred during this assessment, but with the resurgence of the supernatural these days, who knows if that demon is alone? Who guarantees there isn't a more powerful being behind him? You've just obtained supernatural power, and already you're this arrogant, like a frog at the bottom of a well. You'll pay a heavy price in the future." Chastened Dog and the others trembled and fell silent. But Crow raised his eyes to the distance and said calmly, "Besides, the accident I referred to isn't the demon we encountered earlier." Then, ignoring the stunned looks of the group, he walked toward the alley's entrance, sighing to himself, "Why would that person from the capital come to Chengdu?" The next day, in the southern 3rd district of Chengdu, before a colossal building, various luxury cars gathered and parked as many renowned tycoons stepped out, basking in the gaze of a multitude. Countless media from Chengdu rushed over, turning their spotlights on the distinguished figures rarely seen at the entrance. Although this auction was organized on such short notice, everyone adapted remarkably well, and all preparations were in order, demonstrating exceptional efficiency. The venue was located in a massive nest-shaped building, its walls adorned with bright marble and dark tones, exuding a style reminiscent of the ancient imperial era in this age of technology and information. Many invited business luminaries entered the building under the guidance of staff, their faces beaming with confident smiles as they cordially greeted acquaintances. Yet deep within their warm gazes, a trace of puzzlement also arose. One would think that with so many top-tier magnates from Chengdu's wealthy circle gracing the occasion, the person in charge of Xiangjiang Hall would at least come out to greet them. In reality, the mysterious owner of Xiangjiang Hall was standing in another passageway, quietly and respectfully waiting. His name was Wang Qiao, a native of Chengdu. After graduation, he took over the then bankrupt Xiangjiang Hall from his father. Back then, he made a desperate gamble, converting the club into a membership-only system, focusing on serving Chengdu's wealthy and grasping the local tycoon's psychology. Then, after years of struggle, the commercial battles of which are not worth detailing to outsiders, he finally achieved the glory of Xiangjiang Hall, a premier club in Chengdu. Although he had the covert support of various bigwigs, Wang Qiao's own careful step-by-step strategy was also indispensable. He could discern the situation with the utmost speed, seeking the most profitable path amid tumultuous and treacherous business competition. Today, he had declined all commercial affairs and social drinking engagements, waiting here for the arrival of a major figure. Compared to the main entrance, this passage was much quieter. No media or commercial vehicles dared to come here, and the surroundings were heavily guarded. After waiting for a while, Wang Qiao's eyes suddenly lit up as he spotted several black cars approaching from afar. He hurried forward, intending to open the car door himself and say some pleasantries, but found himself unable to speak. Through the window, he saw a plump and round face with eyes as small as mung beans. Governor, In an instant, Wang Qiao felt his tongue trembling. His contact in the governor's mansion had reminded him that a figure of immense importance would attend today's auction. But he never imagined it would be the governor himself. If he wanted something, would he need to come to an auction? Yet the next moment, Wang Qiao's eyes widened again. The person beside the governor. Was that Sir Huang Xiao? And that was not all. In Wang Qiao's day's gaze, more men in formal attire got out of the black cars one after another. Wang Qiao was no ordinary man who, on the contrary, he had keen insight. Precisely for this reason, he could not believe his own eyes. Each of those men who stepped out adjusting their collars was the kind of figure that ordinary tycoons would fawn over and look up to, powerful individuals at the heart of the governor's mansion. At this moment, no matter how refined or composed he was, he did not know what to do. After all, he was just a businessman, and how could he have seen such a spectacle? As his body stiffened in bewilderment, Wang Qiao saw his contact in the governor's mansion exchange a few words with someone and then walk toward him. Little Wang. It's my fault for not explaining clearly. He wore an apologetic expression, but inwardly he grumbled. Who could have expected Cui Xiaoming to insist on tagging along like a son seeing off his father? Uncle Wang. Wang Qiao was on the verge of tears. No one had told him so many big shots would come. Little Wang, don't worry. Our group today isn't here for the auction. Oh, we're just here to see someone off. See someone off? All the top officials of Chengdu personally seeing someone off right at the entrance of the auction house. Wang Qiao opened his mouth involuntarily, his gaze rigid. The middle-aged man he called Uncle Wang shifted his eyes and pointed at the black car in the center. When Wang Qiao looked over, a man and a woman were just getting out of the car. The man was incredibly young, seemingly in his early 20s, with a face like jade and eyes like bright stars. So handsome, he seemed to have stepped out of a painting. The girl had skin as white as snow and was as beautiful as a celestial being. Ew, she stood very close to the man, curling her lips when she spoke. For a moment after they got out, it was as if they belonged to a different dimension from those around them. At this moment, Wang Qiao was not particularly stunned. Rather, he felt an extreme numbness. He had always been very clear that although he appeared glorious, he still had to defer to the whims of the top tycoons. And those so-called top tycoons were, in the eyes of the Chengdu governor's mansion, merely slightly larger power banks. And the Chengdu governor's mansion was just a local institution. Above it lay the imperial capital, a realm where ordinary nobles dared not tread. As for the two whose noble aura seemed to solidify into substance, although Wang Qiao had never seen them before, he could speculate. Perhaps they were truly the ones standing at the apex of this ancient empire. Figures that merchants like him would find breathless just by looking up. At this moment, Wang Qiao suddenly recalled a long-lasting joke on the dark web often applied to those ancient families of the imperial capital. The crying infant is the future master of this empire. Young friend Shen Chen, then the governor, and I will take our leave. Huang Xiao bid farewell to Shen Chen, then turned his gaze to Huang Yuehan, who was holding Su Mengning's arm. Yuehan, do not be reckless or willful outside. I know. At the farewell, Shen Chen also expressed his gratitude to the large group of high officials from the governor's mansion who had come to see him off. He instantly won the favor of all the officials. The governor, who resembled a plump rat, bid farewell to Shen Chen with such reluctance. His sincere and earnest expression made even the officials accustomed to flattery feel inferior. Finally, the black cars drove away one by one. The venue suddenly became empty. Huang Yuehan rolled her eyes, then looked at Wang Qiao, who was standing there dumbfounded. Hey, are you the owner of Shanjiang Hall? Then why are you standing there in a daze? A commanding voice reached Wang Qiao's ears, making his heart skip a beat. Young masters and young ladies, please follow me. We have prepared the best private room. Wang Qiao put on a submissive smile and personally led Shen Chen and the others into Shanjiang Hall. Although Huang Yuehan was very well behaved in front of Shen Chen, that was only when facing him. Outside, she was a top socialite of Chengdu. All her girlfriends had to flatter and curry favor with her. A mere owner of Shanjiang Hall was hardly worth Huang Yuehan's notice, so her words were naturally not polite. Meanwhile, as Shen Chen and his group entered the auction, the many wealthy merchants outside also entered the nest-shaped building and took their seats. Within Shanjiang Hall, gold members could secure front-row seats, while platinum and even amethyst members could sit in private boxes. It could be said that one's status was clearly visible from their seating position. As everyone settled in, the auction venue began to buzz with excitement, and neighboring merchants engaged in friendly conversation. As the largest auction ever held in Chengdu, its rare items made many celebrities covetous. It was rumored that the auction also featured numerous unique artifacts, enough to satisfy the collecting obsessions of various tycoons. Young Master and Miss Wang Qiao led Shen Chen and the others to the most expansive private room in the auction house, commanding the broadest view of the venue. The room was hemispherical, its front half crafted from one-way glass adorned with delicate artistic patterns, clearly the work of a master. The floor was laid with premium marble tiles, furnished with 3 sofas and 2 desks. Upon the desks sat the most luxurious 9 gold tea, hailed by Chengdu, available for guests to enjoy at their leisure. Furthermore, valuable art paintings hung on the side walls, providing aesthetic pleasure to visitors. As the most exclusive private club in Chengdu, it placed great emphasis on indulgence. Wang Xiao, his face creased with a fawning smile, respectfully addressed Shen Chen. Young master, if you have any further instructions, just say the word. Our Xiangjiang Hall will surely handle everything to your satisfaction. Moi. Shen Chen turned, gazing at Wang Xiao with a cryptic half-smile. I hear there are quite a few fine items in this auction. Yes, yes. Wang Xiao's voice boomed, and he promptly pulled a stack of documents from his pocket. Young master, see for yourself. For this auction, our Xiangjiang Hall has spared no expense. Just take a look at these. Wang Xiao pointed at the images and text on the documents. This is Master Gude's long-lost seventh work, Starry Kiss. Legend has it that Master Gude witnessed a pair of lovers kissing under the starry sky one night in the 16th century, inspiring him to create this oil painting, hailed as the ultimate artistic interpretation of romance and love. And this is a dragon phoenix glazed vase with over 2,000 years of history, crafted using the most ancient and primitive techniques. See the dragons and phoenixes carved on its body. They have been revered as symbols of power and auspiciousness since antiquity, once treasured by emperors of several ancient empires. And this, young master, take a look. This is the antler of a nearly extinct white deer. Its pristine smooth lines represent purity and nobility. Moreover, this antler was recognized by the imperial medical community as one of the rarest medicinal treasures rumored to prolong life. Wang Xiao introduced each item to Shen Chen one by one. He had resolved in his heart, if the young master took a liking to any of them, he would immediately retrieve it and present it as a gift. Shen Chen's eyes roamed over the documents for a moment, then with a faint smile, he pointed at a blurry image in the corner, something resembling a lotus. What is this? Wang Xiao felt a flicker of doubt. This? He truly had no recollection of it. After all, among nearly 100 auction items, he had only glanced at the most famous and expensive ones. This seems to be a lotus seed pod sent by a somewhat well-known archaeological firm, claiming it has collectible value. This picture is too blurry. Are there other photos? Preferably from all angles. Shen Chen continued. Yes, yes. Wang Xiao immediately opened the computer they're logging into Xiangjiang Hall's internal system. Young master, come take a look. Shen Chen shifted his gaze to the screen, which displayed the strangely shaped lotus seed pod. Its entire body was silvery white, about 10 centimeters in diameter, the petals resembling crystal-clear glass in a fan shape. Shen Chen furrowed his brows, and after examining it from every angle, his pupils contracted slightly. Could this be the form and appearance combined with information he had learned earlier in the 3rd Administrative District? Someone freezing to death under the scorching sun. His conjecture gradually solidified. Frost crystal lotus. Though it had not yet fully awakened, its form was already infinitely close to that legendary treasure that would enthrall countless hearts in later ages. It actually appeared here. A rare smile of unexpected delight flickered across Shen Chen's lips. In his past life, he had never seen it, but had heard of its renown. It could grant an ordinary person a formidable frost-type talent akin to that of an elemental awakener. For countless ordinary people in the apocalypse, this was akin to reaching the heavens in a single step. For awakeners, the frost energy contained within this frost crystal lotus was equally heaven-defying. It could not only help them advance, but was even rumored to elevate their talent to a higher level. It could be said to be an outright treasure, its value exceeding that of all other auction items combined. Yet now it lay in a corner being sold as a mere collectible. Young master, do you fancy this lotus pod? He'll remove it from the auction list immediately. No need. Shen Chen put away the documents, turned back to his seat, and took a sip of tea. Although that lotus pod was indeed extraordinary, it was not so valuable as to demand Shen Chen's utmost attention. After all, in terms of heaven-defying capability, the tree spirit in Jiang City, which possessed the potential to become a king, was infinitely more formidable than this lotus pod. Mainly according to scattered memories from his past life, the frost crystal lotus, despite its immense energy, had considerable side effects for its user. That willow tree, however, could continuously produce true awakeners comparable to natural awakening. Frost crystal lotus. Was some demon creature planning to seize it? Who could it be? Was it connected to the evil spirit in Huang Xiao's mind? And who was that fleeting shadow in Block 403 earlier? Did it appear before him intentionally or by chance? In his past life, without his intervention, had that demon creature really managed to control Huang Xiao? The Huang Xiao of that timeline had controlled considerable human territory. If he became a puppet of the demon, humanity's survival in the apocalypse would surely suffer another devastating blow. Yet, in his past life, there was indeed no trace or sign. Shen Chen sat on the sofa savoring the exquisite 9-gold tea, while Su Mengning and Huang Yuehan whispered to each other, occasionally bursting into giggles. He had obtained the compass through Huang Xiao, but the trail went cold in Block 403. After that disturbance, the demon creature would certainly be more cautious. What exactly did it intend to do? A cloud of doubt hung over Shen Chen's mind. What had truly transpired in Chengdu during this period of his past life? Just as he was organizing his thoughts, a secret message arrived on his phone. He glanced at it, and saw it was from Lan Shi. Lan Shi, young master, Huang Xiao has gone to Mingda Temple again. His claim of having no solution must be a lie. A Mingda temple has been assisting him in eliminating the demon seed. Shen Chen's expression remained unchanged. This was exactly what he had anticipated. A man like Huang Xiao would never place his hopes in others. It suited Huang Xiao that Shen Chen was helping to search for the demon creature, since he himself was occupied with going to Mingda temple to purify the demon seed. Shen Chen sent another message to Lan Shi. Continue watching Mingda temple. Ignore Huang Xiao for now. If those monks attempt that deed, a little bloodshed is acceptable. Lan Shi had secretly slipped away when Shen Chen and the others landed, remaining hidden in the shadows. From the moment Shen Chen learned of Mingda temple's existence, he had secretly instructed Lan Shi to keep an eye on it. Although the temple's revived power was pitifully weak before the Shen family, since he had noticed it, he decided to be mindful of potential risks. After all, the Shen family currently did not wish to confront the Buddha. Hall Master, how much time until the auction begins? Young Master, approximately 3 hours. Could you take me to see those auction items in advance? Wang Xiao paused for a moment, then quickly replied, of course, young master, please follow me. Chengdu, Mingda Temple. In front of a large Buddha statue, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged on the ground. Incense smoke rose from the burner, spreading sandalwood fragrance. Around him sat 6 monks in kasaya robes, their eyes tightly closed, chanting the Diamond Sutra in murmurs. As they chanted, the Buddha's visage seemed to take on a hint of compassion and mercy. A faint golden light flickered in the room like silk threads winding around the middle-aged man. The seated man broke out in cold sweat on his forehead and let out 2 muffled groans, as if enduring something with all his might. After half an hour, the golden light slowly dissipated. A long-browed elder monk stepped forward, helped the middle-aged man up, and said, Benefactor Huang, perhaps the evil spirit within you can be cleansed next time. The middle-aged man was naturally Huang Xiao. He closed his eyes, pressed his palms together, and bowed devoutly to the elders. Thank you for your assistance, elders. I, Huang Xiao, will surely repay Mingda Temple in the future. The long-browed elder monk unhurriedly fingered his prayer beads, bowed slightly to Huang Xiao, and a look of compassion appeared on his face. Amitabha, Benefactor Huang is most thoughtful. Huang Xiao gave his thanks one by one, then stepped out through the threshold under the gaze of the crowd. At the door stood a bald martial monk in a tattered kasaya, staring at him coldly. As they passed each other, Huang Xiao gave him an imperceptible glance. Not until Huang Xiao's figure had disappeared did the monks remain silent. Qingxin, go and clean up. A monk rose and fetched a broom. Zen Master Xinwu, if it weren't for exorcising Benefactor Huang, perhaps we would have already connected with the Buddha. A monk remarked, his tone unreadable. Indeed. Someone else sighed. The long-browed elder monk sat cross-legged with eyes closed, and said slowly, throughout the ages it has always been so, why rush at this moment? After his words, no one responded. The entire temple was shrouded in a somber and oppressive atmosphere. For they had just learned that Longhua Temple had been annihilated. Longhua Temple was located over 20 li east of the imperial capital. As the foremost Buddhist temple in the realm, it housed countless eminent monks and Zen masters, and 2 months ago, it had received a response from the true Buddha, enjoying the protection of the Buddha Lord. Yet it was destroyed by that family in the imperial capital. Shirmi, have you not yet found the lost Jeshua? Chapter Part 1. The long-browed elder monk's voice was slow like a clear pool. The martial monk at the door, his face grim, turned slightly, and said, not yet. Instantly the silence in the temple grew heavier. A monk could not help but say coldly, it would be better for the Uefa disc to stay within the temple. Amidst the silence, only the long-browed elder monk was unhurriedly meditating and chanting sutras. Today's good karma, tomorrow's good fruit. Xianzhong Pavilion. As time passed, the number of people in the auction hall grew larger, gradually becoming somewhat noisy. This auction had aroused great anticipation, and many media outlets flocked in hoping to get first-hand news. This nest-shaped building was called Half Sky Nest, a landmark of Chengdu, with its interior space divided into 3 levels. The 3rd level was where the auction was held. But even the smallest 3rd level was very large, with all seats extremely spacious. The elderly, middle-aged, and young gathered together, many chatting happily. Some were constantly taking videos and photos, for attending an auction of this level was a considerable topic of conversation. At that moment, in a highly secure secret room, Wang Qiao's face showed a hint of struggle as he addressed Shen Chen opposite him, young master. If you have taken a fancy to this lotus seed pod, I can on behalf of Xianzhong Pavilion present it to you, young master, free of charge. Shen Chen's gaze did not change, for it remained fixed on the glass case before him. Inside the glass was a thin layer of mist in which a handsome lotus seed pod was faintly visible. It seemed to be stretching its form, absorbing nutrients from the water. After a long while, Shen Chen finally spoke with a smile. I said no need. Just proceed with the auction according to regulations. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiao smiled sheepishly and dared not say more. At that moment, Shen Chen turned his gaze to him and gave a slight exclamation of surprise. Do you know my name? Wang Qiao shook his head in bewilderment. After all, his benefactor in the governor's office had only told him to take good care of this young master, but did not reveal who he truly was. Naturally, he did not ask nor dared to. You are quite interesting. Shen Chen patted him on the shoulder, then slowly walked out, a voice trailing behind. Sometime later move your industries like Xiangjiang Pavilion to the eastern capital. The governor's office there will welcome your arrival. Wang Qiao's eyes suddenly widened, his breath caught, and his mouth fell open involuntarily. He saw Shen Chen turn his head and smile at him. Of course, if you are willing. Willing. A surge of immense joy suddenly overwhelmed him, making Wang Qiao dizzy. After a moment, Shen Chen walked out of the highly secure secret room with Wang Qiao before him, eyes bright and steps swift, clearing the way for Shen Chen. Once outdoors, Shen Chen lowered his head and pondered for a moment. The bait had been laid, now it remained to see if a big fish could be caught. Hey you there. Hurry up and bring these tea sets to the front desk. Quick, what are you standing there for? Coming. Mu Qingji called lightly, then stopped her work and went to serve tea at the group leader's summon. Dawdling. Do you know what occasion this is? The grandest auction in Chengdu. If you're any slower, watch out for your wages. The group leader was a slightly plump woman in a tall hat, her words spraying like a machine gun at these newly hired staff. Most of them were silently resentful, but dared not speak out, obediently carrying things, at most cursing inwardly. Mu Qingji carried batch after batch of tea sets into the giant building hundreds of meters away. After half an hour, she finally had a chance to rest for a while. Around her, some young people who were also working for the event gathered, all sitting on the ground regardless of appearances, gazing at the colossal building that seemed to block out the sky and listening to the excited clamor from within. Someone said in a daze, how much money would it take to build such a structure? I don't know. Tens of millions. 100 million. A billion. Anyway, it's beyond what you or I can imagine. Listening to the chatter, Mu Qingji said nothing, just quietly relaxed. Gosh, I just saw so many people I only ever see on TV. Mom, in my next life, I want to be one of the rich there. What a cramped dream. If you ask me, I want to be a princess of an imperial capital conglomerate, thinking only about how to spend money every day. What are you still sitting here for? A sharp female voice interrupted their conversation. Everyone quickly stood up and saw the sharp-tongued female group leader storming over. Just as they were about to be scolded, a figure hurried past. Lord Wang, what brings you here? The acerbic woman spotted Wang Qiao passing by, immediately changed her expression and went to greet him. Wang Qiao initially did not want to bother, but after a moment's thought he stopped. You? And you? And you? Yes, all of you. The auction hall is short of hands, go over there. What are you standing there for? Do a good job, and your wages will be multiplied tenfold. As his words fell, the group rushed towards Xiangjiang Pavilion without a second thought. Only Mu Qingji stood there momentarily stunned. Mu Qingji followed the crowd to the outer layer of Xiangjiang Pavilion, and immediately several managers in formal attire took them away. Hurry, let them change clothes. The auction has already started, there must be no mistakes. We're completely out of manpower. Who knew so many people would show up? What's the current item number? They exchanged hurriedly with many busy workers in the hall. Mu Qingji looked around and nearly gasped. She never expected the interior of this magnificent building to be so luxurious. It was like a different world from Block 403, where she had lived and worked. This building, Mu Qingji had vaguely heard, was called Bangkong Jiqiao, ranking 17th on the Empire's Wonder Architecture list. She dared not imagine what the first and second places, the Xianyuan Hall of the Imperial Capital and the Minghuang Tower of the Eastern Capital, must be like, magnificent and grand. While she was lost in awe, a capable-looking woman approached them. She first scrutinized the group, then fixed her gaze on Mu Qingji's face. Except for her, the rest of you go and transport supplies over there. The capable woman said to her subordinates. She can serve tea and water in the private boxes. Yes, just change clothes and put on some makeup. Before Mu Qingji could react, someone came to her. Come on, don't worry, the pay at Xiangjiang Pavilion is very good and you don't need to do much. Why had she been chosen alone? Mu Qingji wondered. She didn't know. It was because she was quite pretty. Unlike the hustle and bustle below, the third floor of the building presented a completely different scene. Under the giant lights, the auction stage, 20 meters in diameter at the center, was particularly conspicuous. A sweet-looking young girl with strong professionalism stood on the stage, introducing the auction items calmly before countless VIPs. Around the seats there were wealthy men wearing gold chains, smoking cigars, calm-faced family heads, and a bunch of rich second-generation heirs excitedly flaunting their wealth. In addition, there were dozens of private boxes on the upper levels. Inside those boxes were the true bigwigs of Chengdu. At that moment, the auction was selling the fourth item. Just now, a handwritten copy orchid cannon compiled and edited by many imperial scholars during the ancient empire era had been auctioned for 2 million imperial coins, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. For a moment, shouts and bids rose everywhere. Under this enthusiastic and excited atmosphere, even many calm people were infected, feeling a sense of comfort in their hearts. In the highest private box, Shen Chen smilingly looked through the materials delivered by Wang Qiao. It recorded the information of everyone present at the auction. Suddenly, he saw a name that surprised him. Sheng Yuan. She had also appeared at this auction. Miss Huang, Shen Chen said with a faint smile. Is this your boyfriend? Huang Yuan first gasped, then quickly followed Shen Chen's finger to see Sheng Yuan's name. Yes. Huang Yuan's expression turned strange. I don't know why he came either. Actually, since Shen Chen and Su Mengning arrived in Chengdu, she had been busy flattering Shen Chen and almost forgot she had a boyfriend. I'm actually curious, how did you two meet? Shen Chen asked. Huang Yuehan paused as if surprised by the question and said, well, Shang Wanyun came to Chengdu 2 weeks ago leading a student team from Imperial Capital University to participate in a life science project at Chengdu University. Then one day while I was walking by the lake, I slipped and fell right into his arms. And then we got to know each other. And then we started dating. Huang Yuehan seemed to find it a bit absurd herself, her face flushing slightly. Shen Chen didn't press further, just murmured, life science project. Yes, the participation of Imperial Capital University shocked many schools. Master Shen, didn't you know about this? I haven't paid much attention to affairs at Imperial Capital University for a long time. Shen Chen smiled at her. Huang Yuehan lowered her head, suppressing the admiration in her eyes. A few years ago, Shen Chen was the previous student council president of Imperial Capital University, and he was still a legendary figure admired by major schools. Now what heights has Master Shen reached? Ordinary matters probably can't even catch his eye. You two sure moved fast. Shen Chen teased half-jokingly. Upon hearing this, Su Mengning blushed. If 2 weeks counted as fast, then what about her and Master Shen's 3 or 4 days? A blitzkrieg. I don't know why, but when I'm feeling upset, being with him gives me a strange sense of peace like magic. Huang Yuehan explained with a red face. Shen Chen's smile remained, but he thought to himself, like magic. At that moment, a burst of thunderous applause from outside mixed with cheers. The sweet girl's voice echoed through the space via the loudspeaker. 4 million Imperial coins. Young Master Wei bids 4 million Imperial coins. For this ancient parchment treasure map, 4 million going once. Through the glass window, a young arrogant man stood up from his seat, a wild grin on his lips. Many discussions arose. As expected of Wei, he, only a prodigal like him, would spend 4 million on a treasure map that no one can understand. Truly a famous playboy of Chengdu. 4 million, that's a lot. Wealthy and willful indeed. Of course, the eldest son of the Wei family in Chengdu. How many young people in Chengdu are richer than him? Hearing the murmurs, the young man, named Wei, he didn't feel intimidated, but became even more smug. His gaze at the sweet girl on stage became increasingly bold. Little sister, no one else is bidding, bring the treasure map up quickly. The girl smiled gracefully but continued, 4 million going twice. No one responded after all such treasure maps. To put it bluntly, they were utterly useless. The empire was too vast, who knew where the treasure was hidden? Not to mention whether ordinary families had the financial resources to support a treasure hunt. Whether they could find it was a complete unknown. Many people showed little interest, obviously not wanting to get involved. Such items could only exploit the vanity of playboys, making them pay for a moment of impulse. Silence lasted a few breaths. The sweet girl at the center of the stage kept smiling, about to finalize the deal when a supremely melodious voice like sweet spring water or jade falling on ice lotus came from above. In an instant it deeply shook everyone's soul. 40 million Imperial coins. Everyone present felt a tremor in their hearts. 40 million. 4 million had already seemed an astronomical price, but 10 times that. They couldn't fathom how extravagant one would have to be to do such a thing. Their gazes all turned toward the elevated private booth, curiosity and bewilderment in their eyes. Who was it? The one who spoke was Su Mengning, and naturally it was Shen Chen who had told her to. Shen Chen had been chatting and laughing with the other two when by chance his gaze swept across the distant auction platform and landed on the treasure map preserved in an oxygen-free case. Shen Chen had already awakened his innate talent, greatly enhancing all aspects of his physical constitution, including his eyesight. That casual glance, however, gradually froze the smile on Shen Chen's face. He even almost thought he had seen wrong. That ancient parchment scroll looked ordinary, but on a barely noticeable corner of the edge, there was a blurred mark. That mark Shen Chen would never forget, because it was one of the 10 forbidden zones of the apocalypse from his past life. The iconic mark of the lost ancient domain. And the 10 forbidden zones were of such a level that in his past life only top-tier awakened like him had the privilege to approach. Thus he knew that none of the forbidden zones were simple. The dangers and calamities within were beyond ordinary imagination. Correspondingly, the benefits hidden within were equally incredible and even vaguely touched upon the very root of this apocalypse. A parchment scroll connected to the lost ancient domain would drive countless people mad after the apocalypse. After all, in that era of chaos, there were many who would attempt to enter the forbidden zones for a gamble. This auction really hadn't been a wrong place to come. In Shen Chen's eyes, the value of that frost crystal lotus compared to this parchment was like a firefly versus the bright moon. The levels were completely different. So in the next moment, he had Su Mengning bid higher. As for money, it was never a consideration for Shen Chen. In his eyes, it was just a string of numbers. While the entire hall was in an uproar, the wealthy second generation, named Wei, he had already turned pale, with anger unable to save face. However, seeing that it was someone from the private booth who had spoken, he suppressed his rage and addressed the booth. I wonder which noble person this is. I have not offended you, may I have the face of Wei he. Someone raising the bid, he could accept. But multiplying it tenfold at once, that was a different matter. In the eyes of someone as prideful as him, this was pure provocation and insult. The entire hall fell silent for a moment, all waiting for the person in the booth to speak. However, a full dozen seconds passed, and still it was silent. By now he was burning with rage, his neck turning red. This is an insult. A barefaced insult. The eldest son of the Wei family of Qingdu had never suffered such humiliation. But how could he know that the so-called tenfold increase was merely Su Mengning's extremely casual bid? She thought that calling a higher price would discourage competition. As for Wei, or any insult, it seemed she had never even considered him. Or rather, she had never even seen him. Good. Wei said 2 good words in a row, immediately took out his phone and made a call. Then with a red neck he almost roared. 50 million. Boom. The entire hall was shocked once again. No one had expected this young Master Wei to be stirred into a competitive frenzy. He seemed ready to fight it out with the person in the booth. 50 million. For a parchment that was utterly useless. Even though everyone present was wealthy, they couldn't help but click their tongues in amazement. What were they compared to this? Look at this financial power. Wei sat down in his seat, his face flushed red, his eyes glittering with malice. Even though he knew that those in the private booth had formidable backgrounds, he was not afraid. He was the eldest young master of the Wei family of Qingdu. If his grandfather had personally participated in this auction, Xianzheng Hall would have respectfully prepared a private booth for him as well. In terms of background, he had never feared anyone in Qingdu. However, the expected 50 million once never came. Everyone looked at the sweet young girl in the center. She touched the earpiece of her intercom, then smiled generously at the crowd. Then under the gaze of everyone, she slowly carried the glass case toward the stairway entrance. What was this? Some people, as if realizing something unconsciously, opened their mouths wide. Where is she going? Wait, what is she doing? Until the sweet girl stepped onto the stairs, he could no longer hold back. What are you doing? I bid 50 million. Upon hearing this, the girl turned around and smiled at everyone. I'm sorry everyone, this item is not up for auction. Our boss said it is to be given as a gift. As her voice fell, the vast auction hall fell into dead silence. Given as a gift? Given to whom? Certainly to the person in that private booth. Who on earth could make the boss of Xianzheng Hall deliver a gift like a grandson, disregarding even the face of the Wei family of Qingdu? Even though everyone present was among the top echelons of Qingdu, their hearts trembled. Looking at the large private booth high above, various emotions flickered in their eyes. At that moment in the silent auction hall, someone seemed to whisper softly, "Have you forgotten the time of the auction?" The voice was extremely soft, but the silence was so profound that many still heard it. That's right. Someone's heart jolted, suddenly recalling how this auction had been strangely moved up so early, catching many big shots off guard. At the time it had caused a stir, but then it seemed that no one talked about it anymore. There seemed to be sporadic news from the governor's mansion. The time change was merely to accommodate a certain big shot from the imperial capital. Anyone who thought of this regardless of their identity couldn't help but look at the private booth with fear in their eyes. Mu Qingji had changed into a set of clothes, and she along with several other women were led by staff from the first floor to the third floor. Seeing the resplendent, glittering scene on the third floor, Mu Qingji felt like Cinderella stepping into a palace. After asking the team leader for half an hour off, she went to the restroom, looked at herself in the mirror, and felt dizzy. For some reason these days, she often felt dazed and even experienced memory lapses. That was why she had gone to the hospital for a checkup, only to find that her brain was fine, but her eyes had a problem. But her eyesight was still okay for now, not too much affecting her life. Nor did it prevent her from working and earning money. Well, she knew it was only for now. As for the future, what should she do, and what should her mother who was in the hospital do? She had tried to think about it, but each time it came to nothing. Yes, a blind person. How could they survive in a city like Qingdu? Just thinking about it. It would be a disaster. She washed her face, and when she looked up again, her limbs stiffened. In the mirror, a staggering man suddenly appeared behind her, holding a wine bottle in his left hand and bracing his right hand against the wall. A pungent smell of alcohol mixed with sweat invaded Mu Qingji's nostrils, churning her stomach. Mu Qingji quickly left and went out. The 11th item of this session is a lotus seed pod of exquisite beauty and great collectible value, exclaimed the sweet-voiced maiden on the stage, drawing everyone's attention. On the auction platform stood a large water tank, within which a silver-white lotus-like plant could be seen. What kind of plant is that? It looks rather pretty. Wouldn't be bad to keep at home, some murmured, showing interest. The sweet maiden continued, this was excavated from deep in the mountains outside Qingdu City. According to expert analysis, it is highly likely a rare variant of lotus plant possessing exceptional ornamental and research value. She paused, extending her palm with a sweet smile. Starting bid, 200,000. As her words fell, bids rose one after another, quickly pushing the price to 700,000 and still climbing. In the glass-enclosed private booth above, Shen Chen observed the bidding crowd with a contemplative gaze. He had tampered with the lotus pod, hoping to lure the demon. After all, with that demon's ability to effortlessly control mindless wealthy heirs, it could easily use their financial resources to obtain the lotus pod. If it did so, Shen Chen could trace the trail and catch its tail. The bid rose above 1 million, and at that price the number of bidders dwindled. Those still raising their bids included 3 young rich heirs, among them young Master Wei, an elderly man, and Shang Yuan. Interesting. Shen Chen cast another glance at the parchment treasure map before pocketing it. This item must be taken to the imperial capital to be studied by the top professors there. The 4 of you take these cups of 9 gold tea to that booth. After pouring, inquire if they have any further requests. Remember, your service must be impeccable. Otherwise, if you offend the important figures, even the gods can't save you. Backstage on the 3rd floor, a capable woman addressed 4 attractive young ladies. Got it, sister, someone replied. Go quickly. One led the way with the tea tray, and Mu Qingji silently followed behind the other 3. Through the side passage, they could glimpse the splendor of the central auction. Such a grand event instantly captivated all, for their eyes unable to look away. So magnificent. Heavens, is this high society? How glorious it would be to sit inside in this lifetime. Except for Mu Qingji, the other 3 were exclaiming with undisguised envy and jealousy. Their family backgrounds were not particularly well off, otherwise they wouldn't have taken such a job. Thus they carried the tea all the way to the designated booth. One of the girls knocked. After 3 seconds, the door slowly opened. They immediately followed their training and said politely, "Good day, this is the 9 gold tea prepared by our Xiangjiang pavilion, complimentary for you." The 4 entered cautiously, their eyes not daring to wander, pouring tea in silence. But Mu Qingji felt her body stiffen the moment she stepped into the room. It was him. An inexplicable surge of emotion rose within her heart. That night at Block 403, the elegant man who had entered her shop. How could he be here? Mu Qingji instinctively lowered her head, not daring to look at Shen Chen, and secretly hoping he wouldn't notice her. "Sir, do you require any other service?" one of the pretty girls asked cautiously after finishing pouring. "No need, you may all leave." Before Shen Chen could speak, Huang Yuehan dismissed them. She scanned the 4 with a hint of contempt deep in her eyes. Such ordinary vulgar beauties had no need to embarrass themselves before young Master Shen. The 4 hurried out, Mu Qingji following, only to become dazed after leaving the room. It seemed he had no memory of her at all. Of course, it had only been a fleeting encounter. It was foolish enough for her to hold it in her heart. How could she expect him to remember? She had heard that only high-status figures could enter these booths, so his status was indeed intimidatingly great. And the young lady beside him, so beautiful that she would make all the women of Chengdu feel inferior. Truly, only such a woman would be worthy to stand by his side. Oh my God, I just glanced at that man. His looks are out of this world. Did you see him? Did you see him? One of them exclaimed excitedly as they walked away. I saw him. Is that what a noble scion looks like? He's 100 times more exaggerated than in novels. Mom, I want to date him. Date him? Are you all just looking at the man? I glanced at the girl beside him. Pure as snow. Look at yourself. Can't I dream? They chattered noisily for a while. Only Mu Qingji remained silent. Suddenly, she spotted a staggering man emerging from the distant restroom. She squinted, trying to see clearly, but her vision blurred. She knew her eye condition was worsening again. Was that the drunkard? He had startled her earlier, his stench making her nauseous. For some reason, a wave of unease washed over her. Young Master Shen Chen. Su Mengning seemed to notice his distraction and called softly. It's nothing. Shen Chen withdrew his gaze. He had been watching the auction scene all along. The Frost Crystal Lotus had reached 1,700,000. The remaining contenders were only young Master Wei, an elderly man, and Shang Yuan. Shen Chen did not intervene, simply wanting to see who would win and whether his bait would catch anything. As for Mu Qingji, who had just entered, he had seen her and recognized her. But it was merely a moment of surprise. He had no intention of paying her further attention. 2,500,000. Shang Yuan called out calmly from his seat in the auction hall. At that number, both young Master Wei and the elderly bidder fell silent. Ultimately, the Frost Crystal Lotus was claimed by Shang Yuan. Seeing this outcome, Shen Chen furrowed his brows, slightly lost in thought. Congratulations to this young sir for winning the rare mutant lotus pod. The sweet-voiced maiden on the stage announced, drawing cheers from the crowd. Such a tiny lotus pod fetching such a high price. This auction was truly a money-burning machine. Just as the sweet maiden was about to have the lotus pod taken away, she suddenly spotted a figure staggering toward the stage. Sir, non-staff members are not allowed here. She maintained a polite smile. But the figure seemed unhearing, stumbling forward. As he drew closer, she could see his pale, eerie face, stiff, twisted limbs, and murky white pupils. Her smile froze completely. Then, the figure lunged forward. The maiden's piercing scream, sharp enough to shatter eardrums, echoed through the entire auction hall via the speakers. Boom. Nearly everyone rose to their feet, their gazes trembling as they fixed on the center of the auction hall. A cacophony of noise flooded the space like a tidal wave. This scene was too horrifying, too appalling. It was so terrifying that many couldn't even stand, their legs giving way beneath them. Pandemonium erupted in the seats as countless people scrambled toward the exits, their eyes wide with terror, as if they might pop out of their sockets. Nearby security guards, fighting back their own dread, rushed forward and used all their strength to pull the man's head away from the girl's neck. Yet in the next instant, the pulled-away head lunged and bit into the security guard's neck. Oh, The guard trembled in sheer terror, desperately tearing at the man's head, but he couldn't escape the fate of being devoured. The other security personnel witnessing this were scared out of their wits. They were mere guards responsible for safety, never having seen such a grotesque tragedy. Coupled with the terrified screams and shrieks of the crowd, fear instantly seized their hearts. What the hell is this thing? They screamed inwardly, their eyes bulging to the maximum, their limbs trembling uncontrollably. Op. Move. Don't push me. Let me go. I have money. At the exits, people were crammed together screaming. Though these people were wealthy magnates in essence, they were no different from ordinary cowards desperate to survive. This scene surpassed their understanding. Driven by the instinct to live and fear of the unknown, everyone fled in panic. On the central stage, several guards worked together to finally hoist the man up and subdue him. Still, each of them trembled inwardly. What's wrong, buddy? You okay? One guard patted his colleague's face. Half of it was gnawed into a bloody pulp, and his neck bore a horrifying wound. As their hearts quaked and minds scattered, a calm voice came through the walkie-talkie. Everyone step away from the bitten guard and draw your pistols. In moments of panic, any calm person becomes the anchor. Moreover, the voice came from the walkie-talkie, indicating it was his superior. He quickly stepped back, tremblingly drew his pistol, and said, "Who are you? What should I do?" "Follow my orders. Now aim your pistol at the head of the man being held and fire." The guard obeyed, aiming at the man's head. His gaze fell on the twisted face and milky white pupils. Steeling himself, he fired 3 shots until the strange man stopped struggling. "Good. Now aim your pistol at your unlucky colleague and fire." The cold, composed voice came through the walkie-talkie again. "What?" Someone shouted this time. "He's not dead yet. He can still be saved. If you don't shoot now, you'll soon become his colleague. I won't repeat myself." The voice was icy, carrying an undeniable authority. Trembling, he closed his eyes and fired a shot. "Finish him." The voice came again, sounding like a demon's whisper in the young guard's ears. "Ea!" he roared, emptying the magazine of his pistol. The other guards were drenched in sweat, their pupils constricted. "Don't relax yet. There's still one more." The voice came again, this time without even specifying who. The 4 or 5 guards on site immediately tensed up, loading their pistols and aiming at the girl on the central dais, half her face stained with blood. But this time her face no longer bore a sweet smile, only eyes shrinking in endless fear and shoulders trembling uncontrollably, along with intermittent dry heaves and sobs from fear-induced spasms. Her disheveled hair draped over her shoulders, covering one tearful eye. The surrounding guards, like hyper-alert, terrified beasts, seemed ready to fire at any moment. "Wait!" The voice from the walkie-talkie suddenly sounded, making the neurotic guards pause. Then a tall, thin figure descended the stairs, crossed the empty hall, and arrived at the dais. He walked steadily, holding a silver-white walkie-talkie in his right hand. The guards looked at him with shock and fear. This was the man who had been commanding them through the walkie-talkie. And he was just a young man. His cold, commanding tone had made them think he was some high-ranking military officer. Shen Chen walked straight up to the girl, pushed aside her jet-black hair, and carefully examined her eyes. "Not infected," he murmured, frowning slightly. "You all leave now." The guards hesitated for a moment, but hearing the familiar cold tone, immediately obeyed. Shen Chen opened his phone and found it flooded with missed calls. Huang Xiao 3 times. Cui Xiaoming 17 times. Wang Qiao 19 times. Plus a scattering of other calls, all likely worried about his safety. Suddenly another call came in. "Cui Xiaoming." Shen Chen pursed his lips and answered. The moment he did, a nearly heart-wrenching scream came through. "Master Shen. Master Shen. Are you okay? Are you hurt? I heard there was a terrorist attack at the auction." "Master Shen, don't scare me. Where are you now?" "I'll contact the Chengdu military immediately to surround the venue." "What's going on? Are you robbers?" "Talk nicely. Don't hurt him." "Absolutely not. I'll agree to anything you want. If Master Shen loses even a single hair, your entire families will be doomed. Do you know who you've kidnapped? You're finished, you know that. Let him go now." And, "Governor." Shen Chen couldn't bear to listen anymore and interrupted him. "I'm fine. The situation here is temporarily under control, but I'll need your assistance with the aftermath." "No problem. No problem." Cui Xiaoming shouted in delight, letting out a huge sigh of relief upon hearing Shen Chen was unharmed. "This Hangjiang Pavilion. How dare such a vicious incident happen here? They'll make sure they never survive in Chengdu." Shen Chen didn't want to chat further and hung up. Just then Su Mengning and Huang Yuehan came down together. Huang Yuehan's face was pale, her shoulders trembling involuntarily, her lips white. Clearly her first encounter with such an event. In contrast, Su Mengning was much calmer. She looked at Shen Chen and said, "Master Shen Chen, was that a zombie?" Shen Chen nodded, glancing around. He pondered. There was no sign of black mist descending here. How could someone suddenly turn into a zombie? It must be the work of that demon. The incident at Hangjiang Pavilion was inevitably impossible to conceal, as nearly half of the wealthy elites of Chengdu witnessed it. Its impact was utterly devastating. When countless Chengdu tycoons poured out of that colossal building like dumplings, many of the idle media outside nearly popped their eyes out. Compound with screams and chaotic shoving, it was a super news event rarely seen in a century. Yet those wealthy people couldn't care less about talking, they only wanted to flee this place as quickly as possible. For individuals raised in a civilized society, witnessing such a bloody scene for the first time was an immensely overwhelming impact. Wang Xiao, the owner of Xiangjiang Pavilion, when he heard his subordinate's report, was so terrified that he almost wet his pants. He thought that if anything happened to that lord, his life would be over. But to his surprise, that lord was not only unharmed but also resolved the vicious incident on the spot. With extreme speed, he rushed from his home and followed Shen Chen's order to blockade the entire half-sky nest. At first, some wealthy individuals relying on their formidable backgrounds caused trouble, but when they saw the Qingdu military's tanks rolling in one after another, they all fell silent instantly. The military personnel, following the orders of Governor Cui Xiaoming, quickly surrounded the half-sky nest. All media were cleared out of the venue. The wealthy individuals in the auction hall each had to undergo a serum test before they could leave. Meanwhile, the mysterious incident at the auction quickly spread across the internet. Countless netizens expressed their opinions in relevant forums. This is ridiculous. The entire half-sky nest has been sealed off. Anyone in the know what happened? Feeling. So many strange things happening lately. Conflict of interest, dare not say more, going anonymous. Rumor has it you know those mutants in movies and TV. It's related to that. Laugh my ass off. The rumors are getting more ridiculous, right? It's just a common drunkard assault, and now mutants. You're killing me, bro. Hey, the forum is gone. After the wealthy individuals who participated in the auction returned home, they were all visited by the Qingdu military. 2 or 3 officers in black military uniforms with cold expressions and holding firearms would produce a confidential contract and place it before those wealthy individuals. At this moment, those wealthy individuals could only sheepishly sign the agreement, not daring to say a word. Meanwhile, a surge of fear rose in their hearts. Could it be that there were hidden secrets behind the empire? At this moment, in a hall of the half-sky nest, dozens of medical staff in white coats were busily moving about, while at the entrance stood over a dozen soldiers in special uniforms. Their expressions were extremely calm, and on their shoulders was embroidered the emblem of a red dragon. This was a specialized agency established by the empire in various cities, not subject to local governors, but directly under the Imperial Cardinal Bureau. Naturally, it also followed Shen Chen's orders. Compared to local guards, their professional skills and psychological quality were far superior, making them the elite among elites. Master Shen, an old man with gray hair dressed in white attire, came to a seat and respectfully handed over documents. These are the serum samples of over 1500 people in the auction hall. We have examined them all and found no trace of zombie mutation factors. Shen Chen sat on the high seat and casually opened the documents. The old man continued to report. As for that young girl, we extracted her blood and found that there is a special type of cell in it that devoured the small amount of zombie mutation factors. However, limited by conditions, we cannot yet confirm what it is. Shen Chen turned his gaze to the young girl. She was sitting on a stretcher, trembling violently. With a baby face, she appeared to be only 15 or 16 years old, and it was unknown why she had come to the auction to serve as the auctioneer. Now she no longer had the composure she had shown while auctioning items. As soon as Shen Chen approached, her eyes turned to him, as if she knew he was the highest authority here. Sir. The girl suddenly spoke, tears falling from her eyes, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Will I become a monster like that? No, you won't. Shen Chen comforted her with a few words. Then he continued to look at the documents handed over by the old man in white. Did you find out where that zombie last mutated? In a restroom. The old man opened a computer and a surveillance video appeared. In the video, one could faintly see a drunken man staggering into the restroom. Has he turned into a zombie now? We cannot guarantee that, as the infection speed of the mutation factor varies. But when he came out of the restroom, the old man adjusted the image, showing a man walking out of the restroom staggering with white eyes, clearly having become a zombie. These are the people who entered the restroom within 2 hours before and after. The old man sped up the video, showing male and female figures moving rapidly. Meanwhile, Shen Chen stared intently, recognizing almost every person among them. In fact, Shen Chen remembered every person and every piece of information he scanned, able to recall them at any time. Suddenly, Shen Chen pressed pause. At that moment, the figure entering the restroom froze, revealing the silhouette of a graceful young girl. The one he had met earlier in the 403 district and just now encountered in the private box. The girl named Mu Qingji. Shen Chen furrowed his brows in thought, when suddenly another voice interrupted his train of thought. Master Shen, the test results for extraordinary factors are out. Among these over 1000 people, approximately 11 possess varying degrees of extraordinary power. Shen Chen took the test report and focused his gaze. Scanning down the list, there were young and old people, all seemingly ordinary, yet they had already come into contact with extraordinary power. Among them, a familiar name stood out prominently. Shang Yun. How to put it? Not surprising, but rather expected. Shen Chen slowly rose, gave orders to continue the investigation, and then walked out of the hall under everyone's gaze. He thought, since such an incident had occurred at the auction, he had no choice but to seek out Shang Yun. Coming all the way from Daida University to Chengdu without a necessary reason, it would be inexcusable. Moreover, he used extraordinary power to win over Huang Xiao's daughter, Huang Yuehan. What exactly was his purpose? The illegitimate son of the Shangwan family, after all, he was still a member of the top aristocratic clan in Daidu. Within the utterly soundproofed room of the Chengdu Governor-General's mansion, a scream of terror suddenly erupted. In Chengdu, within a certain alley, 7 or 8 figures sat around a round table, all wearing masks. One of them, a tall, thin man in a crow mask, placed a box on the table. The others gazed eagerly at the lotus seed pod inside. Is this the transcendent divine object? Perhaps after consuming it, my transcendent scale could break through to 4 or even 5. Oh, I can already feel this mighty power. The crow frowned and snorted coldly. Enough, all of you. Now that we have it, let's avoid any further trouble and never expose ourselves. By the way, Brother Crow, that. Someone hesitated and asked, do you know about the incident at the auction house? What actually happened? Everyone online is talking about it. The crow glanced at him sideways and said, ask no more. This is beyond your reach for now. The others fell into an awkward silence. Tell Doghead to stay vigilant. If anything unexpected occurs, inform me immediately. Doghead was one of their members currently on patrol outside. So, Brother Crow, is our mission complete? Someone ventured to ask. The crow looked troubled with deep worry in his eyes. He ignored their questions silently, sighing in his heart. On the top of a distant high-rise, a carefree youth sat on the rooftop chewing a blade of dogtail grass. Dressed in black martial attire and wearing a comical doghead mask, he arrogantly surveyed the scene below. My transcendent scale is about to break through to the 3rd level. I am truly the unparalleled prodigy of a million. Indeed, it falls upon Doghead Hero to vanquish the wicked and uphold justice in this era of transcendent revival. Foolish mortals. The protagonist of this age sits on the rooftop basking in the wind and savoring his solitude. Suddenly, Doghead's relaxed mind jolted. He turned to find a man standing 3 meters away on the rooftop, gazing into the distance as if appreciating the view. Yet this scene struck terror into Doghead's heart. How could it be? He was an exceedingly rare transcendent. How could anyone approach him unnoticed? You. Who are you? Doghead quickly calmed himself, staring intently at the extraordinary man. At that moment, Shen Chen turned his gaze toward him, giving him a brief appraisal. A feeble contactee of supernatural power. Shen Chen wasted no words, simply saying, where is Shangwan Yun? I don't know what you're talking about. Doghead roared, then mustered a surge of energy, doubling his physical strength. Let me ask differently. Where is your boss, Shangwan Yun? Shangwan Yun. Doghead was stunned. Was Brother Crow's real name Shangwan Yun? Who was this man, and why did he seek Brother Crow, even knowing his true name? Doghead pondered briefly before shouting, I don't know what you mean. You're also a transcendent, aren't you? If you want to fight me, go ahead and try. No sooner had Doghead spoken than he felt a blur before his eyes. In the next instant, the man had appeared in front of him with one hand gripping his throat. Try. What makes you think you're worthy of trying? Shen Chen's voice was icy. Doghead let out a low whimper as the suffocating grip left his mind dizzy. In his heart, he screamed, impossible. As a second-level transcendent, not even Brother Crow could subdue him with a single blow. Yet the truth stood before him, filling his chest with terror. The Doghead mask slipped, revealing the delicate, youthful face of a 15 or 16-year-old boy. Where is Shangwan Yun? The boy struggled to force a smile. Your transcendent scale must have broken through level 6 already. Brother Crow can't defeat you, so I won't let you find him. If you want to kill me, go ahead. Transcendent scale. That distant familiar term made Shen Chen's eyes glint with mockery. Before the apocalypse, supernatural forces had emerged, seen by many as a revival of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. A golden age for humanity. The term transcendent scale was born in that atmosphere. As he recalled, it originated in an underground transcendent discussion forum, where people ranked supernatural power via a scalar measurement. The system gained recognition among many civilian transcendent organizations and became widely adopted. But alas, what they called the highest level of the transcendent scale, level 12, merely matched the power of a first-stage awakened. Their fervent celebration of the so-called spiritual energy revival was ludicrous. Because it was no revival but the arrival of doom. The so-called transcendence was merely a harbinger of the apocalypse. A year after the cataclysm, terms like transcendent scale and supernatural ability were swept away by history forgotten. What took their place were insights gleaned from ancient ruins by the major powers. Terms like awakened ability level, awakened artifacts, black mist, and demonic beasts spread far and wide. Those civilian transcendent organizations, having merely brushed against the abnormal during the harbingers, fantasized about overthrowing empires and noble houses to establish a new world and order. How laughable. In both past and present lives, the Shen family had never interfered with such groups. Under their monopoly of urban resources, when the apocalypse came, all transcendents would have to seek refuge in the Doom Wall cities, becoming harvestable crops for the Shen family. Only the apocalyptic cities themselves were the true foundation for survival. I won't tell you anything. The boy continued to rasp, his neck red from lack of air. Shen Chen gave a soft laugh about to use his spirit-binding technique on him when a voice rang out from afar. Senior Shen Chen. Spare him. Following the sound, a figure leapt between buildings, a man in black wearing a crow mask. With a single stride, he crossed the gap between two high-rises and landed on the rooftop. The moment he touched down, he tore off his crow mask, revealing Shangguan Yun's delicate features, although his eyes now trembled. Senior Shen Chen, I've come. Please show mercy. He is but a child. Shangguan Yun spoke rapidly, as if terrified Shen Chen would strike. Shen Chen released his grip, and the boy fell to the ground in pain, lifting his tear-filled eyes toward Shangguan Yun, whispering, Brother Crow. Shangguan Yun ignored Doghead, staring straight at Shen Chen. Senior Shen Chen, what business do you have with me? I will do everything in my power to help. On another rooftop, several masked heads peeked out, like fledglings yearning for their parents. Doghead had already put his mask back on, and sat on the ground, not particularly tense. Instead, he studied Shangguan Yun. So this is what Brother Crow looks like. First time seeing him. Who was this terrifying man? Brother Crow called him Senior. Was he a fellow transcendent from earlier days? Indeed, the Senior was still terrifying. As the protagonist of this era, I still have a long way to go. Amid the tense silence, Doghead, seated between Shangguan Yun and Shen Chen, muttered absent-mindedly to himself. Shangguan Yun. Shen Chen called out with a half-smile. Is this your Shangguan family's superhuman squad? No. Shangguan Yun denied, immediately, his expression troubled. This is just my personal gathering of a batch of superhuman contacts. Shen Chen turned his gaze to Go-To. When their eyes met, a mysterious light flickered in Shen Chen's pupils. The next moment, Go-To's gaze became vacant. Witnessing this, Shangguan Yun's complexion grew even more unpleasant, yet he dared not make a move. What is the organization you're involved in called? I don't know. This is the assessment given by the organization. Only by passing can one enter. Go-To responded woodenly, like a puppet. Shen Chen's expression turned cold. Shangguan Yun's face darkened, and he immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Senior Shen Chen. Indeed, this is the Shangguan family's secret assessment, a secret mission. In the distance, several masked individuals witnessing the scene were astonished. Who is this? What kind of technique is that? It can actually control a person's mind and soul. They had only just touched upon the supernatural, leaping and jumping, cleaving stones with force. Already thrilled by such power, never imagining there existed such terrifying methods. And also, Brother Crow, whom they had always revered with awe, the calm and powerful Brother Crow, actually showed such a humble demeanor before this person. He must be a big shot in the supernatural world, they thought in unison. Did you participate in the corpse mutation incident at the auction? Absolutely not. As soon as Shen Chen finished speaking, Shangguan Yun immediately refuted. Senior Shen Chen, ever since I gained supernatural power, I have not wrongfully killed a single good person, let alone colluded with those corpse mutants. Then why did you travel all the way from the imperial capital to Chengdu? Before Shangguan Yun could respond, Shen Chen continued, Don't give me that talk about participating in life science engineering. It might fool fools, but not me. Shangguan Yun was silent for a moment, then met Shen Chen's gaze. Yes, I secretly found out about the Frost Crystal Lotus and then requested Duan Yi to join the life science activity in Chengdu as a cover. I also brought a few juniors for training. Duan Yi, current student council president of Imperial Capital University and a rising star there. Many even posted online saying he bore some resemblance to young Master Shen Chen in his early days. But I didn't expect that after arriving in Chengdu, I secretly encountered a demon. Oh, a demon. A faint glimmer flickered deep in Shen Chen's pupils. If you haven't colluded with evil entities, then tell me about that demon. I happen to be looking for a demon as well. Shangguan Yun's gaze sharpened slightly, and he probed. Could it be, Senior, that you came to Chengdu for that demon? Shen Chen did not answer, but said directly, You have been in Chengdu for so long, how much information have you gathered about the demon you mentioned? Although Shen Chen did not state it explicitly, Shangguan Yun felt an immense pressure. Shen Chen's meaning was clear. He wanted all the information Shangguan Yun had uncovered. Though being ordered about like this irked Shangguan Yun, who could blame him for being Shen Chen? He had no choice but to smile. Senior, about a week ago, I roughly located the demon's lair, but my supernatural level is on par with that demon, so I didn't dare act rashly. If Senior takes matters into his own hands, that demon surely won't be able to stir up any trouble. With these words, Shangguan Yun stepped forward and respectfully presented a drawing. He couldn't help feeling a pang of regret, for he had painstakingly investigated that demon for a long time, planning to capture it after thorough preparation. It would have been quite valuable. Shen Chen accepted the drawing, but did not examine it immediately. Instead, he continued to look at Shangguan Yun with a light smile. One more question. Why would the fourth young master of the Shangguan family resort to scheming to pursue a governor's daughter? Hearing this, Shangguan Yun was taken aback at first, then seemed to understand. He lowered his head with a wry smile. Not everyone has Senior Shen Chen's charm. Crook a finger and countless girls throw themselves at him. I met someone I like, and naturally I want to be with her. Though I know using supernatural powers is despicable, I had no choice, and I don't regret it. Having said that, Shangguan Yun looked at Shen Chen with a defiant expression, like a dead pig unafraid of scalding water. If Senior Shen Chen wants to tell you Han, I will accept the outcome. Shen Chen looked deeply into Shang Wanyun's pupils. Detecting no anomaly, he turned and left. Only after Shen Chen had walked far away did Shang Wanyun slowly exhale. Brother Crow. Are you okay, Brother Crow? Are you alright, Brother Crow? Several juniors from another building rushed over looking at Shang Wanyun with concern. Go-To had somehow stood up and came to Shang Wanyun's side scrutinizing him with a furrowed brow. What are you doing? Shang Wanyun asked coldly. Go-To looked solemn and spoke slowly. Brother Crow, I didn't expect you to be quite handsome. Shang Wanyun silently put on his crow mask. Brother Crow, who exactly was that person? Someone couldn't help but ask again, then silently cursed themselves for being nosy. Surprisingly, this time Brother Crow didn't brush off the topic coldly. Instead, he fell into an unusual silence. Some juniors, sensing a chance, eagerly waited with expectant eyes. Even the usually talkative Go-To fixed his eyes on Shang Wanyun with intensity. After a long silence, Shang Wanyun gazed in the direction Shen Chen had left. He is the most perfect prodigy this empire has produced in nearly 1,000 years. Since his birth, almost no peer has been worthy of looking up to his back. In every aspect, he is an existence that makes one feel despair. Hearing Shang Wanyun's words, the masked juniors collectively gasped, their souls seemingly flung into the sky. Such an overwhelming and terrifying evaluation. But he looked so young. Did such a person really exist in this world? After calming his mind, Shang Wanyun instantly switched to a stern tone. You lot. Ever since we arrived in Chengdu, you've given me nothing but trouble. Don't think about that person. You can't even break through to level 3 now, so you have no right to meddle in such matters. Mastering your supernatural powers is the true path. Shang Wanyun's lecture had little effect. Go-To with a dazed look muttered, Brother Crow, what supernatural level was that person? Shang Wanyun's face darkened, but he finally turned away and said, above level 9. But, someone stammered, isn't the highest known supernatural level on the forums only level 8? Shang Wanyun was so furious he wanted to open their heads to see if they were filled with water. That so-called supernatural forum would be wiped out with a single breath from the family behind that man. Enough. Stop parading your shallow knowledge. The empire is far deeper than you can imagine. In the dead of night, silence reigned. Shen Chen trudged through a gloomy alley. This place, known as Sihuan Alley District, was the largest slum in Chengdu, its foul stench even more oppressive than the former 403rd block. Under the cover of deep night, few figures were seen. After all, this was the peak hour for violent robberies. Shen Chen walked slowly by the marks on the map, treading on a narrow cement path flanked by walls scrawled with grotesque graffiti. On the corners, watercolor pens plastered pornographic ads with contact numbers. The decrepit, grimy rental buildings were nearly devoid of light, stretching into an unbroken darkness. Even a thief would have to ponder which units were inhabited and which were waste dumps. Occasionally, a few bird calls pierced the silence, shrill and sharp. Suddenly, Shen Chen's brow twitched. He pivoted into an abandoned house, crouched in a corner, and slowly closed his eyes. Threads of mystic light seeped from the corners of his eyes. In the 403rd block, about 30 li away, inside a soft porn bar named Dream of Old Corridor. Within the dazzling, seductive lighting, bitch. Slut. Shrill, piercing curses rang out as 3 or 4 heavily made-up, scantily dressed women tore at the hair of a girl lying on the bed. They kept railing at her, hurling insults until they left with satisfied sneers. Then the girl on the bed straightened her clothes and rose. Her face bore thick makeup, her lips painted a vivid red, and her ears cheap secondhand studs. She was Earring Sister, once a co-worker of Mu Qingji at Xianfang. She smoothed her hair and stepped out expressionless. Being beaten by jealous, venomous women was all too common in a bar like this. She could only blame herself for arriving late with no clique willing to take her in. Opening the door, she saw her superior, the middle-aged man who had once barged into her home. Kayer, hurry up. A big shot came today. Someone from the governor's office you've been yearning for. The man leered and touched her thigh as she passed. Through a narrow corridor, they reached another room. When Earring Sister opened the door, a young man in governor's office attire sat on the sofa. Beside him, the bar owner fawned with a sycophantic smile. Before them stood rows of heavily made-up women. Earring Sister said nothing, quietly taking her place at the edge. The slightly pudgy owner poured a drink for the man beside him and whispered, "Sir, take your pick." The man wore gold-rimmed glasses, an air of refinement about him. His gaze was calm but sharp. After scanning each woman in the row, he still said nothing and lit a cigarette. At that moment, deep in Earring Sister's eyes, a faint glimmer of mystic light flickered. Then, unnoticed by anyone, a subtle sneer curled at the corner of her mouth. The spirit binding that Shen Chen had secretly planted was now in effect, allowing him to control her consciousness. Why? It was because of this man. Shen Chen vaguely remembered him. He had always bowed and scraped before Huang Xiao in the Chengdu governor's office, always half a step behind. Huang Xiao's deputy. Picking women here. Now I can give you a chance to completely shed your identities. If you perform, well, you might obtain wealth beyond your wildest dreams. The gold-rimmed glasses man stated calmly. Every woman stared at him with desperate hope. Of course, the prerequisite is that you sign this contract of indenture first. He clapped his hands, and someone behind him produced a dozen documents distributing them to the women. Many eagerly scanned them. But after 2 minutes, several fell into silence. Sir, may I ask, why does it require our right to life and health? One ventured. It means exactly what it says. The gold-rimmed glasses man seemed unwilling to elaborate. Look at the compensation. If you're willing, sign the agreement and follow me. The agreement states that accidents can happen, but the probability is low. Get through it and you'll be free. Decide for yourselves whether you want to take the risk. This time many women's eyes filled with dread. Is it some kind of human experiment? Exactly. Money but no life to spend it. Come on, if it were just bed business I'd sign right away. Right, who knows what they'll do to us? Some protested seductively, sir, can't we just stick to bed stuff? We're very skilled. The gold-rimmed glasses man remained unmoved. Just then the figure at the edge stepped forward and signed her name on the contract. Good, what's your name? Yun K. After leaving the room, Earring Sister was told to pack her belongings immediately. She was still in a daze, unsure why she had suddenly rushed to sign the contract. It was as if an inner voice had told her she shouldn't keep doing this kind of work. Better to gamble. Though impulsive, she felt little regret. Suddenly the door creaked open. Several heavily made-up women swarmed in, laughing at her. Tisk, what nerve. Don't end up having your organs sold without knowing. Exactly, this slut thinks she can climb the social ladder. If it were such a good deal, it wouldn't fall to her. Why is the bitch silent? A slightly plump woman lunged forward, aiming to grab Earring Sister's hair. But in the next instant, Earring Sister raised her hand and kicked the woman's shin, sending her crashing to her knees. Aya! The scream echoed through the space. The others stared dumbfounded at Earring Sister, utterly stunned. They never imagined she could be so ruthless. It was as if she had become possessed. Turning, they saw the gold-rimmed glasses man standing at the doorway, his expression calm. Yun K, time to go. Earring Sister smiled softly and followed him. As their eyes met, the gold-rimmed glasses man felt an inexplicable unease. This woman seemed rather hard to control. He scoffed inwardly. What was he thinking? Just a whore. What schemes or cunning could she possibly have? He'd make do with her. If not for completing Lord Huang Shao's mission, a man of his station would never step foot in such a filthy, lowly place. After returning, he would have to summon 3 girls from Wanyao Tower to wash away this taint. In the Four Rings Lane district, within a dim and gloomy stairwell, Shen Chen rose to his feet, a contemplative gleam in his eyes. The tale of how Huang Shao ascended to the throne of Kingdom Overlord in his past life was a topic of much relish. After all, the governor of Chengdu was Cui Xiaoming, who stood behind the century-old Cui family of Chengdu. Though Huang Shao held a high position, he lacked the support of a noble house, his foundation shallow. As it now appeared, he too was making preparations, seeking to topple the governor of Chengdu. Targeting the women was it. He never imagined that a casual arrangement back then would yield such a delightful surprise. Setting aside the matter of Huang Shao for now, Shen Chen glanced at the sketch and saw that the distance was not far. After a while, he arrived at an abandoned factory. The air was thick with a foul mix of oil fumes and stench, as if untouched by human presence for ages. Stepping inside, Shen Chen detected an unusual aura, the lingering traces left by the frequent visits of some foul creature. But now, Shen Chen paced around the derelict factory, and indeed at a corner, he discovered something. On a patch of grass beneath a large rusted welding apparatus, several bizarre flowers grew. Their petals were blackish red, swaying with an eerie rhythm, emitting not fragrance, but a frown-inducing miasma of demonic energy. The grass within 10 meters had been blackened, with many roots and stems remaining, suggesting the rest had been plucked. Shen Chen recognized the flower at once. Black Datura. In his past life, it was an exceedingly rare and precious demonic bloom. Even a year after the apocalypse, it could only be found in areas heavily eroded by the black mist. Yet now, before the apocalypse had even come, someone had actually cultivated it. Shen Chen stood still for a moment, then suddenly let out a cold laugh. What a grand scheme. Before the apocalypse, with the black mist fragmented and scarce, they had already grown clusters of black Datura. And at the same time, they were vying for that frost crystal lotus. Both shared a common trait. In an era where power seemed almost impossible to break through its limits, they contained an extraordinarily high concentration of awakening source energy. Such formidable power, even the research institutes of the Shen family found exceedingly difficult to fully control without adverse effects. This demon that orchestrated everything in the shadows was becoming more and more intriguing to Shen Chen. At the very least, he could be certain that even a year after the apocalypse, demonic beasts possessing such intelligence were extremely rare. Just as he was about to step closer for a detailed inspection, he suddenly halted. Because at the entrance of the abandoned factory in the distance stood a figure draped in a black robe, staring blankly at Shen Chen. It seemed the figure had not expected anyone to be here. Shen Chen turned and met his gaze for a split second. The figure was entirely in black, his form indistinguishable, his face hidden behind a black mask with a bizarre mark on his forehead that was strikingly conspicuous. Shen Chen recognized him at once. This was the shadowy figure that had brushed past him on that night in Block 403. The next instant, Shen Chen and the dark figure moved almost simultaneously, one fleeing, one pursuing. In the near-silent pitch-black alleyways, only two piercing sounds of air being sliced filled the space. Shen Chen bounded into the gloomy lane and a few strides swept his gaze across and discerned the fugitive's route from the chaotic footprints. He continued the chase, leaping over a high wall, and saw a masked figure standing atop a steel beam. Clad entirely in black, only a pair of icy eyes was exposed. The moment their eyes met, the masked man seemed unafraid, slowly raising his middle finger at Shen Chen. Now Shen Chen stood low while the masked man was above, his entire body shrouded in a strange black aura. Clearly this power had vastly enhanced his physical constitution and strength, enabling him to avoid being caught by Shen Chen for a time. A crooked path, Shen Chen sneered, contempt flickering across his face. This man was likely the demon-tainted one that Shangwan Yun had spoken of. Shen Chen was also certain that behind him stood the very demon he had been tracking. The intelligent demon that had tried to control Huang Xiao had interfered with the compass sin tracing function in Block 403 to evade Shen Chen's pursuit, coveted the frost crystal lotus, secretly cultivated black datura, and lurked in Qingdu, plotting some hidden scheme. This human before him had willingly offered his soul to the demon in exchange for great power. Such examples were hardly new. In fact, some who latched onto those ancient demonic seeds could even attain ranks not inferior to high-level awakened ones. You people are truly persistent. The masked man growled, his voice low, sneering at Shen Chen. You people, Shen Chen frowned. Was he mistaking him for someone from Shangwan Yun's organization? Someone asked me to deal with a demon-tainted one, so naturally I came. Hearing this, the masked man laughed wildly, his voice dripping with malice. Ha ha ha, you humans are so laughable it's almost pathetic. Coming to deal with me. Ha! But you don't know. You lot have been nothing but toys for my lord to toy with from the very beginning. The masked man laughed until his stomach cramped, tears streaming from beneath the edge of his mask. Shen Chen frowned. Are you so sure of your doom that you've gone mad? What lord? That's no way to beg for mercy. Ah. The masked man pointed a finger at Shen Chen, bent over, his laughter strained. Let me tell you the truth, the first time I saw your crow, my lord had already mapped out your fate. Haha. Everything after was just playing games with you. You look quite strong. How about it? I'll give you a chance to serve my lord. The masked man finally straightened up, looking down at Shen Chen with a smirk. You mean there's an even more powerful being behind you? No. My lord is the truth of this world. The one and only, the sacred, the unapproachable. He will become the god of the new world after this one collapses. And you human, the chance to become a servant of God is right before you. What right do you have to hesitate? Suddenly his tone turned furious, almost roaring. What right do you have to hesitate? Tell me. Of course I have the right. How do I know your words are true? For instance, if I kill you now, will your lord come to save you? You want to kill me? The masked man's eyes bulged wide like a maniac in a manic frenzy. My lord will throw you into hell. You'll regret this decision. Let's try then. Shen Chen smirked, instantly drawing a silver pistol from his trench coat and aiming at the masked man. The masked man's body stiffened visibly. He raised a hand in fury, only to hear a sharp click, the sound of a bullet being chambered. Human, do you have any idea what you're doing? The masked man's irrepressible fury resonated through the dark space. Shen Chen remained unmoved, remarking calmly, Oh, you're afraid. It seems the lord you speak of doesn't exist, or even if he does, he is too indifferent to save you as servant. If that's the case, why should I pledge allegiance to him? No. The masked man uttered two no's, his voice finally shedding its arrogance as he sensed Shen Chen was not joking. How could he not exist? My power, my formidable power, was bestowed by the lord. Oh, then where is your lord now? Shen Chen pressed on, a dark glint flickering in the depths of his eyes. The masked man hesitated. My lord is currently dealing with something extremely important, something beyond the likes of us. Extremely important. Avoiding my pursuit, perhaps. Shen Chen sneered inwardly, maintaining a cold, skeptical facade. What a flimsy excuse. Begging for mercy would be more useful than fabricating a master. No, it's not an excuse. The masked man raised his hands, swallowing hard. I can take you to witness my lord's miracle. At these words, Shen Chen's expression finally stirred slightly. Yes, you are powerful human. After receiving my lord's blessing, you will become even mightier. No one will be your match. Shen Chen lowered his pistol and raised an eyebrow. Lead the way. The masked man seemed still shaken, staring blankly as Shen Chen holstered his weapon. What are you staring at? You can't afford the consequences of deceiving me. The masked man shook his head, sobering slightly, and said to Shen Chen, With your immense power, the lord will surely appreciate you. Once his blessing is bestowed, your strength will far surpass mine. You'll be my big brother then. The masked man shook his head, sobering slightly, and said to Shen Chen, With your immense power, the lord will surely appreciate you. Once his blessing is bestowed, your strength will far surpass mine. You'll be my big brother then. The two walked side by side, with the masked man half a step ahead to guide the way. After a moment of silence, the masked man suddenly spoke. Big brother, to show my sincerity, I'll tell you a huge secret. A colossal one. What is it? This world is accelerating toward collapse. Before long it will plunge into. The masked man whispered. The apocalypse. Shen Chen shot him a sidelong glance, unimpressed. Seeing Shen Chen's expression, the masked man seemed a bit anxious. With such immense power, haven't you ever thought of standing above all others, eh? Are you willing to be ruled by those eternally lofty figures in the imperial capital? Shen Chen suddenly halted, and the masked man stopped as well. What do you mean? The masked man revealed a mysterious smile. The apocalypse is an opportunity to change the ruler of this empire that has lasted 1,000 years. Shen Chen stared into the masked man's eyes and suddenly said, "Don't tell me your lord's goal is to overthrow the Shen family." A sharp light gleamed in the masked man's eyes as he exclaimed excitedly, "You know about the Shen family." Then lowering his voice he added, "That exceedingly formidable and domineering clan has secretly controlled the empire's lifeline throughout its 1,000-year history since its founding. Even as the world approaches its end, that family remains at the forefront of humanity. And you so-called supernatural organizations developing as you are can never shake their position. Why do you think they allow you to develop?" A sinister grin curled on the masked man's face. "Because they are aloof, coldly viewing the empire as a petri dish, like raising goo insects, letting you slaughter one another until the strongest few emerge, only then worthy of becoming their servants. How about that? Despair, don't you?" Shen Chen's lips curved into an enigmatic smile. Quite despairing indeed. Seeing Shen Chen still unmoved, the masked man fell silent and led him through a dark attic. As he stepped inside, the masked man waved at Shen Chen. "Big brother, hurry in." It was only when Shen Chen had entered the attic that the masked man burst into cackling laughter. "Fool! Ha ha! You fool actually followed me in." He doubled over with laughter, spittle flying, then straightened up, his eyes blazing with fury. "You lowly creature! How dare you ignore me earlier? How dare you look at me with those eyes? I kindly invited you to join a great venture, and not only were you ungrateful, but you looked at me as if I were an idiot." After his outburst, the masked man gave a cold snort. "Never mind. You can't escape now. You'll become nourishment for my lord." "Ha ha ha! Lord, behold, I've brought you a lowly human." He resumed his wild laughter, tears streaming down his face. But after laughing for a while, he suddenly stopped. "Lordy," he called out tentatively and moved toward the back. Pulling aside a black curtain, he revealed a desk on which several black flowers were planted. The walls were covered with eerie black ivy, and a chandelier swayed overhead. But there was not a single figure in sight, leaving the place eerily empty. The masked man stood there dumbfounded, his mind seemingly slow to catch up. His lord should have been right here. "Lord." He turned stiffly only to meet Shen Chen's amused expression. "Your lord certainly fled quickly." In the first ring of Qingdu, inside a dark secret chamber, earring girl sat blankly on a stool. The door before her was pushed open. Gold-rimmed glasses man entered, followed by a bald monk in a tattered gray kasaya. "Elder Shermi, I entrust her to you," gold-rimmed glasses man said with a humble smile to the monk. Then he turned to earring girl and said, "Within a week you will receive a vast fortune and a clean identity, provided you complete this task flawlessly." Gold-rimmed glasses man then left the room. The monk sat cross-legged, facing earring girl. A flicker of panic stirred in earring girl's heart as she nervously scanned the monk. He slowly pulled a yellowed scripture scroll from his worn kasaya. The scroll was small, inscribed with 4 Sanskrit characters on its cover: Jia Zhuopianshang, upper chapter of the Culpa defilement. "Now repeat after my pronunciation." The monk spoke tersely, his voice cold. Earring girl could only nod. Then strive to memorize this pronunciation. Outside the chamber, gold-rimmed glasses man dialed a number and spoke with reverence. "Sir, everything is arranged." A calm voice responded from the other end. "Who did you find?" Gold-rimmed glasses man answered promptly. "Rest assured, sir. I found her at a seedy bar in the 3rd ring. There won't be any issues." In the distance, Qingdu governor's mansion. Inside a completely soundproofed room, Huang Xiao hung up the phone. He first rubbed his head, then took off his glasses and placed them on the table. He lowered his head, facing the glasses as if locking eyes with someone through them. Few knew that he was never actually nearsighted. "Time to begin." He mimicked the mechanical sound of a child's coin-operated ride from a bygone era. "No, you cannot kill me." The masked man suddenly retreated 3 steps, his gaze toward Shen Chen, carrying a hint of terror. Shen Chen merely cast a faint glance at him, then shifted his attention to the surrounding environment. Was this the place where that demonic creature often lingered? After about 2 breaths, a certain black mist began to rise within the room, and the walls were rapidly covered by an eerie kind of ivy visible to the naked eye. Slender and uncanny vines writhed, as if alive, intertwining and coiling around one another. It could be said that if an ordinary person witnessed this scene, they would surely retch from disgust and fear. The black ivy continued to grow wildly at an unnatural speed, becoming as thick as an infant's arm, even bearing fleshy lumps that pulsated and contracted in a meat-red hue. Upon seeing this, the masked man's face lit up with ecstasy, and he shouted harshly, "Ah, my lord, this is my lord's killing move. You're finished. You can't escape. You'll only become my lord's nourishment." The masked man gesticulated wildly, his face brimming with joy. Yet his delight did not last long. He fell silent, as if realizing something. Then he suddenly rushed in a big stride to the door covered in black ivy, pounding on it frantically, shrieking, "Lord, have you made a mistake? I haven't gotten out yet. Lord, my lord, let me out, my lord." Regrettably, the masked man's cries did not cause the black ivy to recede. Instead, it grew even more frenzied. Seeing this, he realized he had been abandoned. Abandoned by the Lord he so fervently worshipped. Before he could recover from his stupor, the ivy vines coiled around his body, slithering over him, as if caressing a lover. Within a few short breaths, his entire body was covered in the uncanny ivy, as densely packed as a black mummy. His mask shattered from the pressure and fell off, revealing a sinisterly handsome face. Shen Chen had never seen him before, but if Mu Qingji were here, she would surely recognize this man as her brother. Mu Yan. Soon the ivy spread from his body to his face, entwining his lips, nose bridge, and cheekbones. Finally, only one eye remained exposed. From beginning to end, he offered no resistance. This man, wrapped like a black dumpling, gazed at Shen Chen in his final moments. It seemed a trace of clarity returned, and a hint of pleading appeared in his eyes. Then the ivy mischievously covered his last eye. From within came a bestial roar that grew fainter and fainter until it vanished. Shen Chen had never seen such uncanny ivy, even in his past life, for after the apocalypse the number of demonic creatures and seeds was as vast as an ocean. The once sinisterly handsome man now lay on the ground lifeless, his body seeming drained of blood. Having fed on him, the black ivy clustered densely on all 6 walls, as if celebrating a carnival of life, as if rejoicing. The once sinisterly handsome man now lay on the ground lifeless, his body seeming drained of blood. Having fed on him, the black ivy clustered densely on all 6 walls, as if celebrating a carnival of life, as if rejoicing over their first grand feast in this world. Shen Chen could even feel their excited vibrations. The black vines intertwined, approaching Shen Chen slowly and tentatively. The pulsating tumors on the vines were translucent, revealing nauseating granules and pulp within. Any ordinary person witnessing this would likely be paralyzed with fear and lose their composure. Yet Shen Chen, standing amidst it all, remained utterly unruffled. Instead, he slowly extended his arm. On his long, fair fingers, faint specks of dazzling crimson light began to dance. "Brother Crow, we've been in Chengdu for weeks now, and we've got the Frost Crystal Lotus. This mission should be a complete success, right?" At a crossroads where small alleys intersected, Doghead chewed on a blade of grass, his eyes fixed on the man wearing a crow mask in the distance. "Can you finally tell us what kind of organization this is?" Itching with curiosity. As he spoke, Doghead exaggeratedly scratched his back. The other masked individuals chimed in. Yeah, we've been here for so long. And that demon, since some senior went to deal with it, it's none of our business, right? What? This is the first time I've run away from home for so long, or I feel like my dad's gonna kill me when I get back. That's nothing. My teacher called 2 days ago saying if I don't hand in my homework, I don't need to go to school anymore. Isn't that perfect? What's fun about studying? Cultivating the supernatural is way more exciting. You don't know shit. Once my supernatural rank breaks through 5, I'll go back to school and lie low. When danger shows up, that's when it'll reveal my identity. Perhaps because they had finally relaxed, the masked individuals started chatting and arguing among themselves. They were all underage, their words and actions brimming with teenage arrogance and recklessness. Their backgrounds varied. Some were orphans, others came from wealthy families. Some had previously worked at construction sites, while others were still in school. Yet compared to these mundane identities, being supernatural beings gave them a stronger sense of belonging. And Shangwan Yun was like an old father looking after these inexperienced young supernatural contacts. If you ask me, you'll definitely catch up to that senior supernatural being one day. Bullshit. You can't even beat me. Shangwan Yun sighed inwardly, then leaned against the wall, holding a silvery white lotus pod in his hand. This lotus pod was precisely the goal of their journey. Yet the process had been fraught with difficulties. Shortly after arriving in Chengdu, they heard news that an archaeological company had unearthed a strange lotus pod. So they went undercover, preparing to gather more information. Then a demon suddenly attacked the team. They watched clearly from the shadows. A man cloaked entirely in black robes, wearing a black mask with a dark, strange mark on his forehead. Fortunately, the archaeological team's security personnel were armed with firearms and managed to repel the demon. Afterward, he followed the demon's escape route, but was discovered by the enemy. The demon's supernatural rank was on par with his own. They fought for a while before each retreated. Later, he continued searching for information on the Frost Crystal Lotus, while secretly tracking every trace of that demon. After all, it was his first encounter with a demon, as mentioned by someone so naturally. He was intensely interested. Capturing it alive would be even better. After all, its strength wasn't overwhelmingly formidable. Never mind. Since Shen Chen had intervened, there was likely no suspense left. He didn't know why Shen Chen had come to Chengdu, nor did he dare to investigate. Fortunately, the Frost Crystal Lotus had been successfully obtained, so reporting back should be no problem. Though still curious, since someone had told him not to meddle and to return to the capital as soon as possible, he had no choice but to obey. Shangwan Yun lifted his gaze, quickly scanning the noisy masked individuals. No one was missing. Suddenly Shang Guanyun's gaze sharpened as he scanned the group again, his pupils freezing. 11. 11. There was one extra. Shang Guanyun abruptly stood up, his gaze instantly fixed upon one of the black-robed figures. This movement startled the clamoring mask-wearers into silence, and when they caught sight of that black-robed silhouette, they all recoiled in shock. Who are you? I've never seen you before. Where did you come from? Why are you wearing a mask? They cried out, yet Shang Guanyun's heart grew heavier, even feeling a shiver creeping up his spine. The black-robed figure before him was thin and short, entirely shrouded in a black robe. His mask, like the previous demons, was pitch black, revealing only a pair of pale blue eyes. In the moment their eyes met, Shang Guanyun felt his entire body turn icy cold. Who are you? Shang Guanyun gathered his mystical energy, his hand stealthily retrieving an umbrella-shaped object from his clothes, his nerves stretched to the breaking point. Aren't you looking for me? The black-robed figure let out a raspy laugh, its voice ambiguous, neither male nor female, indistinct. Yet the sound pierced the ears of the mask-wearers like needles. It's all because of you. The black-robed figure extended a pale, slender finger pointing at Shang Guanyun, speaking in a tone of grievance and reproach. You even brought that man here, making me lose a toy and having to hide from him. How should I punish you then? As the voice faded, Shang Guanyun's pores involuntarily dilated, his pupils constricted. For before this black-robed figure, he felt an incomparable and immense pressure. The demonic chi emanating from it at every moment was 100 times that of the demon they had encountered earlier. Shang Guanyun now understood clearly. His words had become a prophecy. There was indeed a more terrifying existence behind that demon. Hey, you hermaphrodite, how dare you speak to our brother Crow like that? A voice shouted. The speaker wore a dog-shaped mask, the only one who could still talk like that in such a tense atmosphere. Some of the other mask-wearers, sensing the situation from Shang Guanyun's reaction, began to grow tense. Shang Guanyun took a deep breath, a sense of desolation rising in his heart. Who would have thought that a seemingly simple task could spawn so many twists? But then, Shang Guanyun suddenly dashed forward, letting out a low roar, and forcefully opened the cyan blue umbrella in his hand. A blue-green light flickered faintly, enveloping the black-robed figure's head. At the same time Shang Guanyun roared, "Flee!" At that moment the other mask-wearers understood the situation and scattered in all directions. Shang Guanyun desperately activated his meager supernatural power, doing his utmost to hold back the black-robed figure. Oh! For the first time in his life he exploded with such desperate force, his pale face bulging with veins, his eyes bloodshot in an instant. In his spinning gaze, only the black-robed figure's eyes curved like crescent moons within the cyan blue glow. Not much skill either. Shen Chen tilted his head, his eyes dropping to the ground. Above him the wall covered in black ivy had withered, as if weathered by age, and even the flowing air could sweep away half the wall's black ashes. After dealing with this demonic plant, Shen Chen stepped into the deeper secret chamber. The temperature plummeted upon entry, the darkness so profound that almost no sunlight penetrated. His gaze began to sharpen. The demonic chi here was terrifyingly dense. Even Shen Chen instinctively covered his nose. Now he could finally confirm that this was indeed the lair of the demonic creature. Inside the chamber stood several jars filled with deep black soil, evidently corrupted by demonic chi. Some jars contained remnants of roots Shen Chen could vaguely recognize, black mandrake, the earlier black ivy, and some plant roots he had never seen before. All without exception possessed an extremely high energy density. Even the Academy of Sciences in the eastern capital of the imperial capital would find it difficult to cultivate such organisms nowadays. Some forces, if they chanced upon a single specimen, would treasure it as a gem. Yet here they all were either cultivated or plundered by that demonic creature gathered together. What could it be plotting? This question did not trouble Shen Chen for long. On another wall a mysterious ritual was inscribed with a series of bizarre and eerie symbols. Such ancient esoteric knowledge was too obscure for anyone in the present world. No living person could decipher it. But Shen Chen, having been a high-level awakener in his past life, immediately understood the ritual's purpose. That was why he was startled. This demonic creature was likely an ancient demon seed from another world attempting to descend upon this land ahead of time. Be aware that at the dawn of the apocalypse the demons that descended were all low-level and savage. As for some high-level, intelligent, and formidable demons, even the legendary ancient demon seeds, they could only break through certain barriers and reach this world as time passed, and the demon tide grew larger. It was precisely because of this rule that humanity could barely survive at the beginning of the apocalypse, avoiding extermination by high-level demons. And now, this demon in Chengdu dared to, at this point in time before the apocalypse had fully erupted, construct this ritual to descend in its true form. At this thought Shen Chen's eyes turned extremely cold. In an era with few awakeners, an ancient demon seed descending upon the planet. He knew all too well what a desperate catastrophe this would bring to humanity if it happened. Even the Shen family would find it hard to bear. Of course, such a ritual that defied the rules must have exceedingly harsh conditions, as evident from the powerful demon's lengthy preparations. To avoid detection by the Shen family and other currently formidable forces, it had even completely concealed its own existence. Had Shen Chen not stumbled upon it accidentally, perhaps no one in the imperial capital would have noticed until the ritual was complete. As for Shang Guanyun and his group, who had been battling the demon's minions, they were merely being toyed with by the demon. And planting a demon seed in Huang Xiao, a high official of the Chengdu governor's office, also indicated its ambitions were far from small. Shen Chen's gaze instinctively shifted to another wall. Suddenly his eyes froze. This wall recorded the vessel needed for the true form's descent. A vessel capable of bearing an ancient demon seed must be exceedingly demanding, even in a rank awakener might barely suffice. And on it was already an image of a woman. Graceful and elegant, plain yet refined. To Shen Chen's surprise, that woman, the one intended as the vessel for the descent, he had seen more than once. Yes, Mu Qingji. He remembered her name. At this moment a vague understanding began to dawn in Shen Chen's heart. He stepped closer, scanning several documents beside the photographs. One of them, resembling a medical examination report, caught his attention. It recorded the fact that after her hospital checkup, Mu Qingji had been diagnosed with chronic granular disease of the eye. Her going blind. Shen Chen suddenly recalled some memories about her. I've been working here for a month, but I'll probably quit soon too. Yeah, after I get paid. Sir, the capital should be much better. That day her voice carried a faint hint of sorrow, which Shen Chen had originally taken as her dissatisfaction and lamentation over the harsh reality of the lower class. Now thinking back, it must have been her awareness that she was about to go blind, yet powerless to change it. No wonder she trimmed hair so slowly and often leaned in close. Mu Qingji. Blindness. Vessel. A series of clues connected, and a thought slowly rose in Shen Chen's mind, one he could almost be certain of. Shen Chen lowered his eyelids. Noid corpse. She must be the one from later ages. The Noid corpse king that stirred a monstrous tide of corpses in the southwestern region, instilling fear in countless top-level awakened. This also explained why that demon had chosen her as a vessel. In his past life, she was the first zombie to break through to the 4th rank, and before reaching the 6th rank to be crowned a king, countless awakened had already bestowed upon her the title of Noid Corpse King. Even after her death, one of her underlings that had inherited part of her legacy, the Black Crow Phantom Corpse, became the 4th king-ranked zombie of the apocalypse, rivaling the infamous, undying celestial corpse that had terrorized the world since the apocalypse began. Such a human, with formidable potential, indeed qualified as a vessel for the arrival of an ancient demonic species. Not enough. Still not enough. Shen Chen continued to read the ancient demonic script, seeking to uncover the location and conditions of that summoning ritual. However, merely staring at these characters for too long could cause mental disorder. Half an hour later, Shen Chen finally looked away, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, a few beads of sweat dripped from his temple. Ritual location, Chengdu University. This mysterious summoning ritual was called Sin Balance. All it required was for the vessel's negative emotions to outweigh the mysterious item placed by the demon. Then the demon's true form would seize the vessel's body and descend upon this planet. Moreover, Shen Chen discovered that mysterious ancient demon species had an astonishingly voracious appetite. Even the Noid corpse's physical body was not enough for it. It also required numerous extremely rare demonic flowers, including black Dachira black ivy and frost crystal lotus, to cause her potential to undergo a qualitative transformation under the ritual. After this transformation, Shen Chen dared not imagine how far she could reach. If the possession succeeded, this would likely become one of the most terrifying beings of the apocalypse. After examining all the information on the wall, Shen Chen slowly walked out of the secret chamber. Zhou Shui. He murmured the name. A medical record showed she was Mu Qingji's mother, who had been in a coma for years in the hospital, barely clinging to life. That demon wanted to amplify Mu Qingji's negative emotions without limit. Her mother was probably doomed. After coming out, Shen Chen saw the corpse of the sinister handsome man. It lay quietly on the floor, face twisted beyond recognition. He originally intended to ignore it, but as he reached the door, Shen Chen suddenly paused. He then turned around and approached him. With a try-it-out attitude, Shen Chen's palm once again blazed with a deep crimson glow. Since the man was already dead, he need not hold back. It was the perfect opportunity to use forbidden power and forcibly extract the demon seed hidden in his cerebral cortex. He was eager to see which ancient demon species this demon seed belonged to. After about 10 breaths, a strange blue-gray seed the size of a rice grain appeared in Shen Chen's hand. The moment it was extracted, its surface grew full of bizarre scales and pulsed like a living heart. On its surface there were strange and mysterious characters. They were demonic scripts. Although Shen Chen was not proficient in his past life, he recognized some of them. The meaning of this character was simple. Translated into common tongue, it was the number 3. Number 3. That demon had sown at least 3 demon seeds. The fellow before him and Huang Xiao. Who could the remaining one be? Suppressing his thoughts, Shen Chen first examined it for a while, then widened his eyes repeatedly, confirming as if in disbelief. The corners of his eyes alternately crinkled and relaxed, until his pupils dilated and trembled, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily split into the most insane smile he had shown since arriving in Chengdu. Yes, although he had been guessing which terrifying ancient demon species it might be. But he never imagined it was actually it. Upon learning the result, even Shen Chen's palms trembled with excitement, an indescribable thrill enveloping him. Demon Lord, Kailashi, the most terrifying entity among ancient demon species known as the Demon Lord. In his past life, they were the source of calamity, the embodiment of all despair and terror. Even the top 10 awakened had neither the power nor the courage to provoke a Demon Lord. Kailashi with goat horns on his head, a pale face, a pitch-black body, and behind him always burned eternal, never-extinguishing flame wings. His most terrifying ability was to control the consciousness of any living being at the soul level. Any intelligent life form implanted with his demon seed would forever become his most loyal servant, spreading and magnifying his fear. In his past life, 5 years after the apocalypse, Shen Chen had heard that he and another demon lord Warjizi had together crossed the Abyss Gate and successfully descended onto this planet. In this life, some kind of change had indeed occurred. Shen Chen was not overly surprised. In fact, from the moment he reincarnated, he had already mentally prepared himself for the world to undergo some kind of change. Yes, after all, he never considered himself as one favored by destiny with the world revolving around him. He simply wanted to ascend to the throne, that was all. And this journey was destined not to be smooth sailing or an effortless path. Demon Lord Kailashi did not descend 5 years later as in his past life, though instead he had already stirred before the apocalypse. This unexpected turn only made every cell in Shen Chen's body tremble with excitement. If only he could capture a demon lord. In his past life, that would have been an utterly insane thought, one that even Shen Chen himself dared not voice. But in this life, since it dared to step onto this planet with a feeble body, it should bear the cost of failure. It was its misfortune to run into him, Shen Chen. Shen Chen grinned, his forehead covered by scattered hair that shaded his excited eyes. Bad luck. No. Shangguan Yun let out a heart-wrenching scream, his eyes wide with fury. In his sight, all the fleeing juniors collapsed within 100 meters, their eyes bulging, their faces rapidly rotting before his eyes. Ugh, help me, help me. Oh, Mom, I want to go home, I don't want to die. Brother Wuyiage, save me, please save me. I don't want to die. They were all young teenagers, all crying out in despair at this moment. All eyes turned to Shangguan Yun, placing all hope of survival on him. Each cry of help stabbed into Shangguan Yun's heart, causing his entire body to convulse in agony. No, spare them. Shangguan Yun collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, the umbrella-like object rolling from his hand. These were the promising talents he had scouted from various cities of the Empire, teaching them the supernatural arts, spending several months together. Though usually cold and stern, Shangguan Yun treated them with genuine sincerity, regarding them as his younger brothers. Light footsteps sounded, and Shangguan Yun looked up to see the black-robed figure approaching him. Spare them. They are still children. Shangguan Yun swallowed hard, forcing out a hoarse voice. The black-robed figure tilted his head. Previously, when Gutu provoked Shen Chen, Shangguan Yun had used the same plea. Indeed, the Empire's moral values always held much tolerance for children. But this thing before him was a demon. Shangguan Yun could no longer hear any cries for help. He turned to see almost all the masked individuals lying on the ground lifeless, their wide eyes still staring at him, as if in their last moments they still hoped he could save them. Don't be upset. Even though they're dead, you won't live long either. The black-robed figure's slender fingers stroked Shangguan Yun's head, sprinkling strange black powder over his face and limbs. He laughed while doing so, his voice as pleasant and melodious as silver bells. Suddenly, the black-robed figure's fingers paused. He looked into the distance and muttered, "How annoying." Then he put away the frost crystal. Lotus leaped away, leaving Shangguan Yun writhing in agonizing pain on the ground. In an alley, a staggering figure suddenly ran in. He wore a comical dog-head mask, his movements jerky as if shackled. Suddenly, he stumbled and fell to the ground. The dog-head mask fell off, revealing a youthful face covered in tears and mucus. He screamed silently, even retching. Dead. All dead. Brother Wuyiage, Fox, little crab. All dead. Why? Just days ago, they were still carrying out missions together, joking and bantering, practicing the supernatural arts together. But in just 10 minutes, everything had changed. He felt completely powerless, as if his body was no longer his own. He didn't know how long he had been crying with his head in his hands, until he clearly heard footsteps approaching. He raised his eyes nervously and saw a tall, elegant figure. That figure's gaze seemed to settle on him. Yes, it was that Transcendent Senior. Gutu suddenly lunged forward, dragging his legs to kneel before Shen Chen, fiercely knocking his forehead against the ground. Please, big brother, please save us, save Brother Wuyiage. Please, I beg you, it'll be your beast of burden, it'll do anything. His tears and mucus dripped to the ground, his eyes bloodshot. Shen Chen frowned, examining the person before him. That conceited junior from before. Apparently already infected by the black mist, yet he hadn't died or turned into a corpse. Where is Shangguan Yun? Brother Wuyiage, by that black-robed figure. His voice suddenly turned hoarse. He opened his mouth staring at Shen Chen in terror, completely unable to speak. Mute. But Shen Chen still walked toward the direction he had indicated. The boy followed closely behind, his dull eyes finally gathering a glimmer of vitality. Shen Chen turned several streets and finally arrived at the scene. Within 100 meters, several corpses lay scattered, some with mouths wide open, some with blackened skin, and some with yellow fluid at their lower bodies. But their eyes were all closed, as if someone had gently smoothed them shut. Where is Shangguan Yun? Not seeing Shangguan Yun's body, Shen Chen slowly walked to a patch of blackened ground. Here some residual energy of Shangguan Yun still lingered. But this aura was mixed with the stench of a mutated zombie. Shen Chen recalled that demon's special trick. It seemed to possess extremely pure, black mist that could infect anyone and turn them into zombies. Shen Chen crouched down and picked up a strange feather with his fingers. Hard black and reeking of corpse stench. Shangguan Yun. Although he seemed to be an unfavored son of the Shangguan family born of a concubine, he was still a young master from a prestigious clan. The experience of turning into a zombie must be agonizing. Shen Chen knew that from now on the name Shangguan Yun might vanish from the world, replaced by a mutated zombie known as the Black Crow Ghost Corpse. Goethe couldn't keep up with Shen Chen's pace, stumbling as he ran. His only thought now was hoping Brother Wuyage was still alive. Alive. As he passed a small alley, Goethe suddenly felt someone pull him into an extremely narrow, damp, and dark place. He widened his eyes in terror, whimpering, but unable to make a sound. Yet the next moment a wave of immense joy swept over him. Brother Wuyage, he shouted in his heart. The face before him slowly emerged, revealing Shangguan Yun's delicate features. But now his face was blue and black, his pupils scattered. Brother Wuyage, what's wrong with you? Goethe strained his vocal cords and finally let out a hoarse cry. Goethe, I am now. Shangguan Yun avoided his gaze, speaking stiffly and hoarsely. I'm telling you now, this mission failed. The assessment is complete. You passed. Brother Wuyage, no. Don't say that. Are you okay? Goethe cried as he hugged Shangguan Yun's waist. Listen to me. Shangguan Yun's voice was hoarse but stern. He grabbed Goethe's shoulders and said, among 10 members, the one who passed is Goethe. Also, I have already consulted the higher-ups. You will be directly inducted as a core member. Shangguan Yun handed him a communicator and a badge. After I leave, turn on the communicator and follow the voice instructions to report to the capital. I can now tell you the name of our organization. Sorry, you might be a bit disappointed. It wasn't the assessment of the Shangguan family of the capital, but another supernatural organization, one that was just recently established. It is called the Ghost Assembly. The badge was faintly colored, adorned with a cartoonish ghost pattern. Yet Goethe paid no heed to this, fixing his gaze on Shangguan Yun and whimpering. Where are you going? You. Don't worry about me anymore. In this wretched state, I have no right to remain in the human world. Goethe was taken aback. In that moment of daze, Shangguan Yun released his shoulder and vanished from his sight with a turn. The sound of his departure reached Goethe's ears. I'm sorry. I wasn't a good teacher, failing to protect you and the others. Goethe wanted to say something more, but could only watch Shangguan Yun's retreating figure in silence. Suddenly the communicator in his hand vibrated. Goethe stared blankly for a moment before pressing the answer button. A young man's voice came through, sounding both calm and anxious. Speak clearly, Crow. What on earth is going on? Calm down. Come back to the capital first. They'll figure something out. What happened? Then the voice fell silent, as if realizing something. After about 3 seconds, another voice came through. Who are you? Goethe whimpered twice, not knowing what he was saying, what he should say, or what he ought to do. After another silence, a voice came through again. Hello, my name is Hongyi. Goethe listened quietly to the calm instructions from the communicator, feeling his mind go blank. He felt exhausted, leaning against the wall as best he could, bathed in the twilight sunlight. The dilapidated alley, the low buildings, the distant mountain ranges, all were gilded in a halo of golden light. Monsters. Even if I become a monster, it's okay, Brother Crow. He lowered his head, opened his fist, and a black rigid feather shimmered faintly in the dying light. After leaving that area, Shen Chen first took out his communicator and dialed a number, then headed toward the 3rd ring of Chengdu. When he arrived at a medium-sized hospital in that district, an elderly man with white eyebrows, dressed in a white coat, was already waiting with a group of hospital management staff at the entrance. The moment he saw Shen Chen, he hurried over. Lord Executor, we received the notice and have been waiting here. The old man flashed an awkward, flattering smile. May I ask what assistance you require? The sun was about to set. At this hour, quite a few injured patients were still coming and going through a side door. Their faces bore natural inferiority, heads lowered as they walked, not daring to glance at the scene. Shen Chen didn't want to waste time. He asked directly, is there a patient named Zhou Shui in your hospital? The old man gave an awkward smile, shifting slightly to nudge the director beside him. The director then said nervously, yes. My lord, we do have a patient named Zhou Shui. She's been in a semi-comatose state for 7 years. Take me to her. Shortly after, the hospital director and the director led Shen Chen to a very small room. On the hospital bed lay a woman quietly. Her expression was serene, her figure slightly plump. The group watched nervously from behind, unaware of what this executor intended to do. Shen Chen stepped forward, gave her a look, and his gaze turned colder. Because this woman Mu Qingzi's mother Zhou Shui had already ceased to breathe. Impossible. But she was fine this morning. A doctor shouted in panic, and even the director and the chief started sweating profusely. Though they didn't know why the executor sought this patient, she was dead. Who else entered this room before? Earlier, it was her daughter. Yes, her daughter just came to visit. My lord, none of us entered this room for the past half day. Director, the surveillance. The surveillance. The chief reminded. The old director snapped out of his daze and immediately had his staff bring a computer. He pulled up the surveillance footage from the room. Shen Chen already had a strong suspicion who it was, but he still watched the recording frame by frame. The screen showed a graceful young woman sitting beside the bed holding her mother's hand. She seemed to be talking to her mother, her lips moving, but there was no sound. However, Shen Chen could read lips. She was telling her mother about trivial recent matters, the monster at the auction, how much money she had earned lately, and how much her eyes had deteriorated. Oh, and that she had met a man she liked again. Time ticked by, and suddenly at one moment, she first froze, her eyes going vacant, then her head dropped straight forward. Shen Chen's pupils contracted. This was exactly how she had looked when he first saw her at the Yixian workshop, entrance in block 403. She had also lost consciousness, abruptly collapsing and scraping her scalp, and Shen Chen had casually handed her a handkerchief. So it was. After about a dozen breaths, Mu Qingji raised her head again. Everyone in the hospital watched the surveillance footage with furrowed brows. So far no accident had occurred. What had happened to the patient? Just as they were thinking, a chill shot up their spines. Their eyes staring at the footage trembled violently, some even stammering. In the video, the patient's daughter, that young woman, suddenly grinned from ear to ear, and with one hand she seized her mother's neck. The truth. The murderer was her own daughter. At that moment, perhaps only Shen Chen remained calm. The others were gasping for breath. Demon. Fiend. That's her own mother. How could she bring herself to do it? Even if she couldn't afford the medical bills, she shouldn't. Countless exclamations of shock rang out, all condemning the beautiful young woman. At the end of the recording, the Mu Qingji in the frame stood up, preparing to leave the room. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something. She turned her head to look directly at the camera, locking eyes with everyone present across time and space. This scene made the director, the chief, and all the doctors watching the surveillance feel their scalps crawl and their hearts tremble. Then the Mu Qingji in the frame suddenly raised a white handkerchief. Was that the blood-stopping handkerchief I handed her earlier? Shen Chen's eyes flickered. In his sight, Mu Qingji smiled and lifted the handkerchief as if showing it to someone. Then she gently brought it to her lips and touched it with a kiss. The smile she wore was like flirtation, like provocation. Demon Archduke Kesselas had indeed been parasitizing the body of that girl, Mu Qingji, all along. Very cunning, grand in his schemes, and utterly vicious. The only discrepancy from the image and memory was a bit too wanton. Shen Chen turned off the monitor and first closed his eyes to sense the location of the frost crystal lotus. Then he took out the compass that had long remained unused. As he turned the needle, a dazzling golden light burst forth. Indeed, it had returned to normal. Both pointed toward one direction, Chengdu University. By now the doctors behind Shen Chen were completely dumbfounded, their muscles tensed, their speech stammering. What kind of event had they inadvertently stepped into? Shen Chen gazed into the distance. Chengdu University, the site where the demon would hold its final ritual. After that, Kesselas' true form would descend. This demon incident seemed to be approaching its conclusion. Before leaving, Shen Chen looked at Zhou Shui's corpse on the bed, his eyes profound. Bind the spirit, he murmured. Governor Lord Huang Xiao has prepared the music therapy and asks that you come quickly. In the governor's mansion, the earring-clad girl entered Cui Xiaoming's room, bowed her head, and called out. Cui Xiaoming, bulky in his seat, rose with difficulty at the sound, muttering impatiently. After all this time, no sign of improvement. Governor, a calm male voice interjected. The earring girl looked up and saw the high official with gold-rimmed glasses. The treatment course takes about 3 months. Please be patient. Follow us. Everything is ready. At these words, Cui Xiaoming stood again, still grumbling. Lately his physical condition had inexplicably deteriorated, and his mind often wandered. His memory either went blank or mixed up events. The so-called music therapy arranged by Huang Xiao had so far proved utterly ineffective. Before long he entered a room. Inside, Huang Xiao gave a slight bow. There was a chair and a table along with several women in white coats holding vertical flutes and other instruments. A serene, peaceful melody filled the room, involuntarily calming Cui Xiaoming's mind and body. Please, said Huang Xiao with a smile, extending his hand. Behind him, the gold-rimmed glasses man stared intently at Cui Xiaoming, as if anticipating something. The earring girl stood behind them, head lowered, in silence. She had learned some strange incantations from a monk and would quietly chant them at night by the ear of the governor of Chengdu. She vaguely understood something, fear gripping her heart, but she dared not resist. She only hoped that soon she could truly obtain a fortune and flee, escape from this place. Cui Xiaoming had already sat down at the table, closing his eyes. Relax, relax. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and stared at the gold-rimmed glasses man behind Huang Xiao. What are you talking about? Do you know how to treat me? The gold-rimmed glasses man immediately lowered his head, casting his eyes down. Huang Xiao glanced at him imperceptibly, then stepped forward with a smile. All right, Governor, you must stay calm. The women around them simultaneously began to sing a beautiful, harmonious melody, and only then did Cui Xiaoming close his eyes again. As his eyes shut, the gold-rimmed glasses man could no longer suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Even Huang Xiao's eyes no longer restrained their gleeful excitement. They exchanged a glance. It had begun. In the northern part of Chengdu lay a vast campus, the location of the top university in the southwestern region, Chengdu University. Founded centuries ago, it had weathered the changes and storms of Qingda's history, the dents on its walls testifying to its antiquity. No matter how many governors Chengdu had seen, Chengdu University always held a special status. As the premier institution in the southwest, its architectural complex was exceedingly grand. These days, from dawn till dusk, students could be seen strolling in twos and threes along the avenues, chatting and laughing. Occasionally, professors and teachers hurried by, occupied with their affairs. More often, many staff members were decorating the campus with lanterns and banners. Passers-by could not help but stop and watch, their faces beaming with joy and festivity. This activity was clearly in preparation for the upcoming school anniversary of Chengdu University. This anniversary was no ordinary one. It coincided with a life science research competition hosted by Chengdu University. Hence, the celebration also attracted many special guest student teams and their accompanying teachers from various other universities. Even, it was said that students from that top university had come. Imperial University. When news of this reached the old president of Chengdu University, he was so startled, he stood up. He attached extreme importance to it, even taking command of the arrangements himself. No one found this unusual, for that was Imperial University, lofty and aloof, never needing alliances with any other institution. In preparation for the upcoming anniversary, the campus was ablaze with lights, even late into the night. In the depths of the night, many teachers and deans worked overtime on planning schemes and preparing various matters. In one office, a balding dean was working under the desk lamp. Outside the window, lights flickered in the distance, some bright, some dim. But in the next instant, the lights suddenly went out. The entire Chengdu University was plunged into a deathly darkness. What's going on? A power outage. The dean turned on his phone flashlight, frowning. Just a moment ago there had been noise, but now, why was it so utterly silent? He slowly walked to the door and suddenly saw a figure. Hey, don't go. Do you know what's happening? The dean hurriedly called out. The person turned, revealing a pretty, unadorned face. You're that part-time worker at our school. The dean had seen her a few times on campus, but couldn't recall her name. Something like Moo. Where are you going? Why did the school suddenly lose power? He continued. But the girl seemed not to heed him, instead walking further into the alley. The dean was about to call out again, when he suddenly heard a scream piercing enough to split eardrums. He shuddered, looking toward the sound, but could only see darkness. Within that darkness, a thin mist seemed to swirl, spreading in all directions. What the hell? Who screamed? The dean tiptoed over, then froze, his eyes bulging to their utmost, as if they might burst. In his sight, a man with blood-stained clothes was crouched on the ground, gnawing on a person. As he stood paralyzed, the man suddenly turned around. The dean met his eyes entirely white, vacant, and lifeless. Shen Chen stood atop a distant spire, gazing at Chengdu University, shrouded in black mist, a glint of darkness flickering in his eyes. How pure! Such dense and refined black mist had not been seen since the first signs of the apocalypse. It was only fitting that the mist capable of breeding a zombie of the level of the eyeless green corpse could not be the shallow, low-grade mist of ordinary times. That demon had prepared for so long, undoubtedly waiting for this very day. Kaisilasi. Shen Chen did not immediately enter Chengdu University, nor did he rush to disrupt its ritual, because a maddening thought began to take shape, one that Shen Chen could not suppress no matter how hard he tried. Capture that descending demon lord. It must be said that Shen Chen always had a streak of madness flowing in his blood. At the same time, the military began to surround and evacuate the area around Chengdu University. Yet even the military dared not rashly enter the black mist. This time the black mist covered an extremely vast area, engulfing Chengdu University and the surrounding streets completely. The humans trapped within the mist would briefly witness a world of apocalypse. Chengdu Mansion. Outside the room, the gold-rimmed glasses man reported to Huang Xiao. Your Excellency, Shen Chen has mobilized the Chengdu military and surrounded Chengdu University. At this moment, Chengdu University is enveloped by a mysterious black mist, extremely uncanny. It seems Shen Chen is dealing with that demon, said the gold-rimmed glasses man, glancing up at Huang Xiao. Should we lend him a hand? Huang Xiao shot him a look. Yuan isn't at school, is she? No, Your Excellency. When Shen Chen earlier warned the governor's office about the Chengdu University area, I had already sent the military to quickly retrieve Miss Huang, Miss Su, and several high officials' children. Huang Xiao nodded, no longer concerned, and looked into the distance with a gentle smile. Then there's no need. I trust in the abilities of young Shen Chen. He will surely help me capture that demon. The gold-rimmed glasses man lowered his head, daring not to speak further. He knew the most important reason was that their plan was at its most critical stage and could not afford any mishap. After success, Chengdu would become theirs. With the city as their foundation, they could fully unleash their ambitions in the time to come. After the gold-rimmed glasses man left, a bald monk entered. His face was cold, and in his hands he held a monastic bowl, inside which lay a blue-black seed. Seeing that seed, Huang Xiao's smile finally faded, and his demeanor turned gloomy. He chuckled. So this is the demon seed that was in my mind. Truly eerie. The martial monk presented the bowl, allowing Huang Xiao to examine it closely. Now that it's removed, the thorn in your heart can also be put to rest. Huang Xiao studied the strange patterns on the seed, but after a while felt dizzy and dared not look further. Looks like some kind of writing. He murmured and no longer paid attention. What he didn't know was that it was indeed an ancient demonic script signifying the number 2. Inside Chengdu University, countless screams and roars rose one after another. Among them were students, teachers, and staff, all undergoing the most desperate event of their lives. They could never have imagined that Chengdu University, which was preparing for its anniversary celebration, would be flooded with monsters. At first, some people who inhaled the floating black mist became crazed, biting and devouring anyone they saw. Then from unknown corners, a horde of demons suddenly burst forth. These people, accustomed to civilized society, were utterly terrified by a scene that only existed in the apocalypse, their souls shrinking in fear and their minds shattered. Within a short half-hour, Chengdu University was in utter chaos. Bloodstains and mangled, unrecognizable corpses were everywhere, on the playground, in dormitories, along corridors, and on rooftops. And by this time, aside from the low growls of demons and zombies, no human cries of terror could be heard. All survivors hid in remote corners, waiting for miracles and hope amidst despair and fear. Across Chengdu University, only a handful of groups, 4 or 5, had managed to organize resistance against the demons and zombies within that half hour. On the rooftop of a dormitory building, more than a dozen university students who had fought their way out of the male dormitory blocked the only exit, each wielding blood-stained iron bars and clubs. Are we going to die? Shut up. Don't make a sound. Don't attract those things. Why? None of the phones work. I don't want to die. If you scream again, I'll throw you off this roof. Several university students, pale-faced with bloodstains on their sportswear, growled at each other in low voices, their pupils constantly dilating and contracting. Wei Zhongyan, were you just bitten? Suddenly, the leading sports student turned to the short boy at the end. Instantly, all eyes gathered on him, their gazes hostile. Will you leave on your own, or do we throw you out? The short boy covered his wound, trembling with fear. On another playground, inside the sports equipment room, a physical education teacher, upon hearing the screams from the field, had brought the students into the room and locked the door. Even so, the scene outside shocked many students into silence. Even the PE teacher was pale as a ghost, his hand gripping the iron bar, trembling involuntarily. He could only comfort them. Don't be afraid, don't make a sound. Someone will surely come to rescue us. Inside the sports room, there were over 20 students, most of them sobbing silently in corners, while only a few brave boys came to the teacher to discuss countermeasures. Suddenly, a violent pounding came from the door. 3 men and 1 woman with terrified faces and panting heavily seemed to have run a long way to get here. Open the door, please. They begged frantically, with many demons wandering behind them, tears streaming from their eyes. Have any of you been bitten? No. Please open the door. Hurry. The PE teacher was hesitating, unsure what to do, when suddenly a weak, sobbing voice came from a corner. Open the door, teacher, they're so pitiful. About a minute later, screams rang out one after another in the sports room, and then only the low growls of demons and zombies remained. In a certain dance studio, a group of art students were practicing dance, when suddenly 5 or 6 sports students rushed in, madly locking the door from inside and blocking it with heavy objects. The female dancers had no idea what was happening. They were shocked, ashamed, and terrified. But those sports students couldn't care less, because they had just witnessed the most horrifying and despairing scenes of their entire lives. The leading dancer, a hot-tempered girl, pointed at them and started cursing, but she was soon slapped by each of the sports students. Then the sports students began to confiscate all the food and drinking water in the room, while continuously making phone calls. The girls also caught glimpses of the bloody scenes outside and dared not make a sound. About half an hour later, several sports students began secretly eyeing the prettier girls among them, swallowing their saliva silently. Inside Chengdu University, on a certain open space, extremely thick black mist shrouded the area, with no monsters lurking around. The ground was etched with strange patterns, forming a circle. In the center, there was an object resembling an altar. On the altar were placed numerous exotic flowers and herbs of high energy, including a massive black datura, a frost crystal lotus, and several strands of black ivy. And in front there was a pitch-black balance, tottering and dilapidated. Beneath the altar stood a figure. It was unmistakably Mu Qingji, but now she wore a strange and manic smile. It's about to begin. She raised her arms, slowly walked up the altar, and enveloped herself in a cloud of deep gray mist. Her face gradually became ethereal, and above her head a shadowy snake head began to coil and float. The phantom snake twisted its body, its eyes gleaming with wisdom and madness. At that moment a strange feather fell from an unknown dark space, as if piercing through dimensions, landing beside the altar on the balance. Mu Qingxi's consciousness seemed to flicker awake, yet she still felt trapped in some kind of quagmire. No matter what, she could not make a sound or move. Time seemed to stand still, yet it felt like an eternity had passed, until she heard a mocking voice in her ear. Mu Qingxi, you are truly pathetic. You are the most clownish human I have ever seen. Beautiful love is so fascinating, isn't it? I see it has completely stolen your soul these days. In her mind, Mu Qingxi was stunned for a moment. You know who I'm talking about. In Mu Qingxi's mind a scene slowly emerged. A silent night, when a tall and noble figure stood at the entrance of an old shop, and slowly stepped inside. What no? Mu Qingxi in her mind instinctively wanted to retort. Don't play dumb with me. The snake shadow's teasing grew louder and more brazen. I was right there in your mind. Do you need me to read your foolish narcissistic thoughts back to you? The snake shadow seemed to be recalling the funniest play of its life. If it had a human form, it would probably be doubled over with laughter. What? He's so handsome. Why did he come here? Did he see me fall? Could it be that he has a little interest in me? How strange, I feel my heart racing. Oh no, I can't calm down to cut my hair. So embarrassing. Can you wait for me a few minutes? Just a moment. Sir, it's fine if you consider it a gift. Ha ha ha. The snake shadow's laughter was piercing and sharp. This is the textbook definition of the most perfect clown performance I've ever seen. You came out and didn't see him, and you even comforted yourself with encouragement. Ha ha. Mu Qingxi felt her body stiffen slightly. Just one glance, and without even knowing his name, background, or personality, you fell in love with a man out of the primal instinct to reproduce. Ha ha ha, you humans are so amusing. Without waiting for a reply, the snake shadow continued. Oh, let me tell you a secret. Why did the man you like step into that shop? Because he was looking for me. That was a close call. He almost caught me. The voice switched to a delicate tone. He has no feelings for you at all. You still don't even know his name, do you? Let me tell you. When you hear it, it'll scare the soul out of you. Another scene slowly appeared in Mu Qingxi's mind. It was a magnificent building in a vast city she had never seen before. The majestic, sprawling palace was like a divine miracle descending from heaven. Mu Qingxi saw the red dragon emblem on the palace, imperial capital, Xinyuan Hall. Beneath the building, countless crowds were cheering and celebrating. The dense sea of people was a sight more magnificent and grand than Mu Qingxi had ever seen in her life. On top of the Xinyuan Hall stood several figures calmly accepting the worship of the masses. Among the group of elders, one young man stood out conspicuously. His name is Shen Chen, the eldest son of the empire's oldest aristocratic family. You are nothing but the most despicable ant in his life. He hasn't even cast a second glance at you. The voice took on a sneer. Isn't it so? During the auction, if it weren't for me, he would never have met you, and you would have been stuck living in your gutter forever. Oh no. The voice took a surprising turn. Without me, where do you think your fate would lead? Let me tell you secretly. Soon this world will plunge into the abyss, and you will become a blind zombie. Mu Qingxi felt her consciousness grow hazy, yet strangely lucid. More illusory scenes continued to emerge in her mind. It was a hellish landscape. The empire collapsed, order lost, countless people struggling to survive amidst the ruins. Mu Qingxi saw humans being slaughtered by monsters, the rise of new humans, ordinary people driven out of cities, and the land filled with the most primal survival of the fittest. Countless human faces appeared before her. Fear, indifference, cunning, leering, madness, morbidity, greed, miserliness, arrogance, ugliness, hypocrisy. Suddenly the scene shattered like a mirror. On a desolate, lifeless wasteland, a blind zombie, staggering step by step, came into her view. It was her own likeness. You, infected by an extremely pure black mist, still retain a sliver of human consciousness, becoming a terrifying and dangerous species in the apocalypse. But so what? Whether alive or dead, you are always so naive. The images raced by rapidly. Mu Qingxi clearly saw her life trajectory after becoming a zombie. At first, she was hunted by some humans who sought to obtain her crystal core. However, no one succeeded in killing her. After she spared their lives, more and stronger humans came. The blind zombie fled, escaping to a nursing home for the blind. They could not see her zombie form and took her in as a survivor. The blind zombie also maintained stability here, preventing nearby monsters and zombies from approaching this territory. She spent a short period of time here, until one day the ruler of Qingdu led a group of awakened ones to arrive. They demanded that the blind zombie hand over the divine artifact that could bring the dead back to life. Then the blind nursing home you protected, all those old, weak, sick, and disabled, could not withstand the torment of those awakened ones. They were all tortured to death before your eyes. After witnessing the destruction of everything you protected, you fled. When you returned, you became the first blind green corpse in the world to break through to the 4th tier. You sought to make Huang Shao, the ruler of Qingdu, pay for his cruel methods during the apocalypse. You only wanted the life of that Huang Shao, never intending to vent your anger on others, not even contemplating a massacre. But ahaha, you are a zombie. Ahaha, when the awakened ones among humans heard you were a zombie, their damned and ridiculous sense of human pride surged madly. Huang Shao also used this to gather the most powerful alliance of early apocalypse humans in Chengdu. You never understood why when all you wanted was an explanation from Huang Shao, the most elite human awakened ganged up on you. Why so many of those top awakened who harbored psychological scars and sang of your terror existed? Because you still clung to that pathetic kindness of humanity, unlike other horrific zombies who struck to kill without hesitation. Pity though those fools will never grasp this. They'll only believe they were resourceful and lucky. How could they know that within the body of the eyeless green corpse which brought endless dread to post-apocalyptic humanity dwelled a cowardly, naive, and pitiful soul? Mu Qingji, let me take over your flesh. It'll make every human who despises you pay. The serpent shadow's eyes gleamed faintly as it flicked its forked tongue. Meanwhile, Mu Qingji kept her eyes closed, her spiritual sanctuary within her mind remaining tranquil. The serpent shadow turned to glance at the black scale, but was stunned to find it absolutely still. Was this the truth of the eyeless green corpse from the previous life? Countless humans who deemed themselves righteous awakened had rushed to the southwest. In various post-apocalyptic cities, public opinion had escalated to calling it the battle for humanity's survival. Who knew that the so-called boundless tide of corpses never intended to swallow a single city? Shen Chen activated his innate ability, concealing himself in the shadows to eavesdrop. He still bore a few awakened artifacts capable of masking his aura. The governor's mansion. A warrior monk slowly entered the room, where Cui Xiaoming still reclined quietly on a chair. The attending physicians had inexplicably withdrawn long ago, replaced by several women chanting eerie scriptures. Unaware, Cui Xiaoming wore a complacent smile. At times a bizarre Buddhist face flickered across his features. Despite the haunting scene, no one present uttered a sound. The monk retreated to the edge as Huang Shao and the man in gold-rimmed glasses strode in. The man in gold-rimmed glasses trembled with excitement. Huang Shao maintained his usual smile, save for one difference: he had removed his spectacles. They approached Cui Xiaoming slowly. How much longer? Huang Shao asked. Half an hour, replied the monk. Cui Xiaoming. Huang Shao called out softly twice, as if teasing a caged bird. Mu Qingji, your fate is truly, truly sorrowful. This world is too dark for you. The illusory serpent shadow whispered into Mu Qingzi's ear, beginning its narrative. Why don't you want to see this corrupt society utterly destroyed? Hasn't everything you endured made you despair of this world? Mu Qingzi's face was pale, her eyes tightly shut, yet the scale remained balanced. The serpent shadow was in no rush, continuing, Don't you want to know how your father died? At these words, Mu Qingzi's eyelids twitched, and the scale visibly swayed. The city of Chengdu is steeped in refined, gray transactions. People like you and your father were destined for tragedy. Within Mu Qingzi's sea of consciousness, a phantom scene materialized, a gloomy, rainy day. In a massive industrial zone, countless workers in shabby clothes glared angrily at the overseers. Among them, a middle-aged man in a work cap, his expression particularly fervent and righteous, shouted something loudly. Mu Qingzi's soul quivered. That was her father. The origin of it all goes back 11 years to the 17th industrial zone in Kingda's fourth ring. A worker died on the job. The industrial zone, claiming his accident had damaged the factory's interests by millions, refused compensation and even feigned anger, wanting to sue the worker's family. The serpent shadow's voice seemed both mocking and teasing. Absurd, isn't it? But that's reality. The worker's family, weeping, took back the body, saying no more, no more. And this finally ignited the wrath of many, including your father. He led the workers of the 17th industrial zone in protest, and the movement swelled, spreading like wildfire to the 13th, 14th, 17th, and 18th industrial zones, forming the Great Strike that shook Chengdu 11 years ago. The governor's mansion was panicked, afraid it would reach the capital. So guess what tactic they used? Another image appeared in Mu Qingzi's mind. A rainy day inside a car, driving on a highway. Two men inside. The driver wore a tall hat, his expression tense. In the back sat a middle-aged man with slightly high cheekbones and spectacles, his demeanor calm. Don't worry, a few years inside at most. They'll get you out. Do I have a choice? The driver smiled bitterly. He'll promote your children. From your generation onward, the Wang family will enter the governor's mansion's upper echelons. Of course, provided you play along. Fine. It's that worker named Mu Yong, right? Yes. The other worker leaders have all caved, but he's stubborn as a mule. The scene shifted ahead. A man in a work cap walked along the roadside carrying a pole. Of course, provided you play along. Fine. It's that worker named Mu Yong, right? Yes. The other worker leaders have all caved, but he's stubborn as a mule. The scene shifted. That man was Huang Shao, a born political animal. The man who ran over your father was Wang Shan, who later emerged from prison, changed his name to Wang Sharon, and became the district chief of Kingda's third administrative region, living a comfortable life, his only blemish a record. You humans have a saying, baseness is the passport of the base, nobility the epitaph of the noble. Mu Qingji seemed to be suppressing some emotion with all her might. Her sea of consciousness began to waver. The scale started to oscillate from equilibrium. And Mu Qingji, I pity you for working odd jobs so long, yet never knowing the truth about your mother. The serpent shadow whispered. Mu Qingji's body stiffened. Another phantom image drifted into her mind. Inside a silver-white medium-sized hospital, a middle school girl in a faded school uniform anxiously asked the doctor about her mother's condition. Ahead, her ailing mother was being wheeled into the examination room. Yes, that was Mu Qingji 7 years ago. Don't worry. We're examining her now. We'll find the best treatment plan. A department head smiled gently at her. The scene flashed to an office. The department head reported to an elderly man. Yes, 2 options. Surgery is possible, but carries risks. The other is just to keep her alive. The old man shot him a shrewd look, baring yellowed teeth. Tell her the technology isn't mature yet. She can only be maintained with medication and needs to be hospitalized. Hospitalized. That hospitalization lasted 7 years. For 7 years, she paid the bills by working odd jobs nonstop. But she was never told surgery was an option. Your class destined you for eternal sorrow. Your father became a political casualty. Your mother became a cash cow for a Blackheart hospital. Oh, by the way, the serpent shadow, as if suddenly remembering something, added, your mother is dead. On the altar, the scale tipped over. A flicker of ecstasy finally gleamed in the serpent shadow's eyes. Eerie and bizarre patterns began to glow with a faint dark radiance, and the altar rumbled with a heavy hoarse groan. The exotic flowers and herbs brimming with immense energy density rapidly withered as their pure dense energy surged into Mu Qingji's body. This made her already extraordinary physique even more formidable, more capable of harboring the soul of the demon lord. Mu Qingji closed her eyes, her expression devoid of joy or sorrow, with only faint traces of tears lingering at the corners of her eyes. As the ritual progressed, her skin gradually became snow-white and flawless. Though her facial contours remained unchanged, her features grew increasingly exquisite and captivating. Her figure became taller and more slender, her aura surpassing that of a lotus in a summer night's pond. Her long hair flowed gracefully, each strand shimmering with a soft glow. Her already beautiful face became increasingly stunning and peerless. The serpent shadow swayed its head, whispering softly to comfort Mu Qingji. Dear sister, just sleep. As a gift to you, I'll kill that Huang Xiao for you. And all those awakened ones who bullied you in your past life. They'll slay them all for you. There. You wouldn't want me to win Shen Chen over for you too, would you? Brilliant. A voice emerged from the darkness in the distance. This was followed by footsteps that grew increasingly clear. The serpent shadow paused, slowly turning its gaze. Upon seeing the newcomer, its eyes flickered and it flicked its tongue, speaking coquettishly. Shen Chen, the man my sister Qingji fancies. Tell me, should I spare you? Shen Chen clapped his hands, replying with a grin. I'm also wondering, if I were to keep a demon lord as a dog, what method would be best? Ergos. At these words, both sides began to laugh. Ergos, known as the Serpent of Fate, could glimpse the threads of destiny of all beings under heaven and pierce through the veiled trajectories of time. She was the most enigmatic among the demon lords. In the past life, she crossed the Abyss Gate alongside Kessela's 5 years after the apocalypse to descend upon the planet. In this life, as the Serpent of Fate, she had glimpsed the secrets of temporal reversion, making some change unsurprising. Yes, she was not Kessela's, but the Serpent of Fate, Ergos. I borrowed 3 demon seeds from Kessela's, and you've destroyed 2. The serpent shadow twisted its body, narrowing its eyes. How naughty. Shen Chen chuckled softly, a look of predatory excitement gleaming in his eyes too. At Chengdu Mansion, inside a room, Cui Xiaoming abruptly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Huang Xiao's face. Oh, Your Excellency the Governor, you've awakened. Huang Xiao smirked, rising and stepping back 2 paces. You wanna... Before Cui Xiaoming could finish, he felt a wave of weakness throughout his body, his voice hoarse. He felt as though his body no longer belonged to him, as if something was controlling him. A soft chanting of scriptures echoed in his ears, dizzying his mind. At this moment, Cui Xiaoming could only stare wide-eyed, frantically condemning Huang Xiao's crimes. Yet everyone present either lowered their heads or looked at him coldly. It's over. That was the only thought in Cui Xiaoming's mind. Huang Xiao raised a finger to his lips, making a shushing gesture. Shoo. Relax, Your Excellency the Governor. Your body won't suffer any physical harm. To keep you in this seat, I've lost quite a bit of hair. Huang Xiao smiled, but it made Cui Xiaoming tremble uncontrollably. Your Excellency, let me calculate how long I've waited for this day. Huang Xiao began counting on his fingers, an excited grin spreading across his face. 37 years, 9 months, and 13 days, excluding today. Cui Xiaoming could no longer listen. He shook his head, his obese body quivering. Huang Xiao's excited grin gradually faded as he scrutinized Cui Xiaoming. Do you know where I'm from? Before Cui Xiaoming could react, he immediately turned and glared at the man in gold-rimmed glasses, asking, Do you know where I'm from? The man in gold-rimmed glasses lowered his head, avoiding his gaze. What about you? Do you know? Huang Xiao's gaze swiftly shifted to the nearby warrior monk, whose eyes remained cold and silent. None of you will say, will you? You're all afraid to anger me. Fine. I'll say it myself. Huang Xiao cleared his throat neurotically and declared proudly, I Huang Xiao am from Wangjiazwang Huangshan Qingdu. Then Huang Xiao leaned close to Cui Xiaoming and whispered, Do you know what that means, Your Excellency? Do you know how long it took me to walk from Huangshan to the governor's mansion? I am 47 years old this year, Your Excellency. Since I made up my mind at 10, I've walked for 37 years. You surely don't understand the significance. After all, you're a member of the Cui family, and you naturally sat in this seat. Do you want to know how I spent those 37 years? Cui Xiaoming shook his head frantically, then upon seeing Huang Xiao's increasingly dark expression, nodded frantically. Huang Xiao smiled in satisfaction, pulling over a chair as if to chat with an old friend. Your Excellency, I was born into a poor peasant family. Yes, that kind of lowly rural place. A place you would never set foot in your entire life. From the moment I started school, I experienced a typical product of educational failure in the empire's impoverished regions: bullying. Yes, they'd mess with my clothes and pants, break my nose for fun. Guess why? They said I had a face that just begged to be hit, haha. I bet you're wondering why I didn't tell my parents or teachers right. Let me think how to put it. They'll never forget the cold looks my parents gave me each day as they sent me off to school. They were constantly cursing in their hearts, wondering why I insisted on going to school instead of staying in the fields to help them plow. Nor will I forget the mocking look in my teacher's eyes as if I were a fool when I said in class that my dream was to enter the Qingdu governor's mansion. You don't understand how devastating those things are for a half-grown child. At the age of 10, I once attempted to end my life. But Huang Xiao's face twisted with rage. Someone told me that if I died like that, almost everyone would applaud. So I changed my mind. I resolved to cling to life stubbornly. Later, I started wearing glasses, even though I wasn't nearsighted. I just wanted to appear more scholarly. I thought maybe then my teachers and classmates would like me more. Guess what? Huang Xiao slapped his thigh as if recalling the funniest thing. Later, I gained a new daily game searching for my lost shattered glasses. Everyone present except Cui Xiaoming kept their heads down, though their ears were secretly perked up listening. I spent my childhood, middle school, and high school in isolation and gloom. And then, you'll never guess where the story went. It was a twist so wild it would be considered insane even in a script. Huang Xiao's eyes lost focus at that moment, as if recalling something from long, long ago. He murmured, dazed, I was admitted to the Imperial Capital University. On the altar, Mu Qingji was enveloped by a wash of energy while Shen Chen and Xiying simultaneously awaited. Shen Chen displayed a hint of surprise on his face. As the serpent of fate, is there truly something that surprises you? Xiying replied with a melancholic tone, reproaching Shen Chen's ignorance. Let me think. Shen Chen posed in contemplation. As the serpent of fate, you suddenly sensed an anomaly related to time, fate. Therefore you borrowed 3 magic seeds from another demon, Lord Kexilus, and willingly took the risk of traversing the unstable abyss gate, manifesting your clone in Qingdu, and unexpectedly discovered an exceptional vessel in Mu Qingji, thus parasitizing in her mind. Shi Ying's gaze held a glimmer of amusement as she silently regarded Shen Chen. Shen Chen continued, subsequently, you planted the 3rd magic seed in Mu Qingzi's brother, turning him into a compliant toy, that is, the demon. Then you secretly approached the high-ranking official Huang Xiao of the governor's mansion and planted the 2nd magic seed. Upon learning that Mu Qingji was the blind green corpse, Shen Chen investigated her background and discovered she had a brother. Shi Ying chuckled, Shen Chen, you are so clever, I like you very much. And then, later under your command, Mu Yan sought energy plants for you and targeted a frost crystal lotus excavated by an archaeological company. When his attempt to seize it failed, he was unexpectedly followed by Shengguan Yun. Shi Ying scoffed, that waste truly wasted a magic seed of mine. Then as for that crow brat, do you know how he is now? Shen Chen paused, you infected him, turning him into a zombie. Ha ha. Shi Ying laughed wildly as if the toy she manipulated had finally gained the appreciation of someone. Oh dear, I haven't done anything wrong after all. In another timeline, he ended up being that low-level aberration. I merely accelerated his timeline a bit. Indeed. Shen Chen murmured to himself. In his past life, Shengguan Yun eventually became a black crow corpse due to some reason, infecting with dark mist and seizing the crystal source of the green corpse after the battle. And then we met. Shi Ying interrupted Shen Chen. Shen Chen remained expressionless, continuing. In District 403, after tracking that shop using the compass retribution, you discovered my presence. Thus you had no choice but to shrink your consciousness, returning control of your body to Mu Qingji. During this transition, Mu Qingji fell into a brief coma, collapsing to the ground and injuring herself. Yes, that was a close call. Then you covertly guided that demon named Mu Yin to brush past me, attempting to lead me away, yet I remained indifferent. Indeed. Shi Ying narrowed her eyes. However, you still evaded the compass evil detection, causing my clues to be interrupted once more. Shi Ying gazed at Shen Chen, silent. Later, upon learning of Mu Yan's failed actions and the whereabouts of the frost crystal lotus, you intentionally arrived at the auction house, creating a zombie to incite chaos. Perhaps you intended to seize the frost crystal lotus, but when you saw me in the private room, you immediately abandoned that thought, not wanting to draw my attention. Oh, that's pretty much it. Xiying exclaimed with delight. However, at the auction I indeed wanted to acquire the frost crystal lotus, but not to steal it amidst the chaos. I threatened a young master of the Wei family to legally auction it off. When she emphasized legally, her tone became more pronounced. But later, when Mu Qingji unexpectedly encountered you in the private room, I naturally lost my motivation. I was genuinely afraid of being followed by you. As for the zombie, I just thought it would be fun, haha. Alright then. Shen Chen remained expressionless. You really are heartless, Shen Chen. How could you not even glance at our Mu Qingji while in the private room? It seems Mu Yin led me to your lair, which doesn't appear to be intentional. How could I possibly have deliberately allowed you to discover the truth? Xiying seemed to scoff. That fool truly made me witness the limits of human foolishness. It is precisely because of my existence that you had to hasten your plan. While I was still trapped in your lair, you first went to the hospital to kill Mu Qingzi's mother. Then you found Shangwan Yun, snatched the frost crystal lotus, and rushed to Chengdu University, using some method to unleash the dense dark mist and initiate the ritual. Xiying screeched loudly. Exactly. Shen Chen, I admit you possess a bit of wisdom, but I want to know. Her voice softened breathy. While I am waiting for the ritual to complete and my true form to descend, what are you waiting for? Boom. As soon as the words fell, a dense and dazzling radiance appeared on the altar. Dark patterns began to emerge on Mu Qingzi's face, adding an eerie touch. Above the altar, it seemed as if a rift that did not belong to this space had appeared. A powerful and terrifying aura began to emanate, slowly approaching Mu Qingzi's mind. As for me, Shen Chen smirked. I am also waiting for your true form to descend. Perhaps that was an accident, or perhaps not. Oh, everything is beyond verification. Huang Xiao remained in a daze, as if murmuring in a dream. I only remember a high-ranking official from the governor's mansion personally visiting my family's dilapidated old house, smiling gently and kindly at me. My foolish and cowardly parents hurriedly prepared 2 plates of broad beans and a plate of peanuts. The official waved his hand, saying he had a poor appetite. Those days were the most glorious days of my life. My harsh teacher, arrogant principal, lewd classmates, and all sorts of people came before me, offering the most sincere blessings, sending me off to the capital's train. Huang Xiao reached this point. Even the bespectacled man couldn't help but lean forward, wanting to hear more closely. Only Cui Xiaoming's shoulders trembled, yet he dared not make any other movements. And then the Imperial University became a nightmare for me. Huang Xiao's eyes widened, as if recalling unpleasant memories. He snapped back to reality, forcing a smile. In that place, mediocrity was the gravest sin. I wasn't even a transparent person. Instead, I became a celebrity at the school. Even my reputation could rival that of the graduated Shen Fei, for I was too average, utterly out of place in the Imperial University. During those years, I felt like an ant gazing at the clear sky. There were countless offspring of noble families with entertainment options beyond my imagination, possessing privileges and wealth that made my eyes bulge. Huang Xiao sighed. I apologize, Your Excellency. I can no longer put into words the shock and horror of that rural child entering the capital. Shen Chen, this altar was prepared precisely to prevent my descent ritual from being disrupted. I apologize, but even if you were to use that power within you that does not belong to you, you cannot stop me. Ah. Snake Shadow shrieked, his laughter dripping with mockery. Shen Chen, you are too confident. Did you truly think I would come unprepared against you? Shen Chen still smiled at Ergo's, saying nothing. This attitude caused Snake Shadow's eyes to shift slightly, noticing that Shen Chen's gaze was fixed on Mu Qingji and the balance behind her. Snake Shadow sneered. What? Thinking of striking at my vessel? But unfortunately, Sister Qingji has been fully taken over by negative emotions. Don't blame me. Blame the empire under your Shen family's rule. This dark and corrupted world has made someone as kind as our Sister Qingji suffer so miserably. Ah. Snake Shadow's voice alternated between seductive and deranged. Yet Shen Chen remained unruffled, smiling faintly. Is that so? Shen Chen, I truly adore your perpetually unflappable expression. Even though you've already lost, you still exude masculine charm without pause, far more captivating than those low-intellect beings from Casillas. Though you are pitifully weak now. Snake Shadow chuckled. Let me think. You don't actually believe that as the man Mu Qingji loves, you can purify her negative emotions with some lofty sacred love, do you? Then I would have to reassess your intelligence, haha. Snake Shadow's eyes gleamed with triumphant mirth. I have been with Mu Qingji for a long time, so let me tell you. At this moment, the only one capable of making this balance waver is that human woman named Zhou Shui. Unfortunately, she is already dead. Shen Chen nodded. That is what I thought as well. Shen Chen produced a bell in his hand and gave it a slight shake. The next moment, a woman's spiritual voice pierced through space, a trembling, violently tearing sob that seemed to carry years of suppressed emotion bursting forth in that instant. My daughter. Governor, let me think about when I began to solidify my conviction, the resolve to use every means despicable or not to trample upon everyone else. Huang Xiao's face once again showed a look of confusion. I will never forget. It was the year I turned 10, that dusk when I decided to end my life. I stood on the bridge, bruised and battered, utterly despairing. Just as I was about to jump and be done with it, a mocking laugh interrupted me. A man nearby was clapping and laughing. I can no longer recall the scene or his face, but his words have been branded into my mind. He told me that if I died, countless people would clap in delight. Huang Xiao's gaze grew distant, a scene surfacing in his mind. It was over 30 years ago on an overpass where the sunset bathed the lush earth in gold. Beside the bridge, a boy with half his face stained with blood looked down several times. A blurred figure walked over and mocked the boy's attempt at suicide. Before leaving, he uttered a puzzling remark. "You really should wear glasses. I almost didn't recognize you." As that voice resounded, Mu Qingzi's eyelashes trembled violently, and a massive wave surged within her sea of spiritual consciousness. "No, what have you done?" Snake Shadow's eyes showed shock for the first time, staring fixedly at the bell in Shen Chen's hand, a flicker of panic in his expression. "Daughter, my daughter." With the ringing of the bell, the ethereal visage of a middle-aged woman materialized, her face lined with wrinkles, utterly haggard. In that moment, she called out repeatedly to her daughter, who had cared for her for 7 years without ever abandoning her. In her spiritual form, the voice she emitted rippled continuously through Mu Qingzi's mind. In some spiritual quagmire where she could neither move nor speak, Mu Qingzi suddenly lost focus. Her consciousness, polluted, guided, and controlled, briefly regained a thread. She seemed to hear a voice she had yearned for every day for 7 years. In reality, the balance on the altar began to tremble, the feather side descending slightly. Mu Qingzi's lips quivered, and she unconsciously murmured, "Mother, no." Snake Shadow shrieked, piercingly loud enough to rupture eardrums, leaning close to Mu Qingzi's ear and whispering, "Your mother is already dead. That's nothing but a remnant spirit. Stop deceiving yourself. Daughter, daughter, don't become a monster." The spiritual voice sobbed again and again. "Mother." Mu Qingzi's voice grew clearer this time, but it only made Snake Shadow's eyes more frantic. Because he could feel, the true body he had descended into was not yet fully fused with Mu Qingzi's physical form, and it had already encountered resistance from Mu Qingzi's subconscious. No. The conditions for the balance of sin ritual are extremely harsh. The vessel must completely accept and succumb body and mind. And yet I had already led her into the abyss of sin. Enough. You foolish woman. Do you want to ruin me? Your mother is dead beyond dead. Open your eyes and see clearly. There was still a chance. If this woman saw the truth, she might become even more desperate. Snake Shadow grew frantic, gradually releasing Mu Qingzi's consciousness and allowing it to return. Letting Mu Qingzi's consciousness scatter had made it easier to brainwash and control her, but Shen Chen had exploited the opening. He would make this woman see for herself what her mother had become and how her negative emotions could possibly improve. The next moment, to be precise 2 breaths later, Mu Qingzi's eyelids twitched, and she opened her eyes, which had been shut for so long. Disorientation, dizziness, vertigo. It felt like an endless dream. The surrounding noise gradually sharpened, pulling her consciousness back to lucidity, like waking from a deep slumber. She recalled many things. And in that instant she understood many things. Including her father, her mother, the monster in her mind, and the young master of the Shen family she had encountered numerous times. The Azure capital, the Imperial capital, the wasteland, the corpse tied the city walls. The vengeful cries of humanity against her, the joy of victory after slaughtering the corpse tide. The mocking, greedy, smug smiles on human faces. A cascade of images flashed past. Quick, look at what Shen Chen is holding. Snake Shadow screeched. Meanwhile, Zhou Shui's spiritual voice grew weaker, as if fading away, yet it still called out to Mu Qingzi again and again. Mu Qingzi turned her gaze towards Shen Chen, a trace of confusion passing over her face. Snake Shadow's eyes lit up with delight, for Shen Chen remained expressionless, displaying the bell and the spirit without any attempt to conceal them. Snake Shadow shifted his gaze to Mu Qingzi, watching as her lips first moved, then she uttered a hesitant, probing call. "Mother, are you there?" Snake Shadow's pupils contracted in shock. Under close scrutiny, he saw Mu Qingzi's eyes. Their light had vanished. She, at this moment, blind, Ergos fell silent. She stared blankly as the balance, which had tilted toward the side of evil, slowly restored itself. She, the serpent of fate. Her soul suffered an unparalleled devastation at this moment, suspended above the altar, enduring the searing pain of tearing the rules without respite. Had the ritual succeeded with her soul and body perfectly bound, she would have instantly reached the 4th tier. Though pitifully weak compared to her power in the abyss on this planet at this point in time, she would have been the sole monarch. She would have had ample time to annihilate all insolent factions and establish her own kingdom. But now, the vessel was lost, the ritual ruined. She had descended in her true form. As the price for crossing the abyss gate early, her strength had dwindled to a mere 1st tier. Although before the apocalypse living beings with 1st tier power were scarce, Shen Chen happened to be among them. Moreover, her identity was that of a demon archduke. A demon archduke who regarded all life on this planet as base and inferior. How could she allow anyone to threaten, hunt, or control her? Why? Ergos asked, devoid of emotion. She did not understand. If Mu Qingzi had only thought carefully, recalled, and used her mind, she could have confirmed the fact of her mother's death. What? Perhaps it's because Shen Chen seemed to read her thoughts. People prefer to believe what they want to believe. Urgos suddenly let out a low, eerie laugh. Shen Chen, don't you desperately want to capture me and throw me into your lab? At this moment Shen Chen was no longer anxious. After all, no matter how formidable and fearsome this demon archduke was in the abyss, she was now merely a first-tier weakened life form. Beyond Qingdu University lay the Qingdu Military Command. No matter where she fled, she could not escape. No, Shen Chen said, suppressing the excited curl of his lips. I merely wish on behalf of the Shen family to invite Lord Urgos to the capital for a little chat. I hope the demon archduke Lord Urgos will not refuse. Shen Chen's words were polite, but his gaze never stopped scanning her soul, which exuded a high-tier aura, and he unconsciously licked his lips. This situation was truly bizarre. After a game of wits, the victor often becomes courteous. Dream on. Urgos' voice was icy, no longer calm and seductive as before. Then under Shen Chen's gaze the soul of the serpent of fate began to fade, until not a trace of its presence could be felt. Shen Chen stepped forward, his eyes dark, the smile on his lips unchanged. Flee. Where can you flee? My story is roughly like this. Huang Xiao's gaze fell upon the trembling Cui Xiaoming. Your Excellency the Governor, you must be very eager to know what has happened to you. Cui Xiaoming nodded frantically. It is a technique recorded in Buddhist scriptures. The process was somewhat complicated and tortuous, but fortunately it has been fully completed on you. Huang Xiao smiled, patting Cui Xiaoming's shoulder with a relaxed air. Rest assured, after today you will still be the governor of Qingdu, just with one additional identity. Cui Xiaoming's pupils contracted, as if he suddenly realized something. Lord Huang Xiao's dog. The man in gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward, a grin spreading across his face, his eyes blazing. Cui Xiaoming's shoulders shook violently, his gaze locked tightly on Huang Xiao. But Huang Xiao slowly rose without denying it, a smile ever present on his face. Oh. Huang Xiao stretched languidly, clearly pouring out years of pent-up feelings before Cui Xiaoming brought him immense relief. The martial monk sat behind Cui Xiaoming, fingers on a dharma plate, eyes half-closed, murmuring sutras under his breath. Wang Shua, after today you shall move into the Qingdu mansion. At the door, Huang Xiao said casually to the man in gold-rimmed glasses. Hearing this, the man showed ecstatic joy and immediately pledged loyalty. Lord Huang Xiao, I will forever remember your promotion. After all, entering the Qingdu mansion meant truly stepping into the upper echelons of Qingdu's power structure. Huang Xiao nodded, and then added casually. Remember to visit your father often. The man in gold-rimmed glasses pressed his lips together and did not respond. Suddenly a muffled groan rang out. Huang Xiao and the man in gold-rimmed glasses turned simultaneously to see the martial monk behind Cui Xiaoming bleeding at the corner of his mouth. Before they could ask, the monk staggered to his feet, staring at Huang Xiao with wide eyes, his voice hoarse. There is a black seed in his head, just like yours. Huang Xiao stiffened, his eyes trembling. What did you say? The man in gold-rimmed glasses strode over, leaned in to look at Cui Xiaoming, his face also filled with shock. It seems that fellow Cui has fainted. Lord Huang Xiao. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. The martial monk cautiously approached Huang Xiao and whispered something. The women chanting sutras around them all stopped, their faces betraying panic. The man in gold-rimmed glasses pushed Cui Xiaoming, muttering. He was awake just a moment ago. The next moment the man in gold-rimmed glasses turned around. Cui Xiaoming's eyelids twitched and slowly opened. Deep in his pupils a piercing, eerie red glowed. Qingdu. At Mingde Temple. Before the colossal Buddha statue, several monks knelt on the ground, spitting blood. But they ignored their injuries, all staring fixedly. As the merciful smiling head of the Buddha slowly rolled off its neck. Some monks gagged in shock, others trembled silently. Then their terrified gazes fixed on a young girl standing in the doorway. You. How dare you? One monk pointed at her, his words slurred. More were consumed by rage, even overwhelming their panic. For they had prepared for so long. The ritual to connect with the Buddha, and it had been destroyed. The girl was naturally Lan Shi. She stood holding a sword that shimmered with blue light. The Buddha's head had been cleaved off by the awakened weapon in her hand. Some monks' eyes already flickered with golden light, almost devouring the suddenly appeared girl. The Buddha statue is destroyed. I beseech you, benefactor, do not let the temple be stained with blood. A long-browed old monk supported by a few acolytes struggled to rise, his eyes like deep pools gazing at Lan Shi. At these words many monks stared at him in disbelief. Master Shen Chen. She cut off the Buddha's head. She not only ruined our ritual, but also insulted the Buddha. What are you saying, Master Shen Chen? They deeply understood the devastation this single blow had brought to Mingde Temple. Not only had it severed their connection with the Buddha, but it had also destroyed their source of power. It had silenced the faint resurgence of the temple's energy. Lan Shi remained expressionless. No words could stir her heart, even a little. After completing her mission, she turned and left, leaving behind a group of heartbroken monks howling in low tones. Several monks suddenly knelt before the Buddha's head, bowing deeply in repentance. Then more and more monks knelt and began chanting, hoping the Buddha would forgive their transgressions. Only the long-browed, old monk stood silent, thinking to himself that this was heaven's will. Lan Shi, not yet far away, witnessed this farcical scene from a high mountain. A great multitude of monks knelt prostrate before the Buddha's head, repenting. Many wept bitterly, some even retching in anguish. Finally Lan Shi's expression changed, her brow lifted slightly. Are they grieving for the Buddha, or for the power they lost? Within the utterly soundproofed room of the Chengdu Governor-General's mansion, a scream of terror suddenly erupted. The man in gold-rimmed spectacles watching Cui Xiaoming hastily retreated 3 steps. Cui Xiaoming's pupils had turned blood-red as he slowly rose from his seat. His obese frame, coupled with a slightly eerie, almost feminine movement, made the scene all the more sinister. Without sparing a glance at anyone present, Cui Xiaoming let out a sinister cold laugh. This sight only made Huang Xiao and the others swallow nervously. Huang Xiao signaled to the martial monk beside him, who then stepped forward coldly. What exactly are you? Before he could finish, the monk stared in disbelief at his own chest. A bloody hole had appeared, and a plump hand was slowly being withdrawn. Huang Xiao. Cui Xiaoming smiled at him, beaming. If you don't want to end up like this bald fool, you'd better do as I say. Huang Xiao's mouth hung open, his throat bobbing, but he could utter not a single word. The man in gold-rimmed spectacles shrank behind Huang Xiao, his back drenched in cold sweat. What in the world was this thing? They had already secured such a great advantage. How could this sudden change occur? A forced, ugly smile twisted across Huang Xiao's face. So you are the one Shen Chen has been tracking. Don't mention Shen Chen to me. Cui Xiaoming suddenly shrieked, his face contorting wildly. I want Shen Chen dead. All right, Huang Xiao said, his shoulders trembling, afraid to provoke it further. Cui Xiaoming's body twisted grotesquely for a moment, then his gaze fell upon a Buddha bowl in the corner of the room and the strange seed within it. A grin spread across his face as he beckoned to Huang Xiao. Come here quickly. Eat this seed first. Huang Xiao, who had already taken a step forward, paused at the latter half of the sentence. That sinister demon seed. He was supposed to eat it. To be controlled by this creature, neither man nor ghost. Hurry up. Cui Xiaoming's expression suddenly turned cold and fierce, his eyes flashing with venom. Huang Xiao slowly began to move, terrified that this demon might suddenly fly into a rage. But to make him eat the demon seed which he had only just managed to expel? How could that be possible? The man in gold-rimmed spectacles cowered in the corner, trying to make himself as inconspicuous as possible, his eyes trembling violently. Just as the atmosphere grew thick and suffocating, and everyone's hearts were pounding, a soft laugh suddenly echoed from the corner. Very soft, yet it struck like a morning bell upon every heart. In an instant, everyone turned in astonishment. It was a woman wearing earrings, utterly ordinary in every aspect. Yet at this moment, in this most bizarre, most terrifying, most abnormal of scenarios, could she actually be laughing? Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Then Earring Sister looked at Cui Xiaoming and sneered, why are you always so fixated on Huang Xiao, Olgo? At that moment, save for Olgo, who controlled Cui Xiaoming's body, everyone's soul trembled into numbness. Huang Xiao's gaze snapped to the man in gold-rimmed spectacles. The man shook his head blankly, indicating he knew nothing. This scene was like a traditional opera at its climax, taking a sharp turn and veering into a whole new level of intensity. Cui Xiaoming stared at the woman with earrings, his smile first freezing. Then he burst forward, crashing through the door, his obese body moving with a speed that did not belong to him. But after sprinting out of the Chengdu mansion's main gate, Cui Xiaoming halted, stopping in his tracks. In his line of sight, military vehicles surrounded the entire compound and hundreds of soldiers aimed their guns at him. Behind them, line after line of heavy tanks were rolling in. The entire Chengdu Governor-General's mansion was tightly encircled, impenetrable. Cui Xiaoming turned his head and met the smiling gaze of Earring Sister, who had just stepped out of the room in the distance. At Chengdu University, the thick black mist finally began to dissipate slowly. Some military vehicles drove into the campus, but the scene inside made several officers' scalps crawl. On the lawns and the classrooms by the railings, bodies and blood were everywhere. After the remaining demons and zombies were cleared by gunfire, some surviving students and teachers began to emerge, trembling from the corners. Seeing the military vehicles, some survivors were so overjoyed they fainted. The entire campus was in shambles, but fortunately the black mist had only lasted a few hours. Those who had hidden in corners and remained utterly silent had survived. At least they didn't have to worry about food and water. Had the mist lasted a few more days, the death toll would undoubtedly have been far higher. On the rooftop, a group of college students wielding iron bars and clubs saw the military vehicles and shouted with joy. Over here. Inside a dance studio, no one had responded to the initial knocking. Later, several soldiers forcibly opened the door to find 20 or 30 students inside. Deep within the campus, beneath a certain altar, Mu Qingji crouched in a corner, her dark hair falling loose, hiding most of her exquisite face. Her eyes were vacant, her mind a blank. In such a short time, the sheer volume of information she had received was overwhelming. She could hardly tell if this was reality or a dream. Dully, she leaned against the wall, her fingers stroking a bell. Outside the door, Shen Chen briefly briefed a few senior officers on the situation, then walked in and looked at Mu Qingji. As if sensing his footsteps, she spoke in a faint voice, "I'm sorry, sir, I can't see where you are right now." "It's all right." Shen Chen crouched before her, his voice gentle. "How are you feeling now? I think the entire empire owes you thanks for averting a disaster." "Oh, is that so? I didn't think that far." Mu Qingji remained curled up in the corner, her voice growing softer until it was barely audible, like a frightened rabbit. Shen Chen's eyes dimmed as he realized his words might have been inappropriate. After all, under Ulgo's guidance, she had witnessed the full tragic fate of her past life. Shen Chen reached out a hand, but she shrank back as if sensing something. "Miss Mu." Shen Chen withdrew his hand and softened his tone. "Come back to the imperial capital with me." As he said this, an odd feeling rose in his heart. He felt as though he had said it more than once. Then under his gaze, Mu Qingji gently shook her head, her eyes still lowered and vacant. "No, you might have misunderstood." Shen Chen's expression remained unchanged as he offered a smile. "I mean, Miss Mu, your eyes. The imperial capital can heal them." Mu Qingji did not respond, she simply shook her head again gently. This time Shen Chen's smile slowly faded. "If you want to avenge your parents." Before he could finish, Mu Qingji shook her head once more, her shoulders trembling involuntarily. "No, I don't." Mu Qingji's voice broke into sobs, tears welling in her eyes, as if she was suppressing some emotion. Then the emotion she had been holding back burst forth, making her voice tremble and tears stream uncontrollably. "I just think this world is really terrible. Why do people have to be so terrible?" She choked and sobbed, then coughed dryly, coughing up a mouthful of blood that stained her pale hand. "Forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever it's like this. You harm me, I harm him. Harming each other. Might as well let everyone die together." After saying this, she paused as if startled by her own words. "I'm sorry, I really can't help having such evil thoughts." Mu Qingji lifted her eyes, unfocused, staring blankly ahead. It was as if she was blaming herself, filled with regret. But more than that, a pervasive sense of world weariness and life weariness radiated from her. Yeah, another new day. The morning sunlight spilled warmly down, the fresh scent of flowers lingering around her nose. Mu Qingji grunted softly twice, then rose from her pink and white bed. "Miss, breakfast is ready." "I know, Uncle Li." Mu Qingji slowly descended the stairs, skirted the glass aquarium, and sat down at the round launching wood table. Uncle Li's temples were graying, his hair trimmed immaculately, making him appear spirited and sharp. He looked exactly like the head butler of an old imperial noble family. As Mu Qingji came downstairs, Uncle Li had already dimmed the crystal chandelier. "Oh, Uncle Li, you are truly the most attentive butler in the entire empire. Miss, you still need to be more careful when I'm not around. It helps with your eyes' recovery." I know. Mu Qingji waved her hand, then began to enjoy the delicate pastries for breakfast. "Uncle Li's school resumes today, right?" "Yes." "Yay, finally get to go to school." At that thought, Mu Qingji felt delighted and quickened her eating pace. After all, days ago, Chengdu University had been hit by some disease, sending all students back home. It had left Mu Qingji terribly bored. "But Miss, I must remind you that today is also the day your brother comes to see you." Uncle Li suddenly spoke, making Mu Qingji's hand holding the cutlery pause. "You mean my brother?" Mu Qingji's eyes widened slightly. The brother she had barely met yet, who had gifted her several properties after their parents' deaths. "Yes." Uncle Li's smiling face layered with another smile. "He happened to pass through Chengdu this time and wanted to see you." At Chengdu first ring. Inside an upscale coffee shop. Mu Qingji stood outside the door, mentally steeling herself. "Nothing to fear. It's just our first meeting." After muttering to herself, she pushed open the door and swept her gaze across the room. As the most renowned coffee shop in Chengdu, it was filled with a diverse crowd every day. Office workers, couples, students, even business owners. Each person exuded a confident air and striking features. Mu Qingji scanned row after row, then suddenly paused. She saw a man sitting by the window, gently sipping tea, his profile so handsome it was almost unreal. Just as she was lost in thought, he seemed to turn his gaze and met her eyes. Then the man raised his hand to her. "Qingji, over here." Mu Qingji was dumbfounded. I'm so sorry. Mu Qingji pressed her hands together, apologizing repeatedly to the man before her. "I left in such a hurry that I forgot to ask Uncle Li for your photo, so I didn't recognize you just now." "It's fine." Shen Chen chuckled. "I was boarding in Chengdu back then, and your parents were very kind to me. When they passed away, I was tied up with official duties and couldn't make it. I've always felt indebted." No. Mu Qingji quickly waved her hands. "By the way, I kept thinking about what gift to bring you. Then I searched for a long time and decided to give you this." Mu Qingji pulled an embroidered painting from her bag. "This is something my grandmother embroidered for my grandfather. It holds a lot of sentimental value for me. I thought you probably don't lack anything, so I'm giving you this." Shen Chen accepted it, then looked at Mu Qingji and said, "In a while I might send someone to take you to Dongdu." "Huh?" Mu Qingji was stunned. So embarrassing. Mu Qingji looked utterly mortified. "Yuehan, you have no idea. When I walked into the coffee shop, I suddenly realized I didn't even know what he looked like." "Oh, what's so embarrassing about that? He's your brother after all." Huang Yuehan covered her mouth and laughed. He's not my real brother. Mu Qingji retorted. Isn't that even better? Mu Qingji froze for a moment, then seemed to catch on, and playfully pushed Huang Yuehan's shoulder. You're so naughty. So we can go to school today, right? Huang Yuehan's face showed a trace of fear. That infectious disease back then. So many people died. Mu Qingji recalled, and said earnestly. Indeed. Mu Qingji and Huang Yuehan walked along the main road sipping milk tea and strolling. Even in the most luxurious and prosperous Zulinglong business district in Chengdu, their understated yet elegant attire and outstanding looks drew countless stares. At such moments Huang Yuehan would tease. I'm never going shopping with you again. You make me look so plain. Oh, stop it. Mu Qingji recalled. I think I suddenly blossomed. Ooh, I wasn't this pretty before. Enough. With that face of yours, you're almost as beautiful as Sue. What? Nothing, just that someone looks almost as good as you. Huang Yuehan quickly changed the subject. They entered a newly opened store filled with various trendy clothes, probably among the best in Zulinglong business district. Grand opening. 30% off everything. The shopkeeper was shouting through a megaphone in a coquettish voice, attracting many men to stop and stare. Huang Yuehan and Mu Qingji were drawn in as well. Boss, how much is this? Huang Yuehan asked, only to look up and find the shopkeeper frozen, staring straight at Mu Qingji. What's wrong? Do we know each other? Mu Qingji, feeling the strange gaze, asked. No. It's just that you look very much like someone I know. Let's go. Huang Yuehan grabbed Mu Qingji's arm and pulled her out. School's about to start, we need to get there early. The shopkeeper didn't stop them, merely offering a professional smile. Once they were gone, she resumed her loud shouts. Grand opening. 30% off everything. In the shadows, several figures watched the shopkeeper for a long while before silently departing. Half an hour later, the shopkeeper, tired from shouting, returned to her seat and took a sip of water. She suddenly opened a drawer, a look of confusion in her eyes. Inside the drawer, 2 cheap earrings glinted with silver light. On the way to Chengdu University, every street bore signs of a middle-aged man. Many Chengdu residents gave him a thumbs up as they passed. Is your dad really going to be governor? Mu Qingji asked. Most likely. The previous governor had suddenly died of a heart attack, and for the past 2 weeks governor's mansion aide Huang Xiao had been handling affairs. Then you'll soon be the governor's daughter. How envious I am. I'm envious of you. Huang Yuehan covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes sincere. Soon they arrived at the gate of Chengdu University. There it was, the massive entrance with a huge stone monument engraved with the school motto. So strange, it's only been 2 weeks, but it feels like ages. That's weirdo, at home time should have flown by, right? The two laughed and walked into the school. Yet after glancing at her phone, Huang Yuehan's expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? I need to go to the restroom. After parting with Mu Qingji temporarily, Huang Yuehan turned into a seldom used alley. Shengguan Yun. She called out tentatively, but there was no reply. Huang Yuehan's face turned grim, nearly gnashing her teeth. Are you messing with me, Shengguan Yun? Playing hide and seek. Still no response. 2 minutes later, she found a letter amid a pile of weeds. After reading it, she laughed bitterly, tears streaming down. All you men are so good at toying with girls, aren't you? Chengdu 2nd Ring Road. In a large apartment, Wang Xiaoran finished his day's work and drove his modest car back to his residence from the 3rd Administrative District. After opening the door, he was taken aback. Under the shoe cabinet, there was a pair of unfamiliar black leather shoes. Raising his eyes to see the face of the man sitting on the sofa, Wang Xiaoran exclaimed in surprise. Sure. When did you arrive? Wang Xiaoran hurried forward, his expression excited. Why didn't you inform me in advance? Look, I haven't had time to prepare. If you had told me in advance, I would have bought some dishes. No need. The man wore gold-rimmed glasses, his expression cold. Did you think I would stay for dinner? I came today only to inform you of something. Wang Xiaoran was not annoyed. He sat beside the man, his face beaming with a smile. What's the matter? Promoted again. The gold-rimmed glasses man nodded arrogantly, not even glancing at Wang Xiaoran beside him. Lord Huang Xiao is about to assume the post of governor of Chengdu, and I am about to enter the governor's mansion to work. Great. Wang Xiaoran raised both thumbs, overjoyed. Dad is happy for you. Following Lord Huang Xiao is indeed the right choice. Of course it is. The gold-rimmed glasses man wore an expression that said no need to state the obvious, his gaze falling on Wang Xiaoran. Without Lord Huang Xiao's promotion, I could hardly have entered the Chengdu mansion, let alone the governor's office. Wang Xiaoran still chuckled, as if not catching the implication in the gold-rimmed glasses man's words. I just don't understand. The gold-rimmed glasses man looked at Wang Xiaoran, who was playing dumb. I usually see you as quite shrewd, but how could you have been so foolish back then as to run over someone with your car? Wang Xiaoran's smile faltered, but he still did not respond. The gold-rimmed glasses man did not let him off. Because of this incident, I've suffered countless cold stares since childhood, and on my perfect resume, there will forever be a stain that cannot be washed away. If it weren't for Lord Huang Xiao's appreciation, even with my abilities, I'd probably end up like you, spending my old age in some second-level power zone. You almost ruined my perfect life. Wang Xiaoran lowered his head in silence, his spine seeming to stoop even more at that moment. Forget it. Every time you pretend to be so innocent. The gold-rimmed glasses man looked at his father's face, which had aged without him noticing, then turned his gaze and waved his hand. Yes. Did Huang Xiao send you to see me? Wang Xiaoran suddenly asked. After a long pause, a voice came. Yes. Wang Xiaoran's smile grew more strained and forced. He knew he would never have the right to tell his son the truth in this lifetime. That's fine. Just fine. Qingdu. Inside a silver-white confidential laboratory. Young master, the serum sample of that demon creature has been extracted and sent to the research institute in the imperial capital Dongdu. Just like the tree-type life form numbered 1068 before, the headquarters will cultivate life forms with similar abilities and traits based on its gene coding chain. However, we still don't have much clue about this demon creature at present. Its genes seem independent of ordinary carbon-based life, making our research extremely difficult. An old man in a white coat with graying hair, holding a stack of documents, reported to the man seated. Shen Chen chuckled lightly. Take it slowly. I heard that the similar body of No. 1068 has already made a breakthrough. Yes. The old man's face showed a hint of fanaticism. Young master, the theoretical research has passed, and cultivation is underway. According to computer simulations, the first generation will be able to produce 100 grade talent seeds, more than 20 grade, and several crate. We believe, based on simulation research, that after 10 generations we will successfully break through to a grade talent seeds. Hearing these words, Shen Chen was not excited. He asked. And grade? The old man's face showed a bit of difficulty. We haven't seen any hope yet. Normal. The gap between grade and a grade was even larger than that between a grade and a grade. After some time, you don't need to move back to Dongdu. Qingdu will also be our Shen family's Doomsday fortress. Shen Chen said indifferently. The old man paid no attention and continued his research with fanatical fervor. In the imperial capital and Dongdu, there were many similarly crazy genius scientists working under the Shen family. Shen Chen walked out of the silver-white chamber and saw Huang Xiao standing respectfully outside waiting. Master. Huang Xiao lowered his head, his eyes flickering with fervor. Shen Chen looked at him strangely and said, This title feels rather odd. Just call me young master. Yes, young master. Do you remember your mission? Huang Xiao raised his head, a fanatical and manic smile spreading across his face. I know. After the apocalypse, build a Doomsday fortress, organize the Southwest United Council, and on the surface stand in opposition to the Free Council Alliance, irreconcilable. Absorb all forces hostile to the Free Council Alliance, and create a false illusion for them that we are not losing ground in the confrontation with the Free Council Alliance, and even have hope of overthrowing the rule of the Free City. Shen Chen nodded with satisfaction. Huang Xiao, you are a born politician. It seems I don't need to teach you. He'll leave the territory of Qingdu in your hands. Huang Xiao let out a sinister low laugh. Young master, the other high-ranking members of the Southwest United Council must also be controlled, otherwise it's hard to guarantee that no other accidents will occur. Shen Chen also laughed. As long as you understand. This trip to Qingdu has taken too long. I will set off for the imperial capital tomorrow. My father is already urging me. Farewell, young master. The power of this demon seed is truly extraordinary. Thinking of Huang Xiao's performance, Shen Chen couldn't help but marvel. It does not even change a person's personality, abilities, or thoughts. It only plants a mark of eternal submission to someone in the depths of their soul. Shen Chen's original level spiritual body domination ability pales in comparison to this demon seed. Yes, the 3 demon seeds brought from the abyss by Ergos are now all under Shen Chen's control. Originally, this was impossible. After all, it was the demon seed of the demon Lord Kaisilasi. Even if obtained by humans, it would never be controlled by them. However, Shen Chen unexpectedly discovered that under the suppression of the god power, even the demon lord's most formidable abilities could be stripped by Shen Chen. The effect was surprisingly good. Moreover, now the demon seed has deeply rooted and contaminated Huang Xiao, making it absolutely impossible for the previous purification and removal to occur. Huang Xiao, the future-level awakener, overlord of Qingdu, chairman of the Southwest United Council, one of the human leaders. Now he is his most loyal servant. The demon lord Ergos now pitifully stays in the laboratory and will be sent to the Dongdu research headquarters for containment. This will be the most powerful, most noble, and most outrageous life form the Shen family has contained since establishing the Containment Institute. There is no other. Because it was the demon lord, a demon lord that no human force dared to provoke or challenge in the past life. Shen Chen remembered that the lowest rank among the Abyss demon lords was all 8th rank. The next day, at Kingdus Large Airport, the area had been cleared, leaving only a few people. Young friend Shen Chen, this calamity in Qingdu. If not for you, I dare not imagine the outcome, Huang Xiao said with genuine sincerity, bidding farewell to Shen Chen. Behind him stood many high-ranking officials from the Qingdu governor's office, all smiling and greeting Shen Chen. Shen Chen nodded to each one, then under the gaze of the crowd boarded the plane with Su Mengning and Lan Shi. Huang Yuan standing behind Huang Xiao also bid farewell to Su Mengning and Shen Chen. As the plane ascended into the sky, Huang Xiao and the others watched it until it disappeared and then everyone couldn't help but sigh in unison. After all, during the days of this young master's arrival in Chengdu, so many disastrous events had truly occurred. It was impossible for them not to draw certain associations. Not until many people had slowly dispersed did the gold-rimmed glasses man slowly walk over to Huang Xiao and speak in a low voice. Lord Huang Xiao, although this plan encountered many twists and turns, fortunately, the final result turned out as we wished. Huang Xiao chuckled lowly. Although Cui Xiaoming died unexpectedly, the Cui family of Chengdu would not allow me to become the governor. Fortunately, Shen Chen personally brought an order from the Sacred Council, which quelled the political infighting. The gold-rimmed glasses man looked at the plane's contrail and sneered twice. The Shen family is truly powerful. They have even perfected that heaven-defying memory editing technique to such a degree. If not for the memory editing technology from the Shen family's Academy of Sciences, I don't know how we could have calmed down the chaos at Chengdu University. Lord Huang Xiao, before we have any leverage, we must avoid confronting the Shen family. That family is far too terrifying. Huang Xiao lowered his eyes and sneered, of course I know. But fortunately we have control over Chengdu. We can focus on development for now. The Shen family controls two megacities, the imperial capital and eastern capital, so they shouldn't expand outward in the short term. Now with the supernatural revival, Lord Huang Xiao, we must prepare early as well. The gold-rimmed glasses man's voice was low and excited. Although Shen Chen took away the demonic creatures, we haven't come away empty-handed. Some of our people obtained the zombie serum from the previous auction, and we've already started researching it. By the way, my lord, what about that woman called Lark from before? Should we investigate her? The gold-rimmed glasses man seemed to recall something unpleasant, fear flashing in his eyes. No need. Huang Xiao looked up. Remember this. You no longer need to concern yourself with any of the previous matters. I have my own arrangements. I have a very important mission to entrust to you now. Yes. The gold-rimmed glasses man was visibly excited. I believe, my lord, that you will soon trample Shen Chen and the Shen family behind him underfoot. The gold-rimmed glasses man revealed a manic smile, while across from him Huang Xiao also smiled without speaking. At an altitude of 110 meters, a massive private plane, as large as an aircraft cabin, flew steadily. Shen Chen leaned by the window looking down to see vast unbroken mountain ranges slowly receding behind. The unique Gobi and River Valley landscapes attracted many wealthy Scions from the east to come and play, forming a huge tourism industry chain. This was the southwestern part of the empire, a territory that in his past life the free capital had never reached. In this life, it would become the stage for the colossal lie woven together by the free capital and the Southwest Joint Council. Shen Chen's gaze shifted slightly, catching sight of an embroidered painting standing on the table. It was a parting gift from Mu Qingji. Although the memory editing technology had been temporarily transmitted from the Eastern Capital Academy of Sciences, its effect was surprisingly stable and effective. It wove a beautiful dream for her, at least enough to give her back the will to live. She was already exceptionally talented, and with Ergos modification of her future achievements might not fall short of top rank awakened. However, for now she still lacks the mentality of a true powerhouse. I hope that in the future, after she sees the truth, she will still choose to live resolutely. For now, let her stay in Chengdu to stabilize the woven memories. After some time, I'll have someone bring her to the eastern capital. Now it's time for him to return to the imperial capital. Thinking this, Shen Chen tilted his head and gazed through the window at the distant line where sky and earth met. On the vast plain east of the empire's center stood a gigantic, magnificent city. Several broad rivers encircled the city. To the south lay vast fertile plains, and to the north stretched an unbroken expanse of buildings and city walls. It was a perfect fusion of ancient architectural style and modern technological aesthetics. Looking down from the sky, even a god would marvel at its majesty, truly worthy of the name City of Miracles. Countless railway lines converged here, and countless trade routes paused here. Every day, endless streams of vehicles and people poured into this city from all corners of the empire. Immersed in it, one felt their own insignificance and suddenly felt boundless pride and glory. This was the imperial capital, the heart of the empire, the hub of the world. The proposal has passed with 7 votes in favor, 2 against, and 1 abstention. Inside an ancient imperial building in the inner ring of the imperial capital, a crisp and decisive voice echoed through the empty hall. An old man in a purple robe began to frown. Across from him sat several figures in a row, each with a different expression. Every person here naturally exuded an aura of authority, and every act and decree issued here would profoundly affect the development of the entire empire. This was the Sacred Council of the Empire. Patriarch Shangwan, there's no need for you to trouble yourself with this proposal. A white-haired, neatly dressed old man chuckled at the purple-robed old man. The latter looked around and noticed several elderly figures in the opposing seats subtly drawing closer. And the person in the center, dressed in black and white attire, appeared much younger than the old men around him. A hint of gray at his temples, his eyes calm as a lake, with a red dragon armband on his left shoulder. In seating, he was subtly positioned as the foremost. His name was familiar to more than half the empire. Shen Fei. At this moment in Patriarch Shangwan's eyes, Shen Fei did not even glance at him. Instead, he slowly rose and said to his colleagues beside him, "Chainer is back. He'll take my leave now." With that, he slowly walked out of the hall flanked by several personal guards. In the silence, only the sound of his footsteps echoed in everyone's minds. Chainer. Shen Chen. Patriarch Shangwan closed his eyes, the sense of crisis in his heart growing ever more urgent. Originally, the great clans of the imperial capital maintained a balance of checks and constraints. Even the Shen family, with their long history and unfathomable depth, would not dare to antagonize all the noble houses. But who would have thought that in the past 2 years those powerful families, the Shun, Bai, and Xiao families, had secretly formed some kind of alliance? Since then, the Shangwan family's voice in the Sacred Council had grown weaker and weaker, and in every action they were forced to be wary of that massive alliance's influence. The Shangwan family had suffered greatly because of this. Many elders within the clan were so angry they slammed tables. Was the Shangwan family not qualified? Why had they not received an invitation? Imperial capital, Julong Airport. As the most mysterious large-scale airport in the imperial capital, the planes that stop here carry passengers of extraordinary wealth or status. Yet today the entire airport began to clear out, with numerous signs of privilege hastily departing after arriving. Most of them, upon seeing the scene, left in silence without a word. Others simply stood outside the airport waiting to see which scion of a top-tier noble house might appear. It was only when dozens of black sedans drove into the airport, and the figure completely familiar to all of imperial capital stepped out of the foremost car, that their eyes widened. It's young Master Shen. Has that Shen family scion returned? Indeed, we haven't seen him in the imperial capital recently. Some noble youths gasped in admiration. So it's the crown prince, no wonder such a grand spectacle, huh? Others sneered in secret. With him back, the imperial capital will become lively. In this circle of ours, without young Master Shen to hold the reins, there's been fierce infighting lately. The news of Shen Chen's imminent arrival swept through the imperial capital's elite circles like a hurricane. Responses to this news varied among the powerful. Some were delighted, others distressed, and some scornful. But regardless, those qualified to know and react to this news were all the young elite of top-tier noble families beyond the reach of ordinary imagination. Now within Julong Airport, Shen Chen stepped slowly down from the plane and saw a middle-aged man in black and white attire standing in the distance, surrounded by elderly figures, young ones, and guards even farther out. Upon seeing Shen Chen, the man's perpetually calm and indifferent face finally broke into a genuine smile. Chainer. Shen Chen stepped forward and embraced Shen Fei. "I didn't expect you to come in person, father. I thought it was the meeting time of the Cardinal Council." Shen Fei's face returned to its usual calm, and he gave a light scoff. "I simply left early." Hearing this, Shen Chen also smiled. The authority and rules of the Cardinal Council. If it were the past, the Shen family would still have to show some respect. But now, most of the top noble houses in the Cardinal Council had already aligned with the Shen family, turning the so-called rules into empty talk. The surrounding members of the Shen family found nothing amiss and greeted Shen Chen warmly. Each of them was a core figure in various power institutions of the imperial capital, imposing and revered before their subordinates. Beyond them, Shen family guards stood alert, and farther outside the airport many curious noble youths gathered. And farther still, many were quietly monitoring the news. The grandeur of Shen Chen's return could hardly be overstated. It was fitting for the title that some scheming minds in the imperial capital had bestowed upon him. Crown Prince. First, back to the Shen residence. Shen Fei knew this was no place for conversation, and said softly. Shen Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping over the vast stretches of buildings, vibrant and bustling. Faint sounds of clamor could even be heard, brimming with vigorous vitality. He looked up at the blue sky of the imperial capital, yet in this clear summer. It was unexpectedly overcast with gray. Shen Chen met Shen Fei's eyes, seeming to discern something. Imperial capital. Somewhere inside a silver-white laboratory, dozens of high-end lab personnel were operating computers and instruments. Behind them stood several figures. Shen Chen raised his eyes, a flicker of surprise in them. The apocalypse is coming early. Shen Fei, standing beside Shen Chen, did not answer, but gestured. An elderly man in a white coat leaning on a cane slowly approached from behind. Shen Chen recognized him. Fang Xiao, a top-tier figure of the Imperial Academy of Sciences. At 27, he became a lifetime honorary professor at Imperial University, leading a team that cracked CRISPR's gene editing technology and published over 150 papers in top imperial journals. He had announced retirement a few years ago, but secretly entered the Shen family's academy, spearheading research into the signs of the apocalypse. His hair was disheveled, his glasses askew, and in his gaze constantly flickered a blend of calmness and madness. "Young master." Fang Xiao came before Shen Chen, greeting with a hoarse voice. Shen Chen looked into his eyes, frowning. "How much time? Until the apocalypse?" "Young master, strictly speaking, the apocalypse has already begun." Fang Xiao coughed twice, his face still spirited. About 2 days after you left the Imperial capital, our Empire's Red Dragon satellite system suddenly detected that the global black mist content was rising at an abnormal rate. Today, the indicators of several monitors have broken through the red alert zone. And a week ago, the edges of the Imperial capital were already shrouded in a thin layer of black mist gradually spreading toward the center. Shen Fei stood nearby, his expression cold as he said, "But currently the black mist is still extremely thin. Only a very few physically weak individuals have been infected into low-grade zombies, and special forces in various regions will eliminate them immediately, so no unrest has been triggered." "Yes, young master," Fang Xiu continued. "Next, the black mist will gradually thicken until it becomes uncontrollable. Then monsters from another world will descend upon our planet through the spatial fissures within the black mist. At that point, order will completely collapse. Although it came unexpectedly early, we have been making most preparations for a year to guard against such surprises. Chainer, 1 week later, our family will leave the Imperial capital and head to the Eastern capital. In the Eastern capital, our Shen family has already taken full control and conducted purges. A brand new Eastern capital awaits our rule. And as for the name, we still follow your suggestion, Chainer. After the apocalypse, that city shall be called Free City." Shen Chen remained silent. As if reading his thoughts, Shen Fei said, "Chainer, Project 007 was already incomplete, and the early arrival of the apocalypse has disrupted the schedule. Let's return to the Eastern capital first and consolidate the development of Free City." "Father," Shen Chen looked up. "Is the family set on transferring in a week?" "Yes. The black mist has descended. The longer we delay, the more accidents may occur." Shen Fei's face was ever unreadable, his tone flat, even in the face of the apocalypse. "What about the other alliance members?" "The Bai and Xiao families will move with us. The Su family in Jiang City has also received the news and is preparing defenses. Though somewhat rushed overall, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner." "Good." Shen Chen looked at Shen Fei, a smile touching his lips. "Let me temporarily manage the unified command of Project 007. After all, this project has been planned for 3 years. How can we just abandon it?" A faint flicker passed across Shen Fei's face. "Chainer." At the Imperial Capital Academy of Sciences, within room 70434. The room was blue-white in hue, with a massive glass wall. Behind the glass lay a medium-sized ecological box covered in lush green grass. Among the vegetation, a graceful little willow tree, half a meter tall, stood out conspicuously, its slender branches gently stretching under the artificial sunlight, greedily breathing in the richly concentrated nutrient gas. On the white pillar outside the glass box hung a sign marked T3012. "Young master, this is a trait similarity organism cultivated from gene sample No. 1086. It is the 3rd generation and the most stable one so far reported, an elderly woman wearing purple-rimmed glasses. A barely suppressed pride gleamed in her eyes. This was the most perfect special life form their institute had ever cultivated. At the thought, her gaze toward Shen Chen swelled with reverence. For she knew that the gene sample numbered 1086 had been provided by this very young master. "How are the talent seeds?" The elderly woman gestured, and 2 young researchers immediately brought over a silver transparent sphere. Inside the sphere were 2 purple seeds. "Young master, these are the 2 highest rank talent seeds harvested so far. In addition, there are over a dozen of crank and dozens of D and A rank seeds. Per Elder Shen Fei's orders, they will be sent to the special forces. Those with outstanding military merit and unwavering loyalty will have the chance to receive a talent seed and become awakened ones." Shen Chen nodded. Only when stable production of rank and A rank talent seeds was achieved would the Shen family consider merging them. After all, fusing a talent seed carried a considerable risk of failure. At least in his past life, Su Mengning had not been so fortunate. Shen Chen slowly walked into the glass-walled enclosure. The little creature inside seemed to sense his approach and began to shrink back. "Young master, it is very timid," said the elderly woman with a soft chuckle. "I know. I hope it will eventually grow to the height of its original form," responded Shen Chen with a faint smile, before turning and leaving. After leaving the Imperial Capital Academy of Sciences, Shen Chen contacted the Eastern Capital Academy of Sciences to confirm that Wu Jesai had been successfully contained. He then gave further instructions. The Academy had assigned the containment number S002 to Wu Jesai. The demon lord of the abyss, who made the abyss tremble in fear, had now become a contained entity of the Shen family. Shen Chen would very much like to ask her how that felt. The mad scientists at the Academy had implemented controls and reinforcements that assured Shen Chen there would be no containment breach. The methods derived from ancient relics discovered some time ago and integrated with modern technology were absolute. At her current 1st rank, she could never break through. Almost overnight, a storm swept through the Imperial capital. The top nobility, headed by the Shen family, suddenly began a massive recall of their own clansmen. Thousands of giant vehicles and hundreds of aircraft landed at several major airports in the capital. Simultaneously, the Imperial capital closed its airport access to outsiders. The gates of noble houses stood tight, and many privileged young scions returned home under family orders, no longer daring to loiter outside. It was even said that a young master of the Shao family, normally unruly, was drinking tea, riding horses, and racing cars at the imperial capital Snowdragon Club that day. He ignored his parents' orders. Within 2 hours, his doting father personally arrived at the Snowdragon Club, nearly broke his leg, and finally dragged him into the car. The young master's hanger son trembled on the sidelines, not daring to utter a word. In half a day, most of the exclusive venues in the imperial capital fell nearly empty. Many business owners were dazed, wondering what on earth was happening. All these moves took place within 2 days, showcasing a level of frenzy to those with some influence in the capital. And precisely because of that, their common sense and worldview told them this is impossible. Under no circumstances could such a thing happen. The top nobility, including the Shen family, looked as if they were all preparing to flee the imperial capital together. They dared not imagine it, dared not believe it. Even if other superpowers launched top-tier missiles, the Empire's military could intercept them. But now, who could tell them what was happening? Compared to these people, there was another group that was truly terrified: the other noble houses of the imperial capital's top tier. They had been enjoying prosperity and luxury in this powerful, flourishing city. Then suddenly the big brothers were all leaving. They had received no intelligence. No one had notified them. The imperial capital had many noble houses, not just the very top. Now they were all hastily convening family meetings, debating what to do next. Why had the world suddenly gone so mad? At this time, several lesser, noble houses approached the Shangwan family. Among the top families, the Shangwan family seemed to be the only one without any movement. The head of the Shangwan family personally received many clan leaders and convened a meeting. During the meeting, many clan leaders were so frightened that they rambled, lost for words. Fortunately, the head of the Shangwan family reassured them until they gradually calmed down. Their final unanimous conclusion was even if the sky fell, there was nothing to fear. After all, the Empire as the most powerful metropolis was the undisputed choice, both for deflecting external crises and handling internal affairs. The other superpowers had no intention of attacking the Empire, and the recent anomalous supernatural revivals were limited in strength. The military could easily repel them. Let them go. They'll probably come back after a while. Exactly. I really can't think of any crisis that would be safer than staying in the imperial capital. I can guarantee even if the sky falls, the imperial capital will hold out the longest. Maybe we should ask the Shen family. Amid the confident declarations, a weak voice interjected. The other clan leaders were exasperated and looked at the speaker, the head of a minor house. They wanted to say, haven't you asked yet? We nearly yelled our throats hoarse earlier. Did the Shen family pay any attention to us? In the inner ring of the imperial capital at the Shangwan residence, Shangwan Sun, the head of the Shangwan family, sent off a batch of clan leaders and finally slumped into his seat. A young man stood before him and asked, Father, are we really doing nothing, staying in the capital? Shangwan Sun's brows furrowed deeply. Do you think that's possible? The Shun Bai and Shao families have all left. Are they truly isolating the Shangwan family? Father, maybe we should humble ourselves before the Shen family. The young man lowered his head, fearing his father's reprimand. But unexpectedly, bring me a communicator. I want to call Shen Fei. Father, you really mean it? The young man looked up, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Though submitting to another family was a great humiliation for a top noble house, the current ignorance of what was happening terrified them even more. Yes, Shangwan Sun said, his gaze as calm as a still well. Shangwan Sun uttered a single word, his expression placid and unwavering.